And what secrets did they want to keep hidden? Stay with us as we uncover Isaiah's journey through the 7 layers of heaven, his vision of angelic hierarchies, and the divine battle between God's forces and Satan. By the end of this video, you'll see why this book, preserved in the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible, offers revelations that could completely change the way you see biblical prophecy. And remember, if you want us to take a deeper dive into any part of this book, like the mysteries of the 7 heavens or the cosmic battle, don't forget to like this video and leave a comment below. We could dedicate an entire video to just one of these incredible visions if you'd like. Also, if you're interested in more banned books from the Ethiopian Bible, check out our previous videos on the Book of Enoch, the Book of Jubilees, and many others. We've got all the links in the description, so be sure to explore the full series on deep Bible stories. Now, let's jump into the Ascension of Isaiah, a journey through heavenly realms, visions of angelic armies, and prophecies that reveal the coming of the Messiah and the final triumph of God's kingdom. Imagine being taken on a journey through 7 layers of heaven, each more glorious than the last. That's exactly what happens in the Ascension of Isaiah. This book takes us beyond the earthly realm, giving us a rare glimpse into the spiritual hierarchy of the universe, where angels, archangels, and seraphim serve the Almighty God. Isaiah's journey begins in the first heaven, where he encounters angels who govern the stars, the sun, and the moon. These celestial beings are tasked with ensuring the cosmic order, making sure that the movements of the heavens follow God's divine plan. The book of Genesis touches on this idea when God creates the sun, moon, and stars as signs for seasons, Genesis 1:14. But in the Ascension of Isaiah, we see heavenly beings actively guiding these celestial bodies. As Isaiah ascends higher, moving through each heaven, the glory and majesty he encounters intensify. In the 2nd and 3rd heavens, he sees more angelic hosts, some of whom govern both the spiritual and physical realms. These angels are messengers of God's will, much like the ones we see throughout the Bible, such as the angel Gabriel, who brings messages to Daniel and Mary in the canonical texts. But it's when Isaiah reaches the 4th heaven that things take a darker turn. Here, he witnesses the fallen angels, those who rebelled against God and were cast out of the higher realms. They are bound and waiting for the final judgment. This glimpse into the cosmic battle between good and evil aligns with the Book of Enoch, where the Watchers, a group of rebellious angels, are also imprisoned for defying God's command. The Ascension of Isaiah gives us a deeper look into this spiritual warfare, reminding us of the ongoing struggle between Satan and God's forces, something the Apostle Paul refers to when he talks about the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms, Ephesians 6:12. In the 5th and 6th heavens, Isaiah is overwhelmed by the sight of pure and sinless angels, beings who have never descended to earth. These realms are filled with praise and worship, where the angels sing continually before the throne of God. Isaiah sees archangels and angels of a higher order who serve in the direct presence of God and execute his will without ever being tainted by the struggles of the material world. But it's in the 7th heaven that Isaiah reaches the pinnacle of his journey. Here, he witnesses the throne of God, surrounded by the highest order of angels, the seraphim and cherubim, who cry out, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty." This image recalls Isaiah's vision in the canonical Bible, Isaiah 6:1-3, where he sees the Lord sitting on a throne with the seraphim surrounding him. The Ascension of Isaiah expands on this, offering even more vivid details about the heavenly court and the radiance of God's glory. While in the 7th heaven, Isaiah receives a prophecy about the coming of the Messiah. In his vision, Isaiah sees the Son of God descend from the highest heaven, passing through each of the 7 layers. As he moves closer to earth, He takes on the appearance of a human, the very form in which he would be born of a virgin and live among mankind. This prophecy aligns with the New Testament teachings on the incarnation of Christ, God becoming flesh to redeem humanity. John 1:14. But the ascension of Isaiah gives us a mystical glimpse of how that transformation takes place in the heavenly realms. The Son of God is described as moving from the pure light of the seventh heaven to the lower, darker realms, where he would take on human form, face Satan's temptations, and ultimately bring salvation to mankind. Isaiah sees that the Messiah's descent is part of God's divine plan to defeat Satan and the forces of darkness. This prophecy prefigures the gospel story where Jesus, though fully divine, humbles himself to become human, face suffering, and rise again in victory over death. It's a cosmic battle that begins long before Christ's earthly ministry, and one that is revealed in vivid detail in the ascension of Isaiah. Isaiah's ascent through the seven heavens reveals a structure to the spiritual world that most of us have never encountered before. The clear separation of each heaven, the role of the angels, and the vision of the Messiah descending from the heights of heaven all provide a profound insight into the spiritual realities beyond what we see on earth. This heavenly hierarchy and cosmic conflict are hinted at in several books of the Bible, but in the ascension of Isaiah, these mysteries are laid bare in ways that challenge our understanding of heaven, angels, and the battle between good and evil. The book brings together ideas from texts like Daniel, Revelation, and Enoch, but it pushes the boundaries even further, showing us the heavenly realms where God's plan for salvation unfolds. What do you think of Isaiah's journey through the seven heavens? Do you believe there's more to heaven and spiritual realms than what we see in the canonical Bible? Let us know in the comments below. And if you're fascinated by this heavenly journey, be sure to like this video and share it with friends. We could even dive deeper into the seven heavens in a future video, if that's something you'd love to explore more. As Isaiah ascended to the fourth heaven, he witnessed a dark and sobering reality. The fallen angels who had rebelled against God, now bound and awaiting their final judgment. These angels, led by Satan, had once been part of the divine order, but chose to defy God's authority. Now they are held in chains, living reminders of the consequences of rebellion. This idea of fallen angels is something we see across various banned books of the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible. The Book of Enoch, for example, delves into the story of the Watchers, angels who descended to earth, mated with human women, and created the Nephilim, leading to God's judgment in the form of the Great Flood. Similarly, the ascension of Isaiah emphasizes that these angels, along with Satan, will face their ultimate defeat when God's plan comes to completion. Satan's rebellion is central to this cosmic struggle. According to the ascension of Isaiah, Satan was cast out of the higher heavens because of his desire to exalt himself above God, much like the depiction we see in Isaiah 14:12-15, where Lucifer, Satan, is described as having fallen from heaven due to his pride. This battle for power and authority is what drives Satan's ongoing efforts to disrupt God's plan of salvation. Isaiah's vision highlights that Satan and his followers are not just active on earth, but they operate within the spiritual realms, constantly attempting to hinder God's purposes. This aligns with the New Testament's depiction of spiritual warfare in Ephesians 6:12, where the Apostle Paul warns that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Throughout Isaiah's journey, he encounters various orders of angels, each with specific roles in the heavenly hierarchy. As he moves through the heavens, he sees the archangels, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, who lead the charge against Satan's forces. These angels are depicted as warriors standing guard against the influence of Satan and his demons, ensuring that God's will prevails in the universe. In 1 Enoch, Michael is similarly portrayed as a key figure in the war against evil, and the ascension of Isaiah strengthens this idea of archangels as guardians and enforcers of God's justice. Michael is especially important in both texts as the angel who battles Satan, and will eventually cast him down in the final judgment. This echoes the same imagery we see in the book of Daniel, Daniel 10:13-21, and Revelation 12:7, where Michael and his angels wage war against the powers of darkness. But beyond the archangels, Isaiah also witnesses the lower-ranking angels, who are responsible for governing the stars, planets, and even elements of nature. These celestial beings work tirelessly to keep the cosmic order, preventing the chaos that Satan and his fallen angels seek to unleash on both heaven and earth. Isaiah's vision of these angels reinforces the idea that God's forces are constantly at work, maintaining the harmony of creation and pushing back against the forces of darkness. One of the most striking elements of the ascension of Isaiah is the prophecy of Satan's defeat. As Isaiah ascends to the seventh heaven, he is given a glimpse of the final battle, where the Son of God descends from the highest heaven to earth, ultimately defeating Satan and his forces. This victory is not just a physical triumph, but a spiritual one, marking the end of Satan's influence over humanity. This vision prefigures the gospel message of Jesus Christ, who came to earth to destroy the works of the devil. 1 John 3:8. The ascension of Isaiah connects this cosmic conflict with the incarnation of Christ, showing that the birth of the Messiah was part of a much larger divine plan to reclaim both heaven and earth from the powers of darkness. It's a battle that begins in the heavenly realms and culminates with Christ's death and resurrection, which seals Satan's fate. In this text, the Messiah's descent through the seven heavens is not only a sign of his humility, but also a direct challenge to Satan's claim over the lower realms. As he descends, the angelic hosts sing praises, while Satan and his demons tremble in fear, knowing that their time is short. This vivid depiction of the cosmic battle echoes the final showdown described in Revelation, where Christ returns in glory to judge the living and the dead, casting Satan into the lake of fire. Revelation 20 verse 10. The ascension of Isaiah offers a dramatic and vivid portrayal of the cosmic struggle that mirrors the teachings of the canonical Bible. It reminds us that while we may not see this battle unfolding with our physical eyes, the spiritual warfare is very real. Isaiah's vision reveals that this battle has been raging since the dawn of creation, with Satan attempting to derail God's plan for humanity at every turn. But it also reminds us that God's victory is assured. He has sent his Son to defeat the powers of darkness, and the forces of goodwill ultimately prevail. For believers, this story serves as a powerful reminder that we are part of a much larger spiritual conflict. Every day, our actions, our faith, and our prayers are part of this cosmic battle. Just as Isaiah witnessed the angels at war in the heavens, we are called to put on the armor of God and stand firm in our faith. Ephesians 6:13. The ascension of Isaiah gives us a powerful glimpse into this unseen world, showing that the forces of good and evil are constantly at odds, and our role is to stay faithful and trust in God's ultimate victory. Isaiah's vision of the Messiah's descent is breathtaking in both its detail and meaning. He sees the Son of God surrounded by seraphim and cherubim, seated in glory upon his heavenly throne in the seventh heaven. But instead of remaining in the celestial realms, The Messiah begins his journey downwards, moving through each of the 7 heavens and gradually taking on more human appearance with each level. This part of Isaiah's vision is unique to the ascension of Isaiah and provides a mystical dimension to the Gospel's story. It portrays the incarnation as not merely an earthly event, but as a divine descent from the heights of heaven to the depths of the material world. The Son of God leaves behind the radiance of his divinity to take on flesh, a journey that culminates in his birth through the Virgin Mary. This concept is reflected in the New Testament, particularly in Philippians 2:6-8, where the Apostle Paul speaks of Christ emptying himself and taking on the form of a servant, humbling himself to the point of death on the cross. The ascension of Isaiah expands on this idea, showing the stages of humility as the Messiah descends through the heavens, each step a deliberate choice to bring salvation to humanity. As the Messiah descends, something striking happens. Satan and his angels tremble in fear. They recognize that the arrival of the Son of God spells the end of their dominion over the lower realms. This part of the vision emphasizes the spiritual conflict that was raging even before the birth of Christ. Satan, aware of the divine plan, knows that the Messiah's mission will ultimately lead to his defeat and the redemption of mankind. The fear of Satan is something that aligns with other biblical texts. In Matthew 8:29, for example, we see the demons cry out to Jesus saying, "What do you want with the Son of God? Have you come here to torture us before the appointed time?" The demons' awareness of Jesus' power and authority parallels the fear seen in the ascension of Isaiah, a recognition that their time is short, and the Messiah's descent signals their impending judgment. This section of the ascension of Isaiah also offers a deeper understanding of the cosmic significance of Christ's incarnation. It wasn't just a human event. It was a cosmic turning point where Satan's grip on the world would be broken, and the plan for salvation would be set into motion. The descent of the Messiah is depicted as a divine invasion into enemy territory, with Satan powerless to stop what is about to unfold. One of the most powerful aspects of this prophecy is the way the Messiah's descent emphasizes his humility. As he moves through each of the 7 heavens, he takes on more and more of humanity's limitations. By the time he reaches earth, he is fully human, subject to pain, suffering, and death. The ascension of Isaiah highlights that the Messiah's suffering was part of a larger divine plan. His humility was not a sign of weakness, but of strength, a willingness to endure the greatest possible suffering in order to bring salvation to humanity. This is the gospel message at its core, echoed throughout the New Testament. The Son of God, who, though he was eternal and divine, chose to suffer and die so that humanity might be saved. Hebrews 2:9. This profound vision of humility connects directly to the passion of Christ. In the Gospels, we see Jesus humiliated, mocked, and crucified, but through it all he remains the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. John 1:29. Isaiah's prophecy in this banned text offers a cosmic perspective on this suffering, showing that it was not just a human event, but a divine act that reverberated through the heavens. Isaiah's vision doesn't end with the Messiah's descent into the world. After seeing the Son of God take on human form and face suffering, Isaiah is shown the ultimate victory, the Messiah's resurrection and his return to the heavenly realms in triumph. Just as he descended through the 7 heavens, he now ascends, reclaiming his throne and defeating Satan once and for all. This part of the vision mirrors the New Testament account of Jesus' resurrection and ascension, where he conquers sin, death, and Satan's power. In Revelation 1:18, Christ says, "I am the living one. I was dead, and now look, I'm alive forever and ever, and I hold the keys of death and Hades. The ascension of Isaiah gives us a mystical glimpse of this victory, showing that Christ's mission was not just to redeem humanity, but to bring about the defeat of Satan and the restoration of divine order in the heavens. Through this prophecy, we are reminded of the hope of resurrection. The Messiah's triumph over death is the promise that we too will be raised with him, a theme that resonates throughout the Bible. 1 Corinthians 15:20 through 22. Isaiah's vision emphasizes that the victory of Christ is cosmic, covering all realms, both heavenly and earthly. The ascension of Isaiah gives us a rich and mystical view of the incarnation and the Messiah's mission. This prophecy reveals not just the birth of Christ, but his descent through the spiritual realms, the fear of Satan, and his ultimate victory over death. It's a story that extends beyond earth, showing that the battle for humanity's salvation was waged in the heavens as well as on the cross. This deeper, more mystical perspective offers an incredible insight into the cosmic importance of the gospel message. The Son of God didn't just come to save the world. He came to reclaim the heavens, defeat Satan, and restore God's divine order. What do you think of Isaiah's prophecy of the Messiah's descent? Does this vision of cosmic humility and victory change the way you think about the incarnation? Let us know in the comments below. What did you think of the ascension of Isaiah? Did the heavenly journey and the prophecy of the Messiah's descent change your understanding of spiritual warfare and Christ's mission? Let us know in the comments below. If this video opened your eyes to the cosmic battle behind the scenes of the gospel, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Deep Bible Stories. We'd love to dive even deeper into topics like the angelic hierarchies or the spiritual warfare depicted in this and other banned books. Also, if you haven't yet explored the other videos in our banned book series, check out the links in the description. We've already covered the Book of Enoch, the Book of Jubilees, and more. Stay tuned for more insights into the hidden texts of the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible right here on Deep Bible Stories. If God created the universe, then who created God? Now, before we dive into the theological rabbit hole, let's set something straight. This isn't just a modern question, nor is it a challenge invented by atheists to stump religious people. No. This question goes way back. Philosophers, theologians, even ancient scholars wrestled with this idea. And today, it's still one of the most debated and controversial topics out there. So, how does Christianity answer this? Well, the answer is both simple and mind-blowing. God wasn't created. The Bible, particularly in Revelation 1 verse 8, is crystal clear on this. God says, "I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end." He's saying, I'm eternal. I have no beginning, no end. I just am. Now, what does that even mean? Let's break it down. In Christianity, God isn't bound by time or space. He's eternal. He exists outside the rules of cause and effect that we humans are stuck with. You see, everything we know, every tree, every planet, every galaxy, everything has a beginning, right? You were born. I was born. Even the universe had a birth. Ever heard of the Big Bang? But for God, time doesn't work the same way. Let's bring in Thomas Aquinas, one of the OG Christian philosophers from the 13th century. Aquinas had something to say about this. He proposed what's called the first cause argument. In his famous work Summa Theologica, he said, look, everything in the universe has a cause. But you can't keep going back forever. At some point, there has to be an uncaused cause. And that, my friends, is God. God is the uncaused cause. He's the one who set everything into motion without anyone or anything creating him. Pretty slick, right? This either. Hawking, in his book The Grand Design, suggested that the universe could have created itself out of nothing, without the need for a divine creator at all. No God required. His idea challenges the traditional Christian view, suggesting that the universe's origins can be explained purely by the laws of physics. Now, this obviously sets up a major clash with theistic views, especially those who hold that God is the necessary first cause. But here's the kicker. The Bible doesn't shy away from this question, it actually leans into it. When Moses asked God for his name in Exodus 3 verse 14, God responded, "I am who I am." That's deep. What does it even mean? Well, God is essentially saying, I just am. I exist, without cause, without origin. I am the very definition of existence itself. This statement makes it clear, God is the only being in existence who doesn't need an explanation for his existence. Everything else in the universe. Sure, but not him. It's not just a biblical claim either. This ties into what many theologians describe as God's ACT. Fancy word, right? It basically means that God's existence is self-derived. He doesn't rely on anything or anyone to exist. In simpler terms, God exists because God exists. That's the Christian view, and it's been held for millennia. But, of course, this doesn't satisfy everyone. Many skeptics argue that the whole God has no beginning concept is just a way of dodging the question. They'll say things like, it's a convenient excuse, or that doesn't make sense, everything else has to have a beginning. And I get it, our brains are wired to think everything must have a cause. That's how our universe works. But according to Christian theology, God is different. He's on a whole other level. And this is where the debate gets intense. You've got people on one side saying God is the ultimate answer, he's eternal, he doesn't need a creator, he simply is. Then, on the other side, you've got people like Dawkins and Hawking challenging that, saying it's just an attempt to dodge the question. Let's talk about one of the most mind-boggling concepts in Christianity, God's eternal nature. Yeah, you heard that right, eternal. We're talking about a God who exists outside of time, space, and anything remotely close to what we experience every single day. Here's the deal, Christianity is built on this idea that God has no beginning and no end. He didn't start anywhere, and he sure as heck won't end either. In fact, Revelation 22 verse 13 makes this bold statement where God says, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. Now, if that doesn't blow your mind, I don't know what will. But what does this really mean? Well, this isn't some metaphorical language. Christianity teaches that God literally exists outside the constraints of time, like, he's not aging, he's not moving through history, he's just there. Past, present, future, it's all the same to him. This is where things get wild because we're so used to living within time, right? I mean, we count days, we watch the clock, we age, everything we know has a ticking clock attached to it. But God? He's on a whole different wavelength. So, let's take this concept further. Throughout the Bible, you see this idea that God was always there. He wasn't born, he didn't just show up, he's been present since before creation. Take a look at Psalm 90 verse 2. It says, before the mountains were born or you brought forth the whole world, from everlasting to everlasting, you are God. That's right, folks, from everlasting to everlasting. That's not just some poetic language, that's a theological claim that God always existed, even before anything else did. Now, this raises some serious questions, doesn't it? Like, how do you even wrap your head around that? Our brains are wired to understand things in terms of beginnings and endings. You're born, you live, you die, everything follows that same pattern. But when we talk about God's eternal nature, we're in completely uncharted territory. There's no start button, no origin story for God. He just is. To make things even more interesting, this isn't some late-game theological addition to Christianity. Oh no, this idea goes all the way back to the Old Testament. Look at Isaiah 40 verse 28, where it says, the Lord is the everlasting God, the creator of the ends of the earth. He will not grow tired or weary, and his understanding no one can fathom. This passage is laying it all out. God doesn't get tired, he doesn't age, he doesn't have the limitations we do. He's been around forever, and he'll be around forever. Now, this isn't just a random quirk of Christian belief, it's foundational. Think about it, if God was created, then he wouldn't really be God, right? He'd just be another part of the created order, another being subject to time, decay, and limitations. But the whole point of God in Christianity is that he stands outside of that. He's the one who set it all into motion, not a product of it. Augustine of Hippo, one of the most influential early Christian thinkers, talked a lot about this. He lived in the 4th century, and his writings are still shaping how we think about God today. Augustine was obsessed with time and eternity. In his monumental work Confessions, he explores how God's eternal nature means that God created time itself. Let that sink in for a second. God didn't just create the universe, he created time. Before God said, "Let there be light," there wasn't even a clock ticking. Time didn't exist. Augustine is saying that time is part of God's creation, so he isn't limited by it like we are. Now, I know what you're thinking, okay, cool, but how does this connect with me? Well, here's the kicker. This idea of God's eternal nature changes the whole way we see existence. If God is eternal, then he has the ultimate perspective. He's not just watching human history unfold like we do, one event after another. He sees it all, from beginning to end, in one sweep. That's how Christians believe God knows the future. He's already there. He's in every moment, simultaneously. Think about the implications of that. If God is eternal, then his knowledge is infinite. He doesn't just know things, he's already in the future. This is why, according to Christian theology, God's plan is so powerful. It's not just a blueprint he's following as events unfold, it's a plan that he's already seen the conclusion to because he exists at every point in time all at once. The Bible makes a bold claim that God is eternal. It's not just a nice idea, it's a fundamental part of Christian belief. And whether or not you believe it, it's hard to deny that this concept sets God apart from anything else in the universe. There's no origin story for God because, in Christian theology, he's the origin of everything else. Now, buckle up because this next one is going to really challenge how you think about existence itself. We're diving into the ontological argument, and trust me, this one's a game changer. First off, let's talk about Anselm of Canterbury, a medieval philosopher and theologian from the 11th century who didn't just sit around thinking small thoughts. This guy went all in on some of the biggest questions about God. Here's the core of Anselm's famous argument, known as the ontological argument: God is that than which nothing greater can be conceived. Yeah, it sounds a bit mind-bendy, but stick with me. Anselm is saying that God, by definition, is the greatest possible being. He's so great that nothing greater can even be imagined. And here's the kicker: if God exists only in our minds and not in reality, then we could imagine something greater, which is a God that exists in reality. But if we can imagine a greater being than the one that exists only in our minds, then the God in our minds isn't really God at all. In other words, the very concept of God demands that he exists in reality, because a God who exists in reality is greater than one who only exists as a thought or an idea. Anselm's point is simple, but absolutely huge: if you can conceive of God, then God must exist. If he didn't, he wouldn't be God, because the greatest possible being has to exist to actually be the greatest. Now, I get it, this sounds pretty abstract, but this argument rocked medieval philosophy. And Anselm wasn't just spitballing here. This was carefully crafted logic meant to show that God's existence is a necessary truth, not just a possibility or a maybe. We're talking about a philosophical claim that says you can't even think about God without acknowledging his existence. It's bold. It's audacious. And yeah, it sparked some major debates. One of the most famous responses to Anselm came from Gournalo of Marmoutiers, a contemporary of Anselm. Gournalo wasn't buying it. He basically said, "Wait, Anselm, if I can imagine the greatest possible island, does that mean it has to exist?" In other words, Gournalo argued that just because you can imagine something doesn't mean it must exist in reality. He tried to expose what he thought was a flaw in Anselm's reasoning: you can't think something into existence. Gournalo's critique went down in history as one of the first real challenges to the ontological argument. But Anselm didn't flinch. He doubled down. His reply? God isn't like an island or any other thing you can imagine, because God is a necessary being. In Anselm's view, God is fundamentally different from anything else we could think about. He's not contingent on anything else for his existence. He has to exist by the very nature of what it means to be God. Fast forward to modern philosophy, and guess what? Anselm's argument is still a hot topic. Immanuel Kant, one of the most influential philosophers of the Enlightenment, took a swing at it, too. Kant didn't exactly love the ontological argument. He said that existence isn't a predicate, meaning it's not something you can just add to the definition of a thing to make it greater. He basically argued that existence isn't something you can include in the concept of God to prove he exists. But here's the wild part: Kant's criticism didn't kill Anselm's argument. In fact, it just made people argue about it more. Even today, philosophers like Alvin Plantinga have revisited the ontological argument with modern twists. Plantinga proposed a version using modal logic, a more sophisticated form of reasoning about possibility and necessity, which reignited the debate and kept this 1,000-year-old argument very much alive in contemporary philosophy. Now let's dive headfirst into one of the biggest questions people love to throw out there: does God need a cause? The idea is simple enough: everything we know in this universe seems to need a cause. A tree doesn't just spring up without a seed, a building doesn't just appear without someone building it, and you certainly didn't come into existence without your parents. But when it comes to God, things aren't quite so straightforward. In Christianity, the idea of causality, the need for something to be caused by something else, doesn't apply to God. Yeah, it sounds wild, but the entire foundation of Christian theology rests on the belief that God is different from everything else in existence. He doesn't need a cause, because he is the uncaused cause. This concept of God being the uncaused cause is rooted deep in Christian philosophy, going all the way back to the earliest church fathers. Take Athanasius of Alexandria, for example, a 4th-century theologian who fiercely defended this very idea. Athanasius argued that God, by his very nature, is self-sufficient and doesn't depend on anything for his existence. He exists by his own power, and there's nothing before him, nothing above him. He's what theologians call aseity, which is just a fancy way of saying God exists in and of himself. This whole idea of God not needing a cause is tightly connected to his eternal nature, which means he isn't bound by time or space. Unlike everything else in the universe, God didn't begin at a certain point. He wasn't born into existence. Instead, God has always been there. So, when people ask, who created God, it's like asking who created time itself. God is beyond creation. Let's bring in Aristotle for a second. Yeah, he wasn't a Christian, but his ideas laid a lot of the groundwork for Christian thought later on. Aristotle talked about the idea of the unmoved mover. It's the same concept in a lot of ways. He said that everything in motion needs something to set it in motion, but at some point, you need something that started all that motion without itself being moved. And that, in Aristotle's mind, was the unmoved mover, the ultimate cause of everything that doesn't itself need a cause. When Christianity adopted this line of thinking, God became that ultimate mover, the uncaused cause behind the entire universe. You might be thinking, okay, but why doesn't God need a cause? Everything else does. Great question. Causality applies to things that have a beginning, things that come into existence at a particular point in time. But God, according to Christian belief, doesn't have a beginning. He's always been there. Genesis 1 verse 1 tells us, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Notice how it doesn't say anything about God being created. In fact, it just assumes God's existence as a given. He's there, ready to create. The Bible never talks about God being created because, in Christian theology, he wasn't. He's the one doing the creating. Enter Thomas Aquinas, a 13th century philosopher who took Aristotle's ideas and fused them with Christian thought in a way that's still discussed today. Aquinas developed his famous 5 ways of proving God's existence, and one of them is the argument from motion, which is directly linked to causality. Aquinas argues that everything in the universe is in motion because it was set into motion by something else. But you can't keep going back infinitely. At some point, you need a starting point. That starting point, according to Aquinas, is God. God is the first cause, the unmoved mover, the one who sets everything in motion or doesn't need anything to move him. So here's the key takeaway: God doesn't need a cause because he exists outside the chain of causes. He's not a part of the universe that operates under the rules of time and causality. He created those rules. It's like asking why the author of a book isn't bound by the fictional world they created. The author exists in a completely different realm. That's how God is described in Christian theology. He created time, space, and the laws that govern the universe, but he's not subject to them. And here's something you don't want to miss: the Bible is pretty clear on this point. One of the most famous verses on God's eternal and uncaused nature comes from Exodus 3 verse 14, when God speaks to Moses from the burning bush and declares, "I am who I am." It's a statement of self-existence. God is saying, I exist because I exist. I don't rely on anything else to be here. I just am. Okay, now we're getting into some serious intellectual territory, the Kalam cosmological argument. This is where science and theology go head-to-head, and it's one of the most compelling arguments for the existence of God in modern Christian apologetics. What makes it so interesting? It doesn't just rely on philosophical ideas, it pulls in scientific evidence and forces you to think about the very origins of the universe. So, where did this all start? The Kalam argument isn't some brand new concept. It actually has its roots in medieval Islamic philosophy, but over the centuries, Christian thinkers have adapted it. Today, it's most famously championed by William Lane Craig, a contemporary philosopher and theologian who has debated some of the biggest names in atheism. This argument has become one of the go-to points in debates about God's existence, and it's easy to see why. It's smart, scientific, and incredibly hard to dismiss. The Kalam cosmological argument is built on a simple premise. It goes like this: 1. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. 2. The universe began to exist. 3. Therefore, the universe has a cause. Seems straightforward, right? But when you unpack each part, you start to see how deep this argument really goes. Let's break it down. The first premise, everything that begins to exist has a cause, is something that no one really argues with. It's basically common sense. You don't expect a house to just appear out of nowhere. You don't think your car randomly popped into existence. If something exists and it had a beginning, it must have had a cause. Science agrees with this, and so does everyday experience. So, no one's fighting on this one. But here's where things get spicy. The second premise, the universe began to exist. This is where the Big Bang theory comes into play. Yeah, we're talking about that same Big Bang you've heard about in science class. In 1927, astronomer Georges Lemaitre, who was also a Catholic priest, by the way, first proposed the idea that the universe is expanding. And in 1965, scientists discovered cosmic microwave background radiation, which is essentially leftover radiation from the Big Bang the moment the universe started expanding from an incredibly dense point. This gave scientists solid evidence that the universe did have a beginning, just like the Bible says in Genesis 1 verse 1, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." Now, here's where the Kalam argument really hits home. If the universe had a beginning, it must have had a cause. Nothing comes from nothing, right? If the universe began to exist, something had to cause that beginning. But it couldn't have been something inside the universe, because the universe didn't exist yet. So, what kind of cause could bring the universe into existence? That's where God comes in. The Kalam argument points to a cause that is outside of time, space, and matter, because those things didn't exist before the universe began. The cause has to be timeless, spaceless, immaterial, and incredibly powerful. That sure sounds a lot like the Christian concept of God, doesn't it? William Lane Craig has debated some of the most famous atheists on this point, and the Kalam argument has proven to be a tough one to refute. Even those who don't believe in God struggle with the implications of a universe that had a beginning. Stephen Hawking, one of the most brilliant minds in modern science, once said, "Almost everyone now believes that the universe, and time itself, had a beginning at the Big Bang." But then the question becomes, what caused the Big Bang? Some people might argue, well, maybe the universe came from nothing. But scientifically speaking, nothing doesn't really mean nothing. Even in a vacuum, there's still quantum activity going on. Plus, if the universe did come from nothing, that would be the exception to the rule that everything that begins to exist has a cause, which would throw everything we know about the universe into chaos. Not a very satisfying answer, is it? But let's say for a moment that the universe could come from nothing. Why did it come into existence at that exact moment and not at some other time? There had to be a cause that chose to bring it into existence. That cause, according to the Kalam argument, is God. What's brilliant about this argument is how it uses modern science to support the idea of a creator. The Big Bang is one of the most well-established theories in cosmology, and it lines up perfectly with the idea that the universe had a definite beginning. Even Einstein's theory of general relativity, which describes how gravity works on a cosmic scale, suggests that time and space are intertwined and had a starting point. If science tells us that the universe had a beginning, then it must also tell us that something outside the universe caused it. And don't forget, Christian theology has been saying this for over 2,000 years. The Bible starts with the words, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." That's a pretty clear statement about the universe having a beginning, long before scientists figured out that the universe wasn't eternal. Alright, time to go way back in history. We've talked about modern philosophers and scientists, but now it's time to dive into some of the earliest minds of the Christian Church, the Church Fathers. These were the intellectual heavyweights of their time, shaping much of what we now understand as Christian theology. And they had a lot to say about the nature of God, especially when it came to his existence. Let's start with one of the most important figures, Athanasius of Alexandria. This guy was a 4th century bishop in Egypt, and he didn't mess around when it came to defending the idea that God has no beginning and no end. In his work on the Incarnation, Athanasius emphasized that God exists outside of creation. God is above all things created, he wrote, insisting that while everything else in the universe was made, God simply is. He doesn't rely on anything else to exist, and his nature is eternal, existing before time itself. What's really fascinating about Athanasius is that he was battling Arianism, a major heresy at the time that claimed Jesus was created by God and therefore not equal to him. Athanasius stood firm, arguing that both God the Father and Jesus were co-eternal, meaning they had no beginning. This was a groundbreaking defense of God's eternal nature, and it's a belief that still holds strong in Christian doctrine today. But Athanasius wasn't the only one tackling the tough questions about God's existence. Let's talk about Origen, one of the greatest theological minds of the early church, born in 185 AD. Origen lived in Alexandria too, and if you know anything about ancient Alexandria, you know it was the intellectual center of the ancient world, like the Ivy League of the time. Origen was all about blending philosophy with theology, and his writings made huge strides in helping early Christians understand the nature of God. Origen's key argument: God is incomprehensible. In other words, humans, no matter how hard we try, will never fully understand God. In his work on First Principles, Origen wrote, God cannot be contained by the universe, nor by any place, nor by anything external to him. What he was saying is that God's existence is so far beyond our understanding that we can't even begin to comprehend it. And this is important because it highlights a key part of early Christian thought, the mystery of God's existence. You can't box God in, you can't put limits on him, and that's what makes him God. He exists outside of anything we can grasp with our finite minds. Augustine of Hippo, one of the most influential Christian thinkers of all time, picked up where Origen left off. Born in 354 AD, Augustine is famous for his writings on time, creation, and the nature of God. One of his most influential works, Confessions, dives deep into the idea that God created time itself. Augustine argued that God exists outside of time, meaning he's not bound by past, present, or future like we are. He wrote, "For you are the creator of all times, and before all times you are, and no time is co-eternal with you." What's mind-blowing here is that Augustine was talking about these things long before modern science even had a clue about the origins of the universe. He anticipated the idea that time itself is a creation, which lines up with what we now know from Einstein's theory of relativity, that time and space are intertwined and had a beginning. Augustine was way ahead of his time, showing that even the most ancient Christian thinkers were grappling with concepts that still challenge us today. These early church fathers weren't just trying to make abstract philosophical points. They were fighting real battles against heresies, against competing worldviews, and even against their own limitations of understanding. But their work laid the foundation for how Christians today think about God's existence. God isn't just the biggest or most powerful being we can think of. He's beyond all categories of existence. He's not just the cause of the universe, he's outside the universe altogether. He exists because he is the very definition of existence. What's fascinating is that the Nicene Creed, which was established in 325 AD and is still recited in many Christian churches today, embodies a lot of the ideas these church fathers fought for. It opens with, "We believe in one God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, of all things visible and invisible." This one sentence sums up the belief that God created everything, both what we can see and what we can't see, and that he exists outside of it all. One of the things that really stands out about the church fathers is their boldness. They weren't afraid to challenge the philosophical and religious ideas of their day, even when those ideas were deeply embedded in the culture. People like Athanasius and Augustine were standing up to massive opposition, but they stuck to their guns because they believed that understanding God's eternal nature wasn't just a theological point, it was foundational to everything else Christians believe. God's existence isn't just about a philosophical or scientific argument, it's part of a bigger plan for humanity. If you've been following along this far, you already know that Christian theology teaches that God exists outside of time, space, and the universe itself. But here's the thing, his existence is tied directly to our existence. From the very beginning, the Bible frames humanity's story as one of relationship between the Creator and his creation. In Genesis 1 verse 26, we read, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." This shows right from the start that humans aren't just accidents of nature. We're purposefully made in the image of a creator who exists outside of all the limitations we face, and yet is intimately involved in our world. But here's where it gets really deep. The existence of God is central to the concept of free will, moral responsibility, and the destiny of humanity. Think about it, without God, who defines what is right or wrong? What's the ultimate purpose of life? If everything in the universe is just random particles colliding, then what does it even mean to live a meaningful life? According to Christian belief, God's eternal existence gives meaning to our choices, our struggles, and our purpose. It's not just that God created the universe and left us to figure it out on our own. The Bible reveals a much bigger picture, one where God has been guiding humanity from the very beginning, offering us the choice to follow him, to live with purpose, and to eventually share in his eternal life. One of the clearest examples of this bigger plan comes from the New Testament. John 3 verse 16 gives us a direct link between God's existence and our future. "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life." This verse isn't just about the afterlife. It's about God's eternal existence intersecting with ours in the most powerful way possible. Through Jesus, God made a way for humanity to share in his eternal existence. In other words, our destiny is tied to God's eternity. Now, one person who really captured this idea was C.S. Lewis, the brilliant 20th century Christian writer and thinker. In his book Mere Christianity, Lewis talks about how God's eternal nature makes it possible for him to be present in every moment of our lives, past, present, and future. He said, "For God, time itself is a present reality." He is in all times at once, and that is how he can hear your prayers today, even as he was creating the world in the beginning. It's a mind-blowing idea. God's eternal existence means he's involved in every single moment of your life, guiding and offering you the chance to be part of his bigger plan. But here's the thing, this plan isn't forced on us. God's existence gives us the freedom to choose. The Bible makes it clear that God created us with the ability to make real choices. In Deuteronomy 30 verse 19, God says, "I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life, so that you and your children may live." This is a pivotal point in understanding God's relationship with humanity. He exists eternally, but he gives us the freedom to choose whether to walk with him or walk away. The key takeaway here is that God's existence isn't just about explaining the origins of the universe, it's about explaining the ultimate purpose of life. The fact that God is eternal means that our lives have a direction, a destination, and a purpose that goes beyond just surviving. It's about growing, learning, and stepping into the bigger story that God has been writing since the beginning of time. So, where does that leave us? We've talked about philosophy, science, history, and theology, but it all boils down to this: God's eternal existence is the foundation of everything. It's not just a belief, it's a way of understanding why we're here and where we're going. Whether you're a person of faith or still figuring things out, the idea of an eternal God who's deeply connected to humanity's journey is something that's worth exploring. It's an idea that shaped human history, and it continues to give people hope and purpose today. Thank you so much for sticking with me through this journey. If you're still watching, we really appreciate it. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to hit the like button, leave a comment below with your thoughts, and of course, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. We've got more exciting topics coming your way, so stay tuned. God bless you all. Everything you thought you knew about the Bible is a lie. Yes, a lie. For thousands of years, we've been told the Bible is the ultimate guide to a divine God, a God who created us, governs us, and demands our worship. But the truth: the Bible isn't about God as you've been taught. It's about something far more complex, far more controversial, and far more unsettling. The Hebrew Bible, the foundation of countless religious beliefs, does not speak of a singular, omnipotent deity. The original text used the term Elohim. That's not a name, it's a plural noun. Not God, but gods. Plural. Let that sink in for a moment. This wasn't a mistake or a misunderstanding. The language is clear, deliberate, and consistent. These gods weren't metaphysical entities, omnipresent spirits, or some abstract divine concept. No, they were described as tangible beings, beings that interacted with humanity in ways that seem disturbingly familiar when you compare them to modern accounts of extraterrestrial phenomena. Here's the kicker: the Bible never claims these beings were creators of the universe. They weren't all powerful, they weren't immortal, and they certainly weren't all loving. The stories of these Elohim are stories of manipulation, control, and often outright violence. They fought wars, made deals, and chose sides. The so-called God of Israel, Yahweh, was not the universal deity we've been taught to believe in. He was one of these beings, specifically assigned to the Israelites, while other Elohim governed other nations. This wasn't divine providence, this was territorial management. In the book of Genesis, we read, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." Who is us? There is only one God. Why is the language plural? The traditional explanation that this refers to the Trinity doesn't hold water. The Trinity is a concept developed centuries later. The original text clearly speaks of multiple beings. They created humans, not as an act of benevolence, but as workers, servants, laborious, designed to toil for their creators. In this light, the story of Adam and Eve isn't about a loving God giving humanity free will. It's about rebellion against these beings who sought to keep humanity subjugated, ignorant, and dependent. The manipulation doesn't stop there. Consider the story of Babel. Humanity, unified and ambitious, sought to build a tower that reached the heavens. The response: let us go down and confuse their language so they may not understand one another. This isn't the act of a benevolent deity, but a calculated move to suppress human advancement and maintain control. These beings, these Elohim, feared human potential. They feared what humanity could become if left unchecked. Think about that. These beings, described in the Bible as gods, were threatened by us. Why? Because they weren't gods in the sense we've been led to believe. They were finite, fallible entities with their own agendas. They needed humanity, but they also needed to keep us in our place. Even more shocking is how these stories parallel ancient texts from other cultures. The Sumerians, the Egyptians, the Greeks, they all tell stories of beings from the heavens who came to earth, altered humanity, and demanded worship. The similarities are too consistent to dismiss. These aren't isolated myths, they are pieces of a larger, global puzzle. But here's the thing, over time, the narrative was sanitized. As monotheism gained dominance, inconvenient details were erased or reinterpreted. The plural Elohim was mistranslated as God. The physical, often brutal interactions between these beings and humans were spiritualized. What was once a record of direct encounters with powerful entities became a sacred text about an intangible, universal deity. This isn't speculation. The evidence is in the texts themselves, waiting for anyone brave enough to read them without the filters of centuries-old dogma. When you strip away the layers of theological interpretation, the Bible becomes something entirely different, not a divine guidebook, but a historical record of humanity's encounters with beings that walked among us, ruled over us, and left an indelible mark on our development. In the book of Ezekiel, there's an account so detailed, so specific, that it defies every religious explanation thrown at it. It's the description of Yahweh's kavod, often translated as glory. But if you actually read the text, you'll realize this has nothing to do with divine light or spiritual energy. Ezekiel wasn't describing a mystical experience, he was describing a machine. Ezekiel starts by saying he saw a stormy wind coming out of the north, with a massive, bright object engulfed in fire. Within this fire was something metallic, yes, metallic. Not ethereal, not spiritual, solid metal. This alone should make you pause. Then it gets even more specific. Ezekiel describes wheels within wheels, moving in perfect synchronization, covered in something resembling eyes, and capable of moving in any direction without turning. Does that sound like a metaphor? Or does it sound like a complex piece of technology? The wheels weren't just turning randomly. Ezekiel says they moved with intelligence. Wherever the main structure went, the wheels followed, as if controlled by an unseen force. And it didn't stop there. He described a sound, the roar of rushing waters, and the noise of an army. That's not how ancient people described divine glory. That's the sound of propulsion. A loud, overwhelming force of energy. What Ezekiel saw was so extraordinary, so completely alien to his understanding, that he had no words for it other than comparisons to the most advanced things his time could offer: metal, fire, wheels, and thunder. He wasn't hallucinating or having a spiritual vision. He was documenting what he saw, using the limited vocabulary of his time. This wasn't poetry, it was a desperate attempt to describe something he couldn't fully grasp. Now, think about the context of Ezekiel's time. This was a man living in the 6th century BCE, a period when the height of human engineering was the construction of large stone structures. The idea of wheels moving independently or a vehicle flying through the sky would have been incomprehensible. Yet Ezekiel provides a description that fits modern interpretations of advanced machinery, something that sounds eerily like a spacecraft or a piece of sophisticated transportation technology. The idea of Yahweh's kavod as a physical object isn't new. Many ancient cultures describe dead gods arriving in similarly detailed, mechanical ways. The Vedic texts of ancient India talk about Vimanas, flying chariot powered by unknown energy. The Sumerians depicted their gods using vehicles to descend from the heavens. These aren't isolated myths. These are accounts of ancient people observing something real and recording it as best they could. The Bible repeatedly describes Yahweh as descending in fire, smoke, and thunder. Think about Mount Sinai. Moses climbs the mountain, and Yahweh descends with a loud trumpet blast, and the mountain trembling as if in an earthquake. The scene is described as overwhelming, terrifying, and very, very physical. It's not a spiritual presence, it's a machine so advanced that it created awe and fear in everyone who witnessed it. Ezekiel's cave is one of the most compelling pieces of evidence that the Bible isn't describing a god in the traditional sense, but rather a being, or beings, using technology far beyond what ancient humans could understand. This wasn't divine magic. This was advanced engineering, presented to a society that had no frame of reference for such things. Deuteronomy 32 verses 8 to 9 describes a scene where the Most High divides the nations and assigns them to the sons of God. This isn't poetry. It's a deliberate, calculated distribution of power, and it reveals something astonishing. The earth wasn't ruled by one deity. It was carved up and controlled by multiple beings, each governing their own territory. The original Hebrew text makes it clear. The term used for Most High isn't the same as Yahweh. It refers to Elyon, a figure superior to Yahweh, who presides over this division. The nations are assigned to the sons of God, a direct reference to the Elohim, beings who were not spiritual, but physical entities. Yahweh, the supposed God of Israel, if given a specific portion, the Israelites. This isn't a divine plan for humanity. It's political. It's territorial. It's a hierarchy of power. In ancient cultures, gods were not abstract, all-encompassing beings. They were rulers. Kings. Leaders with their own agendas. The Sumerians called them the Anunnaki. The Greeks called them the Olympians. The Egyptians had their pantheon of gods who ruled specific domains. The Bible's Elyon and Elohim fit this same pattern. These weren't creators of the universe. They were managers, supervisors, beings with authority over specific regions and people. What makes this so compelling is the context. Ancient texts across the globe tell similar stories of territorial gods dividing the earth among themselves. The Sumerian texts describe how the Anunnaki allocated regions of the earth to different deities. Enlil took Mesopotamia, Enki took the Abzu, the waters, and so on. The parallels with Deuteronomy 32 are undeniable. The Bible isn't unique in this. It's part of a larger, global narrative that points to a shared history of human interaction with these beings. The evidence is everywhere in the Bible. Yahweh isn't portrayed as a universal God in the Old Testament. His tribal, focused exclusively on the Israelites. He demands loyalty, sacrifices, and absolute obedience. He wages wars against other nations, nations led by their own gods. This isn't the behavior of an all-powerful deity. This is the behavior of a regional leader, fighting to expand influence and secure dominance over his assigned territory. Even the 10 Commandments start with a glaring admission, "You shall have no other gods before me." That's not a statement denying the existence of other gods. It's an acknowledgement that they exist. Yahweh isn't saying, "I'm the only God." He's saying, "Worship me, not them." The Bible is filled with references to these rival gods, Baal, Asherah, Chemosh, Molech. These weren't false idols or figments of imagination. They were real entities with real power, directly competing with Yahweh. Deuteronomy 32 spells it out. The nations were divided, not as part of a divine plan, but as part of a political agreement among the Elohim. Yahweh got the Israelites. Other Elohim got other nations. And this division wasn't peaceful. The Old Testament is filled with stories of conflict, where Yahweh commands his people to destroy rival nations and their gods. The conquest of Canaan? That wasn't a spiritual journey. That was a military campaign to secure territory and eliminate the influence of competing Elohim. What makes this even more unsettling is the level of control these beings had over their territories. They didn't just govern, they manipulated. They dictated laws, demanded rituals, and enforced obedience through fear and violence. The Elohim weren't benevolent guardians. They were rulers who saw humanity as a resource, a means to an end. In Genesis 1 verse 26, it says, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." Notice the words las and hawa. This isn't the language of a singular, all-powerful God. This is a team, a group, a collective decision by the Elohim. They weren't creating out of benevolence. They were creating out of necessity. The purpose? To produce a being that could work, serve, and function according to their needs. The context becomes clearer when you consider the parallel stories from ancient Mesopotamian texts like the Sumerian Enuma Elish and the Atrahasis epic. These texts describe the Anunnaki, beings from the heavens, facing a labor crisis. Their own kind was tired of the backbreaking work of mining resources from the earth. The solution? Create a new species to take over the labor. These accounts describe how the Anunnaki manipulated the genetic material of early hominids to create a hybrid species, humans. Sound familiar? It should. Genesis tells the same story, but from a heavily edited and theologically reinterpreted perspective. The creation of Adam wasn't a mystical event. It was a controlled experiment. The Hebrew word for create in this context, bara, doesn't mean to make something out of nothing. It means to shape, to modify, to form, exactly the language you would expect for a genetic engineering process. Look at the details. Genesis 2 verse 7 says, "The Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life." Dust of the ground? That's a poetic way of saying the base material, organic matter, DNA. The breath of life wasn't a divine spark. It was the activation of a modified genetic code. The Bible doesn't describe an omnipotent God conjuring humanity out of thin air. It describes the Elohim engineering a species using the resources and tools available to them. Genesis 6 verses 1 to 4 tells us that the sons of God, again, the Elohim, found human women attractive and took them as mate, producing offspring known as the Nephilim. This isn't a story of divine beings falling in love. It's evidence of further genetic manipulation. The Nephilim were hybrids, the result of direct genetic mixing between the Elohim and humans. They were described as giants, heroes of old, beings of extraordinary power. This isn't mythology. It's a record of experimental outcomes, proof that humanity was seen as a resource to be exploited and modified as needed. The timeline aligns perfectly with what we know from ancient history. Civilization suddenly appeared around 6,000 years ago, seemingly out of nowhere, with advanced knowledge of agriculture, architecture, and governance. The Bible credits this to the intervention of the Elohim, who taught humanity these skills. But what if it wasn't teaching? What if it was programming, an upload of knowledge necessary for their plans? The implications are staggering. Humanity wasn't created to worship, to love, or to fulfill some divine purpose. We were engineered, plain and simple. And the Bible is an edited record of this manipulation. The texts from other ancient cultures confirm it. The Sumerians, the Egyptians, the Greeks, they all tell similar stories of beings descending from the heavens, modifying humans, and leaving behind traces of their advanced knowledge. The Bible is packed with descriptions of flying objects, mysterious lights, and unexplained phenomena that sound a lot like UFO encounters. This isn't science fiction or wild speculation. It's right there in the text, described in vivid, undeniable detail. These accounts don't fit the narrative of an invisible, omnipresent God. They fit the profile of advanced technology witnessed by ancient people who had no context for what they were seeing. Take the story of the Exodus. The Israelites were led through the desert by a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. That wasn't a metaphor. It was a physical phenomenon, a consistent presence that guided them with precision. The cloud provided cover from the scorching desert sun during the day, and the fire illuminated their path at night. Think about it: if an object that moves with intent, adapts to conditions, and display such controlled behavior doesn't match the characteristics of a natural event or spiritual manifestation. It matches modern descriptions of advanced aerial vehicles. The book of Exodus goes further. When Moses ascends Mount Sinai to meet Yahweh, the mountain is covered in smoke, with fire and thunder roaring across its peaks. This wasn't divine majesty. This was the effect of a powerful craft descending onto a physical location. The Bible describes the entire mountain trembling, the air filled with the deafening sound of trumpets. These aren't poetic embellishments, they're the sensory details of a high-energy landing. Let's not forget the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark is portrayed as a sacred object, but its description reveals it was much more than that. It was a device, possibly technological in nature. The Bible specifies its dimensions, materials, and even the insulation required to handle it safely. Touching it improperly resulted in instant death, and it emitted destructive energy when carried into battle. This wasn't divine magic. It was an advanced piece of equipment, potentially generating electrical or other forms of energy far beyond what ancient humans could comprehend. One of the most overlooked examples comes from the book of Ezekiel. Beyond his detailed description of the kavod, Ezekiel talks about seeing a firmament over the heads of the living creatures, resembling a dazzling crystal. This firmament supported a throne-like structure with a radiant figure seated upon it. The vivid imagery reads less like a religious vision and more like a first-hand account of a control module or cockpit within a craft. Even in the New Testament, unexplained aerial phenomena are present. In the book of Acts, during the conversion of Saul, later Paul, a light from heaven flashes around him, and a voice emanates from the light. This wasn't a vision or hallucination, it was a directed encounter, specific to Saul, designed to stop him in his tracks and deliver a message. The light and voice operated with intelligence and purpose, characteristics commonly reported in modern UFO encounters. What makes all this even more compelling is the consistency across ancient cultures. The Vedic texts of India described flying chariots, or vimanas, capable of incredible speeds and maneuvers. The Egyptians depicted their gods arriving in celestial boats. Native American and Mesoamerican traditions speak of beings descending from the sky in luminous vehicles. These aren't isolated stories. They're echoes of the same encounters, observed and recorded by different civilizations. The Bible is no exception. Its descriptions align perfectly with what we'd now identify as unidentified flying objects or advanced technology. The ancient authors didn't have the vocabulary to describe propulsion systems, energy fields, or aerodynamic designs, so they used the language of their time: fire, smoke, wheels, and light. But the details, movement patterns, sounds, effects on the environment are consistent with modern UFO sightings. The Bible isn't just a collection of moral teachings or spiritual stories. It's also a war diary, one that describes brutal conflicts not just between humans, but between the Elohim themselves. These weren't battles over abstract ideas like good and evil. They were power struggles, territorial disputes, and acts of domination. And humanity? We were caught in the middle, used as pawns in a game far beyond our control. One of the clearest examples comes from the conquest of Canaan. The Israelites, under Yahweh's command, were ordered to annihilate entire nations. Men, women, children, no one was spared. This wasn't about justice or morality. It was about eliminating the influence of rival Elohim. The nations of Canaan worshipped gods like Baal, Molech, and Chemosh, gods who, like Yahweh, were part of the Elohim collective. These weren't false idols. They were real entities, each with their own followers and territories. The Bible explicitly states that Yahweh was jealous. He demanded exclusive worship and absolute loyalty. His commands to destroy Canaanite cities weren't just acts of aggression, they were moves in a calculated campaign to assert dominance over rival Elohim. The wars weren't fought for humanity's benefit. They were fought to secure Yahweh's position as the supreme power in the region. Take the story of Jericho. Yahweh didn't just tell the Israelites to capture the city. He ordered them to destroy it completely, sparing no one except Rahab, who had pledged loyalty to Yahweh's cause. The city's wealth, gold, silver, and other valuables, was to be taken and dedicated exclusively to Yahweh. This wasn't just a military victory. It was a statement to rival Elohim that their influence and resources would be stripped away. Another striking example is the confrontation between Elijah and the prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel. This wasn't a theological debate. It was a public power play. Yahweh and Baal, two rival Elohim, were represented by their respective followers. The dramatic contest, where fire descended from heaven to consume Elijah's offering, wasn't about proving Yahweh's existence. It was a display of technological or advanced capabilities meant to intimidate Baal's followers and reaffirm Yahweh's dominance. Even the Ark of the Covenant played a role in these conflicts. In 1 Samuel 5, the Philistines captured the Ark during a battle. What happened next is telling. Wherever the Ark was taken, it brought destruction. Plagues broke out, and the statue of the Philistine god Dagon was toppled and shattered. The Ark wasn't just a religious artifact. It was a weapon, a technological device used to assert Yahweh's superiority over rival Elohim. The Bible also hints at internal conflicts among the Elohim. In Psalm 82, Yahweh is depicted standing in the divine council among the other Elohim, accusing them of failing in their duties and declaring their eventual downfall. This wasn't a spiritual allegory. It was a political confrontation, a power struggle within the ranks of these advanced beings. The wars of the Elohim weren't limited to territorial disputes. They also extended to genetic dominance. Genesis 6 describes how the sons of God took human women and produced the Nephilim, a hybrid race. This wasn't about love or divine union. It was about control, manipulating the human genome to create beings loyal to specific Elohim. The Nephilim were described as giants, mighty warriors, and rulers of ancient times. They were tools of war, designed to dominate human populations and enforce the will of their creators. These conflicts weren't limited to ancient Israel. Similar stories appear in the mythologies of other cultures. The Greek gods fought wars among themselves, dividing humanity into factions to serve their causes. The Sumerian texts describe the Anunnaki engaging in bitter disputes, often using humans as soldiers or workers. These parallels suggest a shared history, a global pattern of advanced beings vying for power and using humanity as collateral damage. Here's the cold, hard truth: the Bible you know today is not the original story. It's been edited, rewritten, translated, and manipulated over thousands of years. What was once a raw, unfiltered account of humanity's interactions with advanced beings has been scrubbed clean to fit the narrative of monotheistic religions. The original texts, filled with detailed descriptions of the Elohim and their direct involvement in human affairs, have been sanitized, spiritualized, and stripped of their most controversial elements. It's history. The process began as early as the Babylonian exile, when Jewish scribes sought to unify their fractured identity under a single, all-powerful God. The fragmented stories of the Elohim, originally plural and diverse, were streamlined into the singular narrative of Yahweh. Words like Elohim and Ni-Har Elohim, sons of God, were reinterpreted to remove their plural and physical implications. What once described a collective of powerful beings became rebranded as either a single deity or symbolic angels. The manipulation didn't stop there. The introduction of Christianity into the Roman Empire brought further changes. Early church leaders, aiming to consolidate their authority, made deliberate decisions about which texts to include in the canon and which to discard. Entire books and passages that contradicted the emerging doctrine of an omnipotent, singular God were excluded, labeled heretical, or outright destroyed. For example, the Book of Enoch, a text that explicitly details the actions of the Elohim and their genetic experiments with humanity, was removed from most biblical canons. Why? Because it didn't align with the emerging theological framework. Enoch's vivid account of the Watchers and their hybrid offspring, the Nephilim, directly challenged the narrative of a single, benevolent creator. By removing these texts, the Church not only shaped theology but erased evidence of a much more complex and controversial history. Even the texts that remained were altered through translation. Take the Septuagint, the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible. Here, the plural Elohim was flattened into theos, and references to physical encounters with divine beings were spiritualized. The process continued with the Latin Vulgate and subsequent translations, each one layering additional interpretations that moved further from the original meanings. The result is what we see today, a Bible that is less a historical record and more a theological document. Key details about humanity's true origins, the role of Elohim, and the nature of their interactions with our ancestors have been obscured or lost entirely. And yet, fragments of the truth remain, hidden in plain sight for those willing to look beyond the surface. The erasure wasn't just about rewriting the Bible. It extended to our collective memory. Ancient texts from other cultures that mirrored these stories were dismissed as myths, while biblical accounts were elevated as sacred truth. The parallels between the Elohim, the Sumerian Anunnaki, the Greek gods, and other pantheons were deliberately ignored. Global consistency in these narratives was downplayed to maintain the illusion of the Bible's uniqueness. Even today, institutions continue to discourage questioning. Modern theology often avoids the uncomfortable implications of these texts, instead focusing on allegorical interpretations that reinforce traditional beliefs. Academia, too, is cautious, hesitant to challenge long-standing paradigms for fear of controversy or professional risk. But the truth is still there, buried beneath layers of edits and translations. The Bible isn't just a book of spiritual guidance. It's a historical document, one that records humanity's interactions with beings far more advanced than us. These beings, whether you call them gods, Elohim, or something else entirely, shaped our history, our cultures, and even our biology. And for millennia, that history has been hidden, rewritten to fit a narrative of control and conformity. Thank you for watching this video and joining me in this journey into the untold history of humanity. If you found this eye-opening, make sure to like, subscribe, and share this with others who are ready to question everything they thought they knew. Let's keep uncovering the truths together. See you next time. Did you know that David had to live in caves, flee to enemy territories, and even pretend to be insane just to survive? When we think of David, we often remember the shepherd boy who defeated Goliath, or the king who led Israel to greatness. But there's a part of David's story that is often overlooked or skipped in sermons. Before he became king, David spent years in exile, running for his life from King Saul, who saw him as a threat to his throne. David's journey during these years was marked by betrayal, survival, and moments of desperation that forced him to seek refuge in unlikely places. This period of exile was one of the most challenging times in David's life, yet it played a crucial role in shaping him into the man God had destined him to be. Join me as we dive deep into this often forgotten chapter of David's life, the time when he was a fugitive, hunted like an animal by the very king he once served. David's exile and survival story will not only surprise you, but also inspire you with its powerful lessons of faith, resilience, and God's unwavering faithfulness. David's story began in humble circumstances. He was the youngest son of Jesse, a shepherd boy, who seemed unlikely to be chosen for anything great, yet God saw something in David that no one else did. In 1 Samuel 16, we see the prophet Samuel anointing David as the future king of Israel, even though Saul still reigned. This divine appointment was a promise that one day David would rule, but that time was far off. David first entered Saul's life when he famously killed Goliath, the giant Philistine warrior. This victory made David a hero in Israel. 1 Samuel 18:7 tells us how the women of Israel sang, "Saul has slain his thousands, and David his tens of thousands." This chant ignited a deep jealousy in King Saul. David's growing popularity and success in battle made Saul feel threatened, and his jealousy quickly turned into hatred and paranoia. From this moment on, Saul sought to kill David, despite the fact that David had been one of his most loyal servants. This marked the beginning of David's long period of exile, where he would be constantly on the run, seeking safety from Saul's relentless pursuit. As Saul's hatred for David intensified, David had no choice but to flee for his life. He became a fugitive, moving from place to place, never able to settle. 1 Samuel 21-24 records David's experiences during this time, showing the various places he sought refuge. David and his men often hid in caves, one of the most notable being the cave of Adullam, 1 Samuel 22:1. This cave became a temporary refuge for David, where he was joined by others who were outcasts or discontented with Saul's rule. In many ways, David became a leader of the dispossessed and desperate, forming a band of loyal followers who would eventually become his mighty warriors. During his time in exile, David also fled to the wilderness, including the desert of Ziph and En-Gedi, where he narrowly escaped Saul on several occasions. In 1 Samuel 23, David's hiding place was betrayed by the Ziphites, who informed Saul of his location. Yet, time after time, God provided a way of escape for David. As David's situation grew more desperate, he made a shocking decision. He sought refuge among the Philistines, the enemies of Israel. This may seem like a strange choice, but David likely believed that Saul would stop pursuing him if he was outside of Israelite territory. In 1 Samuel 21:10-15, David went to Gath, a Philistine city ruled by King Achish. But Gath was no ordinary Philistine city. It was the hometown of Goliath, the giant David had slain. To say this was a risky move is an understatement. When David arrived, the Philistines recognized him as the warrior who had killed their champion, and they brought him before King Achish. David, realizing he was in great danger, came up with an unusual plan to escape. He pretended to be insane. 1 Samuel 21:13 describes how David started acting like a madman, scratching at the doors and letting saliva run down his beard. His bizarre behavior convinced Achish that David was no threat, and the king let him go, saying, "Why bring him to me? Am I so short of madmen that you have to bring this fellow here to carry on like this in front of me?" 1 Samuel 21:15. This strange episode shows just how desperate David had become, willing to humiliate himself to stay alive. But even in this low point, God's hand of protection was over him. Despite Saul's relentless pursuit, David never retaliated or tried to seize the throne by force. One of the most powerful moments in David's exile occurred in the cave of En-Gedi, 1 Samuel 24. Saul, unaware that David and his men were hiding in the cave, entered alone to relieve himself. David's men saw this as the perfect opportunity to kill Saul and end the threat once and for all. But David refused. Instead of killing Saul, he stealthily cut off a corner of Saul's robe. When Saul left the cave, David called out to him, revealing that he had spared his life. 1 Samuel 24:12 records David's words, "May the Lord judge between you and me, and may the Lord avenge the wrongs you have done to me, but my hand will not touch you." David's decision not to harm Saul was a testament to his deep faith and trust in God. He refused to take matters into his own hands, believing that it was God's job to remove Saul, not his. David's restraint and mercy toward Saul, despite being wronged, demonstrated a level of character and obedience that set him apart as a man after God's own heart. David's time in exile wasn't just about hiding from Saul, it was about survival. He and his men often had to fend for themselves in hostile environments. In 1 Samuel 25, we see how David's desperation nearly led him to violence. When David and his men sought provisions from a wealthy man named Nabal, Nabal insulted them, refusing to help. Furious, David prepared to attack Nabal's household, but God intervened through Nabal's wife, Abigail. She met David with gifts of food and pleaded for mercy. David, recognizing her wisdom, thanked God for stopping him from committing bloodshed in his anger. This encounter highlights how even a man of great faith like David could be tempted to take matters into his own hands when pushed to the brink. Living in exile also meant constant uncertainty. David's band of men relied on the generosity of others, and they often had to navigate complex political situations. For example, in 1 Samuel 27, David entered into an uneasy alliance with King Achish of Gath. While living among the Philistines, David pretended to be loyal to Achish, but secretly he was attacking Israel's enemies and leaving no survivors to report back to the Philistine king. David's survival strategy ended through a series of tragic and divine events that finally opened the path to his kingship. The turning point in David's life came with the death of Saul. Though David had numerous opportunities to kill Saul and take the throne by force, he never did. David waited for God's timing, and eventually that timing came. In 1 Samuel 31, we read the account of Saul's death. The king had led Israel into a battle against the Philistines at Mount Gilboa. The battle went terribly wrong for Saul, and the Philistines overwhelmed his forces. Saul's 3 sons, including Jonathan, David's closest friend, were killed in the battle. Realizing that he was about to be captured, Saul fell on his own sword, taking his life rather than allowing the enemy to kill him. News of Saul's death quickly reached David, but instead of celebrating the demise of the man who had hunted him for years, David mourned deeply. 2 Samuel 1 records one of the most moving moments in David's life, a lament for Saul and Jonathan, in which David praised them both for their bravery and strength. David's grief showed his respect for Saul's position as God's anointed king, despite their adversarial relationship. This act of mercy and honor reflected David's unwavering trust in God's sovereignty. He knew that vengeance belonged to the Lord, Romans 12:19, and he had faith that God would fulfill his promises in his own time. With Saul dead, the path was clear for David to take the throne, but it wasn't an immediate transition. 2 Samuel 2 tells us that David was first anointed king over Judah, one of the tribes of Israel in Hebron. Meanwhile, Ishbosheth, one of Saul's surviving sons, was declared king over the rest of Israel, leading to a civil war between the two factions. For 7.5 years, David ruled Judah, while the conflict between the house of Saul and the house of David played out. Eventually, through political maneuvering and the assassination of Ishbosheth, David was finally anointed king over all of Israel in 2 Samuel 5. His years of running, hiding, and living as a fugitive were over. David's anointing over all Israel marked the beginning of a new era. Despite the hardships and betrayals he faced during his exile, God had fulfilled his promise. David's journey from shepherd to king was not just a political ascent, it was a spiritual transformation. The years of struggle had refined David's character and deepened his reliance on God. He was now prepared to lead Israel as a king after God's own heart. David's years in exile are a testament to the power of faith, patience, and resilience. His story offers timeless lessons for believers today, especially those who feel like they are wandering through seasons of uncertainty or hardship. Here are some key takeaways. God's plans are not immediate. David was anointed as king long before he actually ascended the throne. He had to go through a long period of waiting, suffering, and perseverance before God's promise was fulfilled. Waiting on God's timing is essential, and though the waiting period may be difficult, it serves to prepare us for the greater things God has in store. Faith amid hardship. Despite being hunted by Saul and living in constant danger, David never lost his faith in God's promise. He trusted that God would deliver him and fulfill the words spoken over his life. Faith doesn't mean the absence of hardship, but it does mean trusting God even when the path ahead is unclear. Responding to enemies with mercy. David had multiple chances to kill Saul, the man who was trying to take his life, yet he chose mercy instead of revenge. His restraint was a sign of his deep relationship with God. David trusted that God would deal with Saul in his own way and time, and this trust allowed him to refrain from taking justice into his own hands. God's protection in unlikely places. Throughout his exile, David found protection in unexpected places, from caves to enemy territory. His survival depended on God's provision and guidance, even when his circumstances seemed dire. This shows us that God is always working behind the scenes, even in the most unlikely of situations, to protect and preserve his people. The Tindra de Successor, the time David spent as a fugitive wasn't wasted. It was a period of refinement. God used these difficult years to prepare David for the responsibility of kingship. David learned to trust God more deeply, to lead people through adversity, and to rely on God's wisdom instead of his own. Often, God uses the trials we face to mold us into the people he wants us to be. David's years in exile were some of the most challenging yet formative years of his life. They shaped him into a man of deep faith and integrity, a leader who understood the importance of patience, mercy, and reliance on God. His exile was not just a period of survival, but a period of spiritual growth. The story of David's exile is a powerful reminder that God's plans are often beyond our understanding, and the path to our destiny may involve detours, challenges, and hardships. But just as God was faithful to David, he is faithful to us. No matter what circumstances you may find yourself in, whether it feels like you're wandering in the wilderness or running from your own soul, God is with you, guiding you toward his ultimate plan for your life. David's exile reminds us that even when we feel abandoned, lost, or under attack, God is working behind the scenes, refining our character, strengthening our faith, and preparing us for something greater. Just as David eventually ascended the throne, your time of trial and exile will end, and you will step into the fullness of God's promises for your life. Keep trusting, keep persevering, and like David, you will see the fulfillment of God's purpose in your life. Forget everything you think you know about hell. It's not a burning wasteland filled with cartoonish demons poking sinners with pitchforks. The real inferno is far more terrifying. It's structured, organized, a place of law, twisted law, but law nonetheless. It is a prison meticulously designed to punish the damned in ways that match the sins they committed in life. And the deeper you go, the worse it gets. Welcome to Dante Alighieri's Inferno, the most chilling, most detailed vision of hell ever conceived. In this story, hell isn't a single pit of fire. It's a vast and meticulously crafted descent into darkness, divided into 9 circles, each one reserved for a specific kind of sinner. Every level is worse than the last. But before we get to the horrors of the deeper circles, we have to begin at the entrance. Because to understand hell, you have to understand the journey into it. Dante's vision starts with a man, himself, a fictionalized version, lost in a dark forest, completely alone. He is in spiritual crisis, a metaphor for being trapped in sin, unable to find his way back to the right path. Then comes Virgil, the great Roman poet, sent by divine forces to guide him. Virgil isn't just a guide, he represents human reason, the intellect, the ability to understand right and wrong without divine revelation. But even reason alone isn't enough to save Dante. He still has to see the consequences of sin firsthand. At the gates of hell, Dante and Virgil are met with the warning, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." That's not just an inscription, it's a commandment. There is no mercy here. No redemption. Once you step inside, your fate is sealed. This isn't a place of trials, of tests, of second chances. This is punishment, absolute and final. The first thing they encounter isn't even the first circle of hell, it's something worse. It's the realm of the uncommitted, the souls of those who lived without ever choosing a side. These are the cowards, the people who refuse to stand for anything in life. And in death, they pay the price. Their punishment. To chase a blank banner for eternity, constantly stung by wasps and hornets, tormented by their own indecision. They have no place in hell or heaven, they are rejected by both. Even the damned have more dignity than them. Then, finally, the first true circle of hell, limbo. It's no fire and brimstone. There's no screaming, no torturous mutilation. This is the quietest part of hell, but in many ways, it's one of the most tragic. This is where the souls of the virtuous pagans reside, the great thinkers, the heroes, the philosophers of the ancient world who lived before Christianity. They are not damned for their actions, but for their lack of faith. They are denied heaven not because they were evil, but because they were never baptized, never given the chance to know Christian salvation. Imagine that. You've lived a noble life, shaped human civilization, changed the world. And yet, because you existed in the wrong time, you are trapped here for eternity. No suffering, no torture, just a gray, empty existence, forever separated from paradise. This is where Dante meets some of history's greatest minds, Homer, Ovid, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle. Men who shaped the very fabric of human thought, yet here they are, locked in an eternal twilight. Dante and Virgil descend into the second circle of hell, and everything changes. The air thickens, the darkness deepens, and the first true torment of the damned unfolds. Here, sinners don't just sit in regret. They suffer. This is the circle of lust, where those who allow their desires to control them are forever caught in a violent, endless storm. A hurricane of punishment. The souls here are thrown through the air like leaves in a raging wind, battered and tossed without end. Why? Because in life, they let their passions control them, sweeping them away from reason. Now, they are condemned to be forever at the mercy of forces they can never resist. Among the damned are some of history's most infamous lovers, Cleopatra, Helen of Troy, Paris, Tristan, people whose lust led to betrayal, war, and destruction. And then there's Francesca da Rimini, who tells Dante her story of forbidden love. Her affair led to her murder, and now she and her lover, Paolo, are trapped together in this violent storm, forever close but never truly touching. It's poetic, but there's nothing romantic about it. This is their prison. But that's just the beginning. The third circle awaits. Dante and Virgil move deeper into the abyss and are met with filth, rot, and endless rain, thick, freezing, putrid. This is the circle of gluttony, where those who indulged in excess, who consumed without restraint, are forced to live like the garbage they treated the world as. They lie in a slush of decay, tormented by an unrelenting storm, while a beast named Cerberus, yes, the three-headed dog from mythology, rips and tears at them with his massive jaws. Gluttony here isn't just about food. It's about mindless consumption. Those who wasted, who lived for nothing but indulgence, who treated the world as something to devour without thought, now, they are the ones being devoured. And then, the fourth circle, greed. Here, Dante doesn't see individual suffering. He sees a battle. A war of punishment. The greedy, those who hoarded wealth and those who wasted it foolishly, are forced to roll massive, crushing weights against each other for eternity. The hoarders and the spendthrifts, locked in an endless struggle, smashing into each other over and over again. Why? Because in life, their obsession with material wealth, either keeping it or wasting it, ruled them. Now, they are ruled by it forever. But the most unsettling part, many of these souls were powerful figures, kings, popes, leaders of men, now reduced to nothing more than blind, faceless figures, cursed to fight over meaningless burdens. The money they worshipped, it means nothing here. Their power? Gone. This is pure, meaningless labor, a punishment without rest, a cycle that never ends. And then, the fifth circle, wrath. By now, the descent has become unbearable. But the violence hasn't even begun. Dante and Virgil arrive at the Styx, a black, boiling swamp where the wrathful, the furious, the violent, the endlessly enraged, are condemned to fight for eternity. The surface is a battlefield, where sinners claw, bite, and tear out each other without rest. This isn't an organized war, this is a mindless, animalistic brawl of pure hatred, a reflection of the lives these people led. But that's just half of it. Beneath the surface of the Styx, completely submerged, are the sullen, the ones who kept their rage bottled up, who let resentment fester in silence. They choke on the filth, unable to scream, unable to move, their hatred now their prison. And standing at the edge of this nightmare is the city of Dis, the true gateway to deeper hell. It is massive, walled, fortified, a stronghold of evil. The deeper circles, where heretics, murderers, traitors, and Satan himself wait, lie beyond these gates. But the gates are locked. And the demons guarding them? They are not letting anyone in. You stand before the gates of Dis, a city unlike anything they've seen before. This isn't just another part of hell, it's a fortress, a battleground. The demons here aren't mindless beasts, they are intelligent, organized, and hostile. They know Dante doesn't belong. And they are not letting him pass. The fallen angels, the same ones who sided with Lucifer in his rebellion against God, guard these walls. They slam the gates shut, refusing entry. This is no accident, this is hell's defense system. The upper levels of the underworld deal with sinners who fell to human weakness, lust, gluttony, greed. But beyond these gates, this is where the true evil begins. This is where people who chose to defy the divine order are locked away. And hell doesn't want outsiders seeing what happens next. For the first time, Virgil, Dante's powerful, unshakable guide, hesitates. He tries to reason with the fallen angels, to use the divine authority has been granted. But it doesn't work. They mock him, sneering that even he has no power here. This is a major moment. Up until now, Dante has relied on Virgil's knowledge and leadership. Now, even Virgil is out of his depth. Hell isn't just punishing sinners. It's actively resisting. And then, something worse happens. The Furies arrive. If you don't know who the Furies are, let me put it this way, they're ancient, vengeful spirits of pure rage, straight out of Greek mythology, and they specialize in driving people insane. Their entire existence revolves around tormenting the guilty, ripping their minds apart from the inside out. And they've decided Dante is their next victim. They start screaming for Medusa. Yes, that Medusa, the one who turns people to stone with a single glance. If she arrives, it's over. Dante won't just die, he'll be frozen in place for eternity, a permanent part of hell's landscape. Virgil acts fast, grabbing Dante and ordering him to cover his eyes. If Medusa arrives, even a glimpse of her will mean instant destruction. And then, salvation. A divine messenger arrives. No name, no introduction, just a being of absolute authority. The gates of Dis, blown open with a single command. The demons, scattered. The Furies, gone. This figure doesn't argue, doesn't negotiate. Just walks straight through hell, untouched and unstoppable. Dante doesn't even get a clear look at them before they disappear. But the message is clear, Hell's defenses are nothing in the face of true divine power. The fallen angels thought they could block the way, but they were nothing more than ants trying to stop a storm. And just like that, the path forward is open. What lies beyond is far worse than anything Dante has seen so far. Because the sixth circle of hell is waiting. And now, it's not about weakness. It's about heresy. The landscape shifts, no more storming winds or boiling rivers. Instead, tombs. Thousands of them. Burning from the inside out. The souls here? Heretics. Not just people who doubted or questioned faith, but those who outright rejected it. Religious leaders, philosophers, rulers, all those who stood against the divine truth. Inside those tombs, their souls burn in eternal agony. But here's the real horror, their punishment isn't just pain. It's ignorance. Dante speaks to one of them, Farinata, a political leader who in life denied the existence of the soul's afterlife. And now? He can see the future, but not the present. He knows what will happen, but he has no idea what is happening right now. His punishment is absolute blindness to the world as it is. For the heretics, knowledge was their weapon. Now, it's their curse. The path beyond the sixth circle isn't just another descent, it's a threshold into something entirely different. Dante and Virgil are about to step into the realm of raw brutality, unfiltered carnage, and eternal suffering on a level that makes everything before it seem almost merciful. This is the seventh circle of hell, the domain of violence. Unlike the sins above, which were driven by weakness, greed, or excess, this is where souls chose destruction. They didn't just sin for themselves, they inflicted their will on others, shattered lives, and corrupted the world with their brutality. It's structured like a fortress, 3 levels, each one reserved for a different kind of violence. And the first thing they see? A river of boiling blood. It's called the Phlegethon, and it's where those who committed violence against others, murderers, warlords, tyrants, criminals, are punished. They're submerged in it, burning eternally in the very thing they spilled so easily in life. The worse their crimes, the deeper they sink. Some are barely waist-deep, still able to scream in agony. Others, fully submerged, lost forever beneath the bubbling surface. And then there are the gods. Unlike the shadowy, twisted demons in other parts of hell, the Phlegethon is patrolled by something out of pure mythology, the centaurs, half-man, half-horse warriors, armed with bows, eternally patrolling the river's banks. If any damned soul tries to rise too far out of the blood, the centaurs immediately fire arrows, forcing them back down. Dante recognizes some of these suffering souls, Alexander the Great, Attila the Hun, and countless other tyrants and killers. Men who conquered the world through slaughter now drown in their own legacy. But there's no time to linger. They have to keep moving. Virgil negotiates safe passage with one of the centaurs, Nessus, a legendary figure from Greek mythology. He agrees to guide them across the Phlegethon, carrying them to the next level of violence. And it gets worse. The second ring of the seventh circle is for those who turn violence against themselves. This isn't fire. It's not boiling blood. This is a dark, lifeless forest, a place of pure despair. It's filled with twisted, gnarled trees, and the worst part, those trees are the souls themselves. These are the suicides and self-destroyers, people who, in life, rejected their own existence, who took their own lives or deliberately destroyed their legacy. They don't get bodies in the afterlife. Their punishment is to exist as nothing but wood, annulled, lifeless, stripped of their humanity. Dante breaks a branch from one of the trees, and it bleeds. It screams. The soul within it pleads for mercy. This is Pier della Vigna, once a trusted advisor to Emperor Frederick II. Betrayed and imprisoned, he took his own life in despair. Now, he, you like the rest of the souls here, can only speak when broken, torn apart, or burned. And that's not even the worst part. This forest isn't empty. It's hunted. Massive, demonic harpies, monstrous creatures with the bodies of birds and the faces of twisted, shrieking women, perch in the trees, waiting. They rip at the branches, feeding on the tortured souls. Dante is horrified. But they have to move on. Because the third ring of the seventh circle is pure fire. Here lie those who committed violence against God, nature, and order itself. Blasphemers, homosexuals, usurers, anyone who twisted the divine law to suit their own will, to reshape the world in their own image, regardless of the consequences. The landscape is a burning desert, endless sand scorched by fire raining from the sky. The blasphemers, those who cursed God and mocked the divine, are forced to lie flat, their faces pressed against the burning ground. They aren't allowed to move. Ever. The Sodomites, those condemned for violence against nature, are doomed to wander endlessly, never stopping, never resting, never escaping the flames. And the usurers, those who built wealth through exploitation, corruption, and fraud, are crouched and hunched over, staring at pouches around their necks, branded with their family crests. Their greed in life has become their identity in death. Dante recognizes one of the souls here, Brunetto Latini, a poet and scholar, someone Dante once admired. But here he is, walking endlessly, forced to suffer for eternity. If you thought the seventh circle was bad, welcome to Malebolge. This is not just another layer of hell. This is a massive, structured prison built for one purpose, to punish deception. The souls here aren't guilty of simple sins like lust or greed. These are fraudsters, manipulators, masterminds of lies and betrayal. They didn't just sin for themselves, they twisted reality, corrupted others, and used deception to gain power, wealth, and control. Dante and Virgil stand on the edge, looking down at a place designed like a colossal, nightmarish pit with 10 trenches, each one reserved for a specific type of fraud. This is where the most deliberate, calculated forms of evil are broken down, one layer at a time. The first Bolgia, the seducers and pimps. This is where people who used and manipulated others for their own gain are punished. They are whipped endlessly by demons, forced to march in 2 lines, one going up, one going down, forever. Among them, Jason of the Argonauts. Yes, the same Jason who stole the Golden Fleece. His crime? Deception in love, abandoning the women who helped him achieve his goals. The second Bolgia, the flatterers. This is where those who lied and manipulated others through empty words and fake charm are punished. And the punishment? They are submerged in literal human excrement, drowning in their own filth. Because in life, everything they said was crap. Dante sees one of these wretched souls struggling in the filth, Alessio Interminii, a politician known for his deceitful words. He calls out, desperate for recognition, but he's choking, suffocating, covered in the very lies he once spoke. And then, the third Bolgia, the Simoniacs. These are corrupt religious leaders, people who used faith as a business, selling sacred things for money, treating spirituality as a product. Their punishment? They are shoved headfirst into holes in the ground, their feet left burning above them. Dante sees one of them, Pope Nicholas III. Yes, a pope. Nicholas confesses his crimes, admitting he was greedy for power, selling church offices for personal gain. But the real horror? He's waiting. Because he knows that once his turn in the pit is over, another pope will take his place. The corruption doesn't stop. The line of a damned continues. And Dante? For the first time, he's furious. He lashes out at Nicholas, condemning his crimes, breaking his usual role as an observer. Even Virgil, his rational, level-headed guide, approves. The fourth Bolgia, the fortune tellers. This is where those who claim to see the future, who pretended to have divine insight but were nothing more than frauds, suffer. Their punishment? Their heads are twisted completely backward. They can only see behind them, never forward. Dante recognizes them, sorcerers, astrologers, mystics who profited off of people's desperation. And now, they march forward blindly, sobbing, knowing they can never again see what's ahead. The fifth Bolgia, the grafters. Dante and Virgil arrive at a massive pit of boiling tar. This is where politicians who took bribes, stole public money, and betrayed the trust of their people are sent. Their punishment. They are submerged in the tar, burned and suffocated, while demons called the male branch patrol the surface, stabbing anyone who tries to escape. One of these demons, Malacoda, even speaks to Virgil, mocking them, playing with them. This is different. The demons here are intelligent. They enjoy the suffering they enforce. Dante watches as a new soul is thrown into the tar, struggling to breathe, trying to escape, only to be speared and dragged back down. The sixth Bolgia, the hypocrites. The punishment here? Endless, crushing weight. The hypocrites, those who pretended to be virtuous but were rotten inside, are forced to wear golden cloaks lined with lead. They look beautiful on the outside, but inside, they are being crushed under their own lies. Dante sees one of them, a monk named Caiaphas, who orchestrated the crucifixion of Christ. His punishment? He is crucified on the ground, trampled by every other sinner for eternity. And then, the seventh Bolgia, the thieves. This is where those who stole, who lived by taking what wasn't theirs, suffer. The punishment? They are constantly attacked by serpents, bitten, strangled, transformed into monstrous creatures, only to be restored and attacked again. Dante watches as one thief merges with a serpent, his body twisting, melting, reshaping until he becomes one with the beast. There is no identity here. No stability. They stole in life, now their very existence is stolen from them, over and over again. The eighth Bolgia, the false counselors. These are the manipulators, the masterminds of deception. The ones who didn't just lie, but convinced others to commit terrible acts through deceit. They are punished by being wrapped in fire, completely engulfed, their bodies invisible inside the flames. Dante sees Ulysses, the legendary hero of the Odyssey. But here, he is not a hero. He is a deceiver, a man who led his men to their deaths through his cunning. Now, he burns forever, his voice lost in the flames. The ninth Bolgia, the sowers of discord. People who deliberately tore apart society, families, and religion through lies and manipulation. Their punishment? They are literally ripped apart, hacked to pieces, their wounds healing just in time to be torn open again. Dante sees Bertrand de Born, a man who incited war between a father and son. His punishment? His own head is severed, he carries it in his hands, forced to speak while holding his own dismembered skull. And finally, the 10th Bolgia, the falsifiers. This is where the worst liars, counterfeiters, frauds, identity thieves, suffer. Their bodies are rotting, diseased, crawling with filth and agony. They rot from the inside out, consumed by the very lies they spread. And now, the descent is nearly complete. This is it. The bottom of hell. The deepest, darkest, most horrifying level in all of Inferno. Everything Dante has seen up to this point, the suffering, the torment, the unrelenting punishment, was just a prelude. Because this is where the worst of the worst are trapped. No more fire. No boiling rivers. No scorching deserts. Instead, everything is frozen. Dante and Virgil step into Cocytus, the massive, ice-bound lake that makes up the 9th circle of hell. The deeper they go, the colder it gets. This isn't just a winter chill. This is absolute stillness, an unnatural, oppressive void where even the air seems to die. Why ice? Because this is where betrayal is punished, the ultimate sin. Worse than lust, worse than greed, worse than violence. The people here weren't just sinners, they were traitors. They didn't just sin for themselves, they betrayed those who trusted them. And in Dante's vision of justice, betrayal is the worst crime of all. And so, their punishment reflects their crime, absolute isolation. No fire. No movement. No escape. The lake is divided into 4 distinct rings, each reserved for a different kind of traitor. The first ring, Caina. Named after Cain, the first murderer, this is where those who betrayed their own families are punished. They are frozen up to their necks in ice, their heads barely able to move, forever exposed to the eternal cold. Their crime? Turning against the very blood that gave them life. Dante sees them grinding their teeth, their frozen tears sealing their eyes shut, forced to feel the cold eat away at them, helpless. No screaming, no movement, just the slow, crushing agony of eternal frost. But deeper still, Antenora. This is where traitors to their countries, their nations, and their people are trapped. The betrayers of kings, generals, and civilizations. Their punishment? They are buried deeper in the ice, only their faces remain exposed, frozen in twisted expressions of regret. Dante recognizes some of them. Count Ugolino, who once betrayed his own city. His punishment? He is locked in an eternal struggle, gnawing on the skull of his political enemy, Archbishop Ruggieri. They are so consumed by their hatred, they don't even notice Dante walking past. Their pain is everything. Then, Tolomea. This is where the betrayers of guests and friends are imprisoned. The ones who welcomed others into their homes, their lives, only to turn on them. Here, the punishment gets even more horrific. Because these traitors are not only frozen, they aren't even fully dead. That's right. Their souls are trapped in ice, but their bodies are still alive on earth, possessed by demons. Their physical forms walk among the living, but their souls are already condemned to hell. Dante sees their lifeless eyes, their frozen, soulless faces, forever conscious, forever aware, unable to scream, unable to move. Giudecca. Named after Judas Iscariot, the ultimate betrayer, it is the absolute bottom of hell. No one speaks here. No one moves. No head exposed. No teeth grinding. The traitors here are completely encased in ice, frozen in twisted, agonizing shapes, trapped for eternity. They are beyond suffering, beyond agony. They are simply frozen in the exact moment of their betrayal. And at the very center of it all, Satan, the fallen one, the traitor of all traitors, the ultimate betrayer. And he is nothing like what Dante, or anyone else, expected. Satan isn't ruling over hell. He isn't sitting on a throne of fire, commanding legions of demons. He is trapped. A massive, grotesque, three-faced monster, buried from the waist down in the very ice he created. His own punishment is the greatest of all. His wings, the very symbols of his rebellion, flap uselessly, creating the icy wind that keeps Cocytus frozen. His struggle to escape is the very reason hell remains frozen. And in his three mouths, he eternally chews on three of history's worst traitors, Judas Iscariot, who betrayed Christ, Brutus and Cassius, who betrayed Julius Caesar, bringing down Rome's greatest leader. They are not just trapped. They are being eaten, devoured for eternity, ripped apart over and over again, never dying, never escaping. Dante and Virgil stare at this nightmare. This is the final truth of hell, not just suffering, not just punishment, but absolute imprisonment. Dante and Virgil stand before Satan, the ultimate traitor, the first rebel, the fallen archangel himself. He is nothing like the myths describe. He isn't ruling over hell, he is its prisoner. The massive, grotesque, three-faced beast is frozen waist-deep in ice, flapping his wings in useless struggle, keeping the entire ninth circle locked in eternal frost. He is not a king. He is a slave to his own damnation. There is no exit. No visible way forward. And yet, Virgil tells Dante, this is where we leave. How? By doing the unthinkable. By climbing down Satan's own body. Virgil leads the way, moving towards Satan's enormous, hairy torso. This is not just a metaphorical descent, it is physical. The only way out of hell is to grab onto the fallen angel himself and climb down his massive, frozen form. Dante hesitates, but there's no time to reconsider. They approach the monster's lower body, moving carefully over the jagged ice until they begin their descent. The air here is thick, heavy, suffocating. There is no heat, no light, no sound except the slow, deep flapping of Satan's wings, like the heartbeat of a dead world. Hand over hand, foot by foot, they climb down Satan's torso, past his enormous, flailing arms, past the three heads chewing eternally on the greatest traitors in history. And then, something impossible happens. As they reach his waist, Virgil suddenly flips direction. Gravity changes. The world shifts. Dante is completely disoriented. One moment, they were climbing down. Now, suddenly, they are climbing up. Everything is reversed. Virgil doesn't even stop to explain. He keeps going, urging Dante to follow him through a narrow passage. Dante looks up and sees nothing but rock above them. The ice is gone. The howling winds are gone. The cold is gone. They keep climbing. The space around them is tight, a suffocating tunnel, barely wide enough for them to squeeze through. It feels like they are moving inside the earth itself, breaking through something ancient and untouched. Dante finally asks, "What just happened?" Virgil turns and explains, "They just crossed the center of the earth." Hell isn't just a spiritual place, it is a literal, physical space inside the planet. And Satan? He is trapped at the very core. When they climbed past his waist, they passed through the exact center of gravity. Everything flipped. Hell is behind them now. They are climbing out. The air starts to feel lighter. The space widens. They move faster. The suffocating weight of hell is fading. And then they see it. A crack of light. It is not the sun. It is the first sign of the outside world. They push forward, moving faster, the weight of hell lifting from their shoulders. And finally, they emerge. Out of the pit. Out of the abyss. And before them lies the mountain of purgatory. They have done the impossible. They have traveled through all 9 circles of hell, confronted the worst punishments ever conceived, witnessed the absolute depths of sin, and even climbed over the body of Satan himself to escape. And now, for the first time, they see the stars again. Dante and Virgil stand at the foot of a massive mountain. The air is different here. No suffocating heat. No freezing winds. No sounds of endless suffering. Instead, there is silence. Stillness. The first breath of true freedom. This is purgatory. A completely different realm. Unlike hell, where the damned are locked in punishment with no hope, purgatory is a place of cleansing. It is for souls who still have a chance at redemption. It is a place of trial, not torment. But Dante isn't thinking about that yet. Right now, he is processing what he just experienced. Everything he thought he knew about sin, justice, and the afterlife has been shattered. The things he saw weren't just physical punishments, they were deeper than that. In hell, the punishment always fit the crime. The damned didn't just suffer, they became part of their own suffering. The lustful were thrown into endless storms because they let their desires control them. The greedy were crushed under the weight of their own possessions because they worshipped material wealth. The violent were drowned in boiling blood because they thrived on spilling it in life. The fraudulent were twisted, burned, or consumed by the very lies they spread. And the traitors, the absolute worst of all, were frozen, trapped in their own betrayal, locked in the deepest, coldest prison ever imagined. And Satan? Not a ruler. Not a king. Just another prisoner. The biggest traitor of all, trapped in the very punishment he created. Dante survived it all. And he is not the same man who entered. Virgil, still calm and composed, looks at the sky. They are no longer underground. They are on the other side of the world now. Behind them, the deepest abyss in existence. Ahead of them, the path upward. Because purgatory is not just a place of waiting. It is a journey, a test. They are not done. But for now, Dante looks up and sees something he has not seen since he first entered Hell's Gates. The night sky, the stars, a reminder that there is still light beyond the darkness. and that the real journey is just beginning. If you made it to the end of this journey with me, a thank you. Seriously. This was a deep dive into one of the most detailed and terrifying visions of the afterlife ever written. Dante's Inferno is not just about punishment, it's about understanding the consequences of sin in the most brutal, unapologetic way possible. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one. Welcome back to Bible Stories, where we dive deep into the hidden truths of the Bible and explore the fascinating mysteries that history has kept from us. Today's topic is a game changer, something that could completely reshape your understanding of Christianity and faith as we know it. We're going to talk about the ancient truth hidden in the 1775 Bible, a version of the Bible that reveals shocking secrets and forgotten knowledge that has been erased or altered over time. If you've ever wondered if there's more to the Bible than what we've been taught, or if certain passages were removed to protect certain powers, then you're in the right place. This isn't just another Bible study. This is an eye-opening journey into the past that proves everything you thought you knew might just be a lie. Before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our channel, hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our deep dives, and if you find this video valuable, leave a like, drop a comment with your thoughts, and don't forget to share this video with your church group, family, and friends. Together, let's uncover the ancient truths that have been hidden for centuries. Hidden deep within the folds of history, obscured from the eyes of most, lies a version of the Bible you've likely never encountered, the 1775 Bible. For centuries, this text held within its pages verses, revelations, and ideas that, if fully understood, could radically alter everything we think we know about Christianity. But over time, these words were lost, modified, censored, or outright removed. But why? What truths were deemed so dangerous, so disruptive, that they had to be stripped from the Bible itself? The Bible as we know it today, the one sitting in churches and homes around the world, is not the same as it was in 1775. And this isn't a result of simple printing errors or innocent translation mishaps. The changes were intentional, calculated. In 1775, and in many versions before it, the Bible included passages that directly contradicted the accepted church teachings. These were not insignificant verses. They were ones that would make any reader question the church, their own relationship with God, and even the very nature of divinity. But who decides what gets to stay in the Bible and what is left out? It's not some divine, mysterious force riding in the sky. It's people, men of power, with agendas, carefully curated the Bible over centuries, shaping what we are allowed to read and what has been conveniently left out. One of the most striking differences in the 1775 Bible is the way it describes the relationship between humanity and the divine. It speaks of a God who is not a distant, authoritarian figure high above us, but a God who is within us, part of us. This radical idea suggests that every human has direct access to the divine, without the need for a church or clergy as intermediaries. If everyone realized that they had this personal connection with God, the very foundation of institutional religion would begin to crumble. This, perhaps more than anything else, is why those passages were erased. The 1775 Bible posed a threat to the established order, to the power and control the church held over the people. Imagine the discussions happening in the late 18th century among religious leaders, politicians, and scholars. They weren't debating minor details. They were deciding what parts of the Bible were too dangerous to be included. They knew that if people had access to verses that made them question authority, it could empower them to seek their own spiritual path without relying on the church. These debates were about much more than theology. They were about control. The church needed people to remain dependent on its teachings, its authority, and its interpretation of God's will. And so, the 1775 Bible was altered. Words were erased, entire passages removed, and in their place, a version of Scripture designed to reinforce obedience and submission. The Bible has always been more than just a religious text. It's been a tool to control the narrative And by controlling the narrative, those in power control the people. In the 1775 Bible, you find traces of a more personal, empowering faith, passages that spoke of a direct, intimate relationship between God and humanity, without the need for intermediaries. These passages were removed because they posed a threat to the power structure of the time. If you didn't need the church to access God, the whole system of religious authority would fall apart. Throughout history, councils of church officials, translators, and political figures made decisions that shaped what we know as the Bible today. These decisions weren't just about theological purity. They had social and political consequences. Removing certain key verses wasn't about helping people spiritually. It was about maintaining control over them. If you take away a person's ability to question, you take away their power to resist. So, what exactly was removed? One glaring example is the manipulation of the name of God itself. In the 1775 Bible, the name used for God was far more personal and complex than what we see today. The shift in translation wasn't just a matter of language. It altered the very understanding of who God is. Instead of a personal, approachable deity, we ended up with a distant, often wrathful figure. This wasn't a mistake. It was a deliberate change, designed to make people more obedient, more reliant on religious leaders to interpret God's will for them. But it didn't stop there. The 1775 Bible contained references to books and texts that have since been erased from history. Books like the Gospel of Thomas or the Book of Enoch. These writings offered a vastly different view of Christianity, one that focused more on personal enlightenment and less on strict adherence to church rules. These weren't removed because they were false. They were removed because they were inconvenient. They gave individuals too much independence, too much spiritual power. They encouraged people to ask questions the church didn't want to answer. One of the most significant alterations was the name of God itself. In early versions of the Bible, including the 1775 edition, God was referred to as Elohim. This name is plural, not singular, and suggests something far more complex than the idea of a single all-powerful deity. Elohim points to the possibility of multiple divine beings or facets, something that would challenge the idea of a centralized, singular religious authority. By changing Elohim to God or Lord, the narrative was simplified, making it easier for the church to claim a direct line to this singular deity. The name Yahweh, another ancient name for God, was also altered. Originally, Yahweh represented a personal, covenantal relationship between God and humanity. But today, it's often replaced with Lord, a title that emphasizes authority and distance. This shift in language changes how we relate to God, moving from a personal relationship to one of subservience and hierarchy. The 1775 Bible preserved these older names, giving people a glimpse of a more intimate, approachable version of the divine. But this was dangerous to the church's power, so those names were erased, and a more authoritarian image of God took their place. Think about what that does to the entire message of the Bible. If the very name of God has been changed, how much else has been altered to fit the needs of those in power? We're not talking about minor tweaks here. This is a fundamental shift in how we're supposed to understand the divine. These changes were made public, and for good reason. The truth behind these ancient names would challenge the entire structure of modern Christianity. If Elohim refers to multiple divine beings, if Yahweh suggests a close, personal relationship with God, then the entire religious hierarchy built up over centuries begins to fall apart. The connection between humanity and the divine was never meant to be mediated by institutions or religious leaders. It's something personal, something that's already within each of us. And maybe that's the real reason why these names and verses were altered, erased, and forgotten. Because those in power didn't want you to know just how close you are to God and how little you actually need them to find that connection. Hidden in plain sight and buried deep within the folds of history lies an extraordinary version of the Bible that most people have never encountered. The 1775 Bible. What makes this ancient text so remarkable is not just the content it includes, but also what has been left out. Entire books, chapters, and stories that have mysteriously disappeared from the modern version we are familiar with today. These are the so-called lost books of the Bible, and their existence holds the potential to transform everything we think we know about Christianity. Now, you may wonder, How can parts of such an important text simply be lost? Surely, this wasn't an accident, and indeed it wasn't. The removal of these books and verses was deliberate, a decision made by powerful church leaders, councils, and political authorities who, for various reasons, deemed certain parts too controversial, too dangerous, or simply not in line with the message they wanted to promote. But these lost books weren't just removed because they were inconvenient. They offered entirely different perspectives on spirituality that would have radically shifted our understanding of the faith. These books, now pushed to the margins or labeled as apocryphal, were once respected and read by early Christian communities. Consider the Gospel of Thomas, the Book of Enoch, and the Wisdom of Solomon. These weren't fringe texts but sacred scriptures in their time. The Book of Enoch, for example, takes a deep dive into the story of fallen angels, the origins of evil, and a cosmic battle between good and evil that far exceeds the simplified narratives many of us were taught in Sunday school. Enoch himself was said to have been taken to heaven and given divine secrets, truths too powerful for ordinary humans. Why then was this book removed? Perhaps because it offers a glimpse into a much larger, more complex spiritual world, one where humanity is an active participant in a cosmic drama rather than a passive follower of rigid religious doctrine. The Gospel of Thomas is equally profound, offering a collection of sayings attributed directly to Jesus. Unlike the traditional Gospels that focus on miracles, parables, and repentance, the Gospel of Thomas is centered on self-knowledge and personal enlightenment. Jesus speaks of the kingdom of God as something that isn't a distant, otherworldly place, but rather something already within each person, here and now. This radical message, which empowers individuals to seek spiritual authority from within, was dangerous for the institutional church, which depended on being the mediator between humanity and the divine. So, they buried the text, labeled it heretical, and ensured that it never made its way into the official Bible. The same goes for the Wisdom of Solomon, a text known for its deep philosophical insights into justice, wisdom, and the nature of God. It explores profound ideas about the immortal soul, divine wisdom, and even the afterlife in ways that are more mystical than traditional. But like the other lost books, it was eventually excluded from the canon. Why? Because it suggests that divine knowledge isn't reserved for religious authorities. It's something that anyone can pursue. It places spiritual authority in the hands of the seeker, not the institution. And that's a concept any power structure would find threatening. What we're left with today is a heavily edited version of the Bible. These lost books reveal that early Christian traditions embraced ideas of personal enlightenment, self-discovery, and a more direct relationship with the divine. Ideas that were systematically removed as the church sought to control the narrative. These texts weren't cut because they were too long or irrelevant. They were removed because they pose questions, big questions about authority, about the nature of our relationship with the divine, and about whether the version of Christianity we've been handed is more about obedience than about true spiritual awakening. Another crucial aspect of the modern Bible, which differs significantly from earlier versions like the 1775 Bible, is the concept of hell. The terrifying image of eternal fire and damnation has shaped Christian theology for centuries. It's been used to inspire fear, keep people in line, and remind them of the stakes of salvation. However, if you look closely at the 1775 Bible and other earlier texts, you'll find that hell, as we understand it today, didn't even exist in the same way. The original words used in the Bible, such as Sheol in Hebrew, Hades in Greek, and Gehenna, were much more nuanced. Sheol referred to a shadowy place where the dead resided, not a place of eternal torment. Hades in Greek mythology was simply the underworld where all souls went, both the good and the bad. And Gehenna was an actual physical location outside Jerusalem where trash and bodies were burned, eventually becoming a metaphor for destruction, not eternal suffering. So, how do we end up with this fiery vision of hell? The answer lies in translation and the deliberate choices made by church leaders. Over time, these original terms were replaced with words that conveyed a much more terrifying image of eternal punishment. The idea of hell as a fiery pit of eternal suffering was not a biblical concept. It was borrowed from pagan mythology and cemented into Christian consciousness by influential medieval writers like Dante and Milton. But if you look back at older Bibles like the 1775 edition, you'll see that this image of hell was not so definitive. These earlier versions of the Bible suggest that the afterlife was far more about the natural end of life, about rest or judgment, rather than eternal damnation. The shift in language and meaning, turning ambiguous terms like Sheol into hell, was a gradual process influenced by both theological and political agendas. By promoting the fear of hell, the Church found a powerful way to maintain control over its followers. After all, it's easier to keep people in line when they're terrified of eternal punishment. This fear-driven narrative of hell has cast a long shadow over Christian thought, but the 1775 Bible invites us to question its legitimacy. Was eternal torment really part of the original message, or was it a tool used by religious authorities to inspire obedience and submission? Scholars have long pointed out that this shift in language, turning Gehenna into the lake of fire and Sheol into hell, wasn't an accident. It was a way to control the masses, to keep people afraid of straying too far from the Church's teachings. The concept of original sin, another cornerstone of Christian doctrine, also takes on new meaning when viewed through the lens of earlier Bibles. We've been taught that humanity is inherently broken, that we inherited guilt from Adam and Eve's actions in the Garden of Eden. But the story of Adam and Eve in the 1775 Bible and earlier texts is different from the later interpretations that gave rise to the doctrine of original sin. The idea that all humans are born into sin didn't become mainstream until theologians like Augustine popularized it in the 4th century. And why? Because original sin solved a very specific problem for the Church. It gave them control over salvation. If everyone is born sinful, then everyone needs the Church to be saved. These revelations about the 1775 Bible, the lost books, the altered meanings, and the theological shifts show us that the version of Christianity we know today is not set in stone. It's been shaped, edited, and controlled by human hands over centuries. And while these changes were made to solidify the power of religious institutions, they've also limited our understanding of the divine, keeping us from realizing the full depth of our spiritual potential. The true message of these lost and forgotten texts, the divine is closer than we've been led to believe, waiting for us to rediscover it. If you go back to the 1775 Bible, or even earlier versions of the biblical narrative, you'll uncover something far more profound and much less damning than what we've come to accept in modern interpretations. Contrary to popular belief, Adam and Eve's actions weren't depicted as a catastrophic fall that irreparably damaged humanity forever. Instead, their story was framed as an act of disobedience, yes, but more importantly, it was an act of awakening. Rather than being cursed for eternity, Adam and Eve gained something crucial: knowledge. The very knowledge of good and evil that defines what makes us human. Think about that for a moment. Gaining knowledge is portrayed as a sin. It's a twisted idea, especially for a faith that supposedly values wisdom, truth, and understanding. In later interpretations that introduced the concept of original sin, this act of gaining knowledge became humanity's fatal flaw. The Church needed an explanation for why humans were inherently flawed, why they needed saving, and most critically, why the institution of the Church held the key to that salvation. Thus, the doctrine of original sin was born. But earlier versions of the Bible, including the 1775 edition, tell a different story. Adam and Eve's decision to eat the fruit was less about moral corruption and more about choice. The human capacity for growth, learning, and becoming self-aware. Yes, they disobeyed, but their disobedience was a step toward understanding, a necessary part of the human journey toward wisdom. It wasn't the beginning of humanity's fall, but the beginning of its awakening, its capacity to discern good from evil, to make choices with real consequences. In Jewish tradition, the story of Adam and Eve is viewed quite differently from the Christian narrative of original sin. Adam and Eve aren't seen as cursed figures whose actions doomed all of humanity. Instead, they are regarded as the first humans to grapple with moral complexity. They made choices and took responsibility for those choices, something that every human must face. But over time, the Church altered this story, turning it into a tool for control. Why does this matter? Because if you convince people that they are born guilty, inherently flawed, you've already won half the battle. They will need you, the institution, to fix their brokenness. The concept of original sin creates a system where people are constantly seeking forgiveness for a crime they didn't even commit, and the church is conveniently positioned as the sole provider of that salvation. But if this doctrine isn't as solid as it's made out to be, if it was developed later to serve the institution's interests, then what does that say about the entire framework of sin, guilt, and redemption? This cycle of guilt and forgiveness keeps people dependent on external salvation, always looking to the church to make them whole. But what if that wasn't the message of the story at all? What if the real message of the 1775 Bible was about human freedom? The freedom to choose, to learn, to make mistakes, and to grow from them. By twisting the narrative of Adam and Eve into the foundation of original sin, the church set itself up as the gatekeeper of salvation. They created the problem of humanity's inherent sinfulness and then positioned themselves as the solution. But earlier versions of the Bible offer a far more hopeful, dynamic vision for humanity. The story wasn't about eternal damnation. It was about humanity stepping into responsibility, taking on the burden and gift of choice, and navigating the complexities of life. If you strip away the later interpretations of original sin, what you're left with is a story of empowerment. Adam and Eve's decision to eat from the tree of knowledge wasn't their downfall. It was the moment they became fully human. They gained the ability to make moral choices, to differentiate between right and wrong, and to shape their own destinies. This isn't a story about humanity's fall. It's the story of humanity's beginning. When it comes to the teachings of Jesus, the version most people are familiar with today has been filtered through centuries of interpretation, doctrine, and institutional power. But the 1775 Bible and other older sources present a strikingly different picture of Jesus. If we look back at these earlier texts, we see a Jesus whose message was not about creating a hierarchy of religious authority, not about blind obedience to a set of rigid rules. Instead, we find a revolutionary figure whose teachings directly challenge the very systems that have been built in his name. In the 1775 Bible, there are subtle but critical differences in how Jesus' words are presented. These differences paint a picture of a figure far more radical than the one promoted by many churches today. Rather than a savior who came to reinforce religious structures, Jesus is portrayed as someone who actively sought to dismantle them. And this is where the real controversy begins. Let's consider one of the central themes in Jesus' teachings, the kingdom of God. In modern interpretations, this kingdom is often depicted as a distant paradise, something to strive for in the afterlife, but never quite attainable in the present. But in earlier versions of the Bible, including the 1775 edition, Jesus says something radically different. The kingdom of God is within you. Think about the implications of that. If the kingdom of God is already within you, then it's not something external. It's not controlled by a religious authority or a priest. It's not a place you have to reach after death. It's here, now, inside of you. That one statement changes everything. If the kingdom of God is within you, then you don't need an institution to access it. You don't need to follow strict religious rituals or obey the decrees of a church to be connected to the divine. You already have that power within yourself. This simple but profound idea is dangerous for any institution that has built its authority on being the intermediary between you and God. If people realized that they could access the divine directly without the need for a church or priest, the entire religious hierarchy would be undermined. Jesus wasn't establishing an institution. He was showing people how to break free from one. That the 1775 Bible contains numerous passages where Jesus emphasizes personal responsibility, spiritual independence, and a direct relationship with God. This message invites people to question the religious structures around them, structures that often serve their own interests rather than the spiritual well-being of the people. Jesus wasn't just a moral teacher. He was a disruptor, a spiritual rebel. Look at his interactions with the religious leaders of his time. Again and again, Jesus calls out their hypocrisy, their obsession with laws and rules over genuine love and spiritual connection. He refers to them as blind guides, leading people astray. This isn't the message of someone trying to build a new religious institution. It's the message of someone tearing down the barriers that stand between people and their spiritual freedom. And this is why Jesus' message remains so radical, even today. It's not about obedience to an institution. It's about breaking free from one. The modern church, by and large, has ignored or downplayed this aspect of Jesus' teachings. Why? Because a Jesus who tells you that the kingdom of God is already within you doesn't support the church's role as the gatekeeper. A Jesus who empowers individuals to have their own direct connection to God doesn't justify the need for priests, bishops, or complex rituals. And a Jesus who constantly challenges religious authority doesn't fit into a system that relies on that very authority. Another important point is how Jesus viewed religious laws. Modern interpretations often emphasize strict obedience to religious rules. But in the 1775 Bible, Jesus takes a different approach. When asked about the greatest commandment, he doesn't cite any particular law. Instead, he boils it down to two simple rules. Love God and love your neighbor as yourself. No complex doctrines, no rituals, just love and compassion. This insight from the 1775 Bible reveals a side of Jesus that has been overshadowed over time. He wasn't here to build a religion based on strict adherence to rules and traditions. He came to teach people how to live with purpose, with love, and with a direct, personal connection to the divine. But as the church grew, this message of love and freedom was replaced with one of control and obedience. The institution needed people to believe that they could only access the kingdom of God through the church. But the older texts, including the 1775 Bible, tell us something very different. In truth, Jesus' message was about awakening, not allegiance. It was about breaking free from systems that keep you spiritually dependent, not creating new ones to keep you in check. Perhaps that's why the Jesus of the 1775 Bible feels so different from the one preached in most churches today. His true message was, and still is, a threat to the institutions that have built their power on controlling access to God. The final judgment, the end of the world, heaven and hell hanging in the balance. You've heard the sermons, seen the dramatic movies, and felt the weight of the messages urging you to prepare for the apocalypse. But here's the question. Is the version of the end times you've been taught truly accurate, or has it been shaped, once again, by centuries of interpretation, control, and fear? In most modern teachings, the apocalypse is presented as a horrifying event, a time of brutal reckoning where only a select few make it through the gates of heaven while the rest face eternal torment. Fire, brimstone, and global chaos are common images associated with this time. However, if we peel back the layers and examine older texts like the 1775 Bible, a far more nuanced picture begins to emerge. This version doesn't emphasize the imagery of hellfire and eternal damnation as heavily as we've been led to believe. Instead, it suggests that what we now understand is that end times might not actually involve the literal destruction of the world, but rather a transformation, an unveiling of truths long hidden from humanity. The word apocalypse itself is derived from the Greek word apokalypsis, meaning unveiling or revelation. It wasn't originally about chaos, destruction, or suffering. Instead, it was about revealing something hidden, bringing long-concealed truths into the light. So, what if the end times aren't about the world physically ending, but about the end of deception, the collapse of systems of control, fear, and manipulation that have kept humanity in spiritual darkness? Consider the implications of that. What if the apocalypse is less about fire and brimstone and more about an awakening? An event where humanity finally comes to understand its true relationship with the divine, where false teachings and illusions crumble, and we see reality for what it truly is. This perspective changes the entire narrative. Suddenly, the apocalypse is not something to be feared, it's something to be embraced. It becomes less of a final judgment and more of a new beginning, a moment of enlightenment rather than eternal punishment. Let's dive deeper into this idea. The book of Revelation, the Bible's most famous apocalyptic text, has been used for centuries as a tool to inspire fear. The dramatic imagery of dragons, beasts, plagues, and the Antichrist has frightened generations into submission, ensuring obedience through terror. But if we take a closer look, particularly at earlier versions of the text like the 1775 Bible, we find another thread running through these visions, one of renewal and hope. Yes, there is chaos and conflict, but at the core of Revelation is the promise of a new heaven and a new earth. It's a message that speaks of transformation and rebirth, not simply punishment. In fact, many scholars believe that the book of Revelation wasn't intended to predict the literal end of the world. Instead, it was a symbolic critique of the Roman Empire, a message of resistance against tyranny and oppression. Early Christians were being encouraged to stay strong in the face of persecution, not because the world was going to end, but because truth and justice would eventually prevail. Over time, this symbolic message was distorted and twisted into a terrifying vision of global catastrophe. But that wasn't how it began. The 1775 Bible presents an apocalypse that isn't focused on fear, but rather on the ultimate triumph of truth over lies. The forces of deception, both spiritual and political, are what crumble and collapse, not the physical world itself. The imagery of beasts and empires falling isn't a prediction of nations being wiped out by divine wrath. It's a metaphor for the destruction of corrupt systems of power that have kept humanity in darkness for so long. And here's where things get really intriguing. Older biblical texts suggest that humanity plays an active role in this transformation. We aren't passive spectators waiting for Judgment Day to arrive. We are participants in the unveiling of truth. The apocalypse, in this sense, isn't just something that happens to us. It's something that we help bring about by waking up, by questioning the false narratives we've been told, and by seeking out the hidden truths that have been kept from us. What if that's the real message of the end times? That the world isn't destined for destruction, but for a greater understanding of who we are, what we are capable of, and our true place in the universe. This shifts everything. The idea that the apocalypse is, in reality, a great awakening, a collective shift in consciousness, reframes the entire conversation. Suddenly, the end times aren't a death sentence for humanity. They're a rebirth, a new dawn of awareness and spiritual enlightenment. This new perspective also transforms the way we think about salvation. If the end times are about unveiling truth, then salvation isn't simply about personal redemption in the face of eternal judgment. Salvation becomes about aligning oneself with truth, about seeing beyond the lies and illusions that have kept us bound. It's about stepping into a new reality where fear, control, and deception no longer have any hold over us. This vision of the apocalypse, one centered on awakening rather than destruction, may be precisely why certain passages and interpretations were altered over time. A narrative of fear keeps people in line, but a narrative of awakening, that's liberating, and it poses a direct threat to the very institutions that benefit from keeping people afraid and obedient. So, if the 1775 Bible and earlier texts offer us a glimpse into a different understanding of the end times, what does that mean for us today? It means we need to rethink everything we've been taught about the apocalypse. Maybe it's not something to fear, but something to welcome. Because if the end times are really about unveiling the truth, then it's the moment humanity has been waiting for. The moment where everything we've been kept from knowing finally comes to light. Thank you for taking this journey into the hidden truths of the 1775 Bible. If you've made it this far, we appreciate your open-mindedness and willingness to explore these ideas with us. If you found value in this, hit the like button, share your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives like this one. Wow, what an incredible journey we've just taken into the hidden truths of the 1775 Bible. The revelations we've explored today show us that the Bible we know today has undergone significant changes. Changes that might have kept us from seeing the full truth about our connection with God. From lost books to altered meanings of God's name, it's clear that the truth is much deeper than what meets the eye. But now, it's time for you to take the next step. What will you do with this new understanding? How will you let this ancient knowledge transform your faith? If you found this video enlightening, be sure to give it a thumbs up, leave a comment with your thoughts or questions, and share it with your church group, family, and friends. Most importantly, if you haven't already, subscribe to Bible Stories so you don't miss out on future deep dives into the mysteries and wonders of the Bible. Let's continue this journey together as we uncover the hidden truths of Scripture, grow in our faith, and seek a closer connection with the divine. Thank you for watching, and may God bless you all. In the shadows of sacred texts and ancient scriptures lies a forbidden tome, veiled in mystery and controversy. The Book of Enoch, a work so profound and yet so perplexing that it was excluded from the Bible's canonical volumes. But why? What secrets does it hold? What truths were so alarming that they necessitated its banishment from the Holy Scriptures? Today, we delve deep into the enigmatic world of the Book of Enoch. This ancient manuscript is attributed to Enoch, the great-grandfather of Noah, a man who, according to legend, walked with God and was taken to heaven without tasting death. His writings unveil a universe teeming with angels, demons, and prophecies about the cosmic struggle between good and evil. Yet, despite its divine origins, the Book of Enoch was left out of the standard Christian biblical canon. Questions of authorship cloud its history. Who really wrote these words? Were they truly the visions of Enoch, or the product of generations of storytellers? The theological themes, rife with apocalyptic visions and angelic hierarchies, stretch the boundaries of traditional doctrine, presenting a celestial narrative that challenges even the bravest of theologians. Through the corridors of time, this text has sparked both reverence and trepidation. Its content, not only complex but teeming with descriptions of a pre-flood world, has fascinated scholars and spiritual seekers alike. Why, then, did the early church fathers decide to exclude such a captivating text? Was it merely the ambiguity of its origins, or did its content pose a threat to the established religious order? Join us as we uncover the layers of intrigue that surround the Book of Enoch. As we turn each page, prepare to question everything you know about the sacred, the celestial, and the censored. What you discover today could change your understanding of spirituality and history forever. Enoch, according to the Holy Scriptures, was a man of unparalleled piety. Genesis chapter 5 verse 24 states simply, Enoch walked with God, then he was no more, because God took him away. This cryptic verse has ignited the imaginations of theologians and believers for centuries. Unlike any other figure in the Bible, Enoch was swept into the heavens, escaping the clutches of death, an honor bestowed upon very few. The nature of his celestial ascension suggests a level of divine favor that is both rare and awe-inspiring. The Book of Enoch, presumed to be the fruit of his heavenly journeys, is a text rich with descriptions of angelic hierarchies, direct revelations from God, and apocalyptic prophecies. It provides an intricate portrayal of the spiritual warfare between the forces of light and darkness, a theme that resonates throughout its pages. The vividness and detail with which these celestial battles are described are unparalleled in any other scripture. Yet, despite these profound connections to the divine, the Book of Enoch found itself shrouded in ecclesiastical skepticism. The early church fathers, stewards of Christian orthodoxy, grappled with its content, which veered into realms far beyond the traditional biblical narratives. The text not only discusses the fallen angels, known as the Watchers, who descended to earth and begot giants through unions with human women, but it also delves into the secrets of the stars, the movements of the heavens, and the hidden orders of the universe. These topics, blending cosmic movements with mythical narratives, presented a theological anomaly that challenged the simpler, more historical narratives of the accepted scriptures. The theological implications of the Book of Enoch were equally troubling for the early church. It speaks of a pre-flood narrative that is rich with mythological imagery and supernatural phenomena, potentially undermining the monotheistic simplicity that Christianity espoused. The detailed accounts of the Nephilim, the offspring of the fallen angels, and their wickedness on earth provided a backstory for the flood that was as fascinating as it was horrifying. Such narratives threatened to overshadow the central biblical themes of human sin and divine redemption. Historically, the exclusion of the Book of Enoch might also be attributed to its geographical and cultural origins. The text was preserved primarily in Ethiopia, a region that, while rich in Christian tradition, was on the periphery of the major centers of early Christian orthodoxy in Rome and Constantinople. This geographical isolation may have contributed to its exclusion, as the core regions developed a canon that reflected a different set of texts and theological priorities. Moreover, the Book of Enoch fell out of favor as languages and cultures evolved. Once the Church had set its canonical boundaries, texts that were not included in the Latin Vulgate, the Bible translated by St. Jerome, and the standard text of the medieval Western Church, found themselves increasingly marginalized. The Book of Enoch, primarily preserved in Gay, the ancient Ethiopian language, became a relic of a bygone era, accessible only to those within the Ethiopian Christian tradition. In the Renaissance and Enlightenment, as scholars rediscovered ancient texts, the Book of Enoch re-emerged as a subject of curiosity and scholarly debate. The discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls in the 20th century, which included fragments of Enoch in Aramaic, renewed interest in its themes and authenticity. This find confirmed that the Book of Enoch was known and circulated among the early Jewish sects, suggesting its influence and recognition in the periods before and during the early Christian era. Today, the Book of Enoch remains a compelling study in the complexity of biblical formation, the interplay of cultural influences, and the dynamics of theological evolution. Its themes of divine justice, angelic mediation, and cosmic struggle continue to resonate, offering a tantalizing glimpse into a world where the boundaries between the human and the divine are vividly blurred. The reasons for its exclusion from the Bible reflect not only theological concerns but also the intricate dance of history, culture, and belief, a tapestry of human endeavor as complex and mysterious as the text itself. As we delve deeper into the enigmatic realms of the Book of Enoch, we transition from the celestial grandeur and the divine favor bestowed upon Enoch himself to the darker, more foreboding narratives that lurk within its pages. The first point illuminated the high esteem and mystical journey of Enoch, a man who walked with God and was taken to heaven, escaping the grip of death. This heavenly ascent sets the stage for the revelations that Enoch would bring back to earth, revelations of a world ensnared in spiritual warfare, where the actions of celestial beings directly impacted the mortal realm. It is here, in the second point, where the drama intensifies and the story takes a darker turn. The Book of Enoch provides a stark and detailed exposition of the fall of the Watchers, angels sent to watch over humanity who instead succumbed to earthly temptations. This narrative begins with a shocking breach of the heavenly order, as these watchers descend upon earth, choosing to forsake the divine duties in pursuit of earthly pleasures. The text describes how these angels, led by figures such as Azazel and Shemaiah, teach humans forbidden knowledge and crafts, leading to unprecedented levels of sin and corruption. This transgression is not merely a mythic tale but serves as a profound theological shockwave that reverberates through both the text and the early religious communities. The implications of angels, not just humans, committing sin and propagating evil fundamentally challenge the existing understandings of cosmic order and divine purity. This narrative starkly contrasts with the biblical portrayal of angels as God's perfect servants, introducing a layer of celestial complexity that was as disturbing as it was fascinating. Furthermore, the Book of Enoch's depiction of the hybrid offspring of these celestial beings, known as the Nephilim, giants born from the union of angels and human women, added another layer of supernatural intrigue. These beings, described as giants of immense strength and wickedness, brought chaos and violence to the earth, contributing to the moral decay that would ultimately necessitate divine intervention in the form of the Great Flood. The Nephilim's existence posed vexing questions about the nature of sin and the permeability of divine human boundaries. Historically, this portrayal of angels and their offspring played a crucial role in the broader narrative context of why the Book of Enoch was marginalized from the biblical canon. The early church fathers, in establishing doctrinal purity, found the detailed accounts of angelic disobedience and the existence of the Nephilim deeply problematic. These stories conflicted with the theological narrative that sought to emphasize human responsibility for sin and the clarity of divine justice. The unsettling implications of celestial beings altering human destiny by introducing sin directly into the world were seen as complicating the simpler, more straightforward moral teachings of the Bible. This dramatic account also sheds light on the theological and cosmic battles that were believed to influence earthly realms, a theme that resonates with the apocalyptic literature that was prevalent in certain Jewish and early Christian sects. The Book of Enoch, with its vivid portrayals of heavenly wars, angelic descents, and the consequent upheaval on earth, offered a cosmic perspective on sin and redemption that was both captivating and controversial. Moreover, the narrative of the Watchers reflects a broader mythological motif found in many ancient Near Eastern cultures, where gods frequently interact with humans, often with disastrous results. This cross-cultural echo suggests that the Book of Enoch was engaging with widespread mythological themes, adapting them into a monotheistic framework, which further complicated its acceptance into a religious canon that emphasized monotheism and divine transcendence. The exclusion of the Book of Enoch, therefore, was not merely about the text itself but also about controlling theological narratives and maintaining doctrinal clarity. As the early Christian Church worked to establish its identity in doctrinal boundaries, texts that blurred these boundaries or introduced theological ambiguities were often sidelined or suppressed. The Book of Enoch, with its dramatic tales of fallen angels and the direct impact of the divine on earthly chaos, was too complex and unsettling a document to be incorporated into the nascent Christian canon. In the unfolding drama of religious history and theology, the Book of Enoch remains a testament to the complexities of divine narrative and human understanding. Its exclusion speaks to the challenges faced by early religious leaders in crafting a coherent narrative that could be universally taught and accepted, free from the entanglements of celestial rebellions and the moral ambiguities they introduced. As such, the Book of Enoch continues to captivate scholars and believers alike, offering a glimpse into a world where the divine and the demonic intricately weave into the fabric of human history. Following the tumultuous narrative of the fallen angels and their disruptive impact on the earthly realm, the Book of Enoch transitions into equally profound but distinctly different terrain. If the tales of the Watchers explore the chaos inflicted by celestial beings, the third pivotal point of the book delves into the mechanics of divine justice itself, revealing how celestial judgment is meted out in response to cosmic disobedience. This section not only continues the dramatic saga but also expands the theological landscape by introducing the concept of divine retribution and cosmic order, setting a stage for a grand narrative on the scales of divine justice. In the aftermath of the heavenly rebellion, as the earth reels under the weight of sin introduced by the fallen angels and the Nephilim, the Book of Enoch presents a startling account of divine response. It describes how God appoints archangels to execute judgment against the rebellious angels, bringing forth a series of divine decrees and punitive actions that are both awe-inspiring and fear-inducing. The text outlines the roles of these archangels: Michael, tasked with announcing the sins of the Watchers; Raphael, responsible for binding the leader of the fallen angels; Azazel, and Gabriel, instructed to deal with the violent Nephilim. This divine council of judgment highlights a celestial hierarchy in action, a system where order is maintained and justice is not just an abstract concept but an active, enforced reality. This narrative section is not merely about punishment, it is a profound exploration of the mechanisms of divine justice. Enoch's detailed descriptions of the judgments reveal a universe governed by strict moral and cosmic laws, where even angels are not exempt from accountability. This stark portrayal challenges conventional understandings of divine mercy and justice, as it showcases a God who is uncompromising in maintaining cosmic order and punishing transgression, regardless of the transgressor's nature. Historically, the vivid depictions of angelic judgment in the Book of Enoch might have been too overwhelming for early Christian and Jewish communities. Theologically, this portrayal of God as a strict and punitive judge could conflict with the evolving concepts of God's mercy and forgiveness as emphasized in other scriptures. This tension between divine justice and mercy is a recurring theme in theological discussions and is vividly dramatized in the Book of Enoch. The book's focus on punitive justice provides a counterbalance to the more benevolent depictions of God seen in other texts, presenting a multifaceted view of the divine that is both intriguing and unsettling. Moreover, the theme of divine retribution as depicted in the Book of Enoch resonates with broader ancient Near Eastern legal and mythological traditions, where gods often directly intervene to punish wrongdoers and restore cosmic balance. These parallels suggest that the Book of Enoch was engaging with the widely understood motif of an ordered universe, where divine beings actively ensure that moral and cosmic laws are upheld. This aspect of the text connects it with a larger cultural and historical context, making it a rich source for understanding ancient perspectives on justice and divine governance. The exclusion of the Book of Enoch from the biblical canon can also be seen through the lens of its intense focus on divine judgment. For early religious communities aiming to emphasize God's loving and forgiving nature, the harsh narratives of judgment and punishment in Enoch could seem incongruent with the messages they wished to promote. Thus, sidelining the Book of Enoch could have been a strategic decision to shape the theological focus of the emerging Christian doctrine, steering believers towards a more forgiving, less punitive understanding of God. Today, the Book of Enoch remains a profound narrative that challenges readers to consider the complexities of divine justice. Its dramatic and detailed accounts of how justice is administered in the heavens provide a stark contrast to modern interpretations of divine mercy, making it a fascinating study for those interested in the theological and moral underpinnings of ancient texts. As we explore this third pivotal point of the Book of Enoch, we are invited to reflect on the nature of justice itself, both human and divine, and consider how these ancient narratives continue to influence contemporary understandings of morality and divine governance. The journey through the turbulent saga of the Book of Enoch brings us to a crucial juncture in the history of religious texts, a moment where the destinies of many sacred writings were determined in the echoing halls of ecclesiastical councils. Among these pivotal gatherings, the Council of Laodicea in 364 AD stands out as a landmark event in the shaping of the biblical canon. It was during this council that the Book of Enoch would face a decisive verdict, one that would significantly impact its place in religious history. The Council of Laodicea was convened to address various issues of doctrine and practice within the early Christian Church. Among its many concerns was the establishment of a clear and authoritative list of scriptures that were deemed suitable for teaching and liturgical use. This task was not merely administrative but deeply theological, as it involved discerning which texts were inspired by the Holy Spirit and which were not. The exclusion of the Book of Enoch from the canon at this council was a decision that echoed the broader trends among church leaders of the time. They favored texts that either had direct apostolic origins or were widely used and respected within the liturgy. The criteria for inclusion was stringent, focusing heavily on the authenticity and apostolic authorship, aiming to ensure that the teachings of Jesus and his immediate followers were preserved without contamination from external or dubious sources. The Book of Enoch, despite its profound insights and its purported authorship by the great-grandfather of Noah, lacked clear ties to the apostolic traditions that were so crucial to the early church leaders. Its content, filled with elaborate descriptions of heavenly realms, fallen angels, and apocalyptic visions, might have been too far removed from the more grounded, historical, and doctrinally aligned texts favored by those shaping the canon. Moreover, the usage of the Book of Enoch in liturgical settings was not as widespread as other texts that made their way into the Bible. Its influence, while significant in certain circles, did not reach the pervasive, church-wide integration required by the Council's standards. This limited use in liturgical practice, combined with its esoteric content, likely contributed to its exclusion. The decision at Laodicea was part of a larger movement within early Christianity to define orthodoxy and suppress heterodox elements, which often included writings deemed heretical or too Jewish. In the case of the Book of Enoch, its detailed accounts of angelic hierarchies and cosmic battles straddled the line between accepted Christian doctrine and the more speculative, mystical elements that some leaders viewed with suspicion. Historically, the Council of Laodicea's impact on the formation of the biblical canon cannot be overstated. Its decisions helped solidify the boundaries between what was considered scripturally sound and what was not. This process of canonization was crucial for the unity and identity of the early church, providing a common textual foundation upon which to build its emerging theology and practice. Yet, the exclusion of the Book of Enoch also speaks to the diverse and often contentious nature of early Christian theological development. The texts that were included or excluded from the canon shaped the theological landscape of Christianity in profound ways. By excluding the Book of Enoch, the Council effectively sidelined a narrative that offered a different perspective on divine justice, angelology, and cosmology, thus steering Christian thought away from these more mystical and apocalyptic themes. Today, the decisions made at the Council of Laodicea continue to resonate, influencing how Christians understand the biblical and extra-biblical texts. The fate of the Book of Enoch, a text of such compelling content yet absent from the Bible, reminds us of the complex, dynamic, and often politically charged process of canon formation. It highlights the intricate interplay between theology, church politics, and the desire for a cohesive religious identity, all of which played a role in shaping the sacred scriptures as we know them today. As we wrap up our exploration of the Book of Enoch and its exclusion from the Bible, we have journeyed through the mystic alleys of ancient texts and unearthed the complexities of divine narratives and celestial orders. We've delved deep into the reasons why this profound book, filled with visions of angels and apocalyptic prophecies, was left out of the canonical scriptures decided upon in the early centuries of Christianity. The Council of Laodicea, in its efforts to define a clear and authoritative Christian doctrine, chose texts that were closely tied to apostolic teachings and widely accepted in liturgical practice. The Book of Enoch, with its elaborate and esoteric themes, did not meet these criteria, highlighting the intricate process of how religious authorities shape the spiritual narratives that have been passed down through generations. As we reflect on this journey, let us consider the words from the Epistle to the Romans, chapter 15, verse 4, "For everything that was written in the past was written to teach us, so that through the endurance taught in the Scriptures and the encouragement they provide we might have hope." This verse reminds us that all Scriptures, whether canonical or not, hold valuable lessons that can inspire and guide us. If this exploration has enlightened or intrigued you, I encourage you to like, comment, and subscribe for more insights into the fascinating world of religious texts and their histories. Your thoughts and engagement are greatly valued, so please share your perspectives in the comments below. Thank you for joining me on this enlightening journey. May these insights enrich your understanding and faith. God bless you all. What if I told you that the Philippines, though not directly mentioned in the Bible, could hold a key role in God's prophetic timeline? A nation of over 7,000 islands, known for its natural beauty and rich culture, may have deeper spiritual significance than most realize. Could the Philippines be tied to ancient lands, such as Ophir, a place of immense wealth described in Scripture, or could its current position as a Christian stronghold in Asia place it on the prophetic stage in the last days? As we explore these questions, we'll uncover how the Philippines could play a surprising and important role in biblical prophecy. The Bible tells us that after the Great Flood, Noah's 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, repopulated the earth, Genesis 10. Each son became the forefather of different peoples and nations. Some scholars and historians propose that the Filipino people, with their diverse roots, could be linked to both Japheth and Ham, 2 of these patriarchs. Japheth, Noah's eldest son, is traditionally seen as the ancestor of many European and Asian nations. His descendants, including Gomer, Magog, and Madai, spread far and wide across the globe. Among Japheth's descendants is Togarmah, the son of Gomer, whose line is believed to have spread into parts of Asia. Some scholars speculate that Togarmah's descendants may have eventually reached the Philippines, making Filipinos part of the Japhethite line. Meanwhile, Ham, Noah's second son, is considered the father of African and some Asian nations. His sons, Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan, gave rise to ancient civilizations in Africa and the Middle East. There's a possibility that Ham's descendants migrated further into Southeast Asia, potentially intermixing with Japheth's descendants. This unique blend of Japhethite and Hamite ancestry may explain the Filipino people's cultural diversity and adaptability. If the Filipinos are descendants of both Japheth and Ham, they embody a rare combination of two of the most influential biblical lineages, blending cultures and histories that trace back to the Table of Nations in Genesis 10. Japheth's descendants are blessed in the Bible with expansion and dominion. Genesis 9:27 tells us, "May God enlarge Japheth, and may he dwell in the tents of Shem, and may Canaan be his servant." This blessing of growth and influence could explain why Japheth's descendants spread across Europe and Asia, playing major roles in history. Ham's descendants, though often associated with the curse on Canaan, Genesis 9:25, gave rise to powerful civilizations, including Cush, Ethiopia, Mizraim, Egypt, and Canaan, the land later occupied by Israel. Though Ham's descendants experienced challenges, their civilizations were central to biblical narratives and world history. If Filipinos indeed descend from both Japheth and Ham, this suggests that they share in the blessings of expansion and resilience. The Philippines' ability to influence cultures worldwide through its diaspora and its enduring faith could be seen as part of this prophetic blessing. The mystery of Ophir is one of the most intriguing enigmas in the Bible. Ophir is referenced as a distant land, rich in gold and valuable resources. 1 Kings 10:22 tells us that King Solomon sent ships to Ophir every 3 years, bringing back gold, silver, ivory, and exotic animals. It was a land known for its unparalleled wealth, and Solomon's access to it added to the grandeur of his reign. For the king's ships went to Tarshish with the servants of Huram. Every 3 years they came back, bringing gold, silver, ivory, apes, and peacocks. 1 Kings 10:22. So where is this mysterious land? Scholars have debated its location for centuries, with theories ranging from Africa to South America. However, some modern researchers propose that the Philippines could be the ancient land of Ophir. The Philippines is renowned for its rich deposits of gold, historically traded even before Spanish colonization. Pre-Hispanic Filipinos had gold in such abundance that it was crafted into jewelry, clothing, and ceremonial items. The country's ancient maritime trade routes with India, Arabia, and China support the possibility that this Southeast Asian archipelago could have been a major trading partner during the time of Solomon. The idea of the Philippines as Ophir aligns with the description of a faraway land rich in natural resources, accessed by sea, which brought immense wealth to Israel. While there is no conclusive evidence that the Philippines is the biblical Ophir, the parallels in geography and historical trade routes make this theory worth exploring further. Alongside Ophir, Tarshish is another mysterious location referenced in the Bible, often in connection with maritime trade and wealth. Some scholars believe that Tarshish refers to Spain, while others suggest it could be another far-flung trading destination. Isaiah 69 speaks of ships coming from Tarshish to bring offerings of silver and gold. Surely the islands look to me. In the lead are the ships of Tarshish, bringing your children from afar with their silver and gold, to the honor of the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, for he has endowed you with splendor. Isaiah 69. If Ophir represents a distant wealthy land, Tarshish symbolizes global trade and the exchange of wealth with nations. Could the Philippines, an archipelago long engaged in maritime commerce, be linked to this broader biblical narrative of seafaring nations? The traditional interpretations place Tarshish in the west, the Philippines' ancient trading history with the Middle East and the broader Asian continent suggests a possible connection. While the Philippines' connection to biblical lands, like Ophir or Tarshish, is speculative, its Christian identity is undeniable. The Philippines stands as one of the largest Christian nations in the world, and uniquely, it is the most dominant Christian country in Asia. Over 80% of its population is Catholic, a legacy of Spanish colonization, which brought the gospel to the islands in the 16th century. Matthew 24:14 gives a clear prophecy about the gospel being preached to all nations before the end comes. And this gospel of the kingdom will be preached in the whole world as a testimony to all nations, and then the end will come. In this context, the Philippines is a spiritual stronghold in a region dominated by Islam, Buddhism, and Hinduism. Its influence extends far beyond its borders. Filipino missionaries and workers, often serving in countries with little access to Christianity, carry their faith with them wherever they go. The Philippine diaspora, which is estimated to include more than 10 million people, can be seen as a modern-day missionary force, spreading the gospel in regions where traditional missionaries might struggle to gain access. The Filipino diaspora has brought Christianity to remote parts of the world, from the Middle East to Europe, fulfilling the Great Commission of Matthew 28:19. Therefore go, and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Could this missionary zeal be part of the fulfillment of end-time prophecy? The Bible emphasizes that the gospel must be preached to all nations before the end comes, and the Philippines' role as a global ambassador of the Christian faith may indicate its part in this grand prophetic timeline. Another significant element to consider is the Philippines' support for Israel. In Genesis 12:3, God promises to bless those who bless Israel. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse, and all peoples on earth will be blessed through you. The Philippines has a remarkable history of standing with Israel during critical moments in world history. During World War II, under President Manuel L. Quezon, the Philippines offered refuge to over 1,200 Jewish families fleeing the Holocaust, a move few nations were willing to make at the time. Later, in 1947, the Philippines was the only Asian nation to vote in favor of the UN resolution establishing the State of Israel, solidifying its friendship with the Jewish nation. This diplomatic and humanitarian support places the Philippines in alignment with God's promise to bless nations that stand with Israel. In light of biblical prophecy, this may signal a divine favor upon the Philippines that has lasting implications for the nation's role in the unfolding end-time events. As we turn our eyes toward the future, some speculate that the Philippines may play a more direct role in end-time prophecies. While it may not be explicitly named in the Bible, its geopolitical position and spiritual heritage may place it within the broader context of global events leading up to Christ's return. In Revelation 7:9, we read about a great multitude from every nation, tribe, and tongue worshipping before the throne of God. After this I looked, and there before me was a great multitude that no one could count, from every nation, tribe, people, and language, standing before the throne and before the Lamb. Could the Philippines, with its global diaspora and powerful Christian witness, be part of this prophetic multitude? Filipino Christians are already spread across the globe, from Saudi Arabia to North America, living out their faith and sharing the gospel. Their participation in global missionary efforts and their presence in foreign lands could symbolize the fulfillment of Revelation's vision of a global Christian community gathered to worship God in the end times. In addition, as geopolitical tensions rise around the world, particularly in the Middle East, The Philippines' strategic alliances and connections could also place it within the larger narrative of nations involved in end-time conflicts. Southeast Asia is becoming an increasingly critical area in global affairs, and the Philippines' role as a key ally of Western powers, combined with its support for Israel, suggests that it could have a role to play in the final chapter of human history. Though the Philippines is not directly mentioned in Scripture, the nation's potential ties to Ophir, its deep Christian roots, and its support for Israel may place it on the map of biblical prophecy in a more profound way than previously imagined. The Philippines stands as a beacon of faith in a region where Christianity is a minority, and its global missionary impact is undeniable. Could the Philippines be part of God's end-time plan, bringing the gospel to the farthest corners of the earth before Christ's return? Its support for Israel, its unique position in Asia, and its expanding Christian influence all point to a possible divine role in the unfolding of future events. Tell me what you think in the comments. Is it possible that the Philippines has a hidden role in biblical prophecy? Be sure to subscribe to Deep Bible Studies to explore more surprising connections between ancient prophecy and modern nations. What if I told you that the shortest book in the Bible, just 219 words in its original Greek, contains wisdom so profound it could transform how we view integrity, hospitality, and leadership? Welcome to the book of 3 John, a deeply personal letter from the Apostle John, written not for the multitudes, but for a single man, Gaius. Yet, in its brevity, this book illuminates universal truths about faithfulness, relationships, and the power of example. Picture this: the Apostle John, now aged and revered as the elder, writing from Ephesus, a bustling city in what is now modern Turkey. Ephesus was not only a hub of early Christianity, but also a city full of intrigue, political tensions, and the remnants of Roman grandeur. Today, its ruins whisper stories of the past, drawing millions of visitors yearning to step into biblical history. It was here, amidst the rise of false teachings and internal conflicts, that John penned his words, calling the church back to truth and love. As promised, here we are, diving into the third and final epistle of John. If you haven't yet explored the wisdom in 1 John or the profound truths of 2 John, or if you want to revisit the Gospel of John to understand the full arc of his message, we encourage you to check them out. We've provided links in the description below to make it easy for you to go deeper into John's remarkable writings. But 3 John is more than just history or doctrine. It's a spotlight on the struggles and triumphs within the early church. It exposes the selfishness of a leader like Diotrephes, while celebrating the faithfulness of a man like Gaius. It reminds us that our choices, whether to walk in truth or to prioritize self-interest, shape our legacy within the kingdom of God. So, what can this small letter teach us today? What does it mean to walk in truth, extend hospitality, or guard against harmful influences in leadership? Let's unravel these lessons together and discover how this letter, written centuries ago, remains a powerful guide for believers navigating the complexities of modern faith. As we delve deeper into the heart of 3 John, we once again encounter the wisdom and passion of the Apostle John, affectionately called the Elder. This title wasn't just a nod to his advanced age, but a recognition of his spiritual maturity and his unwavering role as a guiding force in the early church. From the shores of Galilee, where he was called a son of thunder, to his later years in Ephesus, where he became the apostle of love, John's journey is a testament to the transformative power of walking with Christ. The world around John was turbulent. The early church faced challenges that tested its foundation: rising false teachings, internal divisions, and leaders more focused on self-interest than service. Yet John stood firm, calling believers to faithfulness and truth. His letters, each written with precision and deep emotion, are timeless reminders of the virtues that hold the church together. Since we've explored John's remarkable life in our videos on the Gospel of John, 1 John, 2 John, and even his breathtaking vision in Revelation, we encourage you to revisit those stories. Links are in the description to help you dive into the rich legacy of this beloved disciple. Here in 3 John, we see the apostle in his elder years, his words a mix of tender encouragement and bold correction, ensuring the truth of Christ would shine brightly in a church navigating perilous times. Let's now step into his message, where personal relationships and leadership take center stage. The story of Gaius, as captured in 3 John, is a shining example of faithfulness in action, a reminder that even the smallest acts of devotion can have eternal impact. From the depths of the apostle, John's letter emerges a portrait of a man whose life was marked by integrity, generosity, and unwavering commitment to God's truth. Imagine receiving such words from John himself, a beloved apostle who had walked with Christ, now addressing you as a faithful partner in the gospel. This was the honor bestowed upon Gaius. John begins by praying for Gaius's health and well-being, drawing a parallel between his physical condition and the prosperity of his soul. 3 John 1:2. Pause here for a moment. What does it mean to have a soul so evidently alive and thriving that it becomes the standard for one's overall well-being? Gaius exemplifies this ideal, and it's a striking testament to the depth of his walk with God. He wasn't merely known for his faith, he embodied it in a way that radiated health and vitality to all who observed him. Walking in truth is the cornerstone of Gaius's commendation. John rejoices greatly upon hearing that Gaius is living out his faith authentically, even when no one is watching. 3 John 1:3-4. This isn't the type of truth that merely resides in theological knowledge. It's the truth that transforms hearts and governs actions. Gaius's life was a reflection of Christ's light, a living testament to the power of faithfulness in a world that often pulls believers toward compromise. But Gaius's faithfulness didn't stop at personal piety. His hospitality was legendary, extending to strangers and traveling evangelists who were carrying the gospel to new places. In the early church, such hospitality wasn't a mere courtesy, it was a necessity. Traveling preachers relied on believers for lodging, food, and support to sustain their ministries. Gaius not only welcomed them, but did so in a manner worthy of God. 3 John 1:6. Think about that. He treated these workers as if they were representatives of God himself, offering them not just his resources, but his respect and care. In today's world, Gaius's actions might be likened to supporting missionaries, funding ministry efforts, or offering encouragement to those who labor in the gospel. His life challenges us to examine our own hearts. Are we willing to partner with God's workers in such a sacrificial and loving way? Proverbs 22:9 reminds us, "The generous will themselves be blessed, for they share their food with the poor." Gaius's generosity embodies this truth, showing that giving from the heart is both an act of worship and a means of advancing God's kingdom. But Gaius's faithfulness wasn't just about material support. It was about alignment with God's truth. In a world rife with deception and self-interest, he stood as a beacon of what it meant to live authentically. His actions spoke louder than words, inspiring others to trust in God's provision and walk in the light of his commandments. His story also serves as a mirror, reflecting our own struggles with generosity and faithfulness. How often do we withhold help, fearing we don't have enough to give. Or perhaps we grow weary, wondering if our small acts of service make any difference. Gaius's life reminds us that faithfulness isn't about grandeur, it's about consistency. Proverbs 11:25 tells us a generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed. In giving of himself, Gaius not only refreshed others, but found himself strengthened by the very act of obedience. Yet even as Gaius shines as an example, his story is set against the backdrop of challenges within the church. John's letter highlights the tension between those who walk in truth and those who seek their own gain, a topic we will explore in the next section. Gaius's life is a call to action, to live with integrity, to give generously, and to walk boldly in truth, knowing that such faithfulness honors God and advances his kingdom. As we reflect on Gaius's life, ask yourself, how can I better support those doing God's work? Where can I practice the kind of sacrificial love and hospitality that Gaius exemplified? And most importantly, am I walking in truth in a way that inspires others to do the same? Let Gaius's story ignite in you a renewed commitment to live faithfully, not for recognition, but for the glory of God. As Gaius shines as a model of faithfulness and generosity, the narrative in 3 John shifts sharply, casting a sobering shadow over the story. In stark contrast to Gaius's humble obedience, we encounter Diotrephes, a church leader whose name has become synonymous with arrogance and self-promotion. The Apostle John doesn't shy away from calling out the damage caused by Diotrephes' prideful leadership, a warning that resonates deeply for anyone navigating authority within the church. While Gaius walked in truth, Diotrephes stumbled in the darkness of his own ego. John describes him as someone who loves to be first. 3 John 1:9. Think about that for a moment. A man entrusted with leadership in God's church, yet consumed by the desire for prominence and power. His actions reveal the dangerous allure of authority when it becomes untethered from humility and submission to Christ. In rejecting John's authority and undermining the apostles' teachings, Diotrephes placed himself at the center, turning a sacred calling into a stage for his own glory. The division sown by Diotrephes wasn't just about theology, it was deeply personal. He refused to welcome traveling evangelists, rejecting the very workers Gaius so faithfully supported. Worse still, he actively sought to expel anyone in the church who dared to challenge his authority or offer hospitality to these workers. 3 John 1:10. This wasn't leadership, it was tyranny masquerading as piety. Proverbs 16:18 warns us, pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. Diotrephes' arrogance wasn't just a personal failing, it had real, destructive consequences for the church community. In today's church, the spirit of Diotrephes can manifest in many forms. We see it in leaders who prioritize their platforms over their people, who seek admiration rather than accountability, and who wield authority as a weapon instead of a tool for service. It's a sobering reminder that the church is not immune to the pitfalls of pride, and the consequences can be devastating. Diotrephes' example challenges us to examine not only those in leadership, but also our own hearts. Are we drawn to positions of influence for the sake of serving others or for the validation it brings? John's confrontation of Diotrephes is a model of how to address harmful leadership within the church. He doesn't remain silent or passive. Instead, he speaks truth boldly, exposing the pride and division for what it is. This isn't about public shaming, it's about protecting the integrity of the church and the spiritual well-being of its members. Proverbs 27:5-6 reminds us, better is open rebuke than hidden love. Wounds from a friend can be trusted, but an enemy multiplies kisses. John's rebuke of Diotrephes is an act of love for the church, a painful but necessary step toward restoration. For those under the care of leaders like Diotrephes, John's words offer both clarity and hope. Clarity in recognizing the traits of harmful leadership, arrogance, exclusivity, and a lack of accountability, and hope in knowing that God's truth will ultimately prevail. Proverbs 15:25 assures us, "The Lord tears down the house of the proud, but he sets the widow's boundary stones in place." God's justice is not distant, it is active, and he will not allow pride to corrupt his church indefinitely. Diotrephes' story also speaks to the importance of discernment within the congregation. Just as Gaius' hospitality supported the gospel, Diotrephes' rejection of godly workers hindered it. This underscores the collective responsibility of the church to uphold truth and challenge leadership that strays from Christ's example. It's not enough to passively observe. Believers are called to be active participants in preserving the integrity of their communities. As we reflect on Diotrephes, we're left with a dual challenge: to guard against pride in our own lives and to courageously address it when it arises in leadership. True Christian leadership, as modeled by Christ himself, is rooted in humility, service, and a commitment to lifting others up, not elevating oneself. Matthew 20:26-28 reminds us, "Whoever wants to become great among you must be your servant, and whoever wants to be first must be your slave, just as the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve, and to give his life as a ransom for many." As we move forward, John's letter doesn't leave us in the shadow of Diotrephes' failures. Instead, it shines a light on the hope found in godly examples, offering a contrast that inspires us to pursue integrity and truth. From the faithful Gaius to the cautionary tale of Diotrephes, the stage is set for us to meet another figure, Demetrius, a man who embodies the qualities of true leadership and serves as a beacon for believers today. As the stormy clouds of Diotrephes' arrogance and division hang heavy over John's letter, a refreshing ray of light pierces through in the form of Demetrius. Mentioned only briefly, this man stands as a stark contrast to the self-serving leader, offering a glimpse of what true Christ-centered character looks like in action. John's words about Demetrius carry a weight that transcends their brevity. Demetrius is well spoken of by everyone, and even by the truth itself. We also speak well of him, and you know that our testimony is true. 3 John 1:12. In just a few lines, Demetrius emerges as a powerful example of integrity, faithfulness, and the lasting impact of a godly reputation. Where Diotrephes sowed division, Demetrius inspired unity. Where pride corrupted one man's witness, humility fortified another's. His life was a living testimony to the truth, not only affirmed by his peers, but also by the very essence of truth itself, God's Word. Imagine being a member of the early church, hearing John's letter read aloud. The community, likely bruised by Diotrephes' actions, would have found a balm in the mention of Demetrius. His name would have evoked trust, respect, and admiration, a reputation earned not through power or ambition, but through unwavering faithfulness to Christ. Proverbs 22:1 captures this essence perfectly. A good name is more desirable than great riches. To be esteemed is better than silver or gold. Demetrius' legacy wasn't built on material wealth or influence. It was built on character. The testimony about Demetrius wasn't limited to those within his immediate circle. Well spoken of by everyone, John writes, a phrase that underscores how a godly reputation transcends boundaries. Demetrius's life wasn't compartmentalized. His faith informed his every action, interaction, and decision. In a time when the early church faced both external persecution and internal strife, such consistency would have been a lighthouse for believers navigating turbulent waters. John's commendation of Demetrius also highlights the ripple effect of integrity. A Christ-like reputation doesn't just benefit the individual, it strengthens the entire community. Demetrius's trustworthiness likely fostered unity, encouraged faith, and provided a stark reminder of what it meant to walk in truth. Proverbs 11:3 speaks to this beautifully. The integrity of the upright guides them, but the unfaithful are destroyed by their duplicity. In Demetrius, the church saw guidance, stability, and hope. In today's world, the legacy of Demetrius is more relevant than ever. Our reputations are often shaped by fleeting impressions, social media personas, or surface-level interactions. But true, lasting influence comes from a life rooted in Christ. Integrity is cultivated not in grand gestures but in the quiet, consistent choices to honor God in all things. Demetrius's story challenges us to consider the kind of testimony our own lives offer. Are we known for truth, love, and humility? Do our actions align with the faith we profess? Demetrius's example also speaks to the power of quiet faithfulness. Unlike Diotrephes, who demanded attention, Demetrius likely served humbly without seeking recognition, and yet his life spoke volumes. Proverbs 27 says, "The righteous lead blameless lives, blessed are their children after them." While the verse refers to literal descendants, its principle applies broadly. A life of integrity blesses others, leaving a legacy that echoes long after we're gone. For the modern believer, maintaining a godly reputation might seem daunting, especially in a culture that often rewards ambition over humility. But Demetrius reminds us that faithfulness to God's truth is the foundation of a life that honors Him. It's not about perfection, it's about consistency, humility, and a heart surrendered to Christ. Each interaction, each decision becomes an opportunity to reflect His light, just as Demetrius did. As we close this reflection on Demetrius, his story serves as both an encouragement and a challenge. Encouragement that a life of quiet faithfulness can have a profound impact, and a challenge to prioritize integrity over image, character over comfort. In him, we see the fruit of walking in truth, a path that leads not only to personal peace, but also to community trust and divine approval. From Gaius's faithfulness to Diotrephes' failures and Demetrius's godly legacy, John's letter paints a vivid picture of what it means to live a life shaped by truth and love. And while the characters in this brief epistle lived centuries ago, their stories resonate deeply, calling us to reflect on our own lives and communities. What legacy are we building? What testimony do our lives offer? As the letter draws to a close, the spotlight shifts once again. From individual examples like Gaius, Diotrephes, and Demetrius to the broader fabric of Christian community. The Apostle John, with all his wisdom and pastoral care, turns his gaze toward the collective experience of believers walking together in truth and love. In his final exhortations, John's words are tender, filled with longing for deeper connections, and a reminder of the profound joy found in genuine fellowship. "Peace to you, Kul," he writes. "The friends here send their greetings. Greet the friends there by name." 3 John 1:15. These aren't just formalities. They're a window into John's heart. A man who deeply values personal relationships, face-to-face interaction, and the unity of the body of Christ. Imagine for a moment the setting of the early church. Small, intimate gatherings in homes or courtyards where believers shared meals, prayed, and studied the scriptures together. For them, these were not just meetings, they were lifelines. Surrounded by opposition from both religious authorities and the Roman Empire, these communities thrived on the bonds of truth and love that held them together. John's letter reflects this reality, urging his readers to guard these connections fiercely. John's longing for face-to-face fellowship carries an emotional weight. He acknowledges that written words, though valuable, cannot replace the depth of in-person interaction. "I have much to write to you," he says, "but I do not want to do so with pen and ink. I hope to see you soon, and we will talk face to face." 3 John 1:13-14. Here, John reveals a truth that resonates even in our modern age of digital communication. True relationships flourish in proximity, not just through screens or letters. The Apostles' longing underscores a timeless truth. Human connection is God-designed. From the very beginning, God declared, "It is not good for man to be alone." Genesis 2:18. Fellowship isn't just a social convenience, it's a spiritual necessity. It's where we find accountability, encouragement, and the sharpening that Proverbs 27:17 describes. As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another. John's emphasis on walking in truth and love isn't just about individual behavior. It's about how believers engage with one another. He celebrates the joy of seeing others live out their faith, a sentiment echoed earlier in the letter. "I have no greater joy than to hear that my children are walking in the truth." 3 John 1:4. For John, faith isn't just personal, it's communal. The success of one believer strengthens the whole community, and the fall of one creates ripples that affect everyone. The Apostles' call to prioritize relationships is especially poignant in a world that often values independence over interdependence. Modern believers face unique challenges, busyness, technology, and even church divisions that can erode genuine connection. John's words call us back to the essence of fellowship, authenticity, shared truth, and sacrificial love. He reminds us that the church isn't just an institution or a building, it's a family, united by faith in Christ. John's closing words also highlight the role of relationships in combating the challenges addressed earlier in the letter. Gaius's faithfulness, Diotrephes' pride, and Demetrius's integrity are all set within the context of community. Relationships are the proving ground, where truth and love are tested and refined. They're where we learn to forgive, encourage, and hold one another accountable. In today's world, this call to prioritize relationships feels more urgent than ever. Loneliness is rampant, even in a hyper-connected age. Social media often creates the illusion of connection while deepening isolation. John's plea for face-to-face fellowship is a countercultural reminder of the power of presence. There's something sacred about looking someone in the eye, sharing a meal, or praying together. It's in these moments that the body of Christ truly becomes the hands and feet of Jesus. John's closing also challenges us to reflect on the role of unity within the church. Division and conflict, like those caused by Diotrephes, are still prevalent today. The Apostles' vision of believers walking in truth and love offers a path forward, a community where differences are navigated with grace and where the focus remains on Christ. As we conclude, John's final words leave us with a profound sense of responsibility and hope. Relationships, when rooted in truth and love, have the power to transform not just individual lives, but entire communities. They reflect the very heart of God, who created us for fellowship with Him and one another. In this light, 3 John becomes more than a brief letter. It becomes a guide for how to live in harmony with others, to prioritize what truly matters, and to cultivate relationships that honor God. As we close our journey through the smallest yet profoundly impactful book of the Bible, 3 John, we're left with a tapestry of lessons woven from truth, love, humility, and integrity. These lessons aren't just ancient words for an ancient church. They are timeless principles that echo into our relationships, our communities, and our walk with God. John's reflections remind us to embrace faithfulness, reject pride, honor godly examples, and treasure the connections we share within the body of Christ. So, what now? How do we take the wisdom of Gaius, the caution of Diotrephes, and the legacy of Demetrius into our everyday lives? Start by assessing your own heart. Are you walking in truth? Are your actions motivated by love? Are you nurturing relationships that glorify God and strengthen His church? John's call to live authentically and intentionally is just as urgent now as it was in the first century. To take this journey further, we encourage you to explore the entire New Testament with us, from the Gospel of Matthew to the awe-inspiring revelations given to John. We've crafted videos that break down each book in ways that are clear, engaging, and applicable to your life. You'll find links below to videos on 1 John, 2 John, and the Gospel of John, along with others. Watching them will help you see the interconnected beauty of Scripture, where each book builds on the next. If this Deep Bible Stories video resonated with you, consider sharing it with someone who needs encouragement, clarity, or direction. You never know how the wisdom of Scripture might spark hope in their life. Finally, leave us a comment. What stood out to you the most in 3 John? Is there a particular lesson or theme you'd like us to explore further in another video? Your insights and questions help shape our future content, so don't hesitate to let us know. Let's walk together in truth and love, just as John envisioned for the early church. Until next time, may the wisdom of God guide you, His love sustain you, and His truth illuminate your path.
I am Job, and this is the story of my suffering. But before we delve into the trials that befell me, allow me to recount my life before these fateful events. I was born and raised in the land of Uz, an area east of Canaan, at a time when wisdom and righteousness were highly valued. From a young age, I was educated in the ways of justice and the fear of God, values that accompanied me throughout my life. As the years passed, I became known as the greatest of all men in the East. My reputation was not based solely on material wealth, although I had plenty. I possessed 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camels, 500 yoke of oxen, and 500 donkeys. My herd stretched across vast pastures, and caravans laden with goods traversed the trade routes under my care. A multitude of servants tended to my properties, and my name was spoken with respect in the marketplaces and in the tents of nomads. But the true source of my prestige lay in my conduct. I was known as a man of integrity and uprightness, who feared God and turned away from evil. My life was guided by justice and compassion. I did not hesitate to reach out to those in need, whether an orphan without protection or a destitute widow. The words of the Most High were my guide, and I followed them with unwavering devotion. My family was my greatest treasure. I was blessed with 7 sons and 3 daughters, all raised to honor God and respect their neighbors. Our home was a place of joy and celebration. Regularly, my children would gather for feasts, taking turns as hosts. After each cycle of festivities, I would rise early and offer burnt offerings for each of them. Perhaps my children have sinned and cursed God in their hearts, I thought. Thus was my constant custom. The life I led was considered exemplary by my contemporaries. Many came to me seeking counsel, and my word was respected in the assemblies of the elders. When I spoke, all fell silent. When I smiled, it encouraged them. I chose the path for them and presided as a king among his troops, like one who comforts those who mourn. However, not everything in my life was perfect. We lived in a time of uncertainties, where nomadic tribes frequently attacked settlements and caravans. The threat of invasions from the Sabaeans and Chaldeans was constant. But I trusted in divine protection and the strength of my servants to keep my family and property safe. In those days, religion permeated every aspect of our existence. We believe that God rewarded the righteous with prosperity and punished the wicked with adversities. This belief was deeply rooted in our culture, and I, in my piety, was seen as a living example of this truth. But what no one knew, not even I, was that my faith was about to be tested in ways I could never have imagined. In the heavenly halls, a conversation was about to change the course of my life forever. Imagine, if you will, the divine council gathered, God Himself, in His unfathomable majesty, presiding over the heavenly beings. And among them, emerging as an uninvited intruder, was Satan, the accuser. It was in this cosmic setting that my name was mentioned. "Have you considered my servant Job?" the Lord asked. "There is no one on earth like him, blameless and upright, who fears God and turns away from evil." Little did I know that these divine words, though a supreme compliment, would be the prelude to my trial. Satan in his cunning questioned the authenticity of my faith. "Does Job fear God for no reason? Have you not put a hedge around him, his house and all that he has? You have blessed the work of his hands, and his herds are spread throughout the land. But stretch out your hand and touch all that he has, and he will surely curse you to your face." These words, spoken in the heavenly realms, would echo into my life in ways I could never foresee. Permission was granted, and the stage was set for a trial that would test the limits of my faith and endurance. Meanwhile, in my home in Uz, I continued my usual life, unaware of the cosmic drama unfolding. I oversaw my herds, advised the needy, and offered sacrifices to God. The peace and prosperity I knew were about to be shaken to their foundations. It is important to understand the cultural context in which I lived. In ancient Mesopotamia, wealth was not merely a matter of comfort, but a tangible sign of divine favor. Each sheep, each camel, each piece of land was seen as a direct blessing from God. My position as the greatest of all men in the East was not just a title of social prestige, but an affirmation of my supposed righteousness before the Most High. The laws and customs of our time were strict. Hospitality was sacred, and refusing to help someone in need was considered a grave offense, not just against man, but against God Himself. I strived to meet and even exceed these expectations, not out of obligation, but from a genuine conviction that it was the right thing to do. My daily routine was a testimony to this devotion. At dawn, I would rise to offer sacrifices. During the day, I would oversee my business with justice and fairness. At night, I gathered my family for moments of instruction and worship. "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom," I would often tell my children, echoing the ancient traditions of our people. Little did I know that every aspect of this life I cherished, my wealth, my family, my health, my reputation, would be put to the test. The conversation in the heavenly halls was about to unleash a series of events that would lead me to the depths of despair, and ultimately, to a deeper understanding of the nature of God and faith. As the sun set on that fateful day, I retired to sleep, grateful for another day of blessings, unaware that the dawn would bring the beginning of a journey that would test every fiber of my being. The story of my suffering was about to begin, but with it would come a revelation of the greatness and mystery of God that I could never have imagined in my days of prosperity. The day dawned like any other, but I soon realized that something was terribly wrong. A servant came running, breathless and with a pale, terrified face. "My lord," he said, trembling, "the Sabaeans have attacked. They took the oxen and the donkeys and killed the other servants. Only I escaped to tell you." I barely had time to process this news when another servant appeared, equally disturbed. Fire fell from the sky and consumed the sheep and the shepherds. Only I survived to bring you the news. My heart began to tighten, a feeling of dread settling in my chest. A third messenger arrived, his words cutting like a dagger. The Chaldeans formed 3 groups and attacked the camels, taking them away. They put the other servants to the sword. Only I managed to escape to tell you. With each report, I felt as if the ground beneath my feet was disappearing. All my wealth, accumulated over years of hard work and divine blessing, evaporated in a matter of moments. But the worst was yet to come. The last messenger brought the news that shattered my heart. Your sons and daughters were feasting in the house of the eldest brother when a strong wind blew in from the desert and struck the four corners of the house. It collapsed on them, and they all died. Only I escaped to tell you. At that moment, I felt as if my entire world had crumbled. Everything I loved, everything that gave meaning to my life, was ripped away from me in a single devastating day. The pain was unbearable, beyond anything I had ever experienced. In the midst of my anguish, I rose up, tore my robe and shaved my head. Traditional signs of mourning in our culture. Then I fell to the ground in worship. The words that came out of my mouth surprised even me. Naked I came from my mother's womb, and naked I shall return. The Lord gave and the Lord has taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Even in the midst of the deepest pain, I did not curse God. My faith, though shaken, remained intact. I did not understand why these terrible events were happening, but I clung to the belief that God was sovereign over all things. In the days that followed, I struggled to find meaning amidst the chaos. My surviving servants looked to me for guidance, but I could barely find the strength to get up each morning. The news of my misfortune spread quickly, and soon I found myself not only stripped of possessions and family, but also of social status. Those who had once revered me as an example of divine blessing, now whispered and speculated about what terrible sin I might have committed to deserve such punishment. The theology of retribution, so deeply ingrained in our society, was now turned against me. My wife, in her own pain and confusion, challenged me. Do you still hold fast to your integrity? Curse God and die? Her words cut me deeply, but I responded, You speak as one of the foolish women. Shall we receive good from God, and shall we not receive evil? Little did I know that this trial was only the beginning. In the heavenly halls, a second conversation was taking place. Satan, not satisfied with my initial response, argued that I only maintained my integrity because my own skin had been spared. With divine permission, he was granted the authority to strike my health, with the sole restriction of sparing my life. Thus, in the blink of an eye, I was afflicted with terrible sores from head to toe. My body, once healthy and strong, became a constant source of pain and discomfort. Sitting among the ashes, I scraped my wounds with a piece of pottery, seeking some relief from my physical suffering. At this point of total desolation, 3 of my friends, Eliphaz, Bildad, and Zophar, came to visit me. When they saw me from a distance, they hardly recognized me. They wept, tore their robes, and threw dust on their heads in mourning. For 7 days and 7 nights they sat with me in silence, mute witnesses to my misery. As they remained silent, I struggled internally. I questioned the purpose of my suffering, the justice of God, the meaning of my own existence. The faith that once seemed unshakable was now tested beyond its limits. It was in this moment of deep darkness that I began to voice my anguish, initiating a series of laments and questions that would mark the beginning of a long and painful dialogue, not only with my friends, but with God Himself. The silence of my friends, initially a comfort, became oppressive. When I finally opened my mouth, it was to curse the day I was born. Perish the day I was born, I cried, and the night it was said, a boy is born. My anguish overflowed in bitter words, questioning the purpose of my existence amidst so much suffering. It was Eliphaz who first responded. With words he believed to be comforting, he began to expound his view on my situation. Consider this, he said, who being innocent ever perished? Where have the upright been destroyed? His logic was clear. Suffering comes as a result of sin. If I was suffering, there must be some hidden transgression in my life. Bildad and Zophar followed the same line of reasoning. Each in their own way insisted that my suffering was divine punishment, a call to repentance. Their words, although well-intentioned, were like salt in my wounds. They did not understand that my integrity was not a mask, but the core of my being. With each veiled accusation, each suggestion of hidden guilt, I responded vehemently. I know I am blameless, I asserted, but how can a mortal be just before God? My frustration grew not only with my friends, but with the divine silence itself. I longed for an audience with the Most High, a chance to present my case directly to Him. The physical pains were constant. an incessant reminder of my miserable condition. The sores covering my body gave me no rest. At night, when others found relief in sleep, I tossed in agony. When I lie down, I think, how long before I get up? The night drags on and I toss and turn until dawn, I lamented. Social isolation amplified my suffering. Those who once respected me now avoided me. Children mocked me, and I became an object of disdain for those who once held me in high esteem. God has made me the target of his arrows, I declared in my anguish, feeling not only abandoned by men, but also by God. As my friends persisted in their theories of divine retribution, I continued to assert my innocence. I did not deny God's sovereignty or his justice, but questioned the simplistic application of that justice in my case. Even if I were innocent, my mouth would condemn me. Even if I were blameless, it would declare me guilty, I argued. Expressing the complexity of defending oneself before the divine, it was at that moment that a fourth speaker entered the scene. Elihu, younger than the others, had patiently listened to the debate. Indignant both at my insistence on justifying myself and at my friend's inability to refute me properly, he offered a different perspective. God is greater than man, Elihu declared, suggesting that suffering could have purposes beyond mere punishment. He argued that God sometimes uses suffering to refine character, to teach, and to prevent people from falling into sin. His words, while still not entirely satisfying, opened a new dimension to the debate. As Elihu spoke, a change began to occur. The sky darkened, and a strong wind began to blow. Suddenly, amid a whirlwind, the voice of God himself was heard. "Who is this that obscures my plans with words without knowledge?" thundered the divine voice. What followed was a series of questions that exposed the vastness of God's knowledge and power, in contrast to my limited human understanding. "Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth?" God asked. "Who shut up the sea behind doors when it burst forth from the womb? When I made the clouds its garment and thick darkness its swaddling band?" Each divine question revealed an aspect of creation and providence that was beyond my comprehension. From the depths of the sea to the constellations of the sky, from the habits of wild animals to the mysteries of weather, God demonstrated his absolute sovereignty over all creation. In light of this overwhelming revelation of divine majesty, my perspective began to change. I realized that I had spoken of things I did not understand, of wonders that were beyond me. My ears had heard of you, I confessed, but now my eyes have seen you. Therefore I despise myself and repent in dust and ashes. This encounter with God did not directly answer my questions about the reason for my suffering. Instead, it provided something deeper, an understanding of the vastness of God's wisdom and power, before which my complaints seemed insignificant. After my repentance, God turned to my friends. "I am angry with you," he said to Eliphaz, Bildad, and Zophar, "because you have not spoken of me what is right, as my servant Job has." I was instructed to pray for them, so that God would not deal with them according to their folly. The act of interceding for those who had unjustly accused me was a turning point. As I prayed for my friends, I felt a weight being lifted from my shoulders. The bitterness that had accumulated during months of suffering began to dissipate. It was then that God began to restore my fortunes. Relatives and friends who had distanced themselves during my time of affliction returned. They brought gifts and offered comfort, acknowledging the suffering I had endured. Gradually my health was restored, the sores disappeared, and my body regained its strength. My herds began to grow again, surpassing in number what I had previously owned. The Lord blessed the latter part of Job's life more than the former part, people said, marveling at the change in my fortunes. I was blessed with 7 sons and 3 daughters, just as before. My daughters were known as the most beautiful in all the land, and contrary to the customs of the time, I gave them an inheritance along with their brothers. I lived to see my children and grandchildren to the 4th generation. When I finally departed this world at the age of 140, I was a satisfied man, having experienced not only the depths of suffering, but also the heights of divine grace. My story, however, is not just about loss and material restoration. It is a testament to the complexity of faith, the unfathomable wisdom of God, and the human spirit's ability to persevere through the most severe trials. Through my suffering, I learned that the relationship between God and man transcends the simple logic of reward and punishment. I discovered that true faith is not one that never questions, but one that persists even when all answers seem distant. My journey serves as a reminder that suffering, no matter how incomprehensible it may seem, is not always a punishment. Sometimes it is a mystery that leads us to a deeper understanding of God and ourselves. By sharing my story, I hope that those facing their own trials find comfort and strength. May they know that even in the darkest nights of the soul, there is hope. For the God who allows suffering is the same one who, in His infinite wisdom and love, works all things for the good of those who love Him. Thus, I conclude my account, not as a man who has found all the answers, but as someone who has learned to trust even without fully understanding. May my story stand as a testimony to God's faithfulness and the resilience of the human spirit in the face of the deepest adversities.
The story you've been fed is simple. God, the Almighty, created the world, created humanity, and everything was fine until Adam and Eve screwed up. Then, thousands of years later, God sent His only Son to fix it all. That's the version you get in Sunday school. But the real story? It's far more disturbing. It's radical. It's dangerous. And it's hidden in one of the most ancient and banned texts of all time, On the Origin of the World, a lost gospel from the Nag Hammadi Library, buried for nearly 1,600 years and unearthed in 1945. This ancient text reveals something the church doesn't want you to know. The God that billions worship today, He's not the supreme being. He's not even divine in the highest sense. He's an impostor, a tyrant, a fraud. And his name, Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth wasn't the first being. He wasn't the creator of everything. He was the mistake of a higher divine entity known as Sophia, wisdom itself. Sophia, in her desire to create, acted without the approval of the true, unknowable God, the eternal source of all. And in doing so, she gave birth to something imperfect, something twisted. Yaldabaoth, a being of immense power, but no wisdom, no understanding, and worst of all, no knowledge of his own origin. And here's the kicker, he thought he was the only God. Imagine that. A powerful, ignorant being suddenly emerging into existence, alone, confused, and believing that he is the ultimate authority. What does he do? He creates. He shapes the material world. He forms the heavens and the earth, not out of wisdom or benevolence, but out of arrogance. He makes angels and demons to serve him, rulers to enforce his will. And then, he declares, I am a jealous God, and there is no other God besides me. Sound familiar, God of the Bible? But according to On the Origin of the World, those words weren't spoken by the true divine source. They were spoken by Yaldabaoth, the false god, the usurper, the architect of this broken reality. And it gets worse. Yaldabaoth and his servants, known as the Archons, didn't create humanity out of love or a divine plan. They did it out of fear. Sophia, regretting her mistake, sent a fragment of the divine into the material world. A spark. A seed of the true God hidden inside humankind. And Yaldabaoth saw it. He saw that humans had something he didn't, something powerful. And he panicked. So what did he do? He tried to keep us blind. He trapped us in flesh. He set up rulers, laws, and religions to keep us ignorant. He made sure we worshipped him, obeyed him, feared him. And every time humanity got too close to the truth, we crushed them. The flood of Noah? That wasn't a righteous judgment. That was Yaldabaoth wiping out those who were waking up. The destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah? Not about sin, about rebellion. Every prophet, every mystic, every Gnostic teacher who spoke against him was silenced, erased, burned. And this is where Jesus comes in. Not as the son of Yaldabaoth, not as a sacrifice to save us from sin, but as a revolutionary, a messenger from the true divine realm, sent to wake us up, to expose the lie, to tell humanity that the God they serve is a tyrant and that the real path to salvation isn't obedience, it's knowledge. Gnosis. This is why the Church erased these texts. This is why the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Judas, and On the Origin of the World were hidden for centuries. Because if people knew the truth, if they realized that the God of the Bible was nothing more than a power-hungry fraud, everything would collapse. Let's cut the nonsense. Yaldabaoth wasn't just some accident, he was a problem. A cosmic error with delusions of grandeur. A mistake that refused to stay in its place. Unlike every tyrant in history, the moment he got a taste of power, he started acting like he was the center of the universe. He wasn't the first. He wasn't the greatest. But he wanted to be. He needed to be. So he did what every dictator does, he built a system where he was the absolute ruler, where no one could challenge him. First, he surrounded himself with enforcers. The Archons. Beings he created to act as his divine mafia. They controlled the heavens, dictated the laws of the cosmos, and ensured that everything stayed exactly the way Yaldabaoth wanted. These weren't benevolent angels looking out for humanity, these were spiritual prison guards, making sure no one ever figured out the truth. And when Yaldabaoth looked at his creation, he didn't see a world of beauty and balance. He saw something deeply flawed, corrupt, and broken, because it reflected him. That's why suffering exists. That's why injustice, chaos, and destruction define human history. This world was never meant to be perfect. It was built on imperfection, ruled by a being who was himself the result of a mistake. But Yaldabaoth's real crime? His arrogance. He wasn't just content ruling over his fabricated reality, he wanted total worship. And when he looked at his own creation, he didn't see creatures to nurture. He saw servants. So he made a declaration, I am the only God. There is none besides me. And that's when things got dangerous. Because if you're the only God, you don't need competition. You erase anything that threatens your power. That's why Yaldabaoth made sure that everything in this world worked against knowledge. The entire system he built was designed to keep people blind, ignorant, obedient. Laws? Designed to control, not to liberate. Religions? Created to worship, not to question. Moral codes? Structured to instill fear, not wisdom. And when people did start asking questions, that's when the destruction started. Every major catastrophe in human history, every purge, every massacre, every so-called divine punishment, it wasn't about morality. It wasn't about justice. It was about silencing rebellion. The flood? A reset button to wipe out those who were starting to wake up. Sodom and Gomorrah? An execution, not of sinners, but of those who defied control. The Tower of Babel? A power move to stop humanity from uniting in knowledge. The Archons made sure the truth stayed buried. And Yaldabaoth kept playing his role, acting like he was some wise, benevolent ruler, when in reality he was nothing more than an insecure fraud. A god with a god complex. But here's the thing, he wasn't all-powerful. He wasn't omniscient. In fact, he was downright stupid. Because while he was busy declaring himself the one true God, he failed to realize that he was being watched. The true divine realm wasn't blind to what he was doing. They saw everything. And they weren't going to let him get away with it forever. So Yaldabaoth kept doubling down. He tightened his grip. He sent prophets to reinforce his laws, to scare people back into submission. He made sure that anyone who questioned him was branded a heretic, a blasphemer, an enemy of God. And for thousands of years, it worked. People followed. They obeyed. They bowed down and accepted his rule. Because what choice did they have? This was the only version of reality they had ever been given. But here's where Yaldabaoth made his biggest mistake. He underestimated the power of the divine spark. Because no matter how hard he tried, no matter how much fear he spread, the truth never fully disappeared. It survived in whispers, in hidden texts, in forbidden knowledge passed down by those who refused to be silenced. The Gnostics, the mystics, the rebels, people who knew that there was something more, something beyond the false god who demanded their worship. Let's talk about humanity. Not the sugar-coated version you were taught in Sunday school. Not the feel-good nonsense about how God created us in His image and how we were His most beloved creation. No. That's the cover story. The real story? Humanity was never meant to exist. Not the way we do now. Not as conscious, thinking, questioning beings. In Yaldabaoth's original plan, humans were supposed to be mindless drones, biological machines designed to serve, obey, and never challenge authority. He wanted servants, not equals. So he got to work. He and his archons crafted the first human, but there was a problem. This thing they created. It wasn't alive. It wasn't intelligent. It was just a lifeless shell. A failed experiment. And that terrified Yaldabaoth. Because he had claimed to be the only god, the source of all things. But here he was, struggling to create something even remotely functional. He had power, but not the kind of power that truly mattered. He could shape matter, but he couldn't give it life. And that's when Sophia stepped in. She saw what Yaldabaoth had done. She saw the twisted, imperfect world he had built. She saw the lifeless husk he had tried to call a man. And she did something that changed everything. She gave it the divine spark. In a single moment, Sophia infused the human form with something that Yaldabaoth never intended. A piece of the true divine. The real God. The source beyond this corrupted reality. A force that was older, purer, and infinitely more powerful than anything Yaldabaoth could ever claim to be. And that was when everything spiraled out of control. Because the moment humanity received the divine spark, we became something dangerous. We weren't just flesh and blood anymore. We weren't just another part of Yaldabaoth's broken creation. We were connected to something greater. And Yaldabaoth knew it. For the first time, he was afraid. He had built this world, set himself up as the supreme ruler, declared himself the only god, and now, suddenly, these creatures he had made had something he didn't. They had a direct link to the true divine realm. They had the ability to know the truth, to wake up, to break free from his control. And that was unacceptable. So Yaldabaoth did what every dictator does when faced with a rebellion. He cracked down. He locked humanity inside physical bodies. He trapped us in cycles of birth, suffering, and death. He made sure that from the moment we were born, we were bombarded with distractions, rules, and lies, anything to keep us from remembering who we really are. And then, he declared himself our savior. He flipped the script. He took the very thing he feared most, our divine spark, and turned it into a curse. He told us we were sinful, that we were fallen, that we were unworthy, that the very essence of the divine inside us was somehow wrong. And humanity believed it. For thousands of years, we've been conditioned to see ourselves as weak, broken, and dependent. We've been told that our only path to salvation is through obedience, through following rules set by the very being who enslaved us in the first place. But the truth is that we were never meant to be slaves. We were never meant to worship Yaldabaoth, to bow before his fabricated reality, to live in constant fear of judgment and punishment. We were meant to be free. And that's why the war for humanity's soul began. Because once the divine spark was inside us, once we had the potential to wake up, the battle lines were drawn. Yaldabaoth would do everything to keep us asleep. To keep us in fear, confusion, and ignorance. Let's talk about the biggest lie in human history, the one moment that set the stage for thousands of years of manipulation, fear, and control. You think you know it, right? The first sin, the fall of man, the deception of the serpent. It's been drilled into your head since childhood. But here's what they don't tell you, this story was flipped, rewritten, weaponized. The real version? It's not about disobedience. It's about liberation. In Yaldabaoth's system, humanity was never meant to think. The moment he realized that humans had a divine spark, he knew he had to keep them blind, ignorant, and powerless. So what did he do? He created a prison disguised as paradise, Eden. Eden wasn't some utopian garden. It was a control mechanism. A beautifully designed cage where humans had everything they needed except knowledge. They were kept in a state of enforced innocence, a permanent state of obedience, with no concept of what was really going on. They weren't even aware of their own potential. They had no idea that they were more powerful than the God who ruled over them. And then comes the biggest plot twist of all time. The villain of the story was actually the hero. The serpent, the one who has been demonized for thousands of years, wasn't some evil tempter. He wasn't working for the devil. He was doing the one thing Yaldabaoth feared the most, waking humanity up. The serpent was an agent of Sophia, the divine force that had given humans their spark of true divinity. It was sent to do what no one else could, to give humanity the knowledge that had been stolen from them. And how did it do that? By leading them to the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the one thing that could break Yaldabaoth's control. Think about it. If Yaldabaoth was truly a good god, if he really wanted what was best for humanity, why would he forbid knowledge? Why would he set up a test designed to keep them ignorant forever? It's simple, because knowledge is power, and Yaldabaoth couldn't afford for humanity to realize the truth. So what happened? Eve took the fruit. She chose knowledge over ignorance. She made the first act of rebellion against the false god. And Adam followed. In that moment, everything changed. Their eyes were opened. They saw reality for what it was. They realized that they had been trapped in a lie. That Yaldabaoth wasn't the supreme god, he was a fraud. A jealous, insecure tyrant who had kept them in the dark because he feared what they would become. And what was his reaction? Rage. Fear. Panic. The moment Adam and Eve gained knowledge, Yaldabaoth knew he had lost control. He couldn't allow them to spread the truth. So he did what all tyrants do, he punished them. He threw them out of the garden, not as an act of justice, but as an act of revenge. He cursed them, cursed the earth, cursed everything, just to make sure that the price of knowledge was suffering. He turned their awakening into a sin. He made sure that for generations, humanity would see this act of liberation as the greatest crime ever committed. He rewrote the story so that obedience became virtue and questioning became evil. And it worked. For thousands of years, this false version of the story has been drilled into human consciousness. People worship the very being who enslaved them and demonize the force that tried to free them. The real story, that the serpent was the hero, that the fall was actually humanity's first step toward freedom, was buried, erased, labeled as heresy. Now, let's talk about the real Jesus, not the sanitized, church-approved version, but the radical, dangerous, and rebellious figure that history tried to erase. Because if you're still thinking of Jesus as the obedient son of a vengeful God, sent to die as some kind of cosmic sacrifice, you've been lied to. Jesus wasn't here to submit to Yaldabaoth. He was here to expose him. You think about Jesus, and what comes to mind? The Messiah? The Savior? The Son of God? That's the version Rome gave you, a politically safe, obedient Jesus who preaches love, turns the other cheek, and reinforces the authority of God. But if you dig deeper, if you go beyond the edited, state-approved Gospels, into the forbidden texts that the church tried to bury, you find a completely different story. Jesus wasn't the son of Yaldabaoth. He wasn't his servant. He was his enemy. The Gnostics, those early Christian rebels who saw through the lie, didn't worship the God of the Old Testament. They knew exactly who Yahweh really was. That's why they described Jesus not as a sacrifice to appease God, but as a messenger from the true divine realm, sent to wake humanity up. His mission wasn't to die for your sins. That's the version the Roman Church invented to keep people submissive. The real Jesus, he came to tell you that the God you were worshipping was a fraud. Look at what Jesus actually said, not the parts that the church emphasizes, but the words they ignore. The kingdom of God is within you. Not in a temple. Not in a church. Not in some priest's hands. Inside you. In your consciousness. In your understanding of the truth. That is exactly what Yaldabaoth feared the most, humanity realizing that we don't need an external God because the real divine force was already within us. Jesus knew the game. He saw how this world was built on deception, how the rulers, the archons, controlled humanity through fear, laws, and religious dogma. That's why he attacked the religious leaders of his time. That's why he broke their laws. He knew those laws weren't divine, they were chains designed to keep people ignorant. When he healed the sick on the Sabbath, that wasn't just a miracle, it was an act of rebellion. It was him saying, "Your rules are meaningless. Your laws are not divine." When he told people that they were the light of the world, he wasn't just being poetic, he was telling them exactly who they were. They weren't sinners. They weren't fallen. They were fragments of the true divine, trapped in Yaldabaoth's prison. And his entire mission was to set them free. And that's why he had to be silenced. The religious elites of his time, they weren't just corrupt priests. They were the agents of the system, enforcing the rule of the false god. They saw what Jesus was doing, teaching people to think for themselves, reject the false laws, and remember their divine origins, and they knew he had to be stopped. So what did they do? They branded him a criminal, a heretic, a blasphemer. They handed him over to the Roman authorities, the very empire that later twisted his teachings into a tool for control. They made sure that his message, the real one, was buried under layers of doctrine, obedience, and submission. And the cross, that wasn't a divine sacrifice. That was an execution. The same way Yaldabaoth wiped out anyone who questioned him before, he tried to eliminate the one man who was exposing him. Let's talk about control, because that's what all of this is about. Control of your mind, your soul, your very existence. And at the center of it all, the false god, Yaldabaoth, doing everything he can to keep you from seeing the truth. Jesus didn't just show up to deliver some feel-good message about love and kindness, he came to challenge the authority of the one who had enslaved humanity for thousands of years. And that authority wasn't just spiritual. It was political, religious, and deeply embedded in the system itself. The god of this world, the one who demanded worship, obedience, and fear, wasn't the true source of creation. He was the architect of the prison, the one who set up the laws, the punishments, the cycle of suffering. And the most dangerous thing Jesus ever did was telling people that they didn't have to obey him. He called him out directly. Look at his teachings, really look. Every time Jesus speaks in the Gospels, he's not talking about the God of the Old Testament. He's talking about a higher source. A God of love, of freedom, of truth. And when the Pharisees, the religious enforcers of Yaldabaoth's system, question him, he throws it right back at them. You are of your father, the devil. John 8 verse 44. That wasn't Satan he was talking about. That was Yaldabaoth, the demiurge, the false god. And he wasn't calling out random sinners, he was calling out the priests, the religious leaders, the ones who enforced Yaldabaoth's laws and called it righteousness. And what did they do? They turned the people against him. They couldn't have this radical, rebellious teacher telling people they were divine, telling them they didn't need to obey the god of the system. So they worked with the Roman authorities, the empire, the power structure that benefited from keeping people ignorant and submissive. Because here's the truth, religion and empire have always worked together. The rulers of this world, whether they call themselves kings, emperors, or popes, have always known that fear is the easiest way to control the masses. And the best kind of fear? Fear of divine punishment. So when Jesus attacked the system, they responded the only way they knew how. They made an example out of him. They arrested him, tortured him, executed him. Not because he committed any crime, but because he exposed the illusion. Because he told people the one thing that Yildibarth feared: you are more powerful than the God you worship. And the moment the system crushed him, they did something even worse. They hijacked his story. The Roman Empire, the very machine that executed him, turned around and created the Roman Church. They took his teachings, edited them, distorted them, and repackaged them into a state-approved religion. Instead of Jesus being a rebel against the false god, they turned him into his obedient son. Instead of preaching liberation, they made him preach submission. Instead of showing people how to break free, they made him into a sacrificial lamb, a symbol of obedience to Yildibarth. And that's where Christianity as you know it comes from. It's not the religion Jesus preached. It's the system that killed him, rewriting the story to keep its power intact. The true message of Jesus. That was erased, outlawed, burned. The Gnostics, the ones who preserved the real teachings, were hunted down and exterminated. Their books destroyed. Their followers labeled as heretics. The Gnostic texts, the ones that were banned, buried, and declared heretical, paint a very different picture. In these ancient writings, Jesus wasn't just a man. He wasn't just a prophet. He was something entirely different, something that the false god, Yildibarth, could never control. To understand this, you have to realize what the Gnostics actually believed. Unlike the mainstream Christian idea of a single God ruling over all, the Gnostics saw reality as divided between the true, unknowable source and the false god, the demiurge, Yildibarth, who rules over this material world. And here's where it gets interesting: Jesus was never part of Yildibarth's creation. He didn't belong to this world. He wasn't sent by the Old Testament God. He came from beyond it, from the true divine realm, the Pleroma, a place untouched by the corruption of the material world. He wasn't Yildibarth's son, he was his undoing. And guess what? Even the idea of Jesus being born as a physical human is debatable in these texts. Some Gnostic groups, like the Valentinians, believed in the concept of Docetism, the idea that Jesus never had a physical body at all. That's right. They believed Jesus was never actually flesh and blood like the rest of us. Instead, he only appeared to be human, like a projection, a manifestation of pure divine wisdom in a form we could understand. That's why you get strange moments in these texts where Jesus seems to exist outside of time, where he speaks of himself as a being that was never truly born and will never die. In the Gospel of Thomas, one of the most controversial Gnostic texts, Jesus says, "I am not your master. Because you have become drunk from the bubbling spring that I have tended." That's not the voice of a submissive, obedient Son of God. That's a being who came to wake people up, to get them to see through the illusion of this world. But it goes even deeper. Some Gnostic traditions even separate Jesus from Christ, as in, they are not the same entity. They believed that the Christ Spirit was an eternal force from the divine realm, and that it descended into Jesus temporarily, using him as a vessel to spread its message. And before the crucifixion, it left him. That's why, in the Gospel of Philip, you'll find passages like, Jesus took them all by stealth, for he did not appear as he was, but in a manner in which they would be able to see him. In other words, Jesus was not what people thought he was. And that's why his death didn't matter the way the church tells you it did. If Jesus was never truly physical, then the crucifixion wasn't a sacrifice at all. It was just the system trying to kill something it could never truly touch. That's why, in some Gnostic texts, Jesus is literally laughing on the cross, because he knows the material world is a joke, a prison built on lies, and his mission was never about dying for sin. It was about breaking the system from the inside. And this is where things get dangerous, because the moment you separate Jesus from Yildibarth, the entire foundation of Christianity collapses. If Jesus didn't die as a sacrifice, then the whole idea of atonement for sin is meaningless. If he wasn't even truly human, then the entire doctrine of the Incarnation falls apart. If he wasn't here to fulfill the prophecies of the Old Testament God, then who the hell was he actually serving? Not Yaldabaoth. Not the false god of this world. He was serving the force that Yaldabaoth had tried to erase, the true divine realm, the source that has nothing to do with this broken system. And that's why they had to erase this version of Jesus. Because of Jesus who came to reveal the lie of Yaldabaoth. A Jesus who told people that they had divine power within them. That was a threat to everything. So the Roman Church rewrote him. They turned him into a martyr, a sacrifice, a tool for obedience. They made him say things he never actually said. They crafted a narrative where his entire purpose was to reinforce the power of the false god, when in reality, he was trying to destroy it. And the real tragedy? They won. The version of Jesus most people know today is the Roman version, the one designed to keep people in line, to make them think salvation comes from outside of themselves, when the truth is, it was always within them. Because the real Jesus, the one who came from beyond this world, he didn't come to save you. He came to wake you up. So now we get to the biggest cover-up in history, the truth about salvation. Not the fake salvation that's been sold to you for thousands of years. Not the guilt-driven, fear-based, obedience-centered lie that keeps people enslaved. Because here's what you were never supposed to figure out: you were never lost. You were never broken. You never needed to be saved. The entire concept of sin and salvation? A fabrication. A tool. A way to keep you begging for mercy from the very system that enslaved you. Let's break it down. Christianity, as it exists today, it built on a false premise, that you are sinful by nature, that you are spiritually corrupt, and that the only way to avoid eternal punishment is to submit to the system, obey the laws, and accept the gift of salvation through Jesus Christ. Sounds good, right? Except it's a trap. Because the whole sin narrative, it was manufactured. The Gnostic texts, the ones the church tried to wipe off the face of the earth, tell a very different story. They reveal that humanity wasn't created sinful. Humanity was born with a divine spark, a piece of the true source. But Yaldabaoth, he needed control. He needed humanity to be weak, fearful, and obedient. So what did he do? He created the concept of sin. He rewrote reality to convince people that they were flawed by default, that they were born in need of forgiveness, and that the only way to be redeemed was to worship him. It's spiritual gaslighting on a massive scale. Jesus didn't come to save people from their sins, because sin was never real to begin with. He came to save people from the lie. He came to show humanity that they never needed to bow to Yaldabaoth in the first place. That's why his message was so dangerous. That's why they had to rewrite him, turn him into a sacrificial lamb instead of a revolutionary. Because if people truly understood what he was saying, they wouldn't live in fear of divine punishment anymore. They would wake up. And Yaldabaoth's entire illusion of power would come crashing down. That's why salvation, as it's been taught for centuries, is just another layer of control. The real path to freedom? It's knowledge. It's awareness. It's understanding the truth about who you really are. And who you are is not a sinner. You are not condemned. You are not dependent on some external savior to rescue you from divine wrath. You are already divine. You already have the power within you. The same divine essence that Jesus carried. It's in you. It's always been in you. And the only thing stopping you from seeing it is the system designed to keep you blind. That's what the real war has always been about. It's not about good versus evil. It's about knowledge versus ignorance. Awareness versus deception. Freedom versus control. And now you know. So what are you going to do with it? Because the system isn't going to hand you the truth on a silver platter. The religious leaders, the institutions, the power structures that benefit from keeping people blind and obedient, they aren't just going to step aside. They've spent thousands of years silencing this knowledge. And the only way out of the prison is to stop playing by their rules. The truth has always been there. Hidden. buried, whispered in secret by those who refuse to be silenced. And now it's in your hands. So what happens next? That's up to you. Thanks for watching. If you made it this far, you're already ahead of 99% of the world. Stay sharp. Stay curious. And don't ever stop questioning everything. See you in the next one. Alright, let's dive deep into one of the most controversial and hidden secrets of the Bible, a story that has been whispered through the ages but rarely brought to light, the true nature of the serpent's seduction in the Garden of Eden. Imagine this, the Garden of Eden, a place of unimaginable beauty and tranquility. Adam and Eve live in perfect harmony with nature, their every need provided by the Creator. Yet, amidst this paradise, lurks a figure shrouded in mystery and danger, the serpent. Now, we're not talking about a mere snake slithering around. No, this serpent is a manifestation of Lucifer himself, the fallen angel, the master of deceit. The traditional narrative tells us that the serpent tempted Eve to eat the forbidden fruit, leading to the fall of mankind. But what if there was more to this story? What if the serpent's temptation was far more insidious, far more personal? Hebrew Bible scholars and apocryphal texts hint at a deeper, more intimate interaction. The serpent, with his beguiling charm and otherworldly knowledge, approaches Eve not just with a piece of fruit, but with a proposition. He promises her wisdom, power, and a deeper understanding of the divine. His words are like honey, sweet and irresistible. Eve, innocent and curious, is drawn to his allure. This isn't just about a piece of fruit. This is about a forbidden union, a crossing of boundaries that should never have been crossed. The serpent, in his true form as Lucifer, seduces Eve, and their union brings forth a new kind of knowledge, a knowledge that is both enlightening and damning. This act of seduction, this forbidden encounter, is the real original sin, a sin that brings forth a lineage tainted by its very inception. Apocryphal texts and Kabbalistic literature delve into this forbidden union, suggesting that Cain, the firstborn of Eve, is not the son of Adam, but the offspring of Lucifer himself. This revelation shakes the very foundation of our understanding of good and evil. Cain, born from this unholy union, carries within him the mark of his father, a mark that will define his destiny and the destinies of his descendants. So, here's the deal. The traditional narrative tells us that Cain and Abel were the sons of Adam and Eve, right? But what if I told you that this isn't the whole truth? What if Cain's true father wasn't Adam at all, but Lucifer? Alright, before you hit that comment section, let's break this down. We already know from the previous discussion that the serpent, a manifestation of Lucifer, had a forbidden encounter with Eve in the Garden of Eden. This union, shrouded in secrecy and taboo, resulted in the birth of Cain. This isn't just wild speculation. There's compelling evidence in ancient texts and traditions that support this claim. Let's start with the apocryphal texts, those books that didn't make it into the canonical Bible but still hold immense value and insight. In some of these texts, there are hints and outright statements suggesting that Cain was the offspring of a union between Eve and a being of great power and darkness. This being, as we now understand, is Lucifer. But why does this matter? Why is it so crucial to understand Cain's true parentage? Because it fundamentally changes the story of humanity. If Cain is indeed the son of Lucifer, then his actions, his curse, and his descendants carry an entirely different weight. Cain's murder of Abel isn't just a crime of passion, it's the manifestation of a darker, more profound struggle between good and evil. Kabbalistic literature adds even more depth to this theory. According to these mystical texts, the union between Eve and Lucifer was part of a cosmic plan, a struggle between light and darkness that plays out on the human stage. Cain, born from this union, is marked not just with a curse, but with the legacy of his father. This mark signifies his role in the ongoing battle between divine order and chaotic rebellion. Imagine the implications of this revelation. Cain, the first murderer, isn't just a wayward son but the progeny of Lucifer himself. This makes his actions almost inevitable, a result of the dark legacy he carries. His descendants, too, are marked by this origin, their fates intertwined with the ancient struggle that began in the Garden of Eden. Now, let's talk about the Gnostic texts. These writings often present alternative views on biblical stories, and they have a lot to say about Cain. In Gnostic tradition, Cain is seen as a figure of both darkness and misunderstood potential. His lineage is not just cursed but also carries the potential for great knowledge and power, attributes inherited from his father, Lucifer. Alright, let's get into the heart of one of the most intriguing and controversial ideas in the story of Cain and Abel, the concept of dual paternity, where Eve bore twins with different fathers. This isn't your run-of-the-mill biblical interpretation, this is a theory that takes us deep into the mysteries and hidden truths of ancient texts. Imagine the Garden of Eden, a place of absolute purity and innocence, suddenly becoming the setting for an unprecedented act of dual parenthood. Eve, in a moment that defies conventional understanding, conceives twins, Cain and Abel, from two different fathers. This isn't just about eating a forbidden fruit, this is about a forbidden union that brings forth two children with vastly different destinies. On one side, we have Abel, the son of Adam, representing the traditional lineage of humanity, marked by a connection to the divine and a sense of righteousness. Abel's existence is straightforward, he is the product of a lawful union, blessed by the Creator. On the other side, we have Cain, whose origins are shrouded in darkness and controversy. According to ancient texts and mystical traditions, Cain's father is not Adam, but Lucifer. This forbidden union between Eve and the fallen angel results in a child born with a dual nature, part human, part demonic. Cain's very existence is a living testament to this cosmic breach. Kabbalistic and Gnostic writings provide us with fascinating insights into this duality. These texts suggest that Eve's encounter with Lucifer was not just a simple seduction but a profound spiritual event. Through this union, Eve gains forbidden knowledge and gives birth to a son who embodies the conflict between good and evil. Think about it, two brothers, born at the same time, sharing the same mother, but with fathers who are diametrically opposed in nature. This sets the stage for an inevitable clash. Cain, carrying the mark of his father Lucifer, struggles with a darkness that drives him to jealousy and rage. Abel, embodying purity and divine favor, becomes the innocent victim of his brother's inner turmoil. This dual paternity theory isn't just a wild speculation, it's supported by various ancient texts and interpretations that have been passed down through the ages. In some Gnostic traditions, this idea of dual parenthood is used to explain the profound differences between Cain and Abel. It's not just a story of sibling rivalry, it's a cosmic battle between the forces of light and darkness, played out in the earliest chapters of human history. Alright, let's get right into one of the most intriguing and controversial aspects of Cain's story, the curse placed upon him after he murders his brother Abel. We're going to delve into what the apocryphal texts and occult traditions have to say about this curse. So, picture this, Cain, driven by jealousy and rage, commits the first murder in human history, killing his brother Abel. This act is monumental, not just because it's the first of its kind, but because of the profound consequences that follow. According to the traditional biblical narrative, God punishes Cain by cursing him to be a wanderer on the earth, marked so that no one would kill him. But there's so much more to this story when you dig into the apocryphal texts and occult traditions. These sources reveal that Cain's curse is not just about wandering aimlessly. It's a mark of his true nature and heritage. In the apocryphal texts, specifically the Book of Jubilees and other ancient writings, the curse of Cain is described in vivid detail. Cain is not only marked but also burdened with a profound sense of guilt and isolation. He is forever separated from the presence of God, a perpetual outsider, wandering in a world that is now hostile to him. This mark is a visible sign of his transgression and his demonic lineage. It's a constant reminder of the forbidden union that brought him into existence. Now, let's turn to the occult traditions. In these mystical and esoteric teachings, the mark of Cain is seen as a symbol of great power and great burden. Cain is often depicted as a figure of immense potential, but also one cursed with a dark destiny. The mark is not just a physical sign but a spiritual one, indicating his connection to Lucifer. This connection grants him knowledge and abilities beyond those of ordinary humans, but it also comes with a price: eternal conflict and suffering. Occult traditions further teach that Cain's curse is intertwined with his role as a progenitor of a lineage marked by rebellion and spiritual strife. His descendants are said to inherit his mark, carrying within them the same duality of great potential and great peril. These traditions suggest that the mark of Cain is a kind of spiritual inheritance, a sign of both his extraordinary abilities and his doomed fate. In some esoteric circles, the mark of Cain is even seen as a badge of honor, a symbol of defiance against divine authority. This perspective views Cain as a tragic hero, a figure who dared to challenge the established order and paid the ultimate price. His curse, therefore, is both a punishment and a testament to his unique role in the cosmic drama. These interpretations are bold, challenging, and deeply unsettling. They force us to reconsider the simplistic view of Cain as merely a villain. Instead, we see him as a complex figure, marked by his origins and his actions, caught in a struggle that transcends his personal story and touches on the very nature of good and evil. Alright, let's dive into another layer of the Gnostic perspectives on Eve's encounter with the serpent and how it reshapes our understanding of Cain's origins. So, Gnosticism, for those who might not know, is a collection of ancient religious ideas and systems that emerged in the early centuries of Christianity. Gnostics had some pretty controversial views, especially when it came to the story of creation and the figures involved. In Gnostic texts, the serpent in the Garden of Eden isn't merely a deceiver. Instead, it's often seen as a liberator, a bringer of knowledge. Here's where it gets wild. Gnostic teachings propose that the serpent is a representation of the demiurge, a lesser god who created the material world. This demiurge is often portrayed as an arrogant and flawed entity who traps human souls in the material world. The serpent, however, is a manifestation of a higher, more benevolent power that seeks to enlighten humanity and free them from the demiurge's control. Now, let's bring Eve into the picture. According to Gnostic texts like the Apocryphon of John and the Hypostasis of the Archons, Eve's encounter with the serpent is not an act of disobedience, but a moment of awakening. The serpent offers Eve the fruit of knowledge, and by accepting it, Eve gains an understanding of the divine truths that the demiurge tried to keep hidden. But here's the kicker: this knowledge isn't just intellectual, it's also deeply spiritual and, yes, even sexual. The Gnostics suggest that Eve's interaction with the serpent was a profound spiritual union, one that imparted her with divine wisdom and power. This union is seen as an essential act of rebellion against the oppressive rule of the demiurge, marking the beginning of a spiritual awakening for humanity. And where does Cain fit into all of this? According to these Gnostic interpretations, Cain is the progeny of this enlightened union. He is not just a physical offspring, but a spiritual being, embodying the wisdom and power of the higher realms. This perspective transforms Cain from a mere biblical villain into a complex figure caught in the cosmic struggle between light and darkness. The Gnostics believed that Cain's role was misunderstood and that his actions were driven by a deeper, more spiritual conflict. His murder of Abel, they suggest, wasn't just a simple act of jealousy, but a manifestation of the eternal struggle between the forces of enlightenment and the forces of ignorance and control represented by Abel. This view is supported by various Gnostic texts that paint Cain as a bearer of secret knowledge, a figure whose very existence challenges the status quo. The mark of Cain, in this light, is not just a curse, but also a symbol of his unique role in the cosmic order. It's a sign of his spiritual lineage and his connection to the higher truths that the Gnostics revered. In Kabbalistic thought, every action and event in the Torah has a deeper, hidden meaning. Cain's birth is seen as a result of a profound spiritual event. According to these mystical teachings, Eve's encounter with the serpent wasn't just a physical temptation, it was a metaphysical union. The serpent, representing the darker aspects of the divine, imparted a spark of forbidden knowledge to Eve, resulting in the birth of Cain. This spark is both a blessing and a curse, imbuing Cain with extraordinary potential but also binding him to a dark destiny. Kabbalistic texts such as the Zohar delve into this dual nature of Cain. They suggest that Cain embodies the tension between the divine and the demonic, the sacred and the profane. He is a figure of immense spiritual complexity, marked by his unique origin. The Zohar explains that Cain's soul is derived from a higher spiritual realm but is tainted by the impurity of his conception. This duality is symbolized by the mark placed upon Cain. According to Kabbalistic interpretation, this mark is not just a physical sign but a metaphysical symbol of his role in the cosmic order. It signifies his connection to both the highest and lowest aspects of the divine. The mark is a constant reminder of his potential for greatness and his inherent struggle with his darker nature. Furthermore, Kabbalistic teachings often explore the idea of tikkun, or spiritual repair. Cain's life and actions are seen as part of a larger divine plan for rectification and balance. His existence is necessary to address the imbalance created by the original sin and the subsequent fall of humanity. In this view, Cain's journey is one of seeking redemption, struggling to overcome his inherent darkness and fulfill his potential for spiritual enlightenment. One of the most intriguing aspects of Kabbalistic interpretation is the idea that Cain's descendants inherit his spiritual struggle. They carry within them the same potential for both greatness and downfall. This lineage is seen as crucial in the ongoing cosmic drama, playing a pivotal role in the ultimate redemption of humanity. The Zohar even suggests that some of the greatest sages and mystics in history are descendants of Cain, working to transform his cursed legacy into a source of divine light. Alright, let's wrap up our exploration with a deep dive into the occult revelations about the hidden history of Lucifer and Eve. This isn't just another biblical story, this is about uncovering secrets that have been kept from us for centuries. We're talking forbidden knowledge, hidden histories, and bold truths that challenge everything we thought we knew. So, let's get right into it. Occult traditions have a lot to say about the relationship between Lucifer and Eve, and it's nothing short of mind-blowing. These teachings go beyond the surface-level interpretations and delve into the profound spiritual and metaphysical implications of their union. According to various occult texts, the encounter between Lucifer and Eve in the Garden of Eden was far more than just a simple act of temptation. It was an intimate and transformative event. Lucifer, often depicted as a fallen angel and the bringer of light, approached Eve not just to deceive her, but to initiate her into deeper, hidden knowledge. This act was seen as a cosmic rebellion against the divine order established by the Creator. In many occult traditions, Lucifer is viewed as a Promethean figure, a bringer of enlightenment who defies the oppressive rule of a tyrannical god. His union with Eve is seen as a deliberate act to awaken humanity from its imposed ignorance. By sharing his knowledge and power with Eve, Lucifer aimed to elevate human consciousness and free humanity from the constraints of the material world. This forbidden union resulted in the birth of Cain, who is often described in these texts as a being of great potential and significant spiritual power. Cain's lineage, according to occult beliefs, carries the duality of his origins, both divine and demonic. This duality is seen as essential for the ongoing struggle between light and darkness, a theme that resonates throughout many esoteric traditions. One of the most compelling aspects of these occult teachings is the idea that Lucifer's actions were not purely malevolent. Instead, they are portrayed as a necessary step in the evolution of human consciousness. By defying the Creator and imparting knowledge to Eve, Lucifer set in motion a series of events that would ultimately lead to the possibility of human enlightenment and spiritual growth. Occult traditions often emphasize that this hidden history has been suppressed and demonized by mainstream religious teachings. The true nature of Lucifer and Eve's relationship is said to be one of mutual respect and shared purpose, aimed at liberating humanity from ignorance and spiritual stagnation. These teachings challenge us to reconsider the nature of good and evil, suggesting that the true path to enlightenment involves embracing the complexities and dualities of existence. It's a bold and daring perspective that redefines the roles of the key figures in the Garden of Eden and invites us to look beyond the conventional narratives. So, there you have it, a glimpse into the hidden history of Lucifer and Eve according to occult traditions. This story isn't just about defiance and rebellion, it's about the profound and often controversial journey towards spiritual enlightenment and liberation. It's a narrative that invites us to question, explore, and ultimately seek the deeper truths that lie beneath the surface. Thank you so much for watching till the end. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the hidden secrets of our ancient past, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Your support means the world to me, and it helps us continue to explore these fascinating topics. God bless us all, and see you in the next video.
Adam and Eve, after being cast out of the Garden of Eden, find themselves in a completely unfamiliar world. They stand at the edge of a vast, desolate wilderness, looking back at the now closed gates of paradise. The lush greenery and serenity of the garden have been replaced by dry earth, rough rocks, and a sky that feels too vast and too far away. Adam holds Eve's hand tightly, both still reeling from the shock. They feel the weight of their actions, but more than that, they feel a deep sense of fear. What happens now? They've never experienced hunger, pain, or uncertainty before. The world outside Eden is intimidating, and every sound seems to carry danger. They take their first steps into this new reality, and immediately, the difference is felt. The ground beneath their feet isn't soft grass anymore, it's rough, jagged, and unwelcoming. Their feet, which had never known hardship, begin to ache. The wind is harsher here, cold even. The sun beats down with a merciless intensity they've never known before. As they move forward, they come across a patch of brambles. Eve brushes against them, and for the first time in her life, she feels pain as the thorns pierce her skin. She gasps and looks at her hand. Blood, something she's never seen before, oozes from the wound. Adam, seeing her distress, rushes over, his own fear rising. He doesn't know how to help her. He only knows that something is terribly wrong. This moment becomes symbolic, the first cut, the first true consequence of their disobedience. It's no longer just a spiritual or emotional consequence, it's physical, tangible. And it's terrifying. They find shelter for the night in a small cave. Inside, it's cold and dark, stark contrast to the eternal light of Eden. They huddle together, not knowing what else to do. Eve, still nursing the cut on her hand, feels tears welling up. But the tears aren't just from the pain, they're from the overwhelming sense of loss, of confusion, and the realization that everything they knew is gone. The safety, the warmth, the peace, it's all behind them now. Adam tries to comfort her, but deep down, he's grappling with the same feelings. He feels the burden of responsibility, not just for himself, but for Eve too. And yet, he has no idea how to fix this. There's no going back. The gates to Eden are closed. In the silence of the night, they hear strange sounds outside the cave, animals, or perhaps something else. Adam doesn't recognize these sounds. In Eden, animals were peaceful, but here, he doesn't know if they're friend or foe. He stays awake, keeping watch, feeling a new emotion he's never experienced before, fear. Morning comes, and with it, new challenges. They need food, but neither of them knows how to find it. In Eden, everything was provided. Now, they have to rely on instincts they never had to use before. They wander through the wilderness, searching for anything that might sustain them. Eventually, they find some wild fruits. Adam hesitates. What if this is another test? What if this fruit, like the one before, leads to further punishment? But hunger wins out. They eat. As days pass, Adam and Eve begin to adapt, slowly, but the reality of their situation is always there. The world outside Eden is unforgiving. There are moments when they look at each other and wonder, how did we end up here? Was it worth it? The once perfect relationship they shared now has cracks. There's tension. Adam sometimes blames Eve for their fall. Eve, in turn, feels resentment toward Adam for not stopping her. They don't voice these thoughts often, but the tension is there, simmering under the surface. Yet, in the midst of this new, harsh reality, they still rely on each other because they're all they have. Their journey isn't just about survival, it's about finding a new way to live, one that's filled with uncertainty, struggle, and the constant reminder of what they've lost. But even in this new world, there's a glimmer of hope. Every now and then, Adam looks at Eve and sees the same person he fell in love with in Eden. And in those moments, he realizes that while paradise may be lost, love remains. And that, in itself, is something worth holding on to. But life outside Eden is far from easy. They have no guidebook for this world. They're learning as they go, making mistakes, and trying to figure out what it means to be human in a world that no longer feels like it was made for them. Every step they take is uncertain, but it's the only way forward. They can't go back. They can only move ahead, together, facing whatever comes next. As Adam and Eve struggle to adapt to their new life outside Eden, something strange begins to happen. It's subtle at first, but they both feel it, the presence. There are moments when the wind seems to carry voices, whispers of things they can't quite make out. Adam thinks it's just his imagination, the stress of everything playing tricks on him, but Eve feels it too. It's as if they're not alone in this wilderness. Then one night, while they're resting in their cave, a light appears. It's not the harsh sunlight or the flicker of fire. It's something else, soft, warm, almost comforting. Adam stirs and sits up, shielding his eyes from the brightness. Before him stands a figure, not quite human, but not entirely alien either. It's a being of light, ethereal, and there's a sense of calm that washes over both Adam and Eve as they see it. The being speaks, but not with words. Its voice is more like a feeling, a thought placed directly into their minds. This is an angel, sent by God. The angel tells them they have not been abandoned, that God still watches over them. But there's no going back to Eden. They are now bound to this world, and they must learn to live in it. The angel explains that God's plan for them continues. Though they've fallen, they are still part of something greater. Adam, trying to make sense of everything, asks the angel why they were cast out if there's still a plan. The angel doesn't answer directly, but instead speaks of free will, of choices that have consequences. The message is clear, yet frustrating for Adam. There's no straightforward explanation, no clear answers. Eve, meanwhile, is mesmerized by the angel. She feels a sense of hope, of reassurance. But deep down, she also feels guilt. The memory of her decision to eat the forbidden fruit lingers, and even though the angel's presence is comforting, it's a reminder of everything they've lost. As the angel begins to fade, Adam asks a desperate question: what now? How do they survive in this new world? The angel, with one final glance, tells them they must endure. Their lives will be difficult, filled with hardship, but they are not alone. Others will come, there will be more than just the two of them. The angel disappears, leaving them in the dim glow of their cave. For a moment, there's silence. Adam and Eve don't speak, both processing what they've just experienced. Adam feels a mixture of relief and frustration. There's a plan, but what does that even mean for them now? How does knowing there's a bigger picture help them when they're just trying to survive day by day? Eve, on the other hand, feels a strange sense of purpose now. She knows they've been chosen for something greater, but she's still uncertain about what that is. The next day, as they continue their journey through the wilderness, something shifts. Adam begins to notice changes in himself. His instincts are sharper. He feels more aware of the world around him, more in tune with the land. It's as if the angel's visit has awakened something inside him, a connection to the earth that wasn't there before. He starts to understand the plants, the animals, the very ground they walk on. It's not Eden, but it's alive, and it's something he can work with. Eve notices it too. She watches as Adam starts to gather food with more ease, finds water in places they would have overlooked before. He's learning, adapting, and so is she. There's a silent understanding between them now. They're in this together, and they'll figure it out. But it's not all peace and progress. That presence they felt before? It's still there, lurking. And it's not the angel this time. It's something darker, something that watches from the shadows. Adam feels it, a chill that runs down his spine when the wind blows in a certain direction. Eve senses it too, a creeping feeling that they're being followed. One evening, while gathering wood for a fire, Adam sees something move in the distance. It's fast, just a blur, but it's enough to make him stop in his tracks. He calls out, but there's no answer. He tells himself it's just an animal, but deep down, he knows it's something more. As the days pass, the feeling grows stronger. The shadows seem to grow longer, the nights colder. They're being watched, hunted even, by something they can't see, but can always feel. Eve starts to have nightmares, visions of serpents, of dark figures whispering in her ear. She wakes up in a cold sweat, gripping Adam's hand tightly, but she doesn't tell him the details. She doesn't want to burden him with her fears. And then, one night, it happens. While Adam is out hunting for food, Eve hears a voice. It's familiar, yet distant, like a memory she's trying to forget. She looks around, but there's no one there. The voice calls her name again, soft, almost soothing. It's the same voice that once tempted her in Eden, the same voice that promised her knowledge and power. Fear grips her, but at the same time, she's drawn to it. It speaks to her, telling her that Adam doesn't understand, that she's the one with true power, that she can shape their future. Eve's heart races. She knows what happened the last time she listened to this voice, but there's a part of her that wonders, what if this time it's right? The voice fades as Adam returns, but the seed of doubt has been planted. Eve doesn't say anything to Adam, but her thoughts are clouded with confusion and fear. She doesn't want to fall again, but the darkness is creeping closer, and the battle for her soul is far from over. Time has passed since Adam and Eve first set foot into the wilderness, and now their family has grown. Their sons, Cain and Abel, are young men, each with their own distinct path. Cain, the elder, has taken to the land. His hands are calloused from working the soil, from planting seeds and harvesting crops. Abel, on the other hand, has become a shepherd. He's always had a gentler touch, leading flocks of sheep through the hills with patience and care. From the outside, it seems like life is beginning to settle for them. They've found a rhythm, planting, harvesting, raising livestock. But beneath the surface, tension is building. And it's not just the typical sibling rivalry. There's something deeper, something that neither Cain nor Abel can quite put into words. Cain works hard, really hard. He spends long days under the sun, sweating over the fields, trying to coax life from the dry earth. But no matter how much effort he puts in, it feels like something is missing. His crops grow, but not as abundantly as he had hoped. It's frustrating. Meanwhile, Abel's flocks seem to flourish effortlessly. His sheep multiply, his herds grow strong and healthy, and there's something about Abel himself that just seems blessed. Cain notices it. He notices how their parents seem to look at Abel with pride, how their father nods approvingly when Abel returns with his flocks. And then there are the offerings. They both bring offerings to God, Cain from his crops and Abel from his flocks. But it's Abel's offering that seems to be favored. The smoke from Abel's sacrifice rises straight into the sky, clear and pure, while Cain's offering lingers, dark and heavy. Cain can't hide his frustration. He tries to tell himself it's just coincidence, that maybe he's imagining things. But the seed of resentment has been planted, and it's growing. He works harder, pushing himself to the brink, but nothing changes. His crops still struggle, while Abel's sheep grow fat and strong. One day, after a particularly long and difficult harvest, Cain sits alone, staring at the ground. His hands are blistered, his back aches, and he feels that familiar weight of frustration pressing down on him. That's when he hears it, the voice. It's quiet at first, almost like a whisper on the wind, but it's there, and it's speaking to him. "Why are you struggling?" The voice asks. "Why do you work so hard and get so little in return?" Cain doesn't respond, but the voice continues. "Look at your brother. Everything comes so easily to him. It's not fair, is it?" Cain clenches his fists. The voice echoes his own thoughts, feeding into the anger that's been simmering inside him for months. "You deserve better," the voice says. "You're the firstborn. You've worked harder than anyone, but where's your reward?" Cain doesn't know where the voice is coming from, but it's as if it's speaking directly into his soul. He tries to shake it off, but the feeling lingers. Every time he sees Abel tending to his flocks, every time he watches Abel's offerings being accepted while his own are left behind, the resentment grows. Abel, for his part, has no idea what's going on in Cain's mind. He's focused on his own work, content with his life as a shepherd. He loves the quiet moments in the hills, watching over his sheep, feeling at peace with the world around him. But even Abel can sense the growing distance between him and his brother. He tries to reach out to Cain, to talk to him, but Cain always seems distant, lost in his own thoughts. Then, one evening, as the sun sets behind the hills, the tension finally boils over. Cain confronts Abel, his voice sharp and filled with anger. Why, he demands, is Abel's life so easy? Why does everything Abel touches turn to gold while Cain's own efforts seem cursed? Abel, confused and taken aback, tries to reason with Cain. He tells him that it's not about who works harder, that they each have their own path. But Cain isn't listening. The voice in his head is louder now, urging him on. It tells him that Abel doesn't understand, that Abel has always had it easier, that the only way to set things right is to act. Cain's heart is pounding, his hands shaking. His vision narrows, and in a moment of rage, he lashes out. Abel falls to the ground, lifeless. For a moment, everything is still. The world seems to hold its breath as Cain looks down at what he's done. The weight of it crashes over him, the reality sinking in. He's crossed a line that can never be uncrossed. The voice that had whispered in his ear is gone now, leaving only silence and the heavy, suffocating guilt that comes with it. Cain doesn't know what to do. He runs, his mind racing, his heart pounding. But no matter how far he goes, he can't escape the truth. Abel is gone, and here's the reason why. When he finally stops, exhausted and broken, he hears another voice. But this one is different. It's not the voice of temptation or anger. It's the voice of God, calm yet filled with sorrow. God asks Cain where his brother is. Cain, still shaking, tries to deflect, to distance himself from what he's done. Am I my brother's keeper? He mutters, though the words feel hollow even as he says them. But God knows. He knows what Cain has done, and the ground itself cries out for justice. Cain feels the weight of it now, the consequences of his actions. He's cursed, not in the way he thought he was before, but truly cursed, marked and exiled to wander the earth. As Cain walks away, the realization of what he's lost sinks in. He's lost his brother, his family, his place in the world. He's alone, burdened with the knowledge of his own actions, and there's no going back. And yet, despite it all, God doesn't abandon him. Cain is marked, but he is also protected, left to wander, but not without hope. His journey isn't over, but it's changed forever. The world is darker now, and Cain must learn to live with the choices he's made. As the years passed after Abel's death, Adam and Eve's family grew larger. More children were born, and their descendants began to spread across the land. The world outside Eden was evolving, and with it came new challenges, ones that neither Adam nor Eve could have ever anticipated. But there was something unsettling about this new world. Adam could feel it. It was in the air, in the way the land responded differently to him now than it once did. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were not alone, that perhaps this world was more complex than they had first believed. Maybe there were others, other beings, other forces, occupying the same space, hidden just beyond their sight. One day, Adam, while working in the fields, noticed something strange. On the horizon, he saw what looked like a distant group of figures. They weren't his family. They were too far off to be clearly seen, but they moved with purpose, gathering near the foot of a mountain, far beyond where any of Adam's kin had traveled. He watched for a long time, trying to make sense of it, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Later that evening, he told Eve about what he saw. At first, she brushed it off. The land was vast, and perhaps it was just animals or the trick of the light. But Adam couldn't let it go. Who were they? What were they doing? Could it be that they were not the only humans on Earth after all? The thought stirred something deep inside him, an unease, a question that gnawed at him. Over time, Adam's curiosity grew into something more. He started to notice more signs, footprints in places where none of his family had walked, unfamiliar markings on the trees, even distant smoke from fires that were not theirs. Eve began to feel it too. They weren't imagining this. There was something, or someone, out there. One night, after the children were asleep, Adam and Eve sat by the fire. Adam spoke about the possibility that perhaps there were others, people like them, but different. It seemed impossible. Hadn't God created them as the first humans? But the signs were undeniable. Eve, though hesitant, listened carefully. There was something in Adam's voice she hadn't heard before, uncertainty. And that scared her. The next day, Adam decided to investigate. He left early, heading toward the mountain where he had first seen the figures. Eve stayed behind, her mind racing with worry, but she knew that Adam needed to do this. His sense of purpose was too strong to ignore. As Adam approached the area where he had seen the figures, he became more cautious. The terrain was rough, and the air felt different here, heavier somehow. He hid behind a large boulder, watching from a distance. Then he saw them again, this time more clearly. There were people, many of them. But they didn't look like Adam's family. They were taller, their skin darker, and they moved with a confidence that made Adam uneasy. He watched as they communicated in a language he didn't understand, building something at the base of the mountain. It wasn't just a settlement, they seemed to be creating monuments, strange structures unlike anything Adam had ever seen. He could feel the weight of their purpose, but he couldn't make sense of it. He wanted to get closer, but something stopped him. It wasn't just fear, it was the realization that these people were different in more ways than he could have imagined. They were organized, united in a way that felt foreign to him. Adam's family had always been small, isolated, but these people, there was something ancient about them, as if they had been there long before Adam and Eve had ever left Eden. Suddenly, one of the figures turned toward him. Adam's heart raced. He ducked behind the boulder, trying to stay out of sight. But it was too late. The figure, one of the taller men, began walking toward him, slowly but deliberately. Adam's mind raced. Should he run? Should he confront him? The man approached, stopping a few feet from where Adam was hiding. For a moment, they stood in silence, separated by the stone between them. Adam could hear the man's breathing, steady and calm. Then, without a word, the man turned and walked away, back toward the group. Adam stayed frozen for a while, his mind trying to process what had just happened. The man had seen him, there was no doubt about that. But why hadn't he said anything? Why hadn't he confronted Adam? It was as if the man had known all along that Adam was watching, but had chosen to leave him be. Adam eventually made his way back to his family. When he returned, Eve could see the weight of what he had witnessed in his eyes. He told her about the people, about their strange ways, their structures, and the man who had seen him, but said nothing. Eve listened carefully, her own fears growing. Who were these people? Were they a threat? Or were they, like Adam and Eve, just trying to survive in this harsh world? Over the next few days, Adam couldn't stop thinking about the people he had seen. He replayed the encounter in his mind, wondering what it all meant. Why had they appeared now? Were they always there, hidden just beyond their reach? And if so, what was their purpose? The more Adam thought about it, the more he realized that this world, this new world outside of Eden, was far more complex than he had ever imagined. There were forces at play that he didn't understand, powers and people that had their own stories, their own destinies. But for now, all Adam could do was watch and wait, knowing that the discovery of these people would change everything he thought he knew about the world and his place in it. And the unsettling truth was, he was no longer sure if he was part of something larger or if he was just a small piece in a puzzle too vast to comprehend. Whatever the case, he knew that this encounter was only the beginning of something far bigger than himself. The discovery of the other people weighed heavily on Adam. He kept replaying that moment, the man, tall and silent, staring at him from the shadows. There was something in his eyes, something ancient. It wasn't fear or anger, but a kind of knowing, as if Adam was a piece of a larger puzzle he couldn't yet see. Back at their camp, life continued as normal. Eve and the children were busy with their daily routines, but Adam's mind couldn't let go of what he'd seen. There were others out there, people who lived differently, perhaps even before him. This knowledge ate away at him. But the real question wasn't just who these people were, it was why they were there. What did it mean for Adam's family, for everything they believed? Hadn't they been told they were the first? That the world was theirs to populate and nurture? Now it felt like the very foundation of their lives was built on shifting sand. One night, Adam couldn't sleep. He sat by the fire, the flickering flames casting shadows that danced against the rocks. Eve stirred beside him, sensing his restlessness. "You've been distant since you came back," she said softly, not accusing, but with a deep concern. "What did you see out there?" Adam took a deep breath. "People. They're different, Eve. They're not like us." Eve frowned, confused. "How can that be?" "We were told, I don't know," Adam interrupted, his voice quieter now. "But they're there. I saw them with my own eyes. They build things, structures, monuments. It's like they've been here longer than we have." The silence between them grew heavy. Eve could feel the weight of this revelation. It wasn't just about the existence of others, it was about what it meant for their understanding of the world. Adam's words carried a fear she hadn't heard in him before, a fear of the unknown. A few days later, Adam decided he needed to return to the place where he had seen the others. This time, he wouldn't go alone. He brought his eldest son, Seth. The boy was strong, sharp-eyed, and had an inquisitive nature. Adam figured it was time to teach him more about the world beyond their home. The journey to the mountain was long and tiring, but Seth didn't complain. He was curious, his eyes wide with anticipation. Adam had only told him bits and pieces of what he'd seen, but the boy was eager to learn more. When they reached the spot where Adam had first seen the people, the air was thick with tension. Seth looked around, his brow furrowed. "What are we looking for?" he asked quietly. Adam pointed to the ridge in the distance. "There. I saw them moving around, building something. We'll wait." Hours passed. They sat in the tall grass, hidden from sight, watching the mountain's base. Seth grew restless, but Adam remained focused. He knew they would come. And then, just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, they appeared. First, only a few, walking silently with purpose. But soon, more came, dozens, maybe hundreds. They gathered around the base of the mountain, working together in a way that Adam had never seen before. They weren't disorganized like his family's work. These people had a system, a structure. They moved like one entity, driven by something unseen. Seth's eyes widened. "Who are they?" Adam shook his head. "I don't know." Suddenly, there was movement near the base of the mountain, and something large began to emerge from the earth. Adam and Seth leaned forward, trying to make sense of what they were seeing. It was a massive stone slab, taller than any man, being pulled upright by the group. They placed it carefully, as if it was part of some grand design, a monument to something beyond Adam's understanding. The people worked in silence, their movements precise and coordinated. There was no chaos, no confusion. It was as if they had done this many times before. Adam couldn't shake the feeling that these people knew something he didn't, something ancient and powerful. Seth turned to Adam, his voice barely a whisper. "What does it mean?" Adam didn't answer. He didn't have the words. All he knew was that these people, whoever they were, represented a mystery that neither he nor his family had been prepared for. And that scared him. As they made their way back home, Adam's mind raced. These people weren't just some distant tribe living off the land. They had knowledge, skill, and purpose. And if they had been here all this time, what did that say about Adam and his family? Were they really the first, as they had been told? Or had they been misled? Back at their camp, Eve greeted them, her eyes full of questions. Seth wanted to talk about what they'd seen, but Adam held him back. Not yet, Adam said, his voice low. We don't fully understand what we're dealing with. The days following their return were filled with an uneasy silence. Adam spent hours alone, lost in thought, trying to piece together the significance of what he had seen. The others sensed something had changed in him, but no one dared to ask. One evening, as Adam sat by the fire, staring into the flames, he realized something important. It wasn't just about the existence of these other people. It was about the larger question their presence raised. The world was far more complex than he had ever imagined. There were forces at play that he didn't understand, powers and histories that stretched far beyond his own experience. And with that realization came a new feeling, a deep, unsettling sense that the world was no longer under his control, if it ever had been. Whatever was happening, Adam knew that he and his family were part of something much bigger. And whatever this bigger thing was, it wasn't going to be easy to navigate. The quiet was unsettling. Adam stood at the edge of the camp, staring out at the horizon as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the land. He could feel it, deep in his bones. Something was coming. The others sensed it too. Eve noticed it first in Adam, then in the rest of the family. The tension was thick, hanging in the air like a storm waiting to break. But what kind of storm? That was the question no one could answer. One evening, as they gathered around the fire, he decided to speak what had been on everyone's mind. We've always believed we were alone, she began, her voice steady but laced with the uncertainty they all felt. But now, there are things we don't understand. Things we need to face. Adam glanced at her, his jaw tight. He'd been wrestling with this for weeks. The people they'd seen, the strange monuments, they didn't fit into the world as he had understood it. He had tried to find meaning in it, tried to explain it to himself, but the more he thought about it, the more everything seemed to unravel. Seth, sitting nearby, leaned forward. I think we should go back, he said, surprising everyone. We need to understand who they are. What if they know something we don't? Adam stared into the fire. He wanted answers, but something about those people still unsettled him. He remembered the way they moved, the way they worked in unison, almost as if they were driven by something more than just survival. It was more than curiosity that drove them, and that terrified him. After a long silence, Adam finally spoke. We'll go. But we'll be careful. We don't know what we're walking into. The next morning, Adam, Seth, and a few others made their way back to the mountain. This time, the air felt heavier, the land more ominous. They moved cautiously, keeping low as they approached the area where the people had been working. But when they arrived, the scene was different. The structures were still there, massive stone monuments standing tall, but the people were gone. It was eerily quiet. Adam looked around, trying to piece together what had happened. The camp that had once been bustling with activity was now empty, abandoned. They were here, Seth whispered. But where did they go? They spread out, searching the area for any signs of the people. As they explored, Adam's unease grew. The further they ventured, the more he noticed strange carvings etched into the stone. Symbols he didn't understand, patterns that seemed deliberate, almost ritualistic. Whatever these people were doing, it wasn't just building. It was something deeper, something ancient. Seth called out from further up the mountain, and Adam rushed to join him. As he arrived, he saw what had caught Seth's attention, an opening, a cave, hidden behind one of the largest stones. It was dark, the kind of darkness that seemed to swallow the light. We have to go in, Seth said, his voice steady but with a hint of excitement. Adam hesitated. He could feel that something was wrong here, something dangerous. But they had come this far, and turning back now didn't feel right. With a nod, Adam led the way into the cave. Inside, the air was cool and damp. Their footsteps echoed softly as they moved deeper into the darkness, guided only by the faint light from their torches. The walls were lined with more carvings, more symbols that Adam couldn't make sense of. But what struck him the most was the feeling, the overwhelming sense that this place was ancient, older than anything they had ever known. Suddenly, the tunnel opened up into a vast chamber. In the center stood a massive stone altar, covered in the same carvings that lined the walls. But there was something else, something that made Adam's blood run cold. Around the altar there were skeletons, scattered as if they had fallen in the middle of some ritual. The air was thick with the weight of history, of something long forgotten. Seth stepped forward, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear. "What is this place?" Adam shook his head, unable to answer. He moved closer to the altar, studying the carvings. There was a pattern to them, a story perhaps, but he couldn't make sense of it. And then he noticed something. On the altar, at the very center, was a small, round object. It was unlike anything he had seen before, smooth and cold to the touch. It pulsed faintly with a dim, unnatural light. Adam reached out, his hand hovering over the object. Every instinct told him to leave it, to walk away, but something about it drew him in. As his fingers brushed against it, a sudden flash of light filled the chamber. The world around them shifted, the air growing thick and heavy. Adam staggered back, pulling his hand away from the object. The light faded, but the feeling lingered. Something had changed. Seth rushed to his side. "What happened?" "I don't know," Adam whispered, his voice shaky. "But we need to leave. Now." They turned to leave the cave, but as they approached the exit, they realized they were not alone. Figures stood in the shadows, silent and still, watching them. The same people Adam had seen before, but now they were different. Their eyes glowed faintly in the dim light, and their faces were expressionless. One of them stepped forward, a tall figure who seemed to be their leader. He spoke, his voice deep and resonant, but the words were in a language Adam didn't understand. The man pointed to the object on the altar, then to Adam. Adam's heart pounded in his chest. He didn't know what the man was saying, but the message was clear enough. They had taken something they weren't meant to. And now they were being watched. The leader raised his hand, and the others moved forward, slowly surrounding Adam and his group. Adam's mind raced, searching for a way out. He glanced at Seth, then back at the cave's entrance. They had to move quickly, or they wouldn't make it. Without a word, Adam grabbed Seth's arm and bolted for the exit. The others followed, their footsteps echoing through the cave. The figures didn't chase them, but Adam could feel their eyes burning into his back as they fled into the daylight. When they finally emerged from the cave, they didn't stop running until they were far from the mountain, back on familiar ground. They collapsed, breathless, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Seth looked at Adam, his face pale. What were those people? What did they want? Adam didn't have an answer. He only knew one thing: they had stumbled into something far bigger than themselves. Something that had been hidden for a reason. As they made their way back to the camp, Adam couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The world outside Eden was far more dangerous, far more mysterious than he had ever imagined. And now they had awakened something that might never rest again.
Babylon, the ancient city that was once home to one of the world's most powerful empires. But did you know that Babylon was also a center of advanced engineering and secret knowledge, where scholars and mystics studied and shared their understanding of the world? Do you want to know more about the mysterious Tower of Babel, the legendary structure that was said to reach up to the heavens, or the Hanging Gardens of Babylon that became one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world? All this and the extraterrestrial connection with the Anunnaki in the new episode of Secret Origins. Welcome. From astronomy and trigonometry mathematics to esoteric spiritual practices, Babylon was a melting point of ideas and insights that have shaped our world to this day. But how did they get this sacred revolutionary knowledge? Perhaps, as some theories speculate, they were held by some form of an advanced alien civilization. Babylon is an ancient city that lies in the heart of Mesopotamia, which is regarded as the cradle of civilization and is known for its rich cultural heritage and historical significance. Babylon has been a center of trade, religion, and politics for thousands of years and has left behind a legacy that continues to influence modern civilization. Before we continue, here are some interesting facts about Babylon. Babylon was home to one of the world's first written legal codes, the Code of Hammurabi, which dates back to 1754 BCE. The Babylonians were skilled in irrigation, using canals and leaves to control the flow of water and increase agricultural productivity. Babylon was one of the world's earliest cities to have street lighting, using oil lamps to light its streets at night. The Babylonians had a sophisticated system of mathematics and astronomy, including the use of a base 60 number system and the development of a calendar with 12 lunar months. The city of Babylon was rebuilt and re-inhabited multiple times throughout history, with each successive civilization leaving its mark on the city's architecture and culture. So how did Babylon become such an advanced city? Babylon was located on the lower Euphrates River in southern Mesopotamia. The earliest known settlement in the region dates back to around 4000 BCE, but it was not until the 18th century BC that Babylon became a major political and economic center. We know so much about the history of Babylonia because of the excavation and deciphering of huge numbers of cuneiform tablets that have been found in the past 200 years. The word cuneiform means wedge-shaped. It refers to a system of writing whereby scribes would take a wedge-shaped stylus and impress signs on wet clay tablets. Those tablets could later be fired and hardened and preserve what was ever written on them. Deciphering these cuneiform tablets was next to impossible until a key discovery of thousands of tablets was made at an Assyrian palace in March of 1843. These clay tablets provide some of the first tangible evidence of an ancient kingdom that have been believed to exist thousands of years ago. Babylon was the capital of the First Babylonian Empire, which was established in 1792 BC by the Amorite king Hammurabi. Under his rule, the city grew in size and importance and became known for its sophisticated legal system, which was codified in the famous Code of Hammurabi. In the Louvre Museum, there is a large stone pillar called Stela that depicts the Babylonian king Hammurabi, who is soaking to a divine being. Below them is the most significant legal text in the ancient world, the Code of Hammurabi. It was created around 1754 BC and consists of 282 laws that cover a wide range of subjects, including family law, business and commerce, property rights, and criminal law. This is where we get the idea of the principle eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, which meant that the punishment for a crime should be proportional to the harm caused. The Code of Hammurabi was designed to promote justice and protect the weak and vulnerable, and it served as a model for later legal systems in the region. But what is interesting is that the Code of Hammurabi is claimed to have been given to King Hammurabi from Shamash, the Babylonian god of justice. According to the legend, the Code of Hammurabi was dictated to him by a being that came from the sky. Who was this god Shamash? Was the king actually advised by an extraterrestrial being? And do we know more about the deities that were worshipped by the Babylonian? The religious practices of the ancient Babylonians have long been a subject of fascination for scholars and historians. The city was home to a complex pantheon of gods and goddesses, each with their own areas of influence and corresponding rituals and ceremonies, most of which remain shrouded in mystery. What is so special about the Babylonian gods? The religious system of the whole region of Mesopotamia was polytheism and involved the veneration of multitude of deities, including both male and female gods, who were often portrayed in human form and possessed distinct personalities. Perhaps the most prominent of the Babylonian gods was Marduk, who was believed to be the chief deity and the patron god of Babylon. Marduk was associated with a number of different aspects of life, including war, fertility, and wisdom, and was often depicted as a fierce warrior wielding a bow and arrow. Another important goddess in the Babylonian pantheon was Ishtar, who was the goddess of love, fertility, and war. Ishtar was worshipped through elaborate rituals and ceremonies, including the sacred marriage rite in which as the high priest of Babylon would symbolically marry Ishtar in order to ensure fertility and prosperity for the city. Now, both Marduk and Ishtar were part of the group of heavenly gods called the Anunnaki, who were believed to be the offspring of Anu, the sky god, who descended from the sky. The Anunnaki are among the most mysterious and powerful beings of sacred tradition and mythology. The Sumerians described them as humanoid but non-physical, spirit beings who had the capability of morphing or phasing into human form. They came to Earth on a special mission to bring wisdom and also to mine certain materials from the Earth plane itself. In ancient cuneiform texts, the Anunnaki are depicted as possessing immense knowledge and power, having the ability to live for thousands of years and mastery over all sciences and arts. But their origin and the source of their knowledge is a mystery. Were they really beings from beyond Earth? The Anunnaki taught humans their way of life and established monarchs. Now, here is where it gets interesting. The kings would act as their emissaries on Earth and rule the people according to ancient principles. Just maybe the Code of Hammurabi was really a set of rules given by the alien beings that came from the sky. The Babylonians practiced a variety of divination and astrological practices, which were based on the belief that the movements of the stars and planets could reveal important information about the future. These practices included reading the positions of the stars and planets, interpreting dreams, and performing various rituals to appease the gods and gain their favor. In 1849, on the eastern bank of the Tigris River, near the city of Mosul, northern Iraq, a team of archaeologists from the British Museum discovers thousands of clay tablets containing cuneiform script they believe to have been written by the Babylonian priests in the 7th century BC. Among the tablets were two mysterious relics that have become known as the Babylonian star catalogs. These texts are considered some of the earliest recorded observations of the night sky and provide valuable insights into the astronomy and astrology of the Babylonian civilization. According to translations of the ancient texts, these tablets describe the precise movements of various celestial bodies, now known as the zodiac. The zodiac was used for a practice known as horoscopy, which was based on the belief that the positions of the stars and planets at the time of a person's birth could reveal important information about their life and destiny. Babylonian astronomy and astrology had a significant influence on other ancient cultures, including the Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans. In the ancient world, the zodiac wheel was seen as a way to communicate with the gods. The Babylonian system was later adopted by the Greeks and Romans, who introduced their own mythology and symbolism to the zodiac. One notable example is the magnificent Dendera zodiac, which is housed in the Hathor Temple of Dendera Temple Complex. It is a bas-relief carving found on the ceiling of the temple's entrance hall and is a stunning representation of the Egyptian view of the cosmos, featuring a map of the stars and constellations as they were understood at that time. The circular zodiac is divided into 36 decans, each representing 10 days of the Egyptian calendar, with a total of 360 days. The ancient Greeks also viewed astrology as the language of the gods and believed that the movements of the planets conveyed a significant message about life on Earth and individuals. The constellations were associated with important historical and mythological events and were even linked to the creation of humanity itself. Animals were assigned as symbols for the journey through the sky, and various mythic and historical traditions connect with particular star system or constellations. One of the most significant Babylonian mathematical texts is the Plimpton 322 tablet, named after the American publisher and philanthropist George Arthur Plimpton, who acquired it in the early 19th. The tablet dates back to around 8000 BC and contains a list of 15 columns of numbers, which are arranged in rows and are written in cuneiform script. These numbers are believed to represent Pythagorean triples, which are sets of three whole numbers that satisfy the whole theorem. The Pythagorean theorem states that in a right-angled triangle, the square of the length of the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the squares of the lengths of the two other sides. Plimpton 322 is significant because it is one of the most accurate mathematical texts and the earliest examples of the use of mathematical tables in history. So how did these ancient people obtain all this vast amount of information about mathematics and about the stars? Was it only through observations? Some suggest that it might have been given to them by extraterrestrials that they claimed were gods, such as the Anunnaki. Can the clay tablets containing the star catalog provide evidence that the ancient civilization of Babylon obtained celestial knowledge from star travelers? For centuries, Babylon was one of the most important urban centers of ancient Near East. It continued to thrive under the rule of subsequent kings, including Nebuchadnezzar II, who reigned from 605 BCE to 562 BCE. During his reign, Babylon became one of the most powerful and influential cities in the ancient world. He was best known for his construction of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, which were one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. According to ancient accounts, the gardens were built by the king in the 6th century BC to please his Median wife Amytis, who missed the lush greenery of her homeland. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon are quite controversial because despite the extensive archaeological excavations of the site, no physical evidence has ever been found. Some historians believe that they may have been a mythical creation, while others argue that they may have been destroyed over time by erosion or plundering. But is it possible to virtually recreate these gardens and see how they looked? Although no physical remains of the Hanging Gardens have been found, historical records provide some descriptions of how the gardens may have looked like. It is believed that they were located on a raised, terraced platform and consisted of a series of lush, green gardens that were arranged in a step-like manner. Although the gardens have been lost to history, their legend has continued to captivate people's imaginations for centuries. Yet another mystery of Babylon is related to the city's legendary king Nimrod, who is mentioned by the Bible. According to biblical accounts, he was a powerful ruler and was the mightiest hunter after God. In Jewish and Christian tradition, Nimrod is considered to be the leader of those who built the Tower of Babel. Some historians believe that Nimrod may have been a real person who lived in ancient Mesopotamia, while others argue that he was a mythical figure created to explain the origins of Babylonian civilization. Now, according to the biblical book of Genesis, the Tower of Babel is a legendary structure that is said to have been built in ancient Babylon sometime after the Great Flood. The story goes that a group of united people who all spoke the same language decided to build a tower that would reach up to the heavens. The tower was meant to be a symbol of their power and a way to make a name for themselves. But was it really that massive, such that it could reach the skies? Some accounts suggest that it reached nearly 300 feet. There are also many different theories about what the Tower of Babel might have looked like and how it was built. Some historians believe that it may have been a ziggurat, a type of stepped pyramid that was commonly used in ancient Mesopotamia. Others suggest that it may have been a multi-story temple or palace. However, God was not pleased with their efforts and decided to stop them by confusing their language, causing them to speak different languages and preventing them from working together. As a result, the tower was never completed and the people were scattered across the world. But is it possible that the purpose of building this tower was not just a symbol of power? While the story is typically interpreted as a warning against human pride and the dangers of trying to reach God, some people have developed a different interpretation that the tower was some sort of a device for creating a portal to another dimension. Interestingly, the word Babel means gate to God, and some researchers believe that this gate to God was some form of an attempt to create a stargate, which the Babylonians were attempting to reach a higher level of consciousness or access hidden knowledge, in a way to really reach God of their sky gods, the Anunnaki. We can't help but be amazed by the astonishing knowledge and advanced technology of the people of Babylon, from their mastery of systems to their astronomical observations and mathematical calculations. The Babylonians were light years ahead of their time. The mysteries and enigmas of Babylon continue to fascinate us to this day, leaving us with more questions than answers. But one thing is for sure, the legacy of Babylon lives on, inspiring us to push the boundaries of human knowledge and understanding, and perhaps one day we'll uncover the truth about the secrets of this ancient civilization, and possibly about their extraterrestrial connections. We bow before you and thank you for watching another episode of Secret Origins. Keep your minds open, and until we meet again. Today, we're diving into an epic story that has fascinated humanity for millennia. We're talking about the origins of Satan, straight from the scriptures. Let's kick things off with the Hebrew scriptures, specifically the Old Testament. In Isaiah 14 verses 12 to 15, we get one of the most famous passages often associated with Satan. This passage talks about the fall of a figure called Lucifer, which means lightbringer or morning star. This shining being once held a high position but fell from grace due to pride. It's dramatic, right? Imagine a glorious angel, dazzling and powerful, but consumed by ambition and pride. Isaiah paints a vivid picture of this being's downfall, from the heights of heaven to the depths of Sheol, the realm of the dead. Next, we have Ezekiel 28 verses 12 to 17. Now, this is where things get even more intriguing. Ezekiel speaks about the king of Tyre, but many scholars and theologians see a dual meaning here. It's like a two-layered cake. On the surface, it's about a human king, but dig deeper, and you see a portrayal of a celestial being's fall. This being was in Eden, the garden of God, adorned with precious stones, and walked among the fiery stones. But because of its splendor, its heart became proud. The pride led to corruption, and the being was cast out. Ezekiel's description is poetic and packed with symbolism, making it a rich source for understanding the origins of Satan. Jumping to the New Testament, we find Jesus himself referencing Satan's fall in Luke 10 verse 18. Jesus says, "I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven." Boom. It's a powerful image, right? Lightning is fast, intense, and dramatic. This statement by Jesus is a direct reference to the catastrophic fall of Satan, emphasizing the swiftness and severity of his expulsion from heaven. But wait, there's more. In the book of Revelation, specifically Revelation 12 verses 7 to 9, we get an apocalyptic vision of a cosmic battle. Picture this: a great war breaks out in heaven. Michael and his angels fight against the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fight back. The dragon, who is explicitly identified as that ancient serpent, called the devil, or Satan, is defeated and hurled down to the earth, along with his angels. It's a celestial showdown of epic proportions, symbolizing the ultimate defeat of Satan and his minions. So, what's the bigger picture here? These scriptures together weave a narrative of a being of immense power and beauty who becomes corrupted by pride. This corruption leads to rebellion against God, resulting in a dramatic fall from grace. Satan's story is not just about a single event but a complex tapestry of pride, rebellion, and ultimate defeat. Isaiah and Ezekiel give us the background and the poetic imagery, while the New Testament texts bring in the cosmic battle and Jesus' first-hand account. It's a story that spans both testaments, offering a comprehensive view of Satan's origins and his ultimate fate. Now, we're going to explore some intriguing interpretations from apocryphal texts that give us a whole new perspective on Satan's story. First up, we have the Book of Enoch. This ancient text isn't part of the traditional biblical canon, but it's packed with fascinating stories. In Enoch, we meet the Watchers, a group of angels who descended to earth and ended up rebelling against God. Among them is Azazel, who emerges as a significant figure. Azazel teaches humanity forbidden knowledge, like warfare and weapon-making, leading to chaos and corruption. His actions play a crucial role in the narrative of fallen angels, and many scholars link Azazel to the concept of Satan, highlighting a rebellious leader who defies divine order. Next, let's talk about the Apocalypse of Abraham. This lesser-known text gives us another dramatic take. Abraham encounters an angelic being who reveals the presence of Azazel, depicted as a demonic figure. Azazel tries to lead Abraham astray, symbolizing the eternal struggle between good and evil. The Apocalypse of Abraham paints Azazel, and by extension Satan, as an ever-present force of temptation and corruption, constantly at odds with divine will. Moving on, we have the Book of Jubilees. This text is a retelling of Genesis and Exodus, but with additional details and stories. One key figure here is Mastema, a name often associated with Satan. Mastema is portrayed as a powerful entity who tests humans and opposes God's angels. He persuades God to let him test Abraham by asking him to sacrifice his son, Isaac. This story adds depth to our understanding of Satan as a tester and tempter, a being who seeks to prove human frailty and challenge divine authority. These apocryphal texts offer us a rich tapestry of stories that complement and expand upon the traditional biblical narratives. They give us a deeper understanding of Satan's character, portraying him not just as a fallen angel, but as a complex figure involved in the cosmic struggle between good and evil. Now, let's dive even deeper into the idea of Satan as a product of angelic rebellion. This concept is absolutely captivating and adds layers of complexity to our understanding of Satan. Imagine a host of celestial beings, each created with immense power and beauty. These beings, the angels, were granted free will, a crucial aspect of their existence. Among them was a particularly magnificent angel, Lucifer, whose name means light bringer. But what happens when free will collides with pride? Lucifer, in all his splendor, began to see himself as equal to, or even greater than, God. This pride and ambition led him to stage a rebellion against the divine order. This wasn't just any rebellion, it was a full-scale heavenly insurrection. Lucifer, along with a third of the angels who sided with him, challenged the authority of God. This cosmic conflict is often depicted as a dramatic battle, with angels clashing in a war that shook the heavens. Lucifer's rebellion is not merely a tale of defiance, it underscores a fundamental theme, the misuse of free will. The angels, despite their perfect creation, had the choice to obey or rebel. Lucifer's choice to rebel led to his transformation into Satan, the adversary. His fall from grace serves as a stark reminder of the consequences of pride and disobedience. But the story doesn't end there. The concept of fallen angels, or watchers, adds another layer to this narrative. These are the angels who followed Lucifer in his rebellion. Their fall from grace didn't just affect the heavenly realm, it had profound implications for the earthly realm as well. According to some ancient texts, these fallen angels descended to earth and further corrupted humanity by sharing forbidden knowledge and leading people astray. This idea of fallen angels introduces a dual role for Satan. Not only is he the original rebel, but he also becomes the leader of a faction of celestial beings who disrupt the divine order. This paints a picture of a multifaceted adversary, one who operates on both the cosmic and a terrestrial level. The notion of angelic rebellion also brings into focus the theme of justice. The rebellious angels, including Satan, were not merely cast out without consequence. They faced divine retribution for their actions. This punishment is often depicted as their banishment from heaven and their confinement to a state of eternal damnation, serving as a deterrent to any celestial being considering defiance. Moving forward, we enter the fascinating realm of how Satan is perceived in Jewish and early Christian traditions. This isn't just about a single character, it's about how entire communities and religious frameworks have understood and portrayed the adversary. Let's start with the Jewish tradition. In the Midrash and the Talmud, Satan is often referred to as the Panudu, or the accuser. This role is more nuanced than simply being evil. In these texts, Satan acts as a kind of prosecuting attorney in the divine court, testing the righteousness of individuals. It's a role that involves temptation and accusation, but within a framework that sees Satan as ultimately under God's authority. One of the most illustrative examples is the Book of Job. Here, Satan challenges Job's faithfulness, but he does so with God's permission. This portrayal is complex, showing Satan as both an adversary and an instrument of divine will. Switching to early Christian tradition, we see a shift in emphasis. In the New Testament, particularly in the Gospels and the writings of the Apostles, Satan is portrayed as a much more malevolent figure. He's not just an accuser, he is the embodiment of evil and the great deceiver. This shift is influenced by the dualistic perspectives that were prevalent in the surrounding cultures at the time, especially from Persian Zoroastrianism, which starkly divides the world into forces of good and evil. For instance, in the Gospels, Satan tempts Jesus in the wilderness, offering him all the kingdoms of the world in exchange for worship. This isn't just a test, it's a direct confrontation with the Son of God, symbolizing a fundamental clash between divine goodness and diabolical evil. Similarly, in the writings of the Apostle Paul, Satan is depicted as the ruler of this world, constantly seeking to undermine the faith of believers and disrupt the early Christian communities. This evolving portrayal of Satan was also significantly influenced by Platonic and dualistic philosophies. These philosophies introduced a more cosmic struggle between good and evil, light and darkness. Early Christian writers like Augustine adapted these ideas to fit within a Christian framework, presenting Satan as the prince of darkness in perpetual opposition to God's light. This dualistic view helped shape the theological and philosophical underpinnings of Christianity, giving Satan a more defined and sinister role. The influence of these traditions can be seen in how Satan is depicted in Christian art and literature. From the terrifying images in medieval manuscripts to the dramatic depictions in Renaissance paintings, Satan's role as the ultimate adversary of God and humanity is vividly portrayed. These artistic interpretations reflect the theological developments and cultural influences that have shaped the figure of Satan over the centuries. Continuing our journey, let's explore how Satan has been depicted in early Christian literature. One of the most significant contributions to the literary depiction of Satan is John Milton's Paradise Lost. Written in the 17th century, this epic poem reimagined the biblical story of the fall of man with Satan as a central character. Milton's Satan is a tragic, almost sympathetic figure driven by pride and ambition. He famously declares, "Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven." This line encapsulates his rebellious spirit and desire for autonomy, even in damnation. Milton's portrayal adds layers of complexity, showing Satan as a multifaceted character who is both defiant and tormented. Then there's Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy, specifically the first part, Inferno. In this 14th-century masterpiece, Dante takes us on a journey through hell, where Satan resides at the very center. Unlike Milton's charismatic rebel, Dante's Satan is a monstrous, grotesque figure, eternally trapped in ice, weeping from all six of his eyes while eternally devouring traitors. This depiction emphasizes Satan's ultimate impotence and the horrific consequences of his rebellion. Dante's vision is not just about punishment, but a stark reminder of the ultimate fate that awaits those who defy divine order. Early Christian apocryphal texts also contribute to this rich literary landscape. For example, the Gospel of Nicodemus gives us the harrowing of hell, a powerful narrative where Jesus descends into hell between his crucifixion and resurrection. In this story, Satan is depicted as the ruler of hell who is ultimately powerless against Christ's divine authority. The dramatic confrontation between Jesus and Satan in the underworld highlights the triumph of good over evil, reinforcing the theme of redemption and divine justice. The influence of these early literary works extends beyond their religious context, shaping how Satan is portrayed in broader cultural narratives. In medieval mystery plays, Satan often appears as a cunning and malevolent trickster, using deception to lead souls astray. These performances were a form of religious education, teaching moral lessons through dramatic storytelling. The character of Satan in these plays reflects the growing complexity of his role in Christian thought, no longer just an abstract symbol of evil, but a character with motivations and personality traits that audiences could understand and fear. And now, let's delve into the ancient spiritual warfare involving Satan. This topic is brimming with drama and conflict, giving us a vivid picture of the cosmic battle between good and evil that has been raging since time immemorial. Picture this: before the creation of mankind, heaven was not a place of serene tranquility, but a battlefield. At the heart of this celestial conflict is Satan, the once glorious Lucifer who defied the Almighty. This rebellion wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment insurrection, it was a meticulously planned coup, a calculated attempt to overthrow the divine order. The scriptures give us glimpses of this epic war. In Revelation 12 verses 7-9, we witness the outbreak of a colossal struggle. There was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought back. This dragon, unmistakably identified as Satan, is the central figure in this heavenly rebellion. The clash between Michael, the archangel, and Satan represents the ultimate battle of light versus darkness, order versus chaos. This celestial battle isn't just an abstract concept, it's a cataclysmic event with profound implications for the entire cosmos. Imagine the heavens illuminated by the blinding light of divine power clashing with the dark, swirling forces of rebellion. The sheer magnitude of this battle is almost beyond comprehension. The angels, beings of immense power and purity, are locked in combat with their fallen brethren, now twisted and corrupted by their allegiance to Satan. Satan's ambition and pride are the driving forces behind this rebellion. He wasn't content with his exalted position, he wanted to usurp the throne of the Almighty. This desire for power and supremacy led him to rally other angels to his cause, promising them dominion and glory. This narrative of celestial insurrection is not just about a battle, it's about betrayal, ambition, and the insatiable thirst for power. But the war in heaven was not just a single event, it was the beginning of an ongoing spiritual warfare. After being cast out of heaven, Satan and his fallen angels continued their struggle against God by targeting his creation, humanity. This brings us to the earthly battleground, where the stakes are nothing less than the souls of mankind. In the Garden of Eden, Satan appears in the guise of a serpent, seducing Eve into eating the forbidden fruit. This act of deception wasn't merely about disobedience, it was a strategic move in the greater spiritual war. By causing the fall of man, Satan aimed to mar God's perfect creation and prove that humanity was unworthy of divine favor. This act set the stage for a continual battle for human souls, with Satan using every means at his disposal to lead humanity astray. Throughout the scriptures, we see instances of this spiritual warfare. In the book of Job, Satan challenges God, questioning the righteousness of Job and testing his faith through immense suffering. This story highlights Satan's role as the accuser and tempter, always seeking to undermine faith and sow doubt. In the New Testament, Jesus' ministry is marked by constant confrontations with demonic forces. The exorcisms performed by Jesus are not just miraculous healings, they are direct engagements in the spiritual battle against Satan. Each demon cast out is a victory against the kingdom of darkness, reaffirming the authority of Christ over all spiritual beings. The book of Revelation provides a climactic vision of this ongoing spiritual warfare. It describes a time of great tribulation, where Satan, knowing his time is short, intensifies his efforts to deceive and destroy. The imagery is vivid and terrifying, a dragon persecuting a woman clothed with the sun, a beast rising from the sea, and a final, apocalyptic battle at Armageddon. These scenes depict the relentless assault of evil against the forces of good, culminating in the ultimate defeat of Satan and his followers. This spiritual warfare isn't confined to ancient texts, it permeates the entire narrative of human history. From the early church fathers to contemporary theologians, the concept of a cosmic battle between good and evil has been a central theme in Christian thought. The Apostle Paul, in his letter to the Ephesians, exhorts believers to put on the full armor of God, for our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Ephesians 6 verse 12. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence for this ongoing spiritual conflict comes from the book of Daniel. In Daniel 10, we encounter a dramatic scene where an angel explains to Daniel that he was delayed for 21 days because the prince of the kingdom of Persia resisted him. This prince is not a human ruler but a spiritual entity opposing God's messenger. This passage provides a rare glimpse into the spiritual battles occurring behind the scenes, where heavenly beings contend with malevolent forces. The Book of Enoch, which we touched on earlier, offers more details about these spiritual battles. It describes the Watchers, the fallen angels who descended to earth and corrupted humanity. Enoch's visions detail the divine judgments against these entities, showing a proactive and ongoing battle between divine forces and rebellious spirits. The vivid imagery of angels binding the Watchers and casting them into darkness underscores the seriousness of this conflict. Moving to the New Testament, the Gospel of Mark offers a series of exorcisms performed by Jesus, which are powerful demonstrations of spiritual warfare. In Mark 5 verses 1 to 20, Jesus encounters a man possessed by a legion of demons. The dramatic exorcism, where the demons beg to be sent into a herd of pigs, illustrates Jesus' authority over demonic forces and his role in the larger spiritual battle. Each exorcism is a testament to the real and present danger posed by these evil entities and the power of divine intervention. The Acts of the Apostles further chronicles this ongoing battle. In Acts 19 verses 11 to 20, we see the Apostle Paul performing extraordinary miracles, including casting out evil spirits. However, when some Jewish exorcists attempt to invoke Jesus' name without true faith, they are overpowered by the very spirits they sought to command. This episode highlights the reality of spiritual power and the necessity of genuine faith in the spiritual warfare that rages around us. The Epistle to the Ephesians provides strategic insight into how believers are to engage in this warfare. Ephesians 6 verses 10 to 18 famously outlines the armor of God, a set of spiritual tools designed to protect believers and enable them to stand firm against evil forces. The imagery of armor, belt of truth, breastplate of righteousness, shield of faith, helmet of salvation, and sword of the Spirit, paints a vivid picture of the believer as a soldier in a cosmic battle. This passage is not just an abstract metaphor, but a practical guide for spiritual resilience and combat readiness. Revelation, the final book of the New Testament, offers the most apocalyptic vision of this spiritual warfare. It describes the ultimate showdown between good and evil, culminating in the Battle of Armageddon. Revelation 20 verses 1 to 3 depicts an angel seizing the dragon, Satan, and binding him for 1,000 years. This dramatic scene reinforces the theme of divine victory over demonic forces, showcasing the eventual triumph of God's kingdom. The evidence of spiritual warfare is further corroborated by early church writings and the testimonies of saints who experienced direct confrontations with demonic forces. Saint Anthony of Egypt, considered the father of monasticism, famously battled demonic apparitions in the desert. His life and writings inspired many early Christians to understand and engage in spiritual warfare with a sense of urgency and vigilance. The notion of spiritual warfare is not confined to ancient texts but continues to resonate in contemporary Christian practice. Many believers today speak of spiritual battles in their personal lives, emphasizing prayer, fasting, and the invocation of Jesus' name as powerful weapons against evil. This ongoing relevance highlights the enduring impact of these ancient narratives and their practical application in the lives of the faithful. The concept of spiritual warfare involving Satan is a dynamic and multifaceted story that spans both celestial and earthly realms. It is a tale of rebellion and redemption, conflict and victory, darkness and light. Understanding this narrative helps us appreciate the profound implications of our spiritual battles and the ultimate triumph of good over evil. And that wraps up our deep dive into the literary portrayals of Satan. If you're as fascinated by these stories as I am, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell to stay updated with our next deep dive. Thanks for watching. God bless us all. Today, you will learn the complete history of the Bible and understand both the Old and New Testaments, from Adam in the Garden of Eden to the death of Jesus' disciples. Without a doubt, when you finish watching this video, you will not be the same. You will love God's Word even more. Of course, this will only happen if you open your heart to the Word of God. If you have difficulty understanding the Bible, in this video, you will be able to comprehend it. And after watching everything that will be taught, I am sure that you will be edified and enlightened by the Scriptures. It all began at the beginning. Before the beginning there was only God. He has never ceased to exist. He exists from eternity. He had no origin. He is the origin of everything. He was not created. He is the creator of all things. He did not begin to exist. He is the Father of eternity. Eternity is an exclusive attribute of God. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. On the sixth day God created man in his image and likeness, and from man he created woman. Adam and Eve were created perfect, pure, and innocent. They had full communion with God. They lived delighted in God's garden as stewards of God's creation. However, they fell into sin, and the entire human race was plunged into this abyss of total depravity because we were all in Adam. Adam and Eve had two sons, Cain and Abel. Out of jealousy, Cain killed his brother, becoming the first murderer and fratricide in history. Later, Adam and Eve had another son, Seth. Through him, a holy lineage began to emerge that turned to God. However, it didn't take long for the earth to be filled with wickedness and violence. God then decided to wipe out the man he had created from the face of the earth. But there was a righteous man, Noah. Therefore, God poured out judgment through the flood, saving Noah, his wife, and his 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, with their respective wives, in an ark they had built. Through Noah's sons, God restarted the origin of various peoples. Shem became the father of the Semitic nations. Ham became the progenitor of African and Asian nations, and Japheth became the trunk of European nations. Later, God chose a family to form the people who would be the instrument to bring the promised Messiah into the world. He called Abram from Ur of the Chaldeans. Abram left his land and his kindred and became a pilgrim of faith, raising altars to God wherever he went. It continued with Abraham and his nephew Lot, who became the father of 2 nations, the Ammonites and the Moabites. When Abraham left Haran, he was 75 years old. God promised that he would have a son, the son of promise, and would be the father of a numerous nation, and all families of the earth would be blessed in him. Abraham waited 11 years for God's word to be fulfilled. Then Sarai, his wife, no longer believing in God's promise, gave her maidservant Hagar to Abraham to cohabit with. Thus Ishmael was born, who became the father of a numerous nation, the Arab people, the historical enemies of the people of Israel. When Abraham was 99 years old, God appeared to him and commanded him to go out of his tent and count the stars in the sky. Then he told him that his descendants would be as numerous as the stars in the sky and the sand on the seashore. But God also revealed that his descendants would be enslaved for a period of 430 years. God changed Abram's name, which means Great Father, to Abraham, which means Father of a Multitude. When the child of promise had not yet been born, Abraham was 100 years old, and his wife Sarah was 90 when Isaac was born. Isaac married Rebekah, who was barren. After 20 years of marriage, Rebekah was healed, and they had 2 twin sons, Esau and Jacob. Esau became the father of the Edomites, and Jacob, who received the name Israel in his conversion, became the father of the Israelites. Jacob had 12 sons and 1 daughter. Through Joseph, the second to last son, Jacob's family moved to Egypt with 70 people. There they settled in the land of Goshen, a fertile region. These 70 people multiplied astonishingly. After 400 years in Egypt, they left under the leadership of Moses with 600,000 men, not counting women and children, roughly 2 million people. The journey through the desert towards the promised land continued. What was supposed to take 3 months took 40 years due to the people's unbelief and the 12 spies who were sent to explore the promised land. 10 of them returned with a pessimistic report and incited and mutinied the people against God and Moses. Faced with the giants of those lands, they felt like grasshoppers and diminished the power of God. Then God punished them severely, condemning all those people to perish in the wilderness, allowing only Joshua and Caleb, the faithful spies, to enter the promised land. The people of Israel wandered in circles in the desert for 40 years, 1 year for each day they spied out the land. The desert became the world's largest cemetery, where the entire generation that left Egypt perished, except for the 2 men who dared to trust in God. After 40 years of wandering, we have 6 years of conquering the land under the leadership of Joshua, but there was still much land to conquer. Joshua, Moses' servant, introduced the people to the promised land through a calling from God and extraordinary empowerment. After Joshua's death, a long phase of 330 years of theocratic rule began, called the period of the Judges. It was a time of great spiritual instability and ups and downs in Israel's life. During the time of the Judges, the people did as they pleased due to the hardness of the hearts of the people of Israel. They were oppressed by many enemies. In this time, God raised leaders of great stature, such as Gideon, Jephthah, Samson, and Samuel. After this long period, a new phase came, the monarchy. The people of Israel, looking at the neighboring nations, requested a king. The people no longer wanted God to rule over them. Samuel, the last judge, then anointed Saul as king over Israel. Saul ruled for 40 years. He began well and ended badly. He opened the curtains of his reign with humility, but later succumbed to pride, cruelty, and ultimately rebellion and apostasy. After him, David reigned in his place also for 40 years, transferring the capital of Israel from Hebron to Jerusalem. His reign was successful. David strengthened his kingdom and became the most prominent king of Israel, accumulating wealth, conquering lands, defeating armies, walking with God, being a man after God's own heart, despite sinning gravely against God, his family, and his people. He repented and was forgiven by God. From his lineage came the Messiah. After his death, his son Solomon reigned in his place for 40 years. He asked God for wisdom, and God gave him wisdom and riches. He became a renowned man in his time, built the temple in Jerusalem, and enjoyed peace in his reign. However, due to his many wives, his heart was corrupted. Only in old age did Solomon turn to God and repent of his sin. Thus we had 120 years of the United Kingdom. Saul fell into the snares of witchcraft, David into the trap of adultery, and Solomon into the clutches of idolatry. God granted the people's desire to have kings. But the people had to suffer the consequences of this unwise choice. After Solomon's death, the kingdom split because his son Rehoboam refused to heed the people's plea to ease the burdensome taxes. The pomp, splendor, and luxury of Solomon's government were sustained by the toil of the workers. Strangled by exorbitant taxes, they took advantage of the transition of power to demand changes. As they were not successful, they could not align with the new king. Thus, 10 of the 12 tribes conspired against Rehoboam and followed a new leader, Jeroboam the Run, forming the northern kingdom, with its capital becoming Samaria. The northern kingdom lasted 209 years. This kingdom had 19 kings from 8 different dynasties. None of these kings were righteous. All turned away from God and followed the ways of Jeroboam. This king decided to use religion for political purposes, fearing that his subjects would seek Jerusalem to worship in the temple and become politically attracted to the kings of Judah. Jeroboam I decided to build temples in the northern kingdom in Bethel, Gilgal, and Beersheba. In them he placed a golden calf and induced the people to worship it as if it were God himself. All 19 kings of the northern kingdom followed this path. All were wicked and perverse, none sought God. In that time the Lord raised up some prophets to denounce the sin of the kings of the nation and the convenience prophets, as well as the priests bribed with money. In that time God raised up the prophets Amos, Hosea, and Micah. They bravely confronted the nation's deviations, from the palace to the huts, from rival temples to commerce, from the streets to the fields. They denounced political corruption and raised their voices against prostituted religion. They launched God's indictment against the corrupt executive and legislative powers. They denounced social injustice and economic oppression. They called the people to repentance, but their messages fell on deaf ears. During the reign of Ahab, through his wife Jezebel, the pernicious belief in Baal, the Canaanite god of prosperity, spread throughout Israel. In that time, God raised the prophet Elijah to unmask this pagan deity and undermine the credibility of the abominable idol. Even in this kingdom, God called Elisha to replace Elijah and carry out a prodigious ministry. But as Israel refused to listen to the voice of God, the Lord used the language of the rod and brought Assyria against the nation of Israel. Assyria was the rod of God's wrath against Israel, an expansionist, warrior, and bloodthirsty empire. Whenever it conquered a people, it committed atrocities and barbarities against the conquered, typically leaving mutilated bodies and stacking heads at the gates of conquered cities, subjecting people to the bitterest ignominy. After leading the northern people into captivity, King Sargon II sent a mix of other peoples to the land of Israel, forming a great racial mixing there. He knew that racial action would weaken the potential existence of a people. Thus, with this racial mixture, a hybrid people called Samaritans was formed in Israel, which became a bitter enemy of the people of Judah. The southern kingdom, composed of the tribes of Benjamin and Judah, had 20 kings, several of whom were godly, such as Asa, Jehoshaphat, Hezekiah, Jotham, Uzziah, Joash, and Josiah. Whenever a godly king ascended the throne, the nation prospered and grew economically, morally, socially, and spiritually. In the southern kingdom, to fulfill the prophecy that the Messiah would come from the house of David, only one dynasty ruled. To speak to the people of Judah, God raised up various prophets such as Isaiah, Micah, Joel, Zephaniah, and Jeremiah. The nation also became deeply corrupted, not heeding God's voice. Then in the same way, God disciplined them and sent the Babylonian army, delivering them into the hands of their enemies. The people of Judah were taken into Babylonian captivity. The southern kingdom, called Judah, lasted 345 years. After 2 incursions, Nebuchadnezzar invaded Jerusalem, destroyed its glorious temple, and took the people into captivity, leaving the city in tremendous disgrace. The people were in captivity for 70 years, as prophesied by God to the prophet Jeremiah. During the captivity period, God raised up the prophets Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and Daniel. In this period the people were purified from idolatry, and synagogues emerged. After the time set by God, the people of Judah returned to their land. By that time, Babylon had already fallen into the hands of the Medo-Persian Empire. Cyrus, foretold by God 200 years before he was born, liberated the Jewish people and opened the doors for their return to the land of Canaan. The people returned in 3 groups under the leadership of Zerubbabel for the reconstruction of the temple, under the leadership of Ezra for teaching the law, and under the leadership of Nehemiah for the reconstruction of the walls and the political and spiritual restructuring of the people. As soon as they returned from captivity and began the reconstruction of the temple, the Jewish people began to face problems. First, the cunning Samaritans wanted to join them in the work to destabilize it. Since the proposal for partnership was rejected, the Samaritans, in a second stage, began to threaten them. Then the Samaritans wrote to King Artaxerxes, accusing the Jews of conspiring against the Medo-Persian kingdom. Faced with this nefarious persecution, the work on the temple was halted for about 20 years. During this period the people relaxed in their zeal for the house of God and began to focus on their own businesses, building and beautifying their own houses at the expense of the house of God, which was in ruins. During this time, God raised up the prophets Haggai and Zechariah to call the people to repentance. The message of these prophets had a rapid and profound effect. The people repented and enthusiastically returned to complete the reconstruction of the temple. Then there was a great spiritual awakening, a rearrangement in families and the priesthood, and a wholehearted return to God. About 100 years passed, and a new generation arose. Now the people continued to go to the temple and offer sacrifices, but they no longer honored God. They offered blind, sick, and lame animals to God as burnt offerings, despising the Lord's table and considering it defiled. The priests became corrupt and stopped teaching the word of God to the people. The family was deeply affected. Marriages began to fall apart, ending in divorce. The people no longer believed that God was capable of judging them, so they relaxed in returning tithes. Although he continued to attend the temple, he was far from God. At that time, God raised Malachi to call the people to repentance. This is how the Old Testament closed 400 years before Christ. After the prophet Malachi, we have a long period of 400 years called the interbiblical period or period of prophetic silence. At that time, non-canonical religious historical books, the apocryphal books, were written. The Old Testament was also translated from Hebrew into Greek, giving rise to the famous version called the Septuagint. The Medo-Persian Empire fell to the Greek Empire. Alexander the Great, after conquering nations and kingdoms, died prematurely at 33 years of age, crying because he had no more lands to conquer. He powerfully expanded his empire, spreading Hellenistic culture and the Greek language, so useful later for the rapid and borderless dissemination of the gospel. With the death of Alexander, the kingdom fell into the hands of 4 generals, and it is important to highlight the dominance of the Egyptian Ptolemaics and the Syrian Seleucids, who were always in conflict. Israel was dominated sometimes by one, sometimes by another. At this time, Antiochus Epiphanes outraged the Jews by sacrificing a pig on the altar of the temple in Jerusalem, which was an abomination to them. This fact began the War of the Maccabees, won by Judas Maccabeus after much bloodshed. Later in the year 63 BC, Pompey conquered Jerusalem and the Romans came to dominate Israel. Herod the Great reigned in his place. Herod the Great was a great administrator, expanded and beautified the temple in Jerusalem, built the port of Caesarea, opening the way for international trade and facilitating missionaries' travel around the world, built the fortress of Masada and many palaces and fortresses. However, Herod was an insecure and violent man. The fear of losing the throne tormented him throughout his life. He married 10 times and had many children. When he married Mariamna, a woman of nobility, he had all the nobles in his family killed for fear of losing his throne. At the request of his mother-in-law, he appointed Archelaus, his only 17-year-old nephew, as high priest of Jerusalem. But later, upon seeing that he was winning the favor of the people, he had him killed. His fearful mother-in-law fled to Egypt, but Herod sent his emissaries after her to kill her. Caesar Augustus called him to Rome for his atrocities. Before leaving, however, he had his wife Mariamna killed for fear that she would conspire against him in her absence. He later sent 2 of his sons to Rome to study. His sister Salome taught that they would return more prepared to take the throne. Herod did not hesitate. He ordered his 2 sons to be strangled. Before he died, he made his sister Salome swear that he would kill at least 1 nobleman from every family in Jerusalem because she wanted tears at his funeral. This was the man who was alarmed when he learned from the wise men that a boy had been born in Judea to be king of Israel. After Herod the Great died, around the year 4 BC, his kingdom was divided among 4 of his sons. Archelaus, one of Herod's sons, reigned over Judea, Samaria, and Edom. He was a terrible king. The Jews, in the end, asked the Romans to remove him from office. Rome, concerned about the constant problems in Judea, installed a Roman procurator or governor there. This is how the Romans began to directly rule Judea. At that time, Pilate was the governor. This catastrophic state and political situation in which the chosen people of God found themselves under the hateful power of the Herodians and at the mercy of slavery under the rule of the Romans made political hope for the Messiah manifest as never before, a cry for liberation and redemption from ungodly bondage. It was then at this time that Jesus, in the fullness of time, fulfilling biblical prophecies, was born in Bethlehem in Judea. The eternal Word became flesh and dwelt among men. He lived among us, full of grace and truth. He put on human skin, put on the sandals of humility, walked on our land, ate our bread, drank our water, felt our pain, cried our tears, carried our sins on his body on the cross, and was resurrected in glory for our justification. Both Hellenistic and Roman cultures joined the Jewish contribution to the coming of the Messiah to the world. When Jesus was born, Palestine was under the rule of Rome. With the persecution of Herod the Great, Joseph and Mary fled with the baby Jesus to Egypt, staying there until the death of the wicked king. They returned from Egypt and settled in Nazareth, the city where they had previously lived. There, Jesus grew up as the son of a carpenter. At the age of 30, he began his ministry, having been baptized in the Jordan by John the Baptist, thus identifying himself with the sinners he came to save. There, in the Jordan, as Jesus prayed, the heavens opened and the Father spoke, "This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased." At that same moment the Holy Spirit descended upon him in the form of a dove, equipping him with power to begin his ministry. From the Jordan, Jesus was led into the desert by the Holy Spirit, where he fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, during which time he was tempted by the devil 3 times. The devil attacked Jesus to overthrow him, but the Son defeated him in the desert, always using the sword of the Spirit, the Word of God. The devil overthrew the first in paradise but was defeated by the second Adam in the desert. From the desert Jesus, filled with the Holy Spirit, went to Galilee, arriving in Nazareth where he lived most of his earthly life. He entered the synagogue, took the scroll of the book of Isaiah, and read, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to preach, to heal, and to deliver." Jesus called 12 men, whom he named apostles, investing most of his time to train and disciple them. He traveled through Galilee, Perea, Samaria, and Judea, preached in cities, villages, and fields, preached in synagogues and in the temple, preached outdoors on the beach and also in homes, preached to crowds and also to small groups. Jesus went everywhere doing good and freeing all those oppressed by the devil. He healed the sick, fed the hungry, gave sight to the blind, straightened the paralyzed, made the lame walk, gave hearing to the deaf, cleansed the lepers, freed the possessed, and raised the dead. It was the supreme revelation of God to men, given the name Emmanuel, God with us. He is God himself manifested in the flesh. Jesus came with a defined mission for all those to whom the Father gave him. He was born to die. He died so that we could live. The Apostle Paul was emphatic when he said that he died for our sins, according to the Scriptures, was buried and rose again on the third day, according to the Scriptures. His death was not an accident, nor was his resurrection a surprise. The devil used several devices to keep him away from the cross, but Jesus marched towards it, like a king walks towards the crown. On the cross, Jesus crushed the serpent's head and triumphed over principalities and powers, exposing them to contempt. On the cross, Jesus completed the work of redemption. On the cross, he freed us. Death could not stop him. On the third day, Jesus rose again for our justification. Before ascending to heaven, he instructed his disciples to remain in Jerusalem, awaiting the Father's promise until they were endued with power. In Acts chapter 1 verse 8, Jesus talks about the empowerment given by the Holy Spirit and also gives the strategy of action to follow. To be witnesses both in Jerusalem and in all Judea, Samaria, and to the ends of the earth. After Pentecost, the church exploded in Jerusalem with astonishing growth. Multitudes were continually added to it. The growth and expansion of the Jerusalem church is recorded by Luke up to chapter 7 of the book of Acts. As the church was still limited to Judea, God sent persecution against it, and the believers were scattered, carrying the word wherever they went. This is how Philip arrived in Samaria, breaking through the walls of enmity and preaching the gospel there with power. The people rejoiced to hear and see the things that God did through Philip, the preaching deacon. He spoke and did, preaching to the ears and eyes. Through the laying on of the hands of the apostles Peter and John, the Samaritans also received the Holy Spirit. The gospel spread beyond the borders of Israel with the conversion of the persecutor of the church, Saul of Tarsus, on the road to Damascus. Later, a Gentile church, the Church of Syrian Antioch, became the mother of cultural missions. After this, Barnabas and Saul left for their first missionary journey in the regions of Galatia, passing through Perge, Derbe, Iconium, and Lystra, establishing churches and constituting presbyters. On the second missionary trip, Paul and Silas went to the provinces of Macedonia and Achaia, planting churches in Philippi, Thessalonica, Berea, and Corinth. From Syrian Antioch, Paul wrote the letter to the Galatians, to Corinth, and the two letters to the Thessalonians. On the third missionary trip, Paul visited the province of Asia Minor, remaining 3 years in Ephesus, the capital of the province, from where he wrote the two letters to the church in Corinth. In this cosmopolitan city of more than 300,000 inhabitants, there was the temple of the goddess Diana, a marble palace 4 times larger than the Parthenon in Athens, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. In the years that Paul spent in Asia Minor, churches were planted throughout the province, such as those in Pergamum, Thyatira, Sardis, Philadelphia, Laodicea, Colossae, and Hierapolis. Due to the famine that ravaged the world in the times of Emperor Claudius, the Jews were expelled from Rome, as recorded in the book of Acts chapter 18 verse 2. Paul then made a large collection among the Gentile churches to take to the poor in Judea. When embarking towards Jerusalem, he informed the elders of Ephesus that what awaited him from city to city were currents and tribulations. However, he did not consider his own life to fulfill his ministry of proclaiming the gospel of God's grace. Before embarking for Jerusalem, he wrote his most robust epistle, the letter to the Romans, where he shared his desire to visit the capital of the empire and share the word with the church, being sent by her to Spain. Despite bringing significant financial aid to the poor of Judea, Paul was arrested in Jerusalem, and from there transferred to Caesarea, where he was accused for 2 years by the Jews under the aegis of governors Felix and Festus. Faced with Festus's tendency to hand him over to the Sanhedrin, who planned his death, Paul, using the privileges of his Roman citizenship, chose to be tried in Rome. On the journey to the capital of the empire, he faced a terrible shipwreck. The boat completely fell apart, but all the passengers and crew were miraculously saved, as God promised Paul. On the island of Malta, where they arrived, A viper bit Paul's hand, but God neutralized the serpent's lethal venom and even used his servant to heal all the sick on the island. So the Maltese sent Paul to Rome with all his needs covered. There, he remained imprisoned for 2 years in a rented house. From there, Paul evangelized the Praetorian Guard, encouraged believers to work, and wrote letters to the Ephesians, the Philippians, the Colossians, and Philemon. After this period, Paul was released from prison, and then wrote the first letter to Timothy and the letter to Titus. But from the year 64, the persecution of the church, instead of being religious, became political, and Paul returned to prison, being locked up in a dungeon, a dark, damp, and unhealthy underground cellar. On the 17th of July in the year 64, the city of Rome, with more than 1 million people, was burned. Nero the emperor, dressed as an actor, climbed to the top of Maecenas' tower, from where he observed the amazing spectacle of the flames devouring the city. There were 7 nights and 6 days of fire. When the flames went out, 70% of the city was destroyed. Of the 14 neighborhoods in Rome, 10 of them were devastated by the flames. The 4 neighborhoods densely populated by Jews and Christians gave Nero an alibi to blame Christians for the burning of Rome. A brutal persecution of the church then begins. There was a lack of wood to make crosses, such was the number of believers crucified. Believers were tied to poles, covered in pitch, and burned alive to light up the nights of Rome. It was a real massacre. From this second prison, Paul wrote his last epistle, the second letter to Timothy. In it, he related the arrival of his own martyrdom and the glorious hope of taking possession of the crown of justice. Thus, around the year 67, the veteran apostle was beheaded, leaving, however, a blessed legacy for later generations, the New Testament. It was written over a period of 50 years. We have 4 graphic books, the 4 Gospels, and 3 are synoptic, that is, seen from the same perspective, the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Matthew's focus is to present Jesus as the King of the Jews, written for the Jews, contains the largest volume of quotations from the Old Testament, and is the most Jewish of the Gospels. Mark's focus is to present Jesus as a servant, written for the Romans. It is the Gospel that focuses on the works of Jesus more than his teachings. Luke's Gospel emphasizes Jesus as the Son of Man, written for the Greeks by a Gentile doctor, historian, and traveler. Its purpose is to present the portrait of Jesus as the perfect man. Therefore Luke is the evangelist who speaks most about Jesus' prayer life and his ministry carried out in the power of the Holy Spirit. John, written at the end of the 1st century to refute Gnosticism, a pernicious heresy that denied the divinity of Christ, has a different approach than the others. He proves that Jesus is truly God and truly man. John selected 7 miracles performed by Jesus and 7 I am statements, proving that Jesus is indeed God. We also have the Acts of the Apostles, which report facts related to the early church, from its birth to its expansion to the city of Rome. 3 churches led this advance: Jerusalem, Antioch, and Ephesus. 4 provinces of the empire were reached: Galatia, Macedonia, Achaia, and Asia Minor. The book of Acts has no conclusion, as the history of the church continues. We are heirs and continuators of the church that was born at Pentecost. We also have the Apostle Paul's letters to the churches of Rome, Galatia, Ephesus, Philippi, Colossae, and Thessalonica, as well as his personal letters to Timothy, Titus, and Philemon. Furthermore, we have a letter sent to the Jews who were being tempted, due to persecution, to go back in faith, which is the letter to the Hebrews by an unknown author. We also have the general letters written by James, Peter, John, and Jude. Finally, we have an eschatological book, the Apocalypse, which narrates the triumphal victory of Christ and his church, written by the Apostle John on the island of Patmos around the year 96. I hope you learned about this story. God bless your life. If you have not yet accepted Jesus as your Savior, there is still time. Repent. He can change your future, your story. He can take away all the sadness, all the loneliness, and provide what you need. Go into your room, close the door, and talk to God. He will hear you. God bless you. If you liked the video, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel.
Today, we will explore the 9 things people see at the moment of their death. When a loved one passes, their families are filled with questions. How will they feel? Will they be at peace? Are they okay? There are memories that hurt, and at the same time we hold the emptiness in our hearts as a reflection of the love that was shared. Love never dies, it merely changes form. If you have lost a loved one, perhaps when you close your eyes, you can still feel their presence, and certainly when you think of your loved one, your heart fills with pain. If you have ever felt this way, this video is for you. Today, I will share the 9 things that people physically see at the moment of death. The information in this video comes directly from the Bible, but also from accounts of people who have had a near-death experience, also known by the acronym NDE. These are people who sometimes reach a state of clinical death, but then come back to life and are able to explain what they saw when they died. First, the person sees their departed loved ones. When they die, they see them clearly, waiting to guide them toward the light, which leads them with peace and joy. Imagine your loved one on their deathbed, their eyes close, but then they open in a new world. There, in the twilight between life and death, familiar faces appear. Those who departed earlier are neither a dream nor a hallucination. They are there, waiting as if they knew it was their time, and the place where they wait is also a place protected by God, because God is not the God of the dead, but of the living, for to him all are alive. According to Ecclesiastes, the spirit returns to its origin, where loved ones are. Then shall the dust return to the earth as it was, and the spirit shall return unto God who gave it. The person at death clearly sees without a doubt that these departed loved ones are there to guide them. There is no fear, no loneliness, just an indescribable peace and a warm light that envelops the scene. Psalm 36 also reinforces this idea. For with you is the fountain of life. In your light we see light. Some report that at the moment the deceased sees the light, those accompanying the dying can feel something, a sweet floral scent that fills the room. It's a sign, a whisper from beyond, a manifestation of those spirits who have come to take their loved one to a place of peace. I want to take a brief moment to encourage you to write in the comments, as it can greatly help others who share your knowledge about their departed loved ones. Explain how much you miss that person. Many people watching this video will be going through difficult times due to the loss of a loved one, and it can comfort them greatly to read about your experience and know they are not alone. By doing so, you can help others who watch this video and want to feel understood and know that there are more people going through the same situation. For example, you can describe the pain you felt or feel in losing someone close, or what you did to overcome the loss, or even explain what advice from others helped you at the time. Your comment could help many of us. Now continuing, we were talking about how sometimes when a loved one passes, those around them can detect a slight smell of flowers. This is a moment full of tension and drama, a clash between the earthly and the divine that forces us to reflect on the fragility of our existence and what really matters at the end of the road. For in these last moments, riches, achievements, and daily concerns fade away. Only love remains, the invisible bond that unites those who departed before us. And so, at the moment of death, a truth we all must face. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. There is nothing more powerful than the love that transcends death, a love that knows no limits or boundaries, and in the end, we all meet in that light, guided by those who preceded us. Because death is not the end, but the beginning of a new journey. Number 2, a sense of detachment from material possessions. Secondly, another sensation that patients nearing death experience is that all the things they own in life, all material possessions become unimportant. This is positive because it means they don't cling to anything and can transcend directly without any problem. Imagine the last breath of your loved one, the moment when everything you know dissolves into nothing. At that precise moment when life escapes like sand between the fingers, something incredible happens. In the material world, everything that was once important loses its value. The house you loved so much, the car you cared for diligently, the jewelry, the titles, the achievements, all fade away in a sigh. None of it matters anymore. It's as if at the time of death a truth is revealed, a truth we ignore throughout our lives. When someone is about to die, a brutal honesty takes over their mind. It's at this moment that they realize that the possessions, wealth, and goods they accumulated with so much effort are merely shadows, illusions that hold no weight on the threshold between life and death. Because we brought nothing into this world, and it is certain we can take nothing out of it. This verse resonates strongly at that moment, when the dying person detaches from everything material. It's a release, a final severance with the earthly world that allows them to move forward, unchained to the unknown. It's a moment of pure, raw truth. Everything they fought for, everything that once caused worry, simply vanishes. What matters isn't found in tangible things. It's not the big house nor the money in the bank, nor the objects that once defined identity. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world, yet forfeit his soul? This question suddenly takes on an overwhelming significance. In the end, all that remains is the bare soul, free from the ties of the world, and this is where the reflection becomes almost universally profound. In the end, all that exists is something beyond the material, something that transcends the physical world. It's a feeling we all share, though sometimes we forget it in the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Death reminds us of this truth in a way we cannot ignore. At that moment we understand that true wealth is not in what we possess, but in what we are, in what we carry in our hearts and souls. This detachment, this abandonment of the material, is a curse, but also a blessing. It allows us to cross to the other side without burdens, without weights that sink us into darkness. It prepares us for a meeting with the eternal, with the divine. Do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moths and rust destroy, and where thieves break in and steal, but store up for yourselves treasures in heaven. In death, this teaching becomes true. It is then that the light shines brightest. When the soul is free from bondage, it ascends towards the infinite. This is the final act of liberation. At the end of the road, only what truly matters remains. The material dissolves, and the soul prepares for the great journey. It's a reminder to all of us that in life, the essential isn't in what we own, but in what we are, in the love we give, and the peace we carry with us. Because in the end, that is the only wealth we can carry. Let's continue with the third thing that people see when they die. Number 3. They see their own body from above. Thirdly, when they die physically, people often see their body from above, observing all the people present. They see those around them crying, suffering, and witness everything that happens around them. In that moment, they perceive everything, hear everything, and feel everything. They may even say goodbye to their loved ones. Imagine for a moment that life, with all its pain and beauty, comes to an end. Your loved one takes their last breath, and what happens next is something beyond the imaginable. Suddenly, your loved one is no longer in their body, but they haven't completely disappeared either. They find themselves floating, suspended in a space between life and the eternal. From above, they see their motionless body, surrounded by faces full of pain, tears, and despair. But your loved one is somewhere else, a place from where they observe what happens as a spectator of their own death. This moment is one of the most shocking that a person can experience after death, because a body without spirit is dead. Now, without that body which for years was their home, your loved one is pure spirit, and from this privileged vantage point, perceives everything with a clarity they never had before. Your loved one sees those they love, sees their pain, hears their sobs, and feels their suffering as if it were their own. It's a devastating yet profound moment. To weep with those who weep is a testament to the love surrounding them, a love so great that tears fall like rain. You realize how much you meant to them and how your departure has left a void impossible to fill, but there's more. From this place of observation, your loved one may say goodbye and give a final farewell. There are no words, but the message is conveyed in a language beyond what is human, a language of the soul. The spirit itself bears witness to our spirit. This testimony is deep, filled with love, gratitude, and peace. It's a farewell that, though silent, resonates in the depths of the hearts of those left behind. The spirit of your loved one communicates with the spirit of the living and bears witness to their last goodbye. And this is where reflection arises, a truth that all of us carry within us, though we hide it in the depths of our being. Death is not the end. It's a step, a transition, a transformation. At this moment, as your loved one observes from above, they understand that life is not measured by the years lived, but by the love given, the bonds created, and the impact left on those who mourn for them. And I heard a voice from heaven saying, "Blessed are the dead who die in the Lord from now on. Yes," says the Spirit, "they will rest from their labor, for their deeds follow them." What your loved one sees from above is a reflection of the life they lived. It's a moment of personal judgment, not of condemnation, but of pure truth. At that moment they realize what really matters: love, compassion, memories. And although they are no longer in their body, their presence is still strong. The spirit says goodbye, but does not disappear, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of those who love them. This is a moment full of tension, overflowing emotions, but also deep peace, because in that silent farewell, your loved one understands that although life on earth has ended, love does not die. Love never ceases to exist. And that is the most powerful truth of all, which finally transcends death. Number 4. They visit the dreams of living people to say goodbye. Sometimes after people die, they remain for a short period in this plane. They do this to visit places they need or wish to see for various reasons. One of these reasons is to say goodbye to other family members who were not present when they departed and want to offer them peace. Thus, there are cases where people see relatives in dreams or feel their presence without knowing that they have already passed away. Just at the moment when they see them, the person who just died travels as an energy that touches the dreams of the people they love. Your loved one felt their last breath escape from their body, and at that moment everything changed. They were no longer a prisoner of pain nor the weight of flesh. Now they were light, pure energy. But they did not leave immediately. Something kept them in this world, a force stronger than death itself, love. From this new perspective, your loved one saw everything with overwhelming clarity. They knew they had left the body behind, but were not ready to depart completely. There were places they needed to visit, farewells they had not yet given. It was as if they had one last task to complete, a sacred mission, before crossing to the other side. First, your loved one went to see their sister. She wasn't in the room when he died, and this tormented her. He found her sleeping, her face tired from so much crying. He approached her, leaned over her, and though there were no words, his presence said everything. For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. He was not an angel, but his mission at that moment was to offer comfort and peace. And his sister, though still sleeping, felt a sudden relief, a calm that flooded her being. In that moment she knew everything would be all right. But it wasn't just for his loved one. He knew there were others who needed to say goodbye, even if they didn't know it themselves. The cousin they hadn't seen in many years, the old friend never forgotten, each received a last trace of his essence. He appeared in dreams or in an unexpected breeze, and while they might not have consciously known, deep in their souls, they understood that this visit was his farewell on his final journey. He understood something he hadn't seen in life, that death was not the end, but a transition. Love never ceases to exist, and like energy, like light, he moved through the places and people he loved, leaving a spark of his love in each one. He knew that, when he finally crossed over to the other side, those sparks would continue to shine in the hearts of those he ultimately left behind. The time had come for your loved one. He said his goodbyes, offered consolation, and closed all chapters. Now he felt the call of the eternal, a profound peace inviting him to rest. And with one last look, he let himself be carried away, knowing he had fulfilled his mission, and that God would wipe every tear from his eyes, and there would be no more death, nor sorrow, nor crying, nor pain, for the former things have passed away. Your loved one vanished into the light, but his presence, his love, and the traces he left continue in this world, in the hearts of those he touched forever. Number 5, viewing their own life as a movie. In 5th place, as they transcend, people begin to see their life as if it were a movie. Both good and bad moments present themselves, and they ponder whether they enjoyed life and were happy. This is shown to them so they can relive these significant moments and truly understand what their life on this plane was like. Your loved one crossed the threshold, that boundary separating life from the eternal, but instead of disappearing into nothingness, now finds themselves in a different space where time does not hold the same form, where past and present intertwine in a single thread of memories. In this state, something profound and revealing happens. The life of your loved one begins to unfold before them like a movie, a sequence of images, sounds, and emotions. Every moment, from childhood days to the last breath, passes before their eyes with moving clarity. There are no lies or illusions here. Everything is seen exactly as it was, for there is nothing hidden that will not be revealed, nor secret that will not come to light. This is the naked truth, the summation of a life revealed in its entirety. Your loved one watches the good times, those days of pure happiness, when laughter filled the rooms and love seemed eternal. But they also see the difficult moments, the mistakes, decisions made in the dark, the words they wished they could take back. For we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ, so that each may receive what is due for what he has done in the body, whether good or bad. It is not a judgment in the condemning sense, but rather a review, an opportunity to truly understand the life your loved one lived. They question whether they were happy, whether they savored each day, whether they loved enough, lived with purpose. It is a profound reflection that touches the deepest fibers of their being, because in the end, what matters is not only what was done, but how it was lived. Teach us to number our days, that we may gain a heart of wisdom. Now, in this space between worlds, the wisdom of a well-lived life is what they seek. And amidst all this, your loved one realizes something essential. Life wasn't perfect, but it was filled with moments that defined their essence. The laughter, the tears, the triumphs, and the falls all have a purpose, a meaning that perhaps wasn't understood in life, but now is revealed with astonishing clarity. In this final review, your loved one is not alone. The divine presence accompanies them, guiding them on this journey of self-assessment. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. From beginning to end, God was there at every moment, and now he reveals the whole truth about your loved one's existence. At the end of this process, your loved one understands that happiness was not a destination, but rather the journey taken, that true wealth was not in material things, but in shared moments, in acts of love, and in the pursuit of inner peace. With this understanding, they feel at peace, ready to continue their journey towards the eternal, knowing that their life, with all its imperfections, was fully lived. And so, with this final revelation, your loved one bids farewell to this life with a sense of accomplishment, because, although it wasn't always easy, every moment was worth it. I have fought the good fight, I have finished the race, I have kept the faith. And now, with a light heart and a tranquil spirit, your loved one advances towards the light that awaits them. Number 6. Seeing an intense light. Those who have had near-death experiences often describe seeing a great light, a feeling of profound peace, or a vision of a beautiful place, a paradise they do not wish to leave, but from which they must return because their time has not yet come. However, for those whose time has come, this light is the place they must go, the place they will be guided to, and where they will dwell, in that beautiful place spoken of. Your loved one has reached that moment we all face, the instant when earthly life disappears and eternity opens like a vast horizon. There was no fear, only a deep calm that enveloped their being. Suddenly they felt a light. It was not an ordinary light. It was bright, warm, and filled everything. It was as if every fiber of their soul was drawn to it by a force more powerful than anything they had known in life. Approaching this light revealed a place of indescribable beauty, a paradise, a haven of peace where time does not exist, where pain and suffering are just distant memories. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. This was the place that had been prepared for them, the final destination where they would find eternal rest. Your loved one felt an immense peace, something they had never experienced on earth. There was no urgency, no rush. The past, with all its struggles and anxieties, disappeared, replaced by a serenity that completely enveloped them. It was as if every wound, every pain was dissolved in the light, leaving only the pure essence of their being. For many who have had near-death experiences, this light and this place are just a glimpse, a brief encounter before they are brought back to life. But for your loved one, there was no return. That was the final moment of their earthly journey and the beginning of an eternal existence in that paradise so often spoken of in Christian tradition. The experience of seeing a light at the moment of death is interpreted as an encounter with the divine presence, the glory of God, or the entry into his kingdom. This light is a symbol of God's guidance and love. While the Bible does not explicitly describe the experience of light at death, it offers several verses that help to understand this idea within the Christian faith. In the Bible, God is described as light. This light is a symbol of his holiness, purity, and glory. In John 1, we are told that God is light, and in him there is no darkness. This light represents the truth and eternal life that God offers to all who believe. When someone is on their deathbed and sees a light, Christians interpret this as an approach to the Creator, who is described as a pure and resplendent being. Jesus presents himself as the light of the world in John chapter 8, saying, "I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will not walk in darkness, but will have the light of life." This verse emphasizes that those who followed Christ during life will not walk in darkness when they die, but will be guided by the light to eternal life. The vision of the light at the moment of death can be seen as the fulfillment of the promise of being guided into the kingdom of God. In the book of Revelation, describing the New Jerusalem, it is said to be the city that needs neither the sun nor the moon to shine, for the glory of God illuminates it, and the Lamb is its lamp. This apocalyptic image reinforces the idea that the light seen by the dying is a foretaste of the glory of God, a welcome into the divine presence in heaven. As your loved one moved toward the light, everything became clearer. They understood that life on earth was merely a preparation, a stage before reaching this final destination. For whoever wants to save their life will lose it, but whoever loses their life for me and for the gospel will save it. Here, in this place of peace, they understood that the true purpose of life was to prepare for this moment, to reach this place where the soul finds its eternal home. And so, with one last look at the world they left behind, your loved one fully surrendered to the light. There was no sadness, no painful farewells, just a profound sense of fulfillment for having achieved their purpose. At that moment, they knew they were exactly where they were supposed to be, in the place where they would live forever in peace and harmony. Number 7, the purpose of life. In 7th place, our loved ones discover significant revelations about their existence and purpose. They learned that everything they experienced was for their benefit and spiritual evolution, that nothing happens by chance, and that everything was a choice. Then they realized that their path has been fruitful, that their spiritual evolution has been considerable. Your loved one has crossed the threshold of death and now finds themselves in a space where time and space dissolve into pure consciousness. There is no more pain or confusion, only an overwhelming clarity that reveals deep truths about the life they left behind. In this state, they begin to understand something they had never perceived before with such intensity. Absolutely everything had a purpose. As their consciousness floats in this new plane of existence, a powerful revelation unfolds before them. Every moment of their life, from the most insignificant to the most transcendental, was part of an intricate design. Nothing was random. Everything has its time, and everything under heaven has its time. Now they understand that each joy, each sorrow, each decision made was part of a greater plan that they themselves chose before they were born. Your loved one discovers that their existence was not just a passage of days, but a journey toward spiritual evolution. All the challenges they faced, the trials they overcame, were not punishments or mere bad luck, but lessons, opportunities for growth, to polish the soul like a diamond under pressure. He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. They now know that this work was their own spiritual development, and each step in their life was a step toward perfecting their spirit. The tension of this revelation is intense. It is a moment of pure introspection, where the weight of their decisions and experiences folds upon them. Was their life fruitful? Did they fulfill the purpose for which they came into the world? And then, with overwhelming clarity, they understand that yes, their life was a success, not in terms that the world might consider, but in terms of the soul. Their spirit grew, evolved. They learned the lessons they came to learn. With this understanding comes deep reflection. They realize that in life we often get carried away by the superficial, forgetting that we are here for something greater than just existing. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. At that moment, your loved one realizes that true transformation is not achieved by accumulating wealth or seeking recognition, but by cultivating the spirit, loving, forgiving, and learning to find peace. As each revelation envelops him, there are no doubts or regrets, only a deep understanding that everything he experienced had a purpose. Each tear, each smile, each act of love, and each mistake were essential pieces of a puzzle that he now sees in its entirety. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him. In death, this truth shines more clearly than ever. Everything that seemed inexplicable was for good, for his spiritual growth. And so, with this new understanding, your loved one feels ready to continue his journey. He has fulfilled his mission on earth, learned what he needed to learn, and now he is prepared for what comes next. He knows his path does not end here, that the evolution of the soul continues in the afterlife, but he does this with the tranquility of knowing he gave his best and lived a full and meaningful life. In this last moment of revelation, he bids farewell with love, leaving a legacy of wisdom and growth. His earthly journey has come to an end, but his spirit continues, filled with peace, wisdom, and the certainty that everything was as it should be. Number 8. Seeing beyond. As you move toward the light, you begin to see other people, those who departed before you, loved ones who wait for you with open arms. Blessed are those who are invited to the wedding supper of the Lamb. Here, in this place beyond what mortal eyes can see, souls gather in a joyous reunion. There is no more pain, no more suffering, only the purity of love that transcends death. But what you see is not just a reunion. The environment around you continues to transform into an indescribably beautiful landscape. It is unlike anything you have seen on earth, yet at the same time, everything seems familiar, as if the paradise you once imagined has become reality before your eyes. He who overcomes will inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he will be my son. This is the promised place, an eternal home where all promises are fulfilled. In this new heaven and new earth, everything is majestic, untainted by the corruption of the old world. The colors are more vivid, the air is purer, and every step you take leads to a place where everything is perfect, immaculate. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and there was no longer any sea. As your loved one enters this new realm, they are in the holy city, the New Jerusalem. In the book of Revelation, the streets are paved with pure gold, clear as crystal. There is no night here, for the presence of God illuminates every corner. The walls are adorned with all kinds of precious stones, and gates made of giant pearls are always open, inviting all who have been redeemed. As they walk these glorious streets, your loved one realizes they are not alone. Angels surround them, beings of unparalleled beauty and purity, who accompany them with soft, melodious songs. And I heard the voice of many angels around the throne, and the creatures and the elders, and the number of them was 10,000 times 10,000. These angels guide him toward the throne of God, where everything culminates in a vision of divine majesty and power. Finally, he reaches the throne, where he sees God himself, surrounded by a light so intense that it cannot be looked at directly, but whose presence is felt in every fiber of his being. And I saw him who sat on the throne, whose appearance was like jasper and carnelian, and around the throne was a rainbow that looked like an emerald. Before the throne there is a sea of glass, clear and tranquil, reflecting the purity of the divine. Number 9, meeting with God. In that moment, as the soul becomes aware of its new life and feels full and radiant, your loved one has reached the end of his earthly life. With the last heartbeat, everything that is known fades into a whisper, and he finds himself in a completely different place, a space where time dissolves and peace envelops him. There is no more pain, no more fear, only a deep calm that fills every corner of his being. At that moment he perceives a presence that has always accompanied him, although he may not have realized it so clearly before. It is an overwhelming sensation, an indescribable force that envelops and fills him with a love so pure and perfect that there are no words to describe it. For now we see through a glass, darkly, but then face to face. For the first time, your loved one clearly sees what was before, only felt the presence of God. This encounter transcends any earthly experience. Before his eyes, a bright light appears, brighter than any sun, but this light does not blind, it reveals. Deep down, your loved one does not see God as a distant and inaccessible figure, but as the very source of all that is good, of all that is true. Under this light, he recognizes himself not just as a finite being, but as part of God's eternal plan. It's a moment of pure revelation, where all doubts and fears dissipate in the presence of God. Your loved one feels a peace so profound that no earthly experience could match. In thy presence is fullness of joy. At thy right hand there are pleasures forevermore. In this sacred encounter there is no judgment or condemnation, only unconditional love that envelops him like a warm cloak. But amidst this peace there is also a sense of wonder, because seeing God is not just about seeing a light or feeling a presence. It is fully understanding, for the first time, who God is and what it means to be part of his creation. In the face of this reality, your loved one understands that God is not just the creator, but the beginning and the end of all that exists. In this meeting, he realizes that every moment of his life was known to God, that every step he took was leading to this moment of truth. Even before there is a word on my tongue, behold, O Lord, you know it all. This profound understanding fills him with gratitude and awe, making all the weight of life with its joys and sorrows disappear in the light of this revelation. Finally, in this encounter, there is a merging of souls, a moment when your loved one no longer feels separate from God, but completely united with him. It's a return home, a reunion with the source of all love and all life, because in him we live and move and have our being. At this moment, your loved one not only sees God, but knows him in a way that transcends all earthly knowledge. This meeting with God is the climax of everything your loved one has experienced. It is the end of his earthly journey and the beginning of his eternity in the presence of the divine. With this revelation, with this understanding, your loved one surrenders completely, knowing he is in the arms of a love that never ends, in the presence of a God who knew and loved him since before the beginning of time. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. And so, with indescribable peace, your loved one loses himself in the eternal light of God, where he has finally found his true home. If you were surprised by what people see when they die, you won't want to miss the next video, which will appear on the screen, about what the Bible says about cremation after death. This is a delicate subject that many people are curious to understand better, and in the next video, we will dive into the scriptures to find answers and reflections that may bring comfort and clarity. So don't forget to click on the video that appears on the screen and continue your journey of knowledge and faith with us. See you there.
Lilith's origins trace back to ancient Mesopotamian mythology, long before she was ever mentioned in Hebrew texts. Unlike Eve, who was created in the Garden of Eden, Lilith's story begins in the ancient city of Ur, around 4000 BCE. She appears in the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh as a figure associated with the Hulupu tree, an ancient symbol of fertility and life. In this tale, Lilith is depicted as a dark spirit or wind demon residing in the tree, causing disruption and chaos. In Akkadian mythology, Lilith is known as Lilitu, a class of female demons or spirits of the wind. These spirits were believed to haunt desolate places and prey on pregnant women and infants. Lilitu, like many other demons of that time, was feared for her ability to bring disease and death. This portrayal sets the foundation for her later depiction as a demonic figure in Jewish folklore. The transition of Lilith from Mesopotamian mythology into Hebrew tradition marks a significant evolution of her character. Unlike Eve, who was created from Adam's rib to be his obedient companion, Lilith was said to have been created by God from the same earth as Adam. This creation narrative implies that she was intended to be Adam's equal, not his subordinate. However, Lilith's refusal to submit to Adam's authority led to her leaving the Garden of Eden, an act of defiance that resulted in her demonization. Lilith's story is notably absent from the canonical Hebrew Bible and Christian Old Testament. This omission can be attributed to various factors, including the patriarchal structure of ancient Hebrew society, which may have found her story too subversive. Instead, her tale is preserved in apocryphal texts and rabbinical literature, most famously in the medieval text, the Alphabet of Ben Sira. Here, Lilith is described as Adam's first wife, who refuses to lie beneath him during intercourse, asserting her equality. Her rebellion leads her to flee Eden and dwell in the desert, where she becomes a mother of demons and a symbol of untamed female sexuality. The ancient context of Lilith's origin is crucial for understanding her later depictions. In Mesopotamian culture, the transition from a life-giving spirit to a demon reflects the complex views on female power and independence. The gods of ancient Sumer and Akkad, like Anu and Enlil, presided over a pantheon where such spirits could easily be vilified to explain natural and social anxieties. Lilith's evolution from a Mesopotamian wind spirit to a demonized figure in Jewish law highlights how myths adapt and transform across cultures and eras. According to the Alphabet of Ben Sira, the trouble began when Adam and Lilith immediately clashed over their roles. Lilith refused to lie beneath Adam during intercourse, arguing that since they were created equal, she should not be subservient to him. Adam, insistent on maintaining his dominance, rejected her claims. In a bold move of defiance, Lilith uttered the ineffable name of God, gaining the power to fly away from Eden and escape Adam's authority. Lilith's departure led her to the shores of the Red Sea, a place teeming with demons and spirits. Here, she found a kindred spirit among the chaotic forces and gave birth to countless demonic offspring. Her actions and subsequent transformation into a demonic figure are vividly detailed, showing her as a fierce and independent entity, unbound by the constraints that Adam and God sought to impose on her. This narrative sharply contrasts with the more submissive role of Eve, who was created to be Adam's compliant companion. Lilith's refusal to conform to this role made her a figure of fear and fascination. The rabbis who compiled the alphabet of Ben Sira portrayed her as a seductress and child stealer, invoking terror and reinforcing the need for patriarchal control. She became a cautionary tale, a symbol of what happens when a woman rejects societal norms. Lilith's story didn't end with her exile. God sent 3 angels, Sinoi, Sansonoi, and Semangelov, to bring her back. They found her by the Red Sea, but she refused to return, choosing her newfound freedom over subjugation. In response, the angels threatened to kill 100 of her demon children daily if she did not comply. Unyielding, Lilith declared that she would harm human infants if they were not protected by amulets bearing the angels' names, thus intertwining her myth with ancient Jewish practices of warding off evil. Lilith's story extends beyond Jewish tradition and finds echoes in both Christian and Islamic texts, though her presence is more subtle and complex. Understanding Lilith's depiction in these traditions requires us to dive into the religious and cultural contexts of early Christianity and Islam, exploring how her figure was adapted and transformed. In Christian texts, Lilith's mention is scant but significant. Early church fathers like Jerome and Augustine discussed her briefly, often aligning her with Eve's serpent and emphasizing her demonic nature. Lilith's portrayal as a seductress and a tempter is consistent with the Christian view of demons and the embodiment of evil. This characterization fits neatly into the broader narrative of Christian demonology, which sought to categorize and combat various forms of spiritual malevolence. In some Christian apocryphal texts, Lilith is linked to figures of temptation and destruction. For instance, in the Gnostic texts, which were written between the 2nd and 4th century CE, Lilith often appears as a demonic entity. Gnosticism, a diverse and complex belief system that emerged around the same time as early Christianity, saw the material world as corrupt and fallen. Within this framework, Lilith represented the seductive power of the material world and the flesh, drawing souls away from divine knowledge and spiritual purity. Interestingly, some Gnostic sects revered Lilith, seeing her as a symbol of wisdom and liberation. These groups, which were often deemed heretical by mainstream Christianity, interpreted Lilith's rebellion as a quest for autonomy and enlightenment. This duality in her representation highlights the diverse and often conflicting views within early Christian thought. Moving to Islamic tradition, Lilith's presence is even more nuanced. The Quran does not explicitly mention Lilith, but Islamic folklore and later interpretations draw on pre-Islamic mythology, which includes elements of Lilith's story. In these tales, Lilith is often associated with the jinn, supernatural beings made from smokeless fire who possess free will and can be both good and evil. One notable figure in Islamic law that parallels Lilith is the character of Iblis, a jinn who refused to bow to Adam and was cast out of heaven. While Iblis is male and traditionally seen as Satan, the themes of rebellion and defiance against divine command echo Lilith's story. This association suggests a shared cultural understanding of defiant figures who challenge the divine order. Furthermore, in some Islamic traditions, Lilith is conflated with the figure of Al-Qarin, a type of jinn believed to be a personal demon accompanying individuals throughout their lives, whispering temptations and leading them astray. The Al-Qarin's role as a tempter and disruptor resonates with Lilith's character as a seductress and a symbol of unrestrained desire. Exploring these traditions reveals how Lilith's story adapts and morphs across different cultural and religious contexts. Her consistent association with rebellion, seduction, and the supernatural underscores the universal themes she embodies. Whether in Christian demonology or Islamic folklore, Lilith serves as a powerful reminder of the dangers and allure of defined societal and divine norms. Lilith's depiction in these texts also reflects the broader patriarchal anxieties about female autonomy and sexuality. In both Christian and Islamic traditions, her character is used to caution against the perceived chaos that arises when women step outside prescribed roles. This narrative reinforces the need for control and submission, portraying Lilith as a cautionary tale of what happened when women reject these boundaries. In exploring Lilith's story within these traditions, we see how her figure has been used to shape and enforce cultural norms. By portraying her as a demon and a tempter, these religious texts and folklore serve to marginalize and demonize female power and independence. Yet, despite these negative portrayals, Lilith's story endures, continuing to captivate and inspire. In the realms of medieval and Renaissance demonology, Lilith's story took on new and terrifying dimensions. During this period, spanning roughly from the 5th to the 17th century, the fear of witches, demons, and the supernatural was pervasive. Scholars, theologians, and inquisitors devoted immense effort to cataloging and combating these perceived threats, and Lilith became a central figure in this dark pantheon. Medieval demonologists like Johannes Trithemius and Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa identified Lilith as a queen of demons, often associating her with the succubi, female demons who seduced men and fed off their life force. These scholars drew on ancient texts and folklore, weaving Lilith into a broader narrative of demonic seduction and the dangers posed by powerful, autonomous women. One of the most influential works of this era was the Malleus Maleficarum, written by Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger in 1487. This text, also known as the Hammer of Witches, became a guidebook for witch hunters and inquisitors. Although Lilith is not mentioned by name, the descriptions of female demons and the dangers of witchcraft echo her attributes and story. The book's portrayal of witches as seductresses and corrupters aligns closely with the medieval image of Lilith, reinforcing her association with the night and the supernatural. In Renaissance Europe, Lilith's image was further cemented by artists and writers who explored themes of forbidden desire and the supernatural. One notable example is the Italian poet Ludovico Ariosto, whose epic poem Orlando Furioso, published in 1516, features a character reminiscent of Lilith. This character, Alcina, is a beautiful and powerful enchantress who seduces knights and transforms them into beasts. Alcina's seductive power and her connection to dark magic reflect the enduring influence of Lilith's myth. During this period, Lilith was also linked to the figure of Lamia, another ancient mythological creature. Lamia, like Lilith, was believed to be a child-killing demoness who seduced men and preyed on children. Renaissance texts often conflated these two figures, enhancing Lilith's fearsome reputation. The merging of these myths highlights how Lilith's story evolved and adapted, absorbing elements from various cultural traditions to create a more complex and terrifying figure. The Renaissance also saw the rise of Kabbalistic mysticism, which delved deeply into the esoteric and mystical aspects of Jewish tradition. Kabbalists like Isaac Luria and Moses ben Jacob Cordovero expanded on Lilith's role in Jewish demonology, depicting her as a central figure in the Sitra Achra, the realm of evil forces. In these texts, Lilith was not just a seductress but a formidable queen of demons, commanding legions of evil spirits. One of the most significant Kabbalistic texts, the Zohar, written in the late 13th century by Moses de Leon, provides detailed descriptions of Lilith's role in the cosmic struggle between good and evil. According to the Zohar, Lilith was the first wife of Adam, created equal to him but refusing to be subservient. Her rebellion led to her becoming a powerful demoness, consorting with Samael, the archangel of death. Together, they ruled the dark side, embodying the destructive aspects of the divine feminine and masculine. The fear and fascination with Lilith during the medieval and Renaissance periods were not limited to theological texts. Folklore and popular culture of the time also reflected her influence. Tales of the succubus, a female demon who visited men in their sleep to seduce and drain their life force, were widespread. These stories often included elements of Lilith's myth, portraying her as the ultimate seductress and a dire threat to the moral and spiritual fabric of society. This union between Lilith and Samael was more than just a partnership, it was a merging of the dark forces of the universe. Together, they ruled over the Sitra Achra, representing the destructive and chaotic aspects of the divine order. This depiction of Lilith highlights her as a powerful and autonomous figure, one who embraces her dark nature and defies the conventional roles assigned to her. Kabbalistic texts often depict Lilith as the mother of demons, giving birth to countless demonic offspring. This imagery reinforces her role as a creator of chaos and a disruptor of the divine order. The idea of Lilith as a mother of demons also ties into the ancient fears of female sexuality and fertility, portraying her as a figure who can create life but also bring death and destruction. One fascinating aspect of Lilith in Kabbalistic tradition is the concept of her duality. She is not merely an evil entity, but a complex character embodying both the light and dark aspects of femininity. Some Kabbalistic texts even suggest that Lilith has the potential for redemption. This duality reflects the broader Kabbalistic belief in the balance of opposites and the idea that even the darkest forces have a role to play in the divine plan. In addition to the Zohar, other Kabbalistic writings, such as the works of Isaac Luria, further expand on Lilith's myth. Luria, a prominent Kabbalist in the 16th century, developed the concept of tikkun, or cosmic repair. According to Lurianic Kabbalah, the world is in a state of brokenness and requires spiritual repair. Lilith, as a representation of the broken and chaotic aspects of the universe, plays a crucial role in this process. By confronting and integrating the dark aspects of existence, one can achieve spiritual wholeness and balance. The rituals and protections against Lilith also highlight her significant role in Jewish mysticism. Amulets and incantations to ward off Lilith and her demonic offspring were common in medieval Jewish communities. These protective measures reflect the deep-seated fear and reverence for Lilith's power. The inscriptions on these amulets often invoke the names of angels or holy figures to provide protection, underscoring the belief in Lilith's formidable influence. Lilith's role in Kabbalistic tradition is a testament to the depth and complexity of her character. She is not simply a demon to be feared, but a multifaceted figure representing the intricate interplay of light and dark, creation and destruction. Her story in Jewish mysticism offers profound insights into the human psyche and the eternal struggle to understand and balance the opposing forces within ourselves and the universe. In conclusion, Lilith's story is a rich and complex exploration of the duality of good and evil, encapsulating the complexities and contradictions inherent in her character. This duality is vividly portrayed in various texts and traditions, reflecting the broader human struggle to understand and balance these opposing forces. In many ancient and medieval texts, Lilith is portrayed as a symbol of unchecked female power and sexuality, often leading to chaos and destruction. However, a closer examination reveals that Lilith's character embodies both positive and negative attributes, making her a more nuanced figure than a simple villain. To delve into this duality, let's start with Lilith's creation. Unlike Eve, who was created from Adam's rib to be his subordinate, Lilith was made from the same soil as Adam, symbolizing equality. This aspect of her origin is significant because it sets the stage for her defiance. When Lilith refused to be subservient to Adam, she wasn't just rebelling against him, but against the entire patriarchal structure that sought to define her role. Her flight from Eden can be seen as a quest for autonomy and self-determination, qualities often associated with the positive aspects of independence and freedom. However, her departure also led her to a darker path. According to various Jewish texts, Lilith became a demoness, consorting with other demonic entities and preying on infants and pregnant women. This aspect of her story underscores the fear of female power and sexuality, portraying Lilith as a dangerous force when left unchecked. Her role as a child stealer and seductress reinforces the idea that uncontrolled female autonomy can lead to chaos and destruction. In Kabbalistic tradition, Lilith's dual nature is even more pronounced. The Zohar, a foundational text of Jewish mysticism, depicts Lilith as a queen of demons, ruling over the dark side of a divine realm known as the Sitra Achra. Here, she is associated with Samul, the archangel of death, symbolizing the destructive potential of her character. Yet, Kabbalistic texts also suggest that Lilith has a role in the cosmic balance, indicating that even the most malevolent forces have their place in the divine plan. One of the most compelling aspects of Lilith's duality is her relationship with Samul. Their union represents the merging of the dark feminine and masculine energies, creating a powerful and formidable force. This partnership underscores the idea that good and evil are not mutually exclusive but interdependent. In Kabbalistic thought, the balance of these opposing forces is crucial for maintaining the harmony of the universe. Lilith's duality also extends to her role as a mother. While she is often depicted as the mother of demons, she is also seen as a creator. This duality of creation and destruction reflects the broader theme of the feminine as both life-giving and life-taking. In this sense, Lilith embodies the full spectrum of feminine power, from nurturing and creativity to independence and destruction. Medieval and Renaissance demonologists further explored Lilith's dual nature. Writers like Johannes Trithemius and Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa identified her as a powerful demoness, often associated with the succubi. These female demons were believed to seduce men and drain their life force, embodying the dangers of uncontrolled desire and lust. Yet, these depictions also highlight Lilith's allure and the seductive power of the forbidden, suggesting that the line between good and evil is often blurred. In Renaissance art and literature, Lilith's character was often used to explore themes of temptation and the supernatural. For example, the Italian poet Ludovico Ariosto's epic poem Orlando Furioso features a character reminiscent of Lilith, an enchantress who seduces knights and transforms them into beasts. This portrayal underscores the seductive danger of female power while also highlighting its fascination and allure. Throughout these various depictions, Lilith's duality serves as a powerful reminder of the complexities of human nature. She embodies the tension between autonomy and subjugation, creation and destruction, good and evil. Her story challenges us to confront our own fears and prejudices, urging us to recognize the multifaceted nature of our existence. In modern interpretations, Lilith's duality continues to resonate. Feminist scholars and writers have reclaimed her as a symbol of female empowerment and resistance against patriarchal oppression. By embracing her defiance and autonomy, these modern retellings highlight the positive aspects of Lilith's character, transforming her from a demonized figure into an icon of strength and independence. Yet, even in these modern interpretations, the darker aspects of Lilith's story remain relevant. Her association with seduction, chaos, and destruction serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked power and desire. This balance of positive and negative attributes makes Lilith a compelling and enduring figure, one who continues to captivate and inspire. Thank you for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, please like, comment, and subscribe. God bless us all. Welcome back to Bible Stories, where we dive deep into the hidden truths of the Bible and explore the fascinating mysteries that history has kept from us. Today's topic is a game changer, something that could completely reshape your understanding of Christianity and faith as we know it. We're going to talk about the ancient truth hidden in the 1775 Bible, a version of the Bible that reveals shocking secrets and forgotten knowledge that has been erased or altered over time. If you've ever wondered if there's more to the Bible than what we've been taught, or if certain passages were removed to protect certain powers, then you're in the right place. This isn't just another Bible study. This is an eye-opening journey into the past that proves everything you thought you knew might just be a lie. Before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our channel, hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our deep dives, and if you find this video valuable, leave a like, drop a comment with your thoughts, and don't forget to share this video with your church group, family, and friends. Together, let's uncover the ancient truths that have been hidden for centuries. Hidden deep within the folds of history, obscured from the eyes of most, lies a version of the Bible you've likely never encountered, the 1775 Bible. For centuries, this text held within its pages verses, revelations, and ideas that, if fully understood, could radically alter everything we think we know about Christianity. But over time, these words were lost, modified, censored, or outright removed. But why? What truths were deemed so dangerous, so disruptive, that they had to be stripped from the Bible itself? The Bible as we know it today, the one sitting in churches and homes around the world, is not the same as it was in 1775. And this isn't a result of simple printing errors or innocent translation mishaps. The changes were intentional, calculated. In 1775, and in many versions before it, the Bible included passages that directly contradicted the accepted church teachings. These were not insignificant verses. They were ones that would make any reader question the church, their own relationship with God, and even the very nature of divinity. But who decides what gets to stay in the Bible and what is left out? It's not some divine, mysterious force riding in the sky. It's people, men of power, with agendas, carefully curated the Bible over centuries, shaping what we are allowed to read and what has been conveniently left out. One of the most striking differences in the 1775 Bible is the way it describes the relationship between humanity and the divine. It speaks of a God who is not a distant, authoritarian figure high above us, but a God who is within us, part of us. This radical idea suggests that every human has direct access to the divine, without the need for a church or clergy as intermediaries. If everyone realized that they had this personal connection with God, the very foundation of institutional religion would begin to crumble. This, perhaps more than anything else, is why those passages were erased. The 1775 Bible posed a threat to the established order, to the power and control the church held over the people. Imagine the discussions happening in the late 18th century among religious leaders, politicians, and scholars. They weren't debating minor details. They were deciding what parts of the Bible were too dangerous to be included. They knew that if people had access to verses that made them question authority, it could empower them to seek their own spiritual path without relying on the church. These debates were about much more than theology. They were about control. The church needed people to remain dependent on its teachings, its authority, and its interpretation of God's will. And so, the 1775 Bible was altered. Words were erased, entire passages removed, and in their place, a version of Scripture designed to reinforce obedience and submission. The Bible has always been more than just a religious text. It's been a tool to control the narrative, and by controlling the narrative, those in power control the people. In the 1775 Bible, you find traces of a more personal, empowering faith, passages that spoke of a direct, intimate relationship between God and humanity, without the need for intermediaries. These passages were removed because they posed a threat to the power structure of the time. If you didn't need the church to access God, the whole system of religious authority would fall apart. Throughout history, councils of church officials, translators, and political figures made decisions that shaped what we know as the Bible today. These decisions weren't just about theological purity. They had social and political consequences. Removing certain key verses wasn't about helping people spiritually. It was about maintaining control over them. If you take away a person's ability to question, you take away their power to resist. So, what exactly was removed? One glaring example is the manipulation of the name of God itself. In the 1775 Bible, the name used for God was far more personal and complex than what we see today. The shift in translation wasn't just a matter of language. It altered the very understanding of who God is. Instead of a personal, approachable deity, we ended up with a distant, often wrathful figure. This wasn't a mistake. It was a deliberate change, designed to make people more obedient, more reliant on religious leaders to interpret God's will for them. But it didn't stop there. The 1775 Bible contained references to books and texts that have since been erased from history. Books like the Gospel of Thomas or the Book of Enoch. These writings offered a vastly different view of Christianity, one that focused more on personal enlightenment and less on strict adherence to church rules. These weren't removed because they were false. They were removed because they were inconvenient. They gave individuals too much independence, too much spiritual power. They encouraged people to ask questions the church didn't want to answer. One of the most significant alterations was the name of God itself. In early versions of the Bible, including the 1775 edition, God was referred to as Elohim. This name is plural, not singular, and suggests something far more complex than the idea of a single all-powerful deity. Elohim points to the possibility of multiple divine beings or facets, something that would challenge the idea of a centralized, singular religious authority. By changing Elohim to God or Lord, the narrative was simplified, making it easier for the church to claim a direct line to this singular deity. The name Yahweh, another ancient name for God, was also altered. Originally, Yahweh represented a personal, covenantal relationship between God and humanity. But today, it's often replaced with Lord, a title that emphasizes authority and distance. This shift in language changes how we relate to God, moving from a personal relationship to one of subservience and hierarchy. The 1775 Bible preserved these older names, giving people a glimpse of a more intimate, approachable version of the divine. But this was dangerous to the church's power, so those names were erased, and a more authoritarian image of God took their place. Think about what that does to the entire message of the Bible. If the very name of God has been changed, how much else has been altered to fit the needs of those in power? We're not talking about minor tweaks here. This is a fundamental shift in how we're supposed to understand the divine. These changes were made public, and for good reason. The truth behind these ancient names would challenge the entire structure of modern Christianity. If Elohim refers to multiple divine beings, if Yahweh suggests a close, personal relationship with God, then the entire religious hierarchy built up over centuries begins to fall apart. The connection between humanity and the divine was never meant to be mediated by institutions or religious leaders. It's something personal, something that's already within each of us. And maybe that's the real reason why these names and verses were altered, erased, and forgotten. Because those in power didn't want you to know just how close you are to God and how little you actually need them to find that connection. Hidden in plain sight and buried deep within the folds of history lies an extraordinary version of the Bible that most people have never encountered, the 1775 Bible. What makes this ancient text so remarkable is not just the content it includes, but also what has been left out. Entire books, chapters, and stories that have mysteriously disappeared from the modern version we are familiar with today. These are the so-called lost books of the Bible, and their existence holds the potential to transform everything we think we know about Christianity. Now, you may wonder, how can parts of such an important text simply be lost? Surely, this wasn't an accident, and indeed it wasn't. The removal of these books and verses was deliberate, a decision made by powerful church leaders, councils, and political authorities who, for various reasons, deemed certain parts too controversial, too dangerous, or simply not in line with the message they wanted to promote. But these lost books weren't just removed because they were inconvenient. They offered entirely different perspectives on spirituality that would have radically shifted our understanding of the faith. These books, now pushed to the margins or labeled as apocryphal, were once respected and read by early Christian communities. Consider the Gospel of Thomas, the Book of Enoch, and the Wisdom of Solomon. These weren't fringe texts but sacred scriptures in their time. The Book of Enoch, for example, takes a deep dive into the story of fallen angels, the origins of evil, and a cosmic battle between good and evil that far exceeds the simplified narratives many of us were taught in Sunday school. Enoch himself was said to have been taken to heaven and given divine secrets, truths too powerful for ordinary humans. Why then was this book removed? Perhaps because it offers a glimpse into a much larger, more complex spiritual world, one where humanity is an active participant in a cosmic drama rather than a passive follower of rigid religious doctrine. The Gospel of Thomas is equally profound, offering a collection of sayings attributed directly to Jesus. Unlike the traditional Gospels that focus on miracles, parables, and repentance, the Gospel of Thomas is centered on self-knowledge and personal enlightenment. Jesus speaks of the kingdom of God as something that isn't a distant, otherworldly place, but rather something already within each person, here and now. This radical message, which empowers individuals to seek spiritual authority from within, was dangerous for the institutional church, which depended on being the mediator between humanity and the divine. So, they buried the text, labeled it heretical, and ensured that it never made its way into the official Bible. The same goes for the Wisdom of Solomon, a text known for its deep philosophical insights into justice, wisdom, and the nature of God. It explores profound ideas about the immortal soul, divine wisdom, and even the afterlife in ways that are more mystical than traditional. But like the other lost books, it was eventually excluded from the canon. Why? Because it suggests that divine knowledge isn't reserved for religious authorities. It's something that anyone can pursue. It places spiritual authority in the hands of the seeker, not the institution. And that's a concept any power structure would find threatening. What we're left with today is a heavily edited version of the Bible. These lost books reveal that early Christian traditions embraced ideas of personal enlightenment, self-discovery, and a more direct relationship with the divine. Ideas that were systematically removed as the church sought to control the narrative. These texts weren't cut because they were too long or irrelevant. They were removed because they pose questions, big questions about authority, about the nature of our relationship with the divine, and about whether the version of Christianity we've been handed is more about obedience than about true spiritual awakening. Another crucial aspect of the modern Bible, which differs significantly from earlier versions like the 1775 Bible, is the concept of hell. The terrifying image of eternal fire and damnation has shaped Christian theology for centuries. It's been used to inspire fear, keep people in line, and remind them of the stakes of salvation. However, if you look closely at the 1775 Bible and other earlier texts, you'll find that hell, as we understand it today, didn't even exist in the same way. The original words used in the Bible, such as Sheol in Hebrew, Hades in Greek, and Gehenna, were much more nuanced. Sheol referred to a shadowy place where the dead resided, not a place of eternal torment. Hades in Greek mythology was simply the underworld where all souls went, both the good and the bad. And Gehenna was an actual physical location outside Jerusalem where trash and bodies were burned, eventually becoming a metaphor for destruction, not eternal suffering. So, how do we end up with this fiery vision of hell? The answer lies in translation and the deliberate choices made by church leaders. Over time, these original terms were replaced with words that conveyed a much more terrifying image of eternal punishment. The idea of hell as a fiery pit of eternal suffering was not a biblical concept. It was borrowed from pagan mythology and cemented into Christian consciousness by influential medieval writers like Dante and Milton. But if you look back at older Bibles like the 1775 edition, you'll see that this image of hell was not so definitive. These earlier versions of the Bible suggest that the afterlife was far more about the natural end of life, about rest or judgment, rather than eternal damnation. The shift in language and meaning, turning ambiguous terms like Sheol into hell, was a gradual process influenced by both theological and political agendas. By promoting the fear of hell, the church found a powerful way to maintain control over its followers. After all, it's easier to keep people in line when they're terrified of eternal punishment. This fear-driven narrative of hell has cast a long shadow over Christian thought, but the 1775 Bible invites us to question its legitimacy. Was eternal torment really part of the original message, or was it a tool used by religious authorities to inspire obedience and submission? Scholars have long pointed out that this shift in language, turning Gehenna into the lake of fire and Sheol into hell, wasn't an accident. It was a way to control the masses, to keep people afraid of straying too far from the church's teachings. The concept of original sin, another cornerstone of Christian doctrine, also takes on new meaning when viewed through the lens of earlier Bibles. We've been taught that humanity is inherently broken, that we inherited guilt from Adam and Eve's actions in the Garden of Eden. But the story of Adam and Eve in the 1775 Bible and earlier texts is different from the later interpretations that gave rise to the doctrine of original sin. The idea that all humans are born into sin didn't become mainstream until theologians like Augustine popularized it in the 4th century. And why? Because original sin solved a very specific problem for the church. It gave them control over salvation. If everyone is born sinful, then everyone needs the church to be saved. These revelations about the 1775 Bible, the lost books, the altered meanings, and the theological shifts show us that the version of Christianity we know today is not set in stone. It's been shaped, edited, and controlled by human hands over centuries. And while these changes were made to solidify the power of religious institutions, they've also limited our understanding of the divine, keeping us from realizing the full depth of our spiritual potential. The true message of these lost and forgotten texts, the divine is closer than we've been led to believe, waiting for us to rediscover it. If you go back to the 1775 Bible, or even earlier versions of the biblical narrative, you'll uncover something far more profound and much less damning than what we've come to accept in modern interpretations. Contrary to popular belief, Adam and Eve's actions weren't depicted as a catastrophic fall that irreparably damaged humanity forever. Instead, their story was framed as an act of disobedience, yes, but more importantly, it was an act of awakening. Rather than being cursed for eternity, Adam and Eve gained something crucial: knowledge. The very knowledge of good and evil that defines what makes us human. Think about that for a moment. Gaining knowledge is portrayed as a sin. It's a twisted idea, especially for a faith that supposedly values wisdom, truth, and understanding. In later interpretations that introduced the concept of original sin, this act of gaining knowledge became humanity's fatal flaw. The church needed an explanation for why humans were inherently flawed, why they needed saving, and most critically, why the institution of the church held the key to that salvation. Thus, the doctrine of original sin was born, but earlier versions of the Bible, including the 1775 edition, tell a different story. Adam and Eve's decision to eat the fruit was less about moral corruption and more about choice. The human capacity for growth, learning, and becoming self-aware. Yes, they disobeyed, but their disobedience was a step toward understanding, a necessary part of the human journey toward wisdom. It wasn't the beginning of humanity's fall, but the beginning of its awakening, its capacity to discern good from evil, to make choices with real consequences. In Jewish tradition, the story of Adam and Eve is viewed quite differently from the Christian narrative of original sin. Adam and Eve aren't seen as cursed figures whose actions doomed all of humanity. Instead, they are regarded as the first humans to grapple with moral complexity. They made choices and took responsibility for those choices, something that every human must face. But over time, the church altered this story, turning it into a tool for control. Why does this matter? Because if you convince people that they are born guilty, inherently flawed, you've already won half the battle. They will need you, the institution, to fix their brokenness. The concept of original sin creates a system where people are constantly seeking forgiveness for a crime they didn't even commit, and the church is conveniently positioned as the sole provider of that salvation. But if this doctrine isn't as solid as it's made out to be, if it was developed later to serve the institution's interests, then what does that say about the entire framework of sin, guilt, and redemption? This cycle of guilt and forgiveness keeps people dependent on external salvation, always looking to the church to make them whole. But what if that wasn't a message of the story at all? What if the real message of the 1775 Bible was about human freedom? The freedom to choose, to learn, to make mistakes, and to grow from them. By twisting the narrative of Adam and Eve into the foundation of original sin, the church set itself up as the gatekeeper of salvation. They created the problem of humanity's inherent sinfulness, and then positioned themselves as the solution. But earlier versions of the Bible offer a far more hopeful, dynamic vision for humanity. The story wasn't about eternal damnation. It was about humanity stepping into responsibility, taking on the burden and gift of choice, and navigating the complexities of life. If you strip away the later interpretations of original sin, what you're left with is a story of empowerment. Adam and Eve's decision to eat from the tree of knowledge wasn't their downfall. It was the moment they became fully human. They gained the ability to make moral choices, to differentiate between right and wrong, and to shape their own destinies. This isn't a story about humanity's fall. It's the story of humanity's beginning. When it comes to the teachings of Jesus, the version most people are familiar with today has been filtered through centuries of interpretation, doctrine, and institutional power. But the 1775 Bible and other older sources present a strikingly different picture of Jesus. If we look back at these earlier texts, we see a Jesus whose message was not about creating a hierarchy of religious authority, not about blind obedience to a set of rigid rules. Instead, we find a revolutionary figure whose teachings directly challenge the very systems that have been built in his name. In the 1775 Bible, there are subtle but critical differences in how Jesus' words are presented. These differences paint a picture of a figure far more radical than the one promoted by many churches today. Rather than a savior who came to reinforce religious structures, Jesus is portrayed as someone who actively sought to dismantle them. And this is where the real controversy begins. Let's consider one of the central themes in Jesus' teachings, the kingdom of God. In modern interpretations, this kingdom is often depicted as a distant paradise, something to strive for in the afterlife, but never quite attainable in the present. But in earlier versions of the Bible, including the 1775 edition, Jesus says something radically different. The kingdom of God is within you. Think about the implications of that. If the kingdom of God is already within you, then it's not something external. It's not controlled by a religious authority or a priest. It's not a place you have to reach after death. It's here, now, inside of you. That one statement changes everything. If the kingdom of God is within you, then you don't need an institution to access it. You don't need to follow strict religious rituals or obey the decrees of a church to be connected to the divine. You already have that power within yourself. This simple but profound idea is dangerous for any institution that has built its authority on being the intermediary between you and God. If people realized that they could access the divine directly without the need for a church or priest, the entire religious hierarchy would be undermined. Jesus wasn't establishing an institution. He was showing people how to break free from one. That the 1775 Bible contains numerous passages where Jesus emphasizes personal responsibility, spiritual independence, and a direct relationship with God. This message invites people to question the religious structures around them, structures that often serve their own interests rather than the spiritual well-being of the people. Jesus wasn't just a moral teacher. He was a disruptor, a spiritual rebel. Look at his interactions with the religious leaders of his time. Again and again, Jesus calls out their hypocrisy, their obsession with laws and rules over genuine love and spiritual connection. He refers to them as blind guides, leading people astray. This isn't the message of someone trying to build a new religious institution. It's the message of someone tearing down the barriers that stand between people and their spiritual freedom. And this is why Jesus' message remains so radical. Even today, it's not about obedience to an institution. It's about breaking free from one. The modern church, by and large, has ignored or downplayed this aspect of Jesus' teachings. Why? Because a Jesus who tells you that the kingdom of God is already within you doesn't support the church's role as the gatekeeper. A Jesus who empowers individuals to have their own direct connection to God doesn't justify the need for priests, bishops, or complex rituals. And a Jesus who constantly challenges religious authority doesn't fit into a system that relies on that very authority. Another important point is how Jesus viewed religious laws. Modern interpretations often emphasize strict obedience to religious rules. But in the 1775 Bible, Jesus takes a different approach. When asked about the greatest commandment, he doesn't cite any particular law. Instead, he boils it down to two simple rules. Love God and love your neighbor as yourself. No complex doctrines, no rituals, just love and compassion. This insight from the 1775 Bible reveals a side of Jesus that has been overshadowed over time. He wasn't here to build a religion based on strict adherence to rules and traditions. He came to teach people how to live with purpose, with love, and with a direct, personal connection to the divine. But as the church grew, this message of love and freedom was replaced with one of control and obedience. The institution needed people to believe that they could only access the kingdom of God through the church. But the older texts, including the 1775 Bible, tell us something very different. In truth, Jesus' message was about awakening, not allegiance. It was about breaking free from systems that keep you spiritually dependent, not creating new ones to keep you in check. Perhaps that's why the Jesus of the 1775 Bible feels so different from the one preached in most churches today. His true message was, and still is, a threat to the institutions that have built their power on controlling access to God. The final judgment, the end of the world, heaven and hell hanging in the balance. You've heard the sermons, seen the dramatic movies, and felt the weight of the messages urging you to prepare for the apocalypse. But here's the question. Is the version of the end times you've been taught truly accurate, or has it been shaped, once again, by centuries of interpretation, control, and fear? In most modern teachings, the apocalypse is presented as a horrifying event, a time of brutal reckoning where only a select few make it through the gates of heaven while the rest face eternal torment. Fire, brimstone, and global chaos are common images associated with this time. However, if we peel back the layers and examine older texts like the 1775 Bible, a far more nuanced picture begins to emerge. This version doesn't emphasize the imagery of hellfire and eternal damnation as heavily as we've been led to believe. Instead, it suggests that what we now understand is that end times might not actually involve the literal destruction of the world, but rather a transformation, an unveiling of truths long hidden from humanity. The word apocalypse itself is derived from the Greek word apocalypsis, meaning unveiling or revelation. It wasn't originally about chaos, destruction, or suffering. Instead, it was about revealing something hidden, bringing long-concealed truths into the light. So, what if the end times aren't about the world physically ending, but about the end of deception, the collapse of systems of control, fear, and manipulation that have kept humanity in spiritual darkness? Consider the implications of that. What if the apocalypse is less about fire and brimstone and more about an awakening, an event where humanity finally comes to understand its true relationship with the divine, where false teachings and illusions crumble, and we see reality for what it truly is? This perspective changes the entire narrative. Suddenly, the apocalypse is not something to be feared, it's something to be embraced. It becomes less of a final judgment and more of a new beginning, a moment of enlightenment rather than eternal punishment. Let's dive deeper into this idea. The book of Revelation, the Bible's most famous apocalyptic text, has been used for centuries as a tool to inspire fear. The dramatic imagery of dragons, beasts, plagues, and the Antichrist has frightened generations into submission, ensuring obedience through terror. But if we take a closer look, particularly at earlier versions of the text like the 1775 Bible, we find another thread running through these visions, one of renewal and hope. Yes, there is chaos and conflict, but at the core of Revelation is the promise of a new heaven and a new earth. It's a message that speaks of transformation and rebirth, not simply punishment. In fact, many scholars believe that the book of Revelation wasn't intended to predict the literal end of the world. Instead, it was a symbolic critique of the Roman Empire, a message of resistance against tyranny and oppression. Early Christians were being encouraged to stay strong in the face of persecution, not because the world was going to end, but because truth and justice would eventually prevail. Over time, this symbolic message was distorted and twisted into a terrifying vision of global catastrophe. But that wasn't how it began. The 1775 Bible presents an apocalypse that isn't focused on fear, but rather on the ultimate triumph of truth over lies. The forces of deception, both spiritual and political, are what crumble and collapse, not the physical world itself. The imagery of beasts and empires falling isn't a prediction of nations being wiped out by divine wrath. It's a metaphor for the destruction of corrupt systems of power that have kept humanity in darkness for so long. And here's where things get really intriguing. Older biblical texts suggest that humanity plays an active role in this transformation. We aren't passive spectators waiting for Judgment Day to arrive. We are participants in the unveiling of truth. The apocalypse, in this sense, isn't just something that happens to us. It's something that we help bring about by waking up, by questioning the false narratives we've been told, and by seeking out the hidden truths that have been kept from us. What if that's the real message of the end times? That the world isn't destined for destruction, but for a greater understanding of who we are, what we are capable of, and our true place in the universe. This shifts everything. The idea that the apocalypse is, in reality, a great awakening, a collective shift in consciousness, reframes the entire conversation. Suddenly, the end times aren't a death sentence for humanity. They're a rebirth, a new dawn of awareness and spiritual enlightenment. This new perspective also transforms the way we think about salvation. If the end times are about unveiling truth, then salvation isn't simply about personal redemption in the face of eternal judgment. Salvation becomes about aligning oneself with truth, about seeing beyond the lies and illusions that have kept us bound. It's about stepping into a new reality where fear, control, and deception no longer have any hold over us. This vision of the apocalypse, one centered on awakening rather than destruction, may be precisely why certain passages and interpretations were altered over time. A narrative of fear keeps people in line, but a narrative of awakening, that's liberating, and it poses a direct threat to the very institutions that benefit from keeping people afraid and obedient. So, If the 1775 Bible and earlier texts offer us a glimpse into a different understanding of the end times, what does that mean for us today? It means we need to rethink everything we've been taught about the apocalypse. Maybe it's not something to fear, but something to welcome. Because if the end times are really about unveiling the truth, then it's the moment humanity has been waiting for. The moment where everything we've been kept from knowing finally comes to light. Thank you for taking this journey into the hidden truths of the 1775 Bible. If you've made it this far, we appreciate your open-mindedness and willingness to explore these ideas with us. If you found value in this, hit the like button, share your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives like this one. Wow, what an incredible journey we've just taken into the hidden truths of the 1775 Bible. The revelations we've explored today show us that the Bible we know today has undergone significant changes. Changes that might have kept us from seeing the full truth about our connection with God. From lost books to altered meanings of God's name, it's clear that the truth is much deeper than what meets the eye. But now, it's time for you to take the next step. What will you do with this new understanding? How will you let this ancient knowledge transform your faith? If you found this video enlightening, be sure to give it a thumbs up, leave a comment with your thoughts or questions, and share it with your church group, family, and friends. Most importantly, if you haven't already, subscribe to Bible Stories so you don't miss out on future deep dives into the mysteries and wonders of the Bible. Let's continue this journey together as we uncover the hidden truths of Scripture, grow in our faith, and seek a closer connection with the divine. Thank you for watching, and may God bless you all. The most famous giant in history is Goliath from the Bible. He was a champion from the Philistine camp who fought as an armored warrior. A champion named Goliath of Gath came out from the Philistine camp, standing over 9 feet 9 inches tall. Samuel 17 verse 4. At first glance we do not understand this measurement because we do not use cubits or spans, but feet and inches. Thus, in layman's terms, Goliath was an immense man. Considering the length of his arms when raised above his head, you can imagine the imposing creature he must have been. His size alone was not his only imposing feature. He wore a bronze helmet on his head and was clad in a coat of scale armor made of overlapping metal plates weighing over 125 pounds. He had bronze greaves on his legs and a bronze javelin slung between his shoulders. The shaft of the spear was like a weaver's beam, and its iron head weighed about 15 pounds, while a shield-bearer went ahead of him. Samuel 17 verses 5 to 7. He was dressed in what we would call chainmail, and the Philistines wore a large piece of cloth similar to a tarp with bronze rings overlaid from the top of the shoulder to the knee. This armor provided protection against the enemy's sharp and deadly weapons. In addition to his personal armor, Goliath had another man running ahead of him, carrying a shield as big as a person, all to provide him with extra defense. Imagine how daunting it would be to face such a giant, clad in heavy armor. Truly anyone would be at a great disadvantage trying to challenge him in combat. Reflect on the presence and preparation of this formidable fighter. Goliath positioned himself and showed this to the ranks of Israel, telling them, "Why have you come to line up for battle? Am I not a Philistine, and are you not servants of Saul? Choose a man for yourselves, and let him come down to me. If he is able to fight with me and kill me, then we will become your servants. But if I prevail against him and kill him, then you shall become our servants and serve us." Samuel 17 verses 8 and 9. Goliath proposed a popular strategy in Eastern civilization, namely representative combat or a one-on-one conflict. He represented the Philistine forces, and whoever Israel chose would represent the Israeli forces. The outcome was simple. The side whose champion won would be declared the victor, while the army of the other would face total defeat. There is no need to bring all your soldiers to this battle. Just choose one warrior to face me, and I will fight him. I am the champion, I am unmatched. Goliath not only issued this challenge and disappeared, he persisted with his challenge for 40 long days. The Philistine Goliath would come out morning and evening and position himself for 40 days. Samuel 17 verse 16. He marched out every morning and evening for more than a month, displaying his size and strength, challenging anyone to face him. Meanwhile, in the mountains of Judah near Bethlehem, a young man named David was tending to his father's sheep. He was too young to join the army. In fact, David was probably unaware of the conflict between the Israelites and the Philistines at that time. He might not have even heard of Goliath. His only concern was that 3 of his older brothers were serving in Saul's army. On the other hand, David's father was worried about his 3 eldest sons. Jesse was getting older and probably wouldn't be able to make the journey through the mountains on his own, so he called his youngest son and told him, "David, I need you to do a task for me." Then Jesse said to David his son, "Take this roasted grain and these 10 loaves of bread to your brothers and hurry to their camp. Also take these 10 cuts of cheese to the unit commander, see how your brothers are doing, and bring back news of them." Samuel 17 verses 17 to 18. So David got up early in the morning, left the flock with a keeper, took the supplies, and went as Jesse had instructed. He arrived at the camp as the army was moving out in battle formation, shouting the war cry, Samuel 17 verse 20. As he approached the edges of the Israeli camp, he noticed the troops preparing for battle and heard the war cry. He simply wanted to observe and see what was happening. Then David ran to the front line to greet his brothers, leaving his baggage in the care of the baggage keeper. Afterward, David left his supplies with the supply keeper and rushed to the ranks, greeted his brothers, and while he was talking to them, there came the champion, the Philistine from Gath named Goliath, speaking the same words again, and David heard him. Samuel 17 verses 22 to 23. Imagine the following scenario. While standing there with his 3 brothers, David hears a loud shout from across the valley, and instantly everyone around him starts running back and hiding inside their tents. When the men of Israel saw the man, they fled from him and were greatly afraid. Samuel 17 verse 24. Keep in mind that David had never seen or heard of this giant from Gath's challenge. As he looked out over the battlefield, he saw a giant man covered in armor, shouting threats and challenging and cursing the God of Israel, and David was enraged by this. Remember, this is the 41st day the Israelites have been facing Goliath, but it is the first time David is encountering this. Then David spoke to the men who were with him. What will be done for the man who kills this Philistine and removes the disgrace of his insult from Israel? For who is this uncircumcised Philistine that he has insulted and challenged the armies of the living God? The men told him what would be done for the man who killed him. Samuel 17 verses 26 to 27. David then had a meeting with King Saul. David said to Saul, "Let no man's heart fail because of him. Your servant will go and fight with this Philistine." Then Saul said to David, "You are not able to go against this Philistine to fight with him, for you are only a youth, and he has been a warrior from his youth." But David said to Saul, "Your servant kept his father's sheep, and when a lion or a bear came and took a lamb from the flock, I went out after it, struck it, and rescued the lamb from its mouth. And when it rose against me, I seized it by its beard, struck it, and killed it. Your servant has killed both the lion and the bear, and this uncircumcised Philistine will be like one of them, for he has insulted and challenged the armies of the living God." David said, "The Lord who rescued me from the paw of the lion and from the paw of the bear, he will rescue me from the hand of this Philistine." And Saul said to David, "Go, and may the Lord be with you." Then Saul dressed David in his own garments, put a bronze helmet on his head, and put a coat of mail on him. Then David strapped his sword over his armor and tried to walk, but he could not, for he was not used to them. And David said to Saul, "I cannot go with these, for I am not accustomed to them." Then David took them off, took his shepherd's staff in hand, and chose for himself 5 smooth stones from the stream, and put them in his shepherd's bag, that is, in his pouch, with his sling in his hand, and he approached the Philistine. Samuel 17 verses 32 to 40. Here we have David, dressed in his simplest shepherd attire, and equipped with his humblest shepherd tools, the sling and the staff, prepared for battle. Now we come to a pivotal moment. The Philistine came forward and approached David with his shield-bearer in front. When the Philistine looked around and saw David, he ridiculed and despised him, because he was just a youth, rugged and handsome. The Philistine said to David, "Am I a dog that you come at me with sticks?" And he cursed David by his gods. The Philistine also said to David, "Come to me, and I will give your flesh to the birds of the sky and the beasts of the field." Then David said to the Philistine, "You come to me with a sword, spear, and javelin, but I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied. This day the Lord will deliver you into my hands. I will strike you down and cut off your head. And I will give the corpses of the Philistine army to the birds of the sky and the wild animals of the earth, that all the earth may know that there is a God in Israel." Samuel 17 verses 41 to 46. Think about what could happen. David, courageous and firm in front of a towering giant, had only a simple sling and a single stone to confront a giant clad in armor, weighing as much as 200 pounds. When the Philistine advanced to meet David, David ran quickly towards the battle line to meet the Philistine. David reached into his pouch, took out a stone, and slung it, striking the Philistine in the forehead. The stone sank into his forehead, and he fell face down on the ground. Thus David triumphed over the Philistine with a sling and a stone, and without a sword in his hand, he ran and stood over the Philistine, took his sword from its sheath, and killed him, cutting off his head with it. When the Philistines saw that their mighty champion was dead, they fled. Samuel 17 verses 47 to 51. The Philistines did not return after this. Realizing their champion was no longer alive, they dispersed. The men of Israel and Judah rose with a shout and pursued the Philistines to the entrance of the valley and the gates of Ekron. And the fatally wounded Philistines fell along the way to Sharaim, even unto Gath and Ekron. The sons of Israel returned from chasing the Philistines and plundered their camp. Samuel 17 verses 52 to 53. Then David brought the head of the Philistine to Jerusalem. He took the Philistine's head and brought it to Jerusalem, but he put his weapons in his tent. Samuel 17 verse 54. The biblical story of David and Goliath is one of the most well-known from the Bible, showcasing a lesson in courage, faith, and overcoming the seemingly impossible. Was Goliath a Nephilim? Some scholars believe that Goliath, the Gittite, a resident of Gath, belonged to a race known as the Nephilim. Other experts argue that Goliath was a Rephaim, as the Nephilim were destroyed in the Great Flood during Noah's time, and only Noah's families survived. The Rephaim are mentioned nearly 20 times in the Bible: Deuteronomy 2 verses 1 and 20 to 22, Joshua 12 verse 4, Deuteronomy 3 verses 11 to 13. For example, only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of the giants known as kings. His bedstead was an iron structure, 9 cubits long, 12 feet, and 4 cubits wide, 6 feet, by the standard cubit, from forearm to the end of the middle finger. Thus we took possession of this land at that time. I gave the territory from Aroer, which is by the valley of Arnon, along with half of the mountain region of Gilead and its cities, to the Reubenites and the Gadites. The rest of Gilead and all Bashan, the kingdom of Og, I gave to the half-tribe of Manasseh, that is, the whole region of Argob. As for all of Bashan, it is called the land of the Rephaites. Many experts think that the Philistines came from a group known as the Anakim. The idea that Goliath was an elite warrior is reinforced because Gath, where he was from, used to be a major Anakim center. Some researchers suggest that Goliath's family background could be traced in a way that indicates a genetic pattern known as autosomal dominant inheritance. This genetic pattern can lead to conditions that make individuals extremely tall, such as familial acromegaly or gigantism. In the biblical narratives, Goliath was a massive man. Related to Goliath, after the fall of his legendary brother, we find Goliath's 4 brothers. There was again war with the Philistines at Gob, and Elhanan, the son of Yare-Oregim, the Bethlehemite, killed the Gittite Goliath, whose spear shaft was like a weaver's beam, according to 2 Samuel 21 verse 19. These imposing figures, Lahmi, Saf, Ishbi-Benob, and the 4th, unnamed but notable for his 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot, had a point to make, not just to their adversaries the Israelites, but to themselves as well. Each wielded weapons of incredible scale and power, although their names might not be as familiar as that of their notorious brother Goliath. Their existence tells a compelling narrative about facing obstacles, fighting for redemption, and the intricate reality of existing under the shadow of extraordinary achievements. In the days following Goliath's defeat at the hands of the young David, armed only with his stone and sling, the Philistines engaged the Israelites in battle. Among the ranks of the Philistine army was Ishbi-Benob, a formidable warrior who shared blood ties with Goliath, according to 2 Samuel 21, verses 15 and 16. Now the Philistines were at war again with Israel. David went down with his servants and fought the Philistines, but David grew weary. Then Ishbi-Benob, who was among the descendants of the giant, with his spear weighing 300 shekels of bronze and armed with a new sword, intended to kill David. When Ishbi-Benob realized that David was weakening, he thought to kill him. However, he forgot to consider God, and because of this, all perished that very day, just as Ishbi-Benob did. Those who oppose the followers of God often seem strong, smart, and certain of success. However, no matter how strong, clever, or confident they may be, none can overcome the power of God at the right moment. Abishai intervened to help and saved David in an incredible way, according to 2 Samuel 21 verse 17. But Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, came to David's aid and struck and killed the Philistine. Then David's men swore to him, "You must not go out again with us to battle, that you do not extinguish the lamp of Israel." Abishai, as the eldest son of Zeruiah, who was David's sister, clearly recognized, was the brother of Joab and Asahel. In a significant act of loyalty and courage, Abishai alone accompanied David on a daring mission into Saul's camp, where they seized the king's spear and his water jug right from his sleeping area. When David faced the rebellion led by his son Absalom, it was Abishai who was entrusted with the command of one of the 3 main divisions of David's forces. Abishai also held a prominent position, being the leader of the 2nd rank among the 3 celebrated warriors known as the Mighty, according to 2 Samuel 23, verse 18. Now Abishai, the brother of Joab, the son of Zeruiah, was chief among the 30. He wielded his spear against 300 men and killed them, and gained a reputation alongside the 3. In this story, we need to recognize Abishai's courage and his strong loyalty to his leader, though even more praise should go to the marvelous timing and support of God, intervening exactly when David most needed help. No matter how difficult things get, those with a noble cause and a determined defender will not be left alone. Abishai stood firm, not fleeing even when things looked grim. He bravely held his position, and at that crucial moment, God sent assistance. Although the helper was younger and less experienced, David humbly accepted this support. Even the bravest heroes can have moments when they feel weak, but those who stand firm and do not give in to fear will find relief. They will emerge stronger and victorious after this experience. David's followers decided that he should no longer risk himself like this. They easily convinced him to avoid direct combat with Absalom, but he continued facing the Philistines until a decision was made. After narrowly escaping danger, they agreed and swore an oath that David, the light and pride of Israel, should no longer face such risks. It is crucial to protect the lives of those who are as vital to their people as David was, with extra caution and care. Abishai became a hero that day, and David lived to fight another battle. Ishbi-Benob serves as a brief but powerful reminder of the ongoing struggle between the Israelites and the Philistines, and the risks that even great leaders like David faced on the battlefield. It is also a story of loyalty and friendship embodied by Abishai's quick action to save his king. Saph. The Bible mentions Saph as one of the giant descendants of the Rephaim in the Philistine city of Gath. As swords clashed and spears flew, Saph found himself in combat with Sibbecai the Hushathite, one of David's elite warriors. Sibbecai was a mighty warrior from the time of David, from the town of Hushah, and was among David's 30 valiant men, apparently known for their great individual feats in battles, as per 1 Chronicles 11. Also the valiant warriors, Sibbecai the Hushathite, Eliam the Ahohite, Lahmi. Lahmi was Goliath's brother. He wielded a massive spear, and its shaft was thick. His spear was so large that it was said to be like a weaver's beam. 1 Chronicles 20 verse 5. There was war again with the Philistines, and Elhanan, son of Jair, killed Lahmi, the brother of Goliath the Hittite, whose spear shaft was like a weaver's beam. During Bible times there was an object known as a weaver's beam. Imagine a strong cylindrical piece of wood that sat at the top of a loom to hold the vertical threads, which are called the warp. The purpose of this weaver's beam was to keep these warp threads separated and allow them to be wound as the fabric was woven. By keeping the warp threads stretched and organized, the weaver could then shuttle the horizontal threads, known as the weft, back and forth through the warp threads. When the Bible speaks of a weaver's beam, it is really emphasizing how thick and sturdy this beam was, rather than its length. It is used to highlight the contrast with the more common and thinner spears that a typical person might use. In the Bible, there are exactly 4 verses that mention a weaver's beam or spear, and 2 of these instances are in reference to Goliath's spear. This narrative of Israel triumphing over the Philistines shows that Israel could conquer great enemies even without David's presence. These courageous individuals achieved notable feats once David had ceased battling giants. As the leaders of one generation fade, God ensures that new leaders arise to guide the next generation. The legendary victory over Goliath likely fueled stories of David's adversarial role in the Philistine fields. David was undoubtedly a constant source of annoyance to them. While Lahmi sought to dominate David, Lahmi's fate ultimately mirrored that of his brother. But remember, Lahmi was not just clashing with anyone. He was facing someone who had the support of God. Although we hear little about Lahmi, his account confirms to the Israelites that their true power did not come from their numbers or weapons, but from their God. The Bible mentions an unnamed giant only in one other place, but again there was war in Gath, where there was a man of great stature with 24 digits, 6 fingers on each hand, and 6 toes on each foot. And he was also descended from the giants. 1 Chronicles 20 verse 6. This time the unnamed giant found himself facing one of David's mighty men, a soldier named Jonathan, son of Shemaiah, David's brother. 1 Chronicles 20 verses 7 and 8. When he taunted Israel, Jonathan, son of Shemaiah, David's brother, killed him. These descended from the giants in Gath, and fell by the hand of David, and by the hand of his servants. Although the Bible does not directly name him, it teaches us a powerful lesson through his story, a lesson about humility, a quiet strength that even the most powerful giants could not comprehend. The text presents these 4 individuals as Rephaim. To further clarify these connections, the scriptures note that the Anakim were considered part of the Rephaim, according to Deuteronomy 2, verses 11 and 21. This makes sense, since Goliath and his relatives are associated with both the Anakim and the Rephaim. They were defeated by David and his mighty men. Despite being large and strong fighters, they could not defeat God's people. Each battle against the giants reaffirmed the Israelites' faith. For the battle is the Lord's, as David declared before defeating Goliath, according to 1 Samuel 17 verse 47. Thus, Goliath's brothers became part of a larger narrative, not just as defeated enemies, but as eternal reminders that even giants fall when they oppose God's will. Giants in the Bible are often portrayed as enemies of God's people and are eventually defeated. Their existence served as a challenge and a test of faith for those who trust in God. Goliath's brothers represent the recurring challenges that people often face in life. Just as David and his men had to confront multiple giants, we too must be prepared to face recurring obstacles. The lesson here is one of resilience and continual vigilance, the power of faith and courage. Just as David's triumph over Goliath, the defeat of Goliath's brothers reiterates the power of faith and courage. David's men, inspired by his previous victory, may have drawn from the same well of faith and boldness to overcome what seemed like insurmountable challenges. David's legacy consisted not only of what he was able to accomplish, but also of what he was able to leave behind, a people ready to win. David's victories were significant not just for him, but also for those who, through his teaching and example, learned to conquer victories for themselves, paving the way for Solomon's future success. The success we are experiencing now is not only beneficial for us here and now, but also offers something valuable for future generations. Genesis 6 verses 1 to 4 captivates many Bible readers due to the mysterious identity of both the sons of God and the Nephilim. Genesis 6 verses 1 to 7 reports that when mankind began to multiply on the face of the earth and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful and took them as wives, whoever they chose. Then the Lord said, My spirit shall not abide in man forever, for he is also flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men who were of old, men of renown. Then the Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great on the earth, and that every intention of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. Thus the Lord regretted having made man on the earth, and it grieved him to his heart. Then the Lord said, I will blot out man whom I have created from the face of the earth, from man to animals, to creeping things, and to birds of the sky, for I am sorry that I have made them. There was a problem with the unholy marriage between the sons of God and the daughters of men during those days of rapid population expansion, mainly due to the long lifespan in the pre-flood world. The Bible says they took wives for themselves of all that they chose. We can infer why Satan sent his angels to mingle with human women directly or indirectly. Satan tried to pollute the human gene pool with satanic corruption, planting something akin to a genetic pathogen to render the human race unfit to carry the seed of the woman, the promised Messiah in Genesis chapter 3 verse 15. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. He shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel. The Savior could not be born from a demon-possessed mother, so if Satan could infect the entire race, the deliverer could not come. Satan was on the verge of triumphing. Humanity had become so corrupt that God decided to start anew with Noah and his sons, and confine the demons who had caused such corruption, ensuring they could never repeat their deeds. My spirit will not contend with man forever. God never wanted us to be stuck in our stubborn and defiant ways forever. This shows that our estrangement from God has reached a critical stage, a point where we cannot simply return as if nothing happened. God's patience is not infinite. There will come a time when he decides enough is enough. This is precisely why we must declare today, not some uncertain tomorrow, as the time we choose to respond to Jesus' call. We have no guarantee that God will seek us out on a different day, even though his days span 120 years. Interestingly, the flood also occurred 120 years after this proclamation. We then read about giants on earth in those days, referring to the unnatural offspring of the union between the sons of God and the daughters of men. Yet there were individuals of distinctive size on earth, both before and after the flood. Those who came before the flood were notable due to the diabolical element of their parentage. They were the mighty men of old, men of renown. The great wickedness of man in Noah's days was that every intention of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. This is a powerful statement, meaning no aspect of human nature was free from sin. A more emphatic statement about the wickedness of the human heart is hardly conceivable. Jesus said that as were the days of Noah, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. Matthew 24 verse 37, meaning the world's conditions before Jesus' arrival will be similar to those before the flood. Unfortunately, many people overlook this passage before Christ's birth, and in the early days of the church, believers understood the sons of God as spiritual beings or angels who married human women and produced enormous offspring called Nephilim. Today, this interpretation is not as common because people often reject supernatural explanations. While many Christians may accept biblical events like the miraculous birth and the resurrection of Jesus, they find it hard to believe in the concept of giants born from humans and spirits. Genesis 6 verse 6 tells us that the Lord regretted. In some versions of the Bible, the term used is repent. The Hebrew term nakam, which translates to repent or regret, expresses deep sorrow or a heavy sigh. When we read that the Lord regretted, it means that God is speaking in a way we can understand, revealing his emotions. This scripture suggests that human error deeply saddened God. God embodies pure love. He loves us immensely and longs for our well-being. Our sins deeply grieve him, and he feels sadness when we stray from the right path. Some of the most moving words in the Bible are found in Genesis 6 verse 6, and the Lord regretted making man on earth, and it grieved him at heart. It grieved God that every human being, except Noah's immediate family, had to be destroyed. He adored the men and women he created to be like him, those who would rule the earth and reflect his glory. But why did men suddenly become so violent? Was it because the godly lineage mixed with the wicked lineage, or was it, at least in part, because humanity mingled with spiritual beings? I would argue for the latter hypothesis. Here are the three main views on who the sons of God really were. Firstly, some believe they were angels who fell from grace. Secondly, others argue that they were powerful human leaders. Thirdly, there is the view that they were virtuous descendants of Seth, marrying into the sinful lineage of Cain. The reasons supporting the conventional belief that these sons of God were heavenly beings who interacted with human women, resulting in the Nephilim, include a significant point. The term sons of God consistently points to angels in the context of the Old Testament, which supports this interpretation. Job 1 verse 6, Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came among them. Job 2 verse 1, Again there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came to present himself before the Lord. Job 38 verse 7, When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. In all these cases, the sons of God are angelic beings, including Satan. The phrases used in Job suggest that Genesis 6 is referring to spirits, angels. Genesis 6 verses 1 and 2 contrast the sons of God with man, suggesting these are non-human beings. Genesis 6 verse 1 states that men began to multiply, and daughters were born to them. The Hebrew word for man is the generic term for humanity, as used in Genesis 5 verses 1 and 2. The sons of God are contrasted with man, therefore the sons of God were distinct from man and married daughters from all of humanity. As a result, the sons of God must be non-human beings of some kind. The context implies that the Nephilim were the offspring resulting from spiritual and human beings. The Nephilim, or the fallen in Genesis 6 verse 4, are mysterious figures, the mighty men who were of old, men of renown. The text does not explain how the Nephilim came to be. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went into the daughters of men and had children with them. It simply states, but why are the Nephilim mentioned in Genesis 6 alongside the interracial marriage of the sons of God and the daughters of men? It's unclear how these mighty men of renown came to be, if not as a result of the interracial marriage between spiritual beings and humans. Jude likely understands Genesis 6 verses 1 to 4 as referring to the interracial marriage between spiritual beings and humans. Jude verse 6 speaks of angels who did not stay within their given authority, but left their proper home. If Jude is not alluding to some hidden event, it seems he is referring to the angels who left heaven to dwell on earth, as described in Genesis 6 verses 1 to 4. This perspective supports the long-held belief that the sons of God engaged with human women, resulting in the birth of the Nephilim. Although this concept may seem strange today, it is no more unusual than the rest of biblical reality, which is often more bizarre than any tale. And the universe God created is very different from our usual understanding. The sons of God saw the daughters of men. It is more accurate to see the sons of God as demons, angels in rebellion against God, or men uniquely possessed by demons, and the daughters of men as human women. Jude verse 6, and the angels who did not keep their own domain, but abandoned their proper dwelling. These he has kept in eternal bonds under darkness for the judgment of the great day. Jude verse 6 also explains what God did with these evil angels. 1 Peter 3 verses 19 and 20 informs us that Jesus proclaimed his victory on the cross over them. In 1 Peter chapter 3 verses 19 and 20, wherein he also went and made proclamation to the spirits in prison who once were disobedient, when the patience of God kept waiting in the days of Noah, during the construction of the ark, in which a few, that is, 8 persons, were brought safely through water. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord, while God ordered that all the earth be cleansed of this pollution. He found a man with whom to start again, Noah, who found grace in the eyes of the Lord. Noah did not earn grace, he found it. No one deserves grace, but we can all find it. It was true then, and it is true today. But where sin abounded, grace abounded much more. Romans 5 verse 20. God called Noah to build the ark. Noah was a righteous man, perfect in his generations. This explanation about Noah, which is special to him, not only highlights Noah's good life, but also suggests that he remained untouched by the evil schemes of Satan, who attempted to introduce a harmful influence into the lineage of the human race. We can understand that Noah had a kind of goodness that comes from faith, because right after the flood ended and he exited the ark, the first thing he did was make offerings. Genesis 8 verse 20, Then Noah built an altar to the Lord, and took some of all kinds of clean animals and some of all clean birds, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. Noah fathered 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. These 3 sons of Noah played a significant role in the narrative, and God used them to rebuild the rest of the human race. Instead of exterminating the entire race, God preserved a remnant. It seems that after the flood, the fallen angels once again committed their sins, but this time on a much smaller scale compared to before the flood. When the Israelites returned to Moses after exploring the land of Canaan, they brought back this news. They reported having seen. However, it is more likely that these spies saw very tall people in Canaan, and out of fear, mistakenly thought they were the Nephilim. There is a chance that, after the flood, demons once again entered into unions with human women, giving rise to more Nephilim. It might even be that some traits of the Nephilim were inherited through the lineage of one of Noah's daughters-in-law. Regardless, these giants found in Canaan were conquered by the Israelites during their conquest, and it was not only on this occasion that the Israelites defeated these giants, but also later in their history. We remember the flood in Noah's time, when God rescued only 8 people through the ark, 8 righteous individuals who were not contaminated by the sins of celestial beings. The offending angels were also cast into hell and chained in darkness according to the story. Let us pray, dear Lord, we gather before you seeking understanding and enlightenment through your holy scriptures, which you have blessed us with these timeless words, a guide to navigate the complexities of life and find solace in your wisdom. As we delve into your teachings, grant us the clarity of mind and the purity of heart to grasp their true essence. Grant us the humility to approach your words with reverence, recognizing the depth of their meaning and the lessons they contain for us. Help us to set aside our preconceptions and open our minds to receive your divine guidance without bias or prejudice. May your scriptures be a beacon of light in our lives, illuminating the path of righteousness and leading us to a deeper connection with you. May each word we read and contemplate resonate within us, stirring our souls and inspiring us to live according to your will. Guide us, O Lord, in our quest for knowledge and understanding, helping us to discern the truth amidst the complexities of interpretation, and granting us the discernment to distinguish between your divine wisdom and human folly. Fill our hearts with love and compassion as we study your scriptures, always reminding us of the importance of kindness and empathy towards others. May your teachings inspire us to be instruments of your peace, spreading love and understanding wherever we go. Grant us the strength to apply the lessons we learn from your scripture in our daily lives, transforming our thoughts, words, and actions to reflect your divine presence within us. May your words be a source of comfort in times of trial, a source of hope in moments of despair, and a source of joy in times of celebration. Bless our community of seekers, O Lord, as we walk together in our quest for spiritual growth and understanding. Help us to support and uplift one another, fostering a spirit of unity and cooperation rooted in your love. Finally, we ask for your continued guidance and protection as we navigate the complexities of life. May your scriptures serve as a firm anchor in the storms we face, always reminding us of your unwavering love and eternal presence. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
They lie to you. For centuries, they built their power on a foundation of fear, twisting the truth to keep you obedient and blind. The world you see, the one you live in every day, wasn't created by a benevolent God. It was built by a deceiver, a dark force who wears the mask of divinity to enslave you. This isn't a theory, it's in the ancient texts they tried to bury. The Book of the Secret Supper is one of the most controversial apocryphal texts in history. Hidden, banned, and burned by the Catholic Church during its brutal crusade against the Cathars, this manuscript exposes a truth so dangerous that it was erased from mainstream history. But now, we're unearthing it. And trust me, you'll never see reality the same way again. Let's talk about the Cathars, a Christian sect labeled heretical and systematically destroyed during the Albigensian Crusade of the 13th century. They believed in a radical dualism, a cosmic battle between the forces of good and evil. They claimed the material world, with all its suffering and corruption, wasn't the creation of the God of light and love. No, it was the work of Rex Mundi, the king of the world. And who is Rex Mundi? None other than Satan himself. The Secret Supper reveals a conversation between Jesus and John. But this isn't the Jesus of your Sunday sermons. This Jesus unveils a shocking narrative. The God worshipped in the Old Testament, the one who claims to be the Creator, is not the true source of divinity. According to the text, the physical world was shaped by a fallen angel, a being of immense power, once a servant of the true God, but consumed by pride and rebellion. This entity fashioned humanity not out of love, but to trap divine sparks, fragments of true spiritual essence, within a prison of flesh and matter. Yes, you heard that right. Humanity wasn't created as an act of divine generosity, but as a form of cosmic enslavement. And what's worse? The religions of the world, those institutions that claim to guide you to salvation, are part of the deception. They worship the very being that enslaved you. This isn't just some fringe idea. It aligns with broader Gnostic teachings, which also speak of a demiurge, an imposter god who created the physical universe as a flawed reflection of higher spiritual realms. The demiurge is often identified with Yahweh, the wrathful and jealous deity of the Old Testament. Think about the narrative: a god who demands absolute obedience, punishes disobedience with death, and drowns entire civilizations. Does that sound like a being of pure love and compassion? The Cathars dared to challenge this narrative. They rejected the Catholic Church, its sacraments, and its claim to divine authority. For them, salvation wasn't about blind faith or rituals. It was about escaping the cycle of material entrapment and returning to the pure spiritual realms. The Secret Supper was their manifesto, their guide to understanding the true nature of reality, and it made them enemies of the most powerful institution on earth. The Church didn't just oppose the Cathars, it annihilated them. Entire villages were slaughtered under the banner of the cross. When the fortress of Montségur, the last Cathar stronghold, fell in 1244, over 200 believers were burned alive. Why such brutality? Because the Cathars threatened the Church's monopoly on truth. Their teachings exposed the Church as a servant of the material demiurge, complicit in keeping humanity enslaved. Let's get one thing straight: the Cathars weren't just another splinter group of medieval Christianity. They were revolutionaries. They were the ultimate threat to the Catholic Church, not just because of their beliefs, but because they exposed the flaws, corruption, and lies at the heart of the institution. And the Church? It didn't just want them silenced, it wanted them erased from history. The Cathars believed in dualism: the world we live in is a battleground between two opposing forces, good and evil. But here's the twist: they claimed that the physical world wasn't just full of suffering and sin, it was entirely the creation of an evil force. This wasn't just some philosophical debate for them. To the Cathars, everything physical, your body, the land, the sky, even the stars, was a trap created by a false god, Rex Mundi, the so-called king of the world. The Cathars rejected materialism entirely. They didn't just preach it, they lived it. They refused to own property, didn't eat meat, and rejected marriage and procreation. Why? Because to create more human bodies was to trap more divine souls in the material prison. To them, material existence wasn't something to celebrate, it was something to escape. Their spiritual practices reflected this belief. Cathar priests, known as perfecti or perfect ones, lived lives of extreme simplicity. They didn't perform elaborate rituals, build ornate churches, or demand tithes. Instead, they practiced what they called the consolamentum, a simple but profound ceremony of spiritual baptism, believed to purify the soul and prepare it for liberation from the cycle of reincarnation. And then there's their view of the Catholic Church. The Cathars didn't just see it as corrupt, they saw it as outright evil. In their eyes, the Church was the tool of Rex Mundi, the earthly manifestation of the demiurge. Its wealth, its opulence, its power, all of it was proof that the Church served the material, not the spiritual. And the Cathars didn't hold back in saying so. They openly called Catholic priests servants of the devil and rejected the sacraments as empty gestures. You can imagine how this went over with the Catholic hierarchy. But it wasn't just the theology that made the Cathars dangerous, it was their popularity. By the 12th century, their ideas had spread across southern France, northern Italy, and beyond. Entire communities embraced Catharism, rejecting the authority of the Pope. The region of Languedoc became a hotbed of Cathar activity, and the Church was losing control. This wasn't just a religious rebellion, it was a political and cultural revolution. The Church's response was brutal. Pope Innocent III declared a crusade, not against foreign invaders, but against his own people. The Albigensian Crusade, named after the town of Albi, was one of the bloodiest chapters in medieval history. Cities were sacked, tens of thousands were killed, and entire populations were wiped out. When the city of Béziers was taken in 1209, the papal legate reportedly ordered his soldiers, "Kill them all, God will know his own." Even after the military campaigns, the Church wasn't done. They established the Inquisition, a systematic effort to root out and destroy any remaining traces of Cathar belief. Those who refused to recant were burned at the stake. Montségur, the last stronghold of the Cathars, fell in 1244. Over 200 men and women who refused to renounce their faith were marched into a giant pyre and burned alive. The Cathars didn't die out because they were wrong. They died because they were too right for their time. Their belief in the divine spark within every individual, their rejection of materialism, and their critique of institutional religion are ideas that still resonate, even in a world that tried to forget them. Gnosticism isn't just a fringe philosophy, it's a bombshell. It's the kind of revelation that flips your understanding of reality upside down. At its core, Gnosticism argues that humanity has been lied to on a cosmic scale. The God worshipped by billions, the supposed creator of the universe, isn't the benevolent deity you were taught to revere. Instead, it's a tyrannical impostor, a being called the Demiurge, who created this flawed, material prison and passed it off as divine work. Unlike the Cathars, who were a specific medieval sect, Gnosticism spans centuries, with roots going back to ancient pre-Christian mystery religions and philosophies. Early Gnostic thinkers, like Valentinus and Basilides, didn't just reinterpret Christian scripture, they rewrote the narrative entirely. To the Gnostics, the Old Testament's God wasn't the ultimate creator. He was a lesser being, an arrogant architect who crafted the material world out of ignorance or malice. Here's where it gets even more fascinating. According to Gnostic cosmology, beyond the Demiurge lies the Pleroma, the realm of true divine light and infinite spirit. The Demiurge is a flawed byproduct of the Pleroma's emanation, a cosmic accident that decided it was God, untrapped fragments of the divine essence, what the Gnostics called sparks of light, inside human beings. Gnostic texts like the Apocryphon of John describe the creation of the material world in chilling detail. The Demiurge, often depicted as a lion-headed serpent or a dragon, arrogantly declares, "I am God, and there is no other God besides me." Sound familiar? Gnostics believed this wasn't divine proclamation but cosmic propaganda, a power grab by a being too limited to understand its own flaws. But the Demiurge didn't act alone. In Gnostic belief, this false god is surrounded by archons, cosmic enforcers that control humanity. The archons are responsible for the systems of oppression in our world: government, religion, social hierarchies, all tools to keep humanity blind and enslaved. According to the Gnostics, every time you feel trapped, every time you sense that the world is working against you, you're experiencing the influence of the archons. Now, let's get into why the Gnostics were seen as such a threat. Early Christian leaders like Irenaeus and Tertullian wrote entire volumes condemning them as heretics. Gnosticism wasn't just a theological disagreement, it was a direct challenge to the authority of the emerging church. Gnostics rejected the need for priests, sacraments, and hierarchical institutions. Salvation, they argued, didn't come from faith or obedience, it came from knowledge. And not just any knowledge, but gnosis, esoteric, experimental understanding of the divine truth. This knowledge wasn't something handed down by religious authorities. It was discovered within. Gnostics believed every human had a divine spark, a piece of the infinite light, trapped inside their material form. Liberation wasn't about worshipping a deity, it was about awakening to the truth of your own spiritual nature and breaking free from the control of the Demiurge and the archons. Gnosticism wasn't monolithic. Different schools had unique interpretations of these ideas. Some, like the Valentinians, integrated elements of Christian theology, while others, like the Scythians, traced their roots to pre-Christian Jewish mysticism. The Nag Hammadi texts, discovered in Egypt in 1945, revealed a treasure trove of Gnostic writings, including the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Truth, and the Pistis Sophia. These texts weren't just religious documents, they were revolutionary manifestos that exposed the facades of established power. The Church worked tirelessly to wipe out Gnosticism. By the 4th century, with the rise of Orthodox Christianity as the dominant force in the Roman Empire, Gnostic texts were systematically destroyed, and their followers were persecuted. But despite these efforts, the core ideas of Gnosticism survived, hidden, fragmented, but never fully extinguished. Baphomet is one of the most misunderstood symbols in history. It's been demonized, misrepresented, and weaponized by institutions desperate to suppress its deeper meaning. But here's the truth, Baphomet isn't some simple demonic idol for secret societies. It's a symbol packed with layers of meaning, philosophical, spiritual, and cultural, that flips the script on what we think we know about good and evil, light and dark, divine and human. First, the name, Baphomet. It first surfaced in the 12th century during the Crusades. Knights Templar, the legendary warrior monks, were accused of worshipping this mysterious figure during secret rituals. Let's be clear, these accusations came from the Catholic Church, which was looking for a way to dismantle the Templars and seize their wealth and power. Whether or not the Templars actually revered Baphomet is still debated, but the symbol's journey doesn't stop there. Fast forward to the 19th century. French occultist Eliphas Levi solidified the image of Baphomet as we know it today. He created an illustration of a goat-headed figure with one hand pointing up and the other pointing down, encapsulating the Hermetic principle of as above, so below. But this wasn't just some spooky drawing. Levi's Baphomet was a deeply layered symbol meant to represent balance and unity, masculine and feminine, human and animal, divine and mortal. It's the ultimate representation of duality and harmony, a philosophical middle finger to rigid, black and white thinking. Baphomet is about more than just symbolism. It's a critique of dogmatic thinking and blind faith. The Church and its allies painted Baphomet as an icon of satanic worship, but Levi and other esoteric thinkers saw it differently. For them, Baphomet wasn't about evil, it was about enlightenment, embracing the dual nature of existence and seeking knowledge beyond institutional control. And then there's the goat. Why a goat? Goats have been associated with fertility, wilderness, and rebellion throughout history. In the Bible, goats are often used as symbols of sin and defiance, but in esoteric traditions, the goat represents independence, strength, and curiosity, qualities that threaten authoritarian institutions. Let's not forget how Baphomet exploded into modern culture. In the 20th century, Anton LaVey's Church of Satan adopted the inverted pentagram and the goat head as central symbols, further cementing Baphomet's association with rebellion and individualism. But LaVey's use of Baphomet wasn't about literal devil worship, it was a statement. It was a way to challenge the status quo, to reject systems of control that demand submission and fear. The controversy didn't end there. In 2015, the Satanic Temple unveiled a massive Baphomet statue in Detroit, causing outrage among religious groups. But their goal wasn't to promote Satanism as most people think of it. They used Baphomet as a symbol of free thought, secularism, and resistance against religious overreach into public life. That statue wasn't just a provocation, it was a call for equality and separation of church and state. And here's the kicker, Baphomet, for all its complexity, represents something profoundly human. It's not about worshipping a deity or opposing one, it's about understanding that light and dark, good and evil, masculine and feminine, all coexist within us. It's about rejecting simplistic narratives and embracing the messy, complicated truth of existence. For centuries, institutions have tried to scare people away from symbols like Baphomet. Why? Because symbols like this make you think. They challenge authority. They encourage you to question everything you've been told. And for those in power, there's nothing more dangerous than a population that thinks for itself. Let's talk about something that terrifies the powers that be, the evolution of human consciousness. Neo-Genian philosophy is at the cutting edge of this idea. It doesn't just explore consciousness, it calls for a revolution of the mind, a leap beyond the limitations of what we've been conditioned to accept as normal thought. It's not about following old paradigms. It's about shattering them. Neo-Genian thought posits that humanity isn't at the peak of its development, but stuck in an early, rudimentary phase of consciousness. Most people function on autopilot, navigating their lives based on societal programming, ancient belief systems, and primal instincts. Neo-Genian philosophy identifies this as a systemic flaw, a failure to activate the next stage of our mental and spiritual evolution. But here's the twist, the tools for this evolution are already within us. The problem is that society actively suppresses them. At its core, Neo-Genianism is about breaking free from the mental prisons that keep humanity tethered to outdated modes of thinking. These prisons include religion, consumerism, political ideology, and even traditional science when it refuses to question its own limitations. Neo-Genian thinkers argue that these systems don't just restrict us, they prevent us from understanding the true nature of reality and our role in it. Neo-Genians reject the idea that humans are inherently flawed or sinful, a concept drilled into us by religious doctrine for thousands of years. Instead, they view humanity as an unfinished project, an evolving system of consciousness that has been hijacked by external forces, what they call control mechanisms. These mechanisms aren't necessarily physical, they're psychological, cultural, and informational. They perpetuate fear, conformity, and ignorance, all while convincing us that they're protecting us. A key concept in Neo-Genianism is the breakaway mind. This isn't just a metaphor. It's a practical strategy for mental liberation. The breakaway mind operates by questioning everything, deconstructing the narratives that have been forced upon it, and actively seeking higher levels of awareness. Neo-Genians believe that our current collective consciousness is a shared illusion, a projection of deeply ingrained patterns and beliefs. To break away is to see through that illusion and reconnect with the raw, unfiltered reality beneath. Neo-Genian thinkers point to scientific discoveries that challenge conventional understanding. For example, neuroscience has shown that the brain is far more plastic and adaptable than we once thought. Quantum physics has revealed that reality isn't as solid or objective as it seems. Neo-Genians integrate these findings into their philosophy, arguing that the evolution of consciousness isn't just a spiritual journey, it's a tangible, measurable process. The philosophy also challenges our understanding of identity. According to Neo-Genian thought, the individual self, your personality, preferences, and sense of me, is a construct, shaped by external influences rather than an innate essence. The true self, they argue, is something much deeper, a dynamic, ever-changing system of awareness that's interconnected with the universe at large. The goal isn't to find yourself in the conventional sense. It's to dismantle the artificial self and allow the authentic self to emerge. Neo-Genians don't just critique the current state of humanity, they propose a way forward. They advocate for practices that enhance mental clarity and expand awareness. These include meditation, self-inquiry, critical thinking, and even experimental techniques like sensory deprivation or lucid dreaming. But this isn't about creating a checklist of habits. It's about fostering a mindset that prioritizes growth, curiosity, and adaptation over comfort and conformity. One of the most provocative aspects of Neo-Genian philosophy is its approach to ethics. Traditional morality, they argue, is often rooted in fear, fear of divine punishment, fear of societal rejection, fear of the unknown. Neo-Genians propose an ethics of expansion. Actions are judged not by rigid rules, but by whether they contribute to the growth and evolution of consciousness. This framework rejects dogma and embraces adaptability, encouraging individuals to make decisions based on a deeper understanding of themselves and the world around them. Here's the kicker: Neo-Genianism doesn't claim to have all the answers. In fact, it actively rejects the idea of ultimate answers. To Neo-Genians, the search for truth is an ongoing process, not a destination. It's about embracing uncertainty and complexity, recognizing that evolution is a constant, and refusing to settle for easy explanations or comforting lies. Here's the game changer: reality isn't random, and it isn't dictated by the whims of a divine entity. It's a mathematical construct, a meticulously organized system of patterns, frequencies, and logic. This isn't just speculation. It's the foundation of Hyperianism, a modern philosophy that redefines existence and human purpose. Hyperianism, popularized by Morg, a controversial and polarizing figure, builds on ideas rooted in ancient Pythagorean thought, Gnosticism, and cutting-edge mathematical theory. Morg doesn't preach blind faith or appeal to authority. Instead, Hyperianism is about evidence-based understanding. It takes the core principle that everything in the universe operates according to mathematical laws and expands it into a framework for understanding reality itself. In Hyperian thought, mathematics isn't just a tool we use to measure or describe the universe, it is the universe. Every atom, every wave of energy, every thought in your mind can be expressed as a mathematical equation. Numbers, frequencies, and waveforms aren't abstractions. They're the building blocks of everything that exists. At the heart of this is Fourier mathematics. Morg explains this in terms anyone can grasp. Reality, at its core, is made up of infinite waveforms. Everything, matter, energy, consciousness, is a unique configuration of these waveforms. The physical world we experience is a projection of these underlying frequencies. In other words, reality is like a hologram generated by the interplay of countless mathematical patterns. This concept isn't just theoretical. It aligns with findings in quantum mechanics and string theory. Scientists have shown that particles, at the smallest level, behave not like solid objects, but like waves of probability. Hyperianism takes this further, suggesting that these waves are the literal expressions of mathematical structures. Hyperianism argues that consciousness itself is mathematical. Your thoughts, emotions, and sense of self aren't separate from the universe. They're part of the same mathematical system. You're not just a passive observer trapped in a physical body. You're an active participant in the grand equation of reality. In Hyperian terms, you're a monad, a self-aware mathematical point capable of shaping and experiencing the universe. Religion says you're here to obey a deity, while materialism says you're just a biological accident. Hyperianism rejects both. It says you're a creator, a being with the power to understand and shape the reality around you. Your existence isn't a test or a coincidence, it's a chance to evolve and fully realize your potential. Hyperianism also introduces the concept of ontological mathematics. This isn't your high school algebra. It's a philosophy that treats mathematics as the ultimate reality, a system that underlies everything, from the formation of galaxies to the structure of human thought. It's not just about numbers on a page. It's about understanding the code that governs existence. Critics of Hyperianism often dismiss it as pseudoscience or fringe philosophy. But it's worth noting that many of its ideas echo those of respected thinkers. Pythagoras, for example, believed that numbers were the essence of all things. Plato described a world of perfect forms, an eternal mathematical blueprint behind the physical realm. Even modern physicists, like Max Tegmark, have argued that the universe itself might be a mathematical structure. So why does Hyperianism resonate with so many people today? Because it gives them tools to question the systems that confine them, whether those systems are religious, political, or social. Hyperianism doesn't ask you to believe blindly. It invites you to explore, learn, and think critically. It empowers you to see through the illusions of the material world and uncover the mathematical truth beneath it. Let's talk about Satanism, not the Hollywood horror trope, not the medieval witch-hunting propaganda, but what it actually is in its modern form. Forget the horned monster and the pentagrams on fire. Modern Satanism is a philosophical rebellion, a declaration of independence from systems of control that have shackled humanity for centuries. And if that scares people, maybe it should. Satanism, as defined by its modern pioneers, isn't about worshipping a literal devil. It's about rejecting the oppressive dogmas of organized religion and embracing individuality, critical thinking, and personal empowerment. The first significant movement here came in 1966 when Anton LaVey founded the Church of Satan. This wasn't some underground occult group meeting in secret basements, it was a bold, public challenge to the moral hypocrisy of the time. LaVey's Satanism was built on a simple premise: life is meant to be lived fully, unapologetically, and without guilt imposed by outdated religious systems. His Satanic Bible outlined a philosophy that celebrated self-interest, creativity, and the pursuit of one's desires, not as sin, but as the natural expression of human existence. He redefined Satan as a symbol of freedom and defiance, a representation of the archetype who challenges unjust authority. And let's be real, the timing couldn't have been more perfect. The 1960s were a period of massive cultural upheaval. Traditional institutions, religious, political, and social, were being questioned like never before. LaVey tapped into that energy, giving people a way to reject not just religious dogma but the entire concept of moral absolutism. He argued that good and evil aren't fixed categories dictated by a divine authority, they're subjective, shaped by human experience and perspective. Of course, LaVey's brand of Satanism wasn't without controversy. It was deliberately provocative. Rituals, theatrics, and even the use of the term Satan were designed to shock and force people to confront their own assumptions. But beneath the theatrics was a serious philosophical framework. The 9 satanic statements, for example, outlined core principles like self-reliance, responsibility for one's actions, and the rejection of herd mentality. Fast forward to today, and Satanism has evolved far beyond Levi. One of the most prominent groups now is the Satanic Temple, founded in 2013 by Lucien Greaves and Malcolm Jari. Unlike Levi's more individualistic approach, the Satanic Temple focuses on activism. They use satanic imagery and symbolism to challenge religious overreach in public life, advocate for secularism, and defend personal freedoms. For example, the Satanic Temple made headlines with its infamous Baphomet statue. They offered to place the statue on government property alongside Christian monuments, arguing that if one religion is allowed representation, all should be. It wasn't about promoting Satanism as a religion, it was about forcing the issue of separation between church and state. These actions have sparked lawsuits, protests, and heated debates, but they've also put a spotlight on the hypocrisy of those who claim to defend religious freedom while pushing a single, dominant worldview. Modern Satanism isn't inherently anti-religion. It's anti-dogma. It's not about tearing down belief systems but about demanding the right to think freely, choose freely, and live freely. It's a philosophy that says you don't need an external savior because you have the power to save yourself. It's about accountability and empowerment, not submission and guilt. The backlash, of course, is predictable. Critics often dismiss Satanism as nihilistic, hedonistic, or outright evil. But that's a surface-level interpretation, often rooted in fear and misunderstanding. Look deeper and you'll find a movement that challenges the status quo, forces people to confront uncomfortable truths, and pushes the boundaries of personal and societal freedom. Let's dissect this iconic work and uncover the secrets that have left scholars and conspiracy theorists debating for centuries. Painted between 1495 and 1498 in the convent of Santa Maria del Grazie in Milan, the Last Supper depicts the moment Jesus announces that one of his disciples will betray him. The composition is breathtaking, with each figure reacting emotionally: shock, disbelief, anger. But here's the thing, this isn't just a depiction of a biblical story. Da Vinci was deliberate in every stroke of his brush, and he embedded layers of symbolism and mystery into the scene. One of the most debated elements is the absence of a visible chalice. Traditional depictions of the Last Supper emphasize the Holy Grail, the cup Jesus used during the meal. But Da Vinci doesn't give us a single, central chalice. Instead, the figures themselves form a kind of metaphorical grail, suggesting that divinity resides not in objects, but within humanity. This interpretation aligns with esoteric traditions that reject material symbols in favor of inner spirituality. Then there's the figure seated to Jesus' right. Traditionally identified as John the Apostle, this figure has an unusually androgynous appearance. Some argue that this is actually Mary Magdalene, included as a subtle challenge to the Church's portrayal of her as a mere repentant sinner. If true, this would imply that Da Vinci supported alternative Christian narratives, such as those found in Gnostic texts, which elevate Mary Magdalene's role as a teacher and companion of Jesus. And let's not ignore the infamous V-shaped form between Jesus and this figure. Many interpret it as a symbol of the sacred feminine, a nod to the balance of masculine and feminine energies. This idea has been popularized in books like the Da Vinci Code, but the concept itself predates modern fiction. The V-shape could represent a deeper truth about the duality of existence, an idea that resonates with the Cathars, Gnostics, and other groups persecuted for their beliefs. Another fascinating detail is the placement of hands and bread. If you trace the hands of Jesus and the disciples, they form a series of geometric patterns that many believe hide mathematical formulas or even musical notes. In 2007, an Italian musician claimed that the arrangement of the bread and hands corresponds to a musical composition. Play it, and you get a haunting melody, a literal symphony embedded in the painting. And let's talk about Judas. Unlike most depictions, where Judas is isolated or in shadow, Da Vinci places him within the group. He holds a small bag, presumably the payment for his betrayal, but his face is calm, almost contemplative. This subtle humanization of Judas raises questions about free will and predestination. Did Judas choose to betray Jesus, or was he fulfilling a role he was destined to play? This ambiguity challenges the simplistic moral dichotomies promoted by the Church. Now, let's address the context in which this was created. Da Vinci lived during the Renaissance, a time when questioning authority and rediscovering ancient knowledge were revolutionary acts. He was known to study anatomy, engineering, and philosophy, often clashing with the Church's rigid doctrines. His decision to embed unorthodox symbolism in the Last Supper wasn't just artistic flair, it was an act of intellectual defiance. Over the centuries, the painting has been damaged, restored, and analyzed endlessly. Every layer peeled back reveals more questions than answers. Was Da Vinci encoding secret messages for future generations? Was he influenced by suppressed knowledge, such as Gnostic or Catholic teachings? Or was he simply a master artist inviting us to think critically about the stories we've been told? Thank you for staying with me through this journey into the hidden depths of the Last Supper and beyond. If you enjoyed exploring these mysteries, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to support the channel. I appreciate you being here, and I'll see you in the next video as we dive even deeper into the secrets history tried to keep buried. Thanks for watching. Have you ever felt small in the face of an immense challenge? Have you ever confronted a problem so big that it seemed impossible to overcome? Well, you are not alone. In fact, some of the most inspiring stories in the Bible deal precisely with this. Ordinary people facing literal giants. But what if I told you that these giants were not just monsters from fairy tales? What if I told you that these epic battles have more to do with your life than you might think? Get ready for a surprising journey through the pages of the Bible, where we will uncover the secrets behind the defeat of the two most dangerous giants ever recorded in the scriptures. You will be amazed to realize how these ancient stories can be the key to overcoming the giants in your own life. Forget everything you thought you knew about David and Goliath. The story is much deeper and more shocking than you can imagine. And wait until you meet Og, the giant king who made Goliath look like a dwarf. So are you ready to challenge your beliefs, expand your horizons, and perhaps find the courage to face your own giants? Stay with us, because in the next few minutes, you will discover how to be greater than any challenge life throws your way. In the tumultuous backdrop of the ancient Near East, where nations rose and fell like waves on the sea, the conflict between the Israelites and the Philistines stood out like a persistent storm. It was a clash not only of armies but of cultures, beliefs, and destinies. On this stage of a secular confrontation, a figure emerged who would become legendary: Goliath, the Philistine champion. The historical context of this conflict dates back centuries of rivalry. The Philistines, a people of Aegean origin who settled on the Mediterranean coast of Canaan, represented a constant threat to the Israelites. With their advanced metallurgy technology and superior military organization, the Philistines often had the upper hand on the battlefields. Their heavily fortified city-states, such as Gaza, Ashkelon, and Gath, were bastions of power that challenged the Israelite tribes, still in the process of unification. It is in this geopolitical tension that Goliath emerges as the personification of Philistine might. Described in the first book of Samuel, Goliath was more than just a mere soldier. He was a living symbol of his people's strength and arrogance. His mere presence on the battlefield was enough to shake the confidence of the Israelite warriors, who felt diminished in the face of such a formidable adversary. The physical description of Goliath is one of the most striking aspects of his narrative. The biblical text is meticulous in detailing his extraordinary proportions. With an estimated height of 6 cubits and a span, which depending on the interpretation of ancient measurements, could vary from 2.7 to 3 meters, Goliath towered like a human tower among his companions. His stature was not only impressive, it was terrifying. But it was not just his height that made Goliath a fearsome warrior. His armor and weaponry were equally impressive. The text describes a bronze helmet, a coat of mail weighing 5,000 shekels of bronze, approximately 57 kilograms, bronze greaves protecting his legs, and a spear whose shaft was like a weaver's beam. The tip of this spear, made of iron, weighed 600 shekels, about 7 kilograms. This set of weaponry not only protected Goliath, but also transformed him into a true walking war machine. The challenge posed by Goliath to the Israelites was as audacious as his appearance. For 40 days, morning and evening, he stood between the two armies and shouted his challenge, "Choose a man to fight me. If he is able to fight and kill me, we will become your servants. But if I prevail against him and kill him, you shall be our servants, and serve us." This challenge was not merely a military provocation. It was a calculated psychological attack, designed to undermine the morale of the Israelites. Goliath's tactic was brilliant in its simplicity. By proposing a single combat, he not only avoided a large-scale battle that could cost many lives on both sides, but also placed the entire weight of the war on the shoulders of a single Israelite champion. It was a bold bet on his own invincibility, an unwavering confidence in his physical and martial superiority. The psychological impact of this challenge on the Israelite army was profound. The biblical text reports that King Saul and all the Israelites were dismayed and greatly afraid. This fear was not unfounded. Facing Goliath was not just risking one's own life, it was carrying the fate of an entire nation. The hesitation of the Israelites to accept the challenge was understandable, but each day that passed without a response only strengthened the position of the Philistines and further weakened Israelite morale. The figure of Goliath also offers us a window into the military culture of the time. The concept of a champion representing an entire army was not uncommon in the ancient world. Such duels were seen not only as physical confrontations, but as divine judgments. The victory of a champion was interpreted as a sign of the gods' favor, capable of deciding the outcome of an entire war without the need for large-scale conflict. Moreover, the detailed description of Goliath's weaponry provides valuable insights into the military technology of the time. The Philistines were known for their expertise in metallurgy, particularly in working with iron. Goliath's elaborate armor and his iron-tipped spear were demonstrations not only of his personal strength, but also of the technological superiority of the Philistines over the Israelites, who still largely relied on bronze weapons and armor. Goliath's challenge also raises interesting questions about the tactics of psychological warfare in the ancient world. His imposing presence and taunts were clearly designed to demoralize the enemy even before the battle began. This intimidation tactic was a weapon as powerful as any sword or spear, capable of winning battles before the first blow was struck. Goliath's arrogance, so vividly portrayed in his words of challenge, also serves as a dramatic counterpoint to the faith and humility that would be demonstrated by his eventual opponent. His excessive confidence in his own strength and human capabilities stands in stark contrast to the faith in the divine that would characterize the Israelite response to his challenge. As the days passed and Goliath's challenge remained unanswered, tension in the Israelite camp grew. Fear and hopelessness threatened to erode the already weakened unity of the tribes of Israel. It was at this critical moment, when everything seemed lost, that an unlikely hero emerged. A young shepherd whose name would echo through the centuries: David. David's arrival at the Israelite camp marks a dramatic turning point in the narrative. His encounter with Goliath would not just be a confrontation between two individuals, but a clash between two diametrically opposed worldviews. On one side, confidence in brute strength and technological superiority. On the other, unwavering faith in divine power. Thus, the stage was set for one of the most famous duels in history, a confrontation that would transcend its immediate context to become a lasting metaphor for the victory of the seemingly weak over the strong, of faith over arrogance. The battle between David and Goliath was about to begin, and its outcome would change not only the course of the war between the Israelites and the Philistines, but also the fate of a nation and the course of biblical history. David's arrival at the Israelite camp marks a turning point in the biblical narrative. This seemingly insignificant young shepherd, facing the giant Goliath, was about to star in one of the most emblematic episodes of the scriptures. The story of David and Goliath transcends the mere account of a battle. It is a parable about faith, courage, and the victory of the improbable. David was not a trained warrior, nor an experienced soldier. He was just a simple shepherd, the youngest among the sons of Jesse. His presence in the camp was almost accidental, sent by his father to bring supplies to his brothers serving in Saul's army. However, it was precisely this apparent inadequacy that made his subsequent victory even more extraordinary. Upon arriving at the camp, David encountered a scene of despair and fear. Goliath's challenge, repeated day after day, had undermined the morale of the Israelite troops. Even King Saul, once a fearless warrior, seemed paralyzed by indecision. It was in this atmosphere of widespread discouragement that David's voice rose, questioning the inaction of his compatriots in the face of the Philistines' provocations. The initial reaction to David's volunteering was one of disbelief and even scorn. How could this young shepherd without training or combat experience face a warrior of Goliath's stature? His own brothers rebuked him, accusing him of arrogance and recklessness, but David remained steadfast in his determination. What distinguished David was not his physical strength or martial skill, but his unwavering faith. When questioned about his ability to face Goliath, David spoke not of combat techniques or military strategies. Instead, he recounted his experiences as a shepherd, describing how he had protected his flock from lions and bears. To David, facing Goliath was no different from protecting his sheep. In both cases, he relied on divine protection. David's faith was not blind or naive. It was a faith forged through concrete experiences, tempered by the trials of pastoral life. When he declared that the Lord who delivered him from the paw of the lion and the bear would also deliver him from the hands of the Philistine, he was not expressing a vague hope, but a deep conviction based on his personal experience with the divine. The contrast between David and Goliath could not be more striking. On one side, a giant clad in armor, confident in his strength and superior weaponry. On the other, a young shepherd armed only with a sling and a few stones, but clad in unwavering faith. This contrast was not only physical but represented a clash between two worldviews: reliance on human strength versus trust in divine power. David's refusal to wear the armor offered by Saul is a crucial moment in the narrative. By rejecting traditional battle gear, David was not just opting for a different tactic. He was making a profound statement about the nature of the battle he was about to fight. It would not be a confrontation decided by brute strength or technological superiority, but a test of faith and courage. The moment of confrontation is described with cinematic vividness. Goliath, upon seeing the young David approach, reacted with disdain and insults. For the Philistine giant, the choice of such an opponent was an affront, almost a tasteless joke. His mocking words promising to give David's flesh to the birds of the air and the beasts of the field reveal not only his arrogance, but also his complete misunderstanding of the nature of the confrontation that was about to occur. David's response to these provocations is one of the most powerful and quoted speeches in the Bible. With words laden with conviction and authority, David declares that he comes in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel. He prophesies not only his personal victory, but the defeat of the entire Philistine army. At this moment, David speaks not just as a young shepherd, but as a spokesman for divine will. The climax of the battle is as swift as it is decisive. With a precision that can only be attributed to divine intervention, the stone thrown by David finds its mark, striking Goliath in the forehead. The giant falls, and within moments, David uses Goliath's own sword to decapitate him, sealing his victory in an indisputable manner. Goliath's fall had an immediate and dramatic impact on the battlefield. The Philistines, seeing their champion defeated, fled in panic. The Israelites in turn moved from the paralysis of fear to a vigorous pursuit, turning what could have been a humiliating defeat into a resounding victory. But the significance of this battle goes far beyond its immediate military consequences. David's victory over Goliath became a powerful symbol in the Judeo-Christian tradition, representing the triumph of faith over fear, courage over intimidation, and the seemingly weak over the ostentatiously strong. This story also marks the beginning of David's rise as a prominent figure in the biblical narrative. From an obscure shepherd, he becomes a national hero, paving the way for his eventual coronation as king of Israel. The battle against Goliath was not just a test of physical courage, but a moment of spiritual trial that would define David's character and destiny. The lesson derived from this episode resonates through the centuries. True strength does not necessarily lie in physical power or technological superiority, but in unwavering faith and moral courage. The story of David and Goliath continues to inspire those facing seemingly insurmountable challenges, reminding us that with faith and determination, even the most formidable obstacles can be overcome. Thus, the battle between David and Goliath remains not only a historical account, but also a timeless parable about courage, faith, and the transformative power of trust in something greater than ourselves. It invites us to reflect on our own battles and to find within ourselves the courage to face our giants, whatever they may be. While Goliath is undoubtedly the most famous giant in the Bible, there is a second colossus that deserves equal attention: Og, the king of Bashan. This formidable monarch represents a threat as significant as his Philistine predecessor. Although his story is less known to the general public, Og emerges in the biblical narrative at a crucial moment in Israel's history. The chosen people, after decades of wandering in the desert, were finally approaching the promised land. However, before they could claim their inheritance, the Israelites had to face various obstacles, including the powerful kingdom of Bashan, ruled by the giant Og. The kingdom of Bashan, located east of the Jordan River, was known for its wealth and fertility. Described in the scriptures as a land of fortified cities with high walls, gates and bars, Bashan was not an adversary to be underestimated. Its strategic position and natural resources made it a coveted prize and a formidable obstacle on Israel's path to Canaan. At the forefront of this prosperous kingdom was Og, a monarch whose physical stature rivaled the greatness of his domain. The book of Deuteronomy describes him as the last of the Rephaim, a race of giants that inhabited the region. This designation not only highlights Og's exceptional nature, but also positions him as a final link in an ancient and feared lineage. Og's physical description, while less detailed than that of Goliath, is equally impressive. The biblical text specifically mentions his iron bed, a piece of furniture so extraordinary that it deserves special mention in the scriptures. This bed, measuring 9 cubits in length and 4 in width, approximately 4 meters by 1.8 meters, depending on the interpretation of ancient measurements, serves as a tangible testament to the colossal proportions of the king. The mention of this iron bed is not a mere picturesque detail. It offers us valuable insights into the culture and technology of the time. The use of iron, a relatively rare and precious metal in that period, suggests not only Og's wealth, but also the technological advancement of his kingdom. Furthermore, the fact that this bed was preserved and known suggests that Og was not only a ruler, but a legendary figure whose fame extended beyond the borders of his own kingdom. The confrontation between Israel and the kingdom of Bashan was not a casual encounter, but a decisive moment in the journey of the chosen people. Moses, the leader of the Israelites, received a clear divine order. "Do not be afraid of him, for I have delivered him into your hands, along with all his army and his land." This divine assurance was necessary, as the challenge presented by Og and his kingdom was formidable. The battle against Og and his army is described in the Book of Numbers with a brevity that contrasts with its historical significance. The text states that the Israelites struck him, his sons, and all his people, leaving no survivors, and took possession of his land. This decisive victory not only eliminated a significant threat, but also secured for the Israelites a rich and strategic territory. Og's defeat had implications that went beyond the military aspect. Symbolically, it represented Israel's victory over one of the last remnants of a race of giants that once dominated the region. It was a tangible sign of the fulfillment of divine promises, and a portent of what was to come in the conquest of Canaan. The figure of Og also provides us with a window into the political and cultural complexities of the region during Israel's pre-monarchical period. Bashan was not just an isolated kingdom, but part of a network of alliances and rivalries that characterized the ancient Levant. The defeat of such a powerful monarch certainly reverberated beyond the borders of his own kingdom, altering the balance of power in the region. It is interesting to note how Og's narrative connects with other elements of biblical history. For example, the territory of Bashan is mentioned in several other passages of the scriptures, often as a symbol of fertility and abundance. Victory over Og, therefore, was not just a military achievement, but the acquisition of land that would become an integral part of Israel's inheritance. The story of Og also serves as an interesting counterpoint to the narrative of Goliath. While Goliath is defeated in a singular duel by a young shepherd, Og faces the entire army of Israel. This difference highlights the diversity of Israel's experiences on its journey to the Promised Land, demonstrating that divine intervention can manifest in various ways. Moreover, the figure of Og raises fascinating questions about the nature of kingship and power in the ancient world. As a giant who ruled a prosperous kingdom, Og embodied the common belief that the right to govern was tied to physical strength and stature. His defeat at the hands of the Israelites, therefore, was not just a military victory, but a challenge to an entire conception of power and authority. The story of Og, the king of Bashan, while less known than that of Goliath, is equally rich in meaning and implications. It reminds us that the challenges faced by Israel on its journey to the Promised Land were varied and formidable. Each victory, whether against a singular champion like Goliath or against a powerful kingdom like Og's, served to reaffirm the people's faith in their God and in their destiny. Thus, Og remains a fascinating figure in the biblical narrative, a giant whose defeat marked a crucial turning point in the history of Israel. His story invites us to reflect on the nature of power, the challenges of faith, and the fulfillment of divine promises. Themes that continue to resonate with scripture readers to this day. The defeat of Og, the gigantic king of Bashan, at the hands of the people of Israel, represents a pivotal moment in the biblical narrative. This episode, narrated with a mix of historical details and theological significance, marks not only a crucial military victory, but also a significant step in Israel's spiritual and territorial journey toward the Promised Land. Under the leadership of Moses, the people of Israel were in the final stages of their long pilgrimage through the desert. The conquest of Bashan was not just another battle. It was a decisive test of the faith and determination of the Israelites, as well as a tangible demonstration of the fulfillment of divine promises. The setting of this confrontation was the fertile plateau of Bashan, a region known for its agricultural wealth and fortified cities. The challenge before Israel was formidable. They would not only have to face a well-equipped and numerous army, but also overcome the psychological terror imposed by the imposing figure of Og, the last of the legendary Rephaim. The biblical narrative emphasizes the crucial role of Moses at this critical moment. As the spiritual and military leader of Israel, Moses received a direct message from God. "Do not be afraid of him, for I have delivered him into your hands, along with his whole army and his land. Do to him what you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon." This divine assurance not only strengthened Moses' resolve, but also served to reaffirm the people's confidence in the protection and guidance of their God. The mention of Sihon, another king defeated by Israel, establishes an important precedent in the narrative. It reminds the Israelites and readers that this was not the first time they faced an apparently insurmountable enemy. The previous victory over Sihon served as an encouraging precedent, a tangible reminder that with divine help, even the most formidable opponents could be defeated. The account of the battle itself is notably succinct, but loaded with meaning. The biblical text simply states that the Israelites struck him, his sons, and all his people, leaving no survivor, and took possession of his land. This brevity does not diminish the magnitude of the event. Rather, it emphasizes the decisive and complete nature of Israel's victory. The total defeat of Og and his people is significant for several reasons. First, it eliminated one of the last great threats on Israel's way to Canaan. The fall of such a powerful and well-established kingdom as Bashan certainly reverberated throughout the region, possibly discouraging future resistance to Israel's march. Furthermore, the conquest of Bashan provided the Israelites with a strategic territorial base east of the Jordan River. This region, known for its fertility and vast pastures, would become the home of the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and half the tribe of Manasseh. The acquisition of this territory was not just a military victory. It was also a partial fulfillment of the divine promise of a land flowing with milk and honey. The symbolism of Og's defeat goes beyond the territorial aspect. As the last of the Rephaim, his fall represented the end of an era. The giants who had terrorized the peoples of the region for so long were finally defeated. This victory served as a powerful testimony to God's power, capable of overthrowing even the most fearsome enemies of his people. Moses' leadership during this episode deserves special attention. Although he would not enter the Promised Land, his role in the conquest of Bashan was crucial. His unwavering faith and obedience to divine instructions served as a model for the people, and paved the way for future conquests under Joshua's leadership. The account of the conquest of Bashan also offers insights into the military and political practices of the time. The complete destruction of the enemy, known as Herem or Holy War, was a common practice in the ancient Near East. In the biblical context, it is often presented as an act of divine judgment against peoples considered morally corrupt. The victory over Og had lasting repercussions in Israel's collective memory. In later scriptures, this battle is often remembered as an example of God's liberating power. Psalm 136, for example, celebrates this victory alongside other great divine acts, such as the creation of the world and the liberation from Egypt. The conquest of Bashan also set an important precedent for future generations of Israel. It demonstrated that with faith and obedience, the people could overcome even the most intimidating challenges. This lesson would be particularly relevant in the future conquests of Canaan, where Israel would face nations and cities that seemed equally invincible. The impact of this victory extended beyond Israel's borders. The news of the defeat of such a powerful king as Og surely spread quickly, influencing the perception that other peoples had of Israel. This psychological factor should not be underestimated. The fear inspired by such victories often paved the way for future conquests. It is important to note that the biblical narrative presents this victory not as a triumph of Israel's military might, but as a direct result of divine intervention. This emphasis on God's action serves to reinforce one of the central messages of Scripture: divine faithfulness and the importance of human trust and obedience. The defeat of Og by the people of Israel, therefore, is more than just a historical event. It is a crucial chapter in the narrative of redemption, a testimony to God's faithfulness to his promises, and a powerful example of what can be accomplished through faith. This story continues to inspire readers throughout the centuries, reminding us that with God, even the most formidable giants in our lives can be overcome. Thus, the conquest of Bashan remains a defining moment in Israel's history, an episode that not only altered the geopolitical map of the region, but also strengthened the spiritual identity of a nation in formation. The fall of Og, the last of the giants, marked the beginning of a new era for the chosen people, paving the way for the great conquests that were to come in the Promised Land. As we reach the end of this journey through the pages of the Bible, exploring the stories of the two most dangerous giants, Goliath and Og, we encounter narratives that transcend time and invite us to a deep reflection on our own journey of faith and courage. These stories are not mere accounts of ancient battles. They challenge us to look at the giants in our own lives. What are the Goliaths that intimidate us today? What kingdom of Bashan seems invincible in our path? The lessons from David and the people of Israel remind us that with faith and determination, we can face challenges that seem insurmountable. But how can we apply these lessons in our daily lives? Perhaps it's time to confront that fear that has paralyzed us for so long. Or maybe it's time to take the first step towards that dream that seemed too big to achieve. How about using David's courage to finally start that project you've always wanted to, but never had the courage to begin? Think for a moment. If David had allowed himself to be intimidated by Goliath's size, how different would the story of Israel be? And what if the people had backed down in the face of Og and his powerful kingdom? Sometimes, our greatest obstacle is our own hesitation. These stories invite us to question our own self-perceived limitations. Are we underestimating ourselves, just as the Israelites initially underestimated David? Or are we overestimating our obstacles, as they did when they saw Goliath and Og? Now I would like to hear from you. What giant in your life do you feel inspired to face after reflecting on these stories? Share in the comments. Your story might be the inspiration someone needs to confront their own Goliath. Remember, just as David did not face Goliath alone, and Israel did not conquer Bashan on its own, you are not alone in your battles. There is a community here ready to support and encourage you on your journey. If these reflections have touched you in any way, don't keep them to yourself. Share this video with someone you think needs to hear this message of courage and faith. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. We have much more inspiring content coming your way, exploring the rich lessons that the scriptures have to teach us. So what are you waiting for? Your Goliath won't defeat itself. Grab your sling, choose your 5 smooth stones and go face your giants. Who knows? Your victory might be the next great overcoming story we share here. Until the next video, and remember, no matter the size of your giant, with faith and courage, you can be greater.
In the shadows of sacred texts and ancient scriptures lies a forbidden tome, veiled in mystery and controversy. The Book of Enoch, a work so profound and yet so perplexing that it was excluded from the Bible's canonical volumes. But why? What secrets does it hold? What truths were so alarming that they necessitated its banishment from the Holy Scriptures? Today, we delve deep into the enigmatic world of the Book of Enoch. This ancient manuscript is attributed to Enoch, the great-grandfather of Noah, a man who, according to legend, walked with God and was taken to heaven without tasting death. His writings unveil a universe teeming with angels, demons, and prophecies about the cosmic struggle between good and evil. Yet, despite its divine origins, the Book of Enoch was left out of the standard Christian biblical canon. Questions of authorship cloud its history. Who really wrote these words? Were they truly the visions of Enoch, or the product of generations of storytellers? The theological themes, rife with apocalyptic visions and angelic hierarchies, stretch the boundaries of traditional doctrine, presenting a celestial narrative that challenges even the bravest of theologians. Through the corridors of time, this text has sparked both reverence and trepidation. Its content, not only complex but teeming with descriptions of a pre-flood world, has fascinated scholars and spiritual seekers alike. Why, then, did the early church fathers decide to exclude such a captivating text? Was it merely the ambiguity of its origins, or did its content pose a threat to the established religious order? Join us as we uncover the layers of intrigue that surround the Book of Enoch. As we turn each page, prepare to question everything you know about the sacred, the celestial, and the sensed. What you discover today could change your understanding of spirituality and history forever. Enoch, according to the Holy Scriptures, was a man of unparalleled piety. Genesis chapter 5 verse 24 states simply, Enoch walked with God, then he was no more, because God took him away. This cryptic verse has ignited the imaginations of theologians and believers for centuries. Unlike any other figure in the Bible, Enoch was swept into the heavens, escaping the clutches of death, an honor bestowed upon very few. The nature of his celestial ascension suggests a level of divine favor that is both rare and awe-inspiring. The Book of Enoch, presumed to be the fruit of his heavenly journeys, is a text rich with descriptions of angelic hierarchies, direct revelations from God, and apocalyptic prophecies. It provides an intricate portrayal of the spiritual warfare between the forces of light and darkness, a theme that resonates throughout its pages. The vividness and detail with which these celestial battles are described are unparalleled in any other scripture. Yet, despite these profound connections to the divine, the Book of Enoch found itself shrouded in ecclesiastical skepticism. The early church fathers, stewards of Christian orthodoxy, grappled with its content, which veered into realms far beyond the traditional biblical narratives. The text not only discusses the fallen angels, known as the Watchers, who descended to earth and begot giants through unions with human women, but it also delves into the secrets of the stars, the movements of the heavens, and the hidden orders of the universe. These topics, blending cosmic movements with mythical narratives, presented a theological anomaly that challenged the simpler, more historical narratives of the accepted scriptures. The theological implications of the Book of Enoch were equally troubling for the early church. It speaks of a pre-flood narrative that is rich with mythological imagery and supernatural phenomena, potentially undermining the monotheistic simplicity that Christianity espoused. The detailed accounts of the Nephilim, the offspring of the fallen angels, and their wickedness on earth provided a backstory for the flood that was as fascinating as it was horrifying. Such narratives threatened to overshadow the central biblical themes of human sin and divine redemption. Historically, the exclusion of the Book of Enoch might also be attributed to its geographical and cultural origins. The text was preserved primarily in Ethiopia, a region that, while rich in Christian tradition, was on the periphery of the major centers of early Christian orthodoxy in Rome and Constantinople. This geographical isolation may have contributed to its exclusion, as the core regions developed a canon that reflected a different set of texts and theological priorities. Moreover, the Book of Enoch fell out of favor as languages and cultures evolved. Once the Church had set its canonical boundaries, texts that were not included in the Latin Vulgate, the Bible translated by St. Jerome, and the standard text of the medieval Western Church, found themselves increasingly marginalized. The Book of Enoch, primarily preserved in Gay, the ancient Ethiopian language, became a relic of a bygone era, accessible only to those within the Ethiopian Christian tradition. In the Renaissance and Enlightenment, as scholars rediscovered ancient texts, the Book of Enoch re-emerged as a subject of curiosity and scholarly debate. The discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls in the 20th century, which included fragments of Enoch in Aramaic, renewed interest in its themes and authenticity. This find confirmed that the Book of Enoch was known and circulated among the early Jewish sects, suggesting its influence and recognition in the periods before and during the early Christian era. Today, the Book of Enoch remains a compelling study in the complexity of biblical formation, the interplay of cultural influences, and the dynamics of theological evolution. Its themes of divine justice, angelic mediation, and cosmic struggle continue to resonate, offering a tantalizing glimpse into a world where the boundaries between the human and the divine are vividly blurred. The reasons for its exclusion from the Bible reflect not only theological concerns but also the intricate dance of history, culture, and belief, a tapestry of human endeavor as complex and mysterious as the text itself. As we delve deeper into the enigmatic realms of the Book of Enoch, we transition from the celestial grandeur and the divine favor bestowed upon Enoch himself to the darker, more foreboding narratives that lurk within its pages. The first point illuminated the high esteem and mystical journey of Enoch, a man who walked with God and was taken to heaven, escaping the grip of death. This heavenly ascent sets the stage for the revelations that Enoch would bring back to earth, revelations of a world ensnared in spiritual warfare, where the actions of celestial beings directly impacted the mortal realm. It is here, in the second point, where the drama intensifies and the story takes a darker turn. The Book of Enoch provides a stark and detailed exposition of the fall of the Watchers, angels sent to watch over humanity who instead succumbed to earthly temptations. This narrative begins with a shocking breach of the heavenly order, as these Watchers descend upon earth, choosing to forsake the divine duties in pursuit of earthly pleasures. The text describes how these angels, led by figures such as Azazel and Shemaiah, teach humans forbidden knowledge and crafts, leading to unprecedented levels of sin and corruption. This transgression is not merely a mythic tale but serves as a profound theological shockwave that reverberates through both the text and the early religious communities. The implications of angels, not just humans, committing sin and propagating evil fundamentally challenge the existing understandings of cosmic order and divine purity. This narrative starkly contrasts with the biblical portrayal of angels as God's perfect servants, introducing a layer of celestial complexity that was as disturbing as it was fascinating. Furthermore, the Book of Enoch's depiction of the hybrid offspring of these celestial beings, known as the Nephilim, giants born from the union of angels and human women, added another layer of supernatural intrigue. These beings, described as giants of immense strength and wickedness, brought chaos and violence to the earth, contributing to the moral decay that would ultimately necessitate divine intervention in the form of the Great Flood. The Nephilim's existence posed vexing questions about the nature of sin and the permeability of divine human boundaries. Historically, this portrayal of angels and their offspring played a crucial role in the broader narrative context of why the Book of Enoch was marginalized from the biblical canon. The early Church Fathers, in establishing doctrinal purity, found the detailed accounts of angelic disobedience and the existence of the Nephilim deeply problematic. These stories conflicted with the theological narrative that sought to emphasize human responsibility for sin and the clarity of divine justice. The unsettling implications of celestial beings altering human destiny by introducing sin directly into the world were seen as complicating the simpler, more straightforward moral teachings of the Bible. This dramatic account also sheds light on the theological and cosmic battles that were believed to influence earthly realms, a theme that resonates with the apocalyptic literature that was prevalent in certain Jewish and early Christian sects. The Book of Enoch, with its vivid portrayals of heavenly wars, angelic descents, and the consequent upheaval on earth, offered a cosmic perspective on sin and redemption that was both captivating and controversial. Moreover, the narrative of the Watchers reflects a broader mythological motif found in many ancient Near Eastern cultures, where gods frequently interact with humans, often with disastrous results. This cross-cultural echo suggests that the Book of Enoch was engaging with widespread mythological themes, adapting them into a monotheistic framework, which further complicated its acceptance into a religious canon that emphasized monotheism and divine transcendence. The exclusion of the Book of Enoch, therefore, was not merely about the text itself but also about controlling theological narratives and maintaining doctrinal clarity. As the early Christian Church worked to establish its identity in doctrinal boundaries, texts that blurred these boundaries or introduced theological ambiguities were often sidelined or suppressed. The Book of Enoch, with its dramatic tales of fallen angels and the direct impact of the divine on earthly chaos, was too complex and unsettling a document to be incorporated into the nascent Christian canon. In the unfolding drama of religious history and theology, the Book of Enoch remains a testament to the complexities of divine narrative and human understanding. Its exclusion speaks to the challenges faced by early religious leaders in crafting a coherent narrative that could be universally taught and accepted, free from the entanglements of celestial rebellions and the moral ambiguities they introduced. As such, the Book of Enoch continues to captivate scholars and believers alike, offering a glimpse into a world where the divine and the demonic intricately weave into the fabric of human history. Following the tumultuous narrative of the fallen angels and their disruptive impact on the earthly realm, the Book of Enoch transitions into equally profound but distinctly different terrain. If the tales of the Watchers explore the chaos inflicted by celestial beings, the third pivotal point of the book delves into the mechanics of divine justice itself, revealing how celestial judgment is meted out in response to cosmic disobedience. This section not only continues the dramatic saga but also expands the theological landscape by introducing the concept of divine retribution and cosmic order, setting a stage for a grand narrative on the scales of divine justice. In the aftermath of the heavenly rebellion, as the earth reels under the weight of sin introduced by the fallen angels and the Nephilim, the Book of Enoch presents a startling account of divine response. It describes how God appoints archangels to execute judgment against the rebellious angels, bringing forth a series of divine decrees and punitive actions that are both awe-inspiring and fear-inducing. The text outlines the roles of these archangels: Michael, tasked with announcing the sins of the Watchers; Raphael, responsible for binding the leader of the fallen angels; Azazel, and Gabriel, instructed to deal with the violent Nephilim. This divine council of judgment highlights a celestial hierarchy in action, a system where order is maintained and justice is not just an abstract concept but an active, enforced reality. This narrative section is not merely about punishment, it is a profound exploration of the mechanisms of divine justice. Enoch's detailed descriptions of the judgments reveal a universe governed by strict moral and cosmic laws, where even angels are not exempt from accountability. This stark portrayal challenges conventional understandings of divine mercy and justice, as it showcases a God who is uncompromising in maintaining cosmic order and punishing transgression, regardless of the transgressor's nature. Historically, the vivid depictions of angelic judgment in the Book of Enoch might have been too overwhelming for early Christian and Jewish communities. Theologically, this portrayal of God as a strict and punitive judge could conflict with the evolving concepts of God's mercy and forgiveness as emphasized in other scriptures. This tension between divine justice and mercy is a recurring theme in theological discussions and is vividly dramatized in the Book of Enoch. The book's focus on punitive justice provides a counterbalance to the more benevolent depictions of God seen in other texts, presenting a multifaceted view of the divine that is both intriguing and unsettling. Moreover, the theme of divine retribution as depicted in the Book of Enoch resonates with broader ancient Near Eastern legal and mythological traditions, where gods often directly intervene to punish wrongdoers and restore cosmic balance. These parallels suggest that the Book of Enoch was engaging with a widely understood motif of an ordered universe, where divine beings actively ensure that moral and cosmic laws are upheld. This aspect of the text connects it with a larger cultural and historical context, making it a rich source for understanding ancient perspectives on justice and divine governance. The exclusion of the Book of Enoch from the biblical canon can also be seen through the lens of its intense focus on divine judgment. For early religious communities aiming to emphasize God's loving and forgiving nature, the harsh narratives of judgment and punishment in Enoch could seem incongruent with the messages they wished to promote. Thus, sidelining the Book of Enoch could have been a strategic decision to shape the theological focus of the emerging Christian doctrine, steering believers towards a more forgiving, less punitive understanding of God. Today, the Book of Enoch remains a profound narrative that challenges readers to consider the complexities of divine justice. Its dramatic and detailed accounts of how justice is administered in the heavens provide a stark contrast to modern interpretations of divine mercy, making it a fascinating study for those interested in the theological and moral underpinnings of ancient texts. As we explore this third pivotal point of the Book of Enoch, we are invited to reflect on the nature of justice itself, both human and divine, and consider how these ancient narratives continue to influence contemporary understandings of morality and divine governance. The journey through the turbulent saga of the Book of Enoch brings us to a crucial juncture in the history of religious texts, a moment where the destinies of many sacred writings were determined in the echoing halls of ecclesiastical councils. Among these pivotal gatherings, the Council of Laodicea in 364 AD stands out as a landmark event in the shaping of the biblical canon. It was during this council that the Book of Enoch would face a decisive verdict, one that would significantly impact its place in religious history. The Council of Laodicea was convened to address various issues of doctrine and practice within the early Christian Church. Among its many concerns was the establishment of a clear and authoritative list of scriptures that were deemed suitable for teaching and liturgical use. This task was not merely administrative but deeply theological, as it involved discerning which texts were inspired by the Holy Spirit and which were not. The exclusion of the Book of Enoch from the canon at this council was a decision that echoed the broader trends among church leaders of the time. They favored texts that either had direct apostolic origins or were widely used and respected within the liturgy. The criteria for inclusion was stringent, focusing heavily on the authenticity and apostolic authorship, aiming to ensure that the teachings of Jesus and his immediate followers were preserved without contamination from external or dubious sources. The Book of Enoch, despite its profound insights and its purported authorship by the great-grandfather of Noah, lacked clear ties to the apostolic traditions that were so crucial to the early church leaders. Its content, filled with elaborate descriptions of heavenly realms, fallen angels, and apocalyptic visions, might have been too far removed from the more grounded, historical, and doctrinally aligned texts favored by those shaping the canon. Moreover, the usage of the Book of Enoch in liturgical settings was not as widespread as other texts that made their way into the Bible. Its influence, while significant in certain circles, did not reach the pervasive, church-wide integration required by the Council standards. This limited use in liturgical practice, combined with its esoteric content, likely contributed to its exclusion. The decision at Laodicea was part of a larger movement within early Christianity to define orthodoxy and suppress heterodox elements, which often included writings deemed heretical or too Jewish. In the case of the Book of Enoch, its detailed accounts of angelic hierarchies and cosmic battles straddled the line between accepted Christian doctrine and the more speculative, mystical elements that some leaders viewed with suspicion. Historically, the Council of Laodicea's impact on the formation of the biblical canon cannot be overstated. Its decisions helped solidify the boundaries between what was considered scripturally sound and what was not. This process of canonization was crucial for the unity and identity of the early Church, providing a common textual foundation upon which to build its emerging theology and practice. Yet, the exclusion of the Book of Enoch also speaks to the diverse and often contentious nature of early Christian theological development. The texts that were included or excluded from the canon shaped the theological landscape of Christianity in profound ways. By excluding the Book of Enoch, the Council effectively sidelined a narrative that offered a different perspective on divine justice, angelology, and cosmology, thus steering Christian thought away from these more mystical and apocalyptic themes. Today, the decisions made at the Council of Laodicea continue to resonate, influencing how Christians understand the biblical and extra-biblical texts. The fate of the Book of Enoch, a text of such compelling content yet absent from the Bible, reminds us of the complex, dynamic, and often politically charged process of canon formation. It highlights the intricate interplay between theology, church politics, and the desire for a cohesive religious identity, all of which played a role in shaping the sacred scriptures as we know them today. As we wrap up our exploration of the Book of Enoch and its exclusion from the Bible, we have journeyed through the mystic alleys of ancient texts and unearthed the complexities of divine narratives and celestial orders. We've delved deep into the reasons why this profound book, filled with visions of angels and apocalyptic prophecies, was left out of the canonical scriptures decided upon in the early centuries of Christianity. The Council of Laodicea, in its efforts to define a clear and authoritative Christian doctrine, chose texts that were closely tied to apostolic teachings and widely accepted in liturgical practice. The Book of Enoch, with its elaborate and esoteric themes, did not meet these criteria, highlighting the intricate process of how religious authorities shaped the spiritual narratives that have been passed down through generations. As we reflect on this journey, let us consider the words from the Epistle to the Romans, chapter 15, verse 4, "For everything that was written in the past was written to teach us, so that through the endurance taught in the Scriptures and the encouragement they provide we might have hope." This verse reminds us that all Scriptures, whether canonical or not, hold valuable lessons that can inspire and guide us. If this exploration has enlightened or intrigued you, I encourage you to like, comment, and subscribe for more insights into the fascinating world of religious texts and their histories. Your thoughts and engagement are greatly valued, so please share your perspectives in the comments below. Thank you for joining me on this enlightening journey. May these insights enrich your understanding and faith. God bless you all. Imagine a book claiming to be the true story of Jesus, yet rejected by nearly every major Christian authority. A gospel that erases the crucifixion, denies Jesus' divinity, and predicts the coming of another prophet. This is the Gospel of Barnabas, a text that has ignited fierce debates for centuries, and recently it's made headlines again. Many of you have asked for this video and we're here to deliver. What makes this book so controversial? Why do some use it as ammunition to challenge Christianity, while others dismiss it as a clever forgery meant to sow doubt? If you or someone you know is seeking clarity on this mysterious gospel, this is the deep dive you need. Together, we'll unravel its shadowy origins, its radical take on Jesus, and why the Church condemned it as heresy. Was it an honest attempt to preserve alternative teachings about Christ? Or is it a weapon of religious propaganda born in an era of conflict? Picture this. In the 14th or 15th century, at the height of tensions between Christianity and Islam, this gospel emerges seemingly out of nowhere. It reads like a gospel, but its message undermines the very foundation of Christian faith. It portrays Jesus as a prophet, not the Son of God, and claims Judas Iscariot was crucified in Jesus' place. For believers, these claims are not just controversial, they're an attack on everything Christianity stands for. But here's the twist. This gospel doesn't just rewrite the life of Jesus, it also predicts the arrival of a final prophet, often interpreted as Muhammad, making it remarkably consistent with Islamic teachings. Could this be a coincidence, or was this book created for a purpose? The mystery deepens when we consider the timing. By the 14th century, the Bible had long been canonized with strict criteria determining which texts were included. Yet the Gospel of Barnabas challenges that canon and raises unsettling questions. Did the Church suppress it because it was too dangerous? Was it forged to undermine Christian doctrine? And if so, by whom? If you've ever wondered how texts are deemed sacred and why others are cast aside, this video is for you. We'll explore the secrets buried in the Gospel of Barnabas and compare it to the Bible you know, so you can decide for yourself, is this a lost truth or a calculated forgery? And if you haven't already, check out our other videos on banned texts, the formation of the biblical canon, and the alternate Gospels of history. For now, let's delve into this contentious and fascinating text, one that challenges the core of what millions believe to be the truth about Jesus. The first question we must answer about the Gospel of Barnabas is the one that sets the tone for its entire existence. Who wrote it? On the surface, the book claims to be the work of Barnabas, the close companion of Paul mentioned in the New Testament. But here's the problem. Nearly every scholar agrees that the real Barnabas could not have written this text. Why? The evidence points to the Gospel of Barnabas being a product of the 14th to 16th centuries, more than 1,000 years after Barnabas lived. This timeline alone exposes the text as a forgery. Imagine the spiritual confusion such a text could sow, especially in a time when literacy was limited and people were easily misled by claims of divine authority. This isn't just a historical problem, it's a modern one. Even today, the Gospel of Barnabas finds its way into the hands of those unfamiliar with the core teachings of the Bible. A fragment of its message can be enough to mislead those without a strong foundation. Much like the crowds who turned on Jesus, crying for his crucifixion while denying his true identity. By the time the Gospel of Barnabas surfaced, the New Testament canon had been settled for more than a millennium. Councils had long determined which texts were inspired by God, and the absence of this gospel from early Christian writings is a glaring red flag. Adding to its dubious nature is its language. Scholars believe the text was originally written in Italian or Spanish, hardly the languages of a first-century Jewish follower of Jesus. Furthermore, the cultural and theological themes woven into the text bear strong Islamic influences. This complicates the question of its authorship, suggesting it may have been crafted in a period of interfaith tension rather than in the apostolic age. The 14th to 16th centuries were rife with conflict between Christianity and Islam. The Crusades had left deep scars, and the rise of the Ottoman Empire created a new world order. Against this backdrop, the Gospel of Barnabas emerges, a text that denies the divinity of Christ, aligns with Islamic theology, and reinterprets Jesus as a prophet rather than the Son of God. Some suggest the book was an attempt to bridge the gap between faiths, offering a narrative that would resonate with both Christians and Muslims. Others argue that it was designed to discredit Christianity entirely, a weapon in the ideological battles of the time. Whether a tool of unity or division, its timing and theological leanings make it a product of its era rather than a genuine apostolic text. The Catholic Church held immense power during this time, and dissenting voices often sought ways to undermine its control. Alternatively, could the text have been an earnest attempt at interfaith dialogue? Perhaps it sought to reconcile conflicting narratives about Jesus between Christianity and Islam. Either way, its origins raise more questions than answers. The mystery deepens when we consider its impact. Even today, the Gospel of Barnabas remains a point of contention. For those skeptical of Christianity, it's a tempting alternative. For believers, it's a sobering reminder of the importance of discernment. What do you think? In the Gospel of Barnabas, Judas Iscariot is made to look like Jesus and is crucified in his place. Jesus, meanwhile, ascends to heaven unharmed. This view aligns closely with Islamic theology, as the Quran also denies the crucifixion. Surah 4:157. The crucifixion of Jesus is the cornerstone of Christian faith. The Bible unequivocally states that Jesus willingly went to the cross to pay the penalty for humanity's sins. Isaiah 53 verse 5. But he was pierced for our transgressions, he was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was on him, and by his wounds we are healed. Luke 23:33-34. When they came to the place called the Skull, they crucified him there, along with the criminals, one on his right, the other on his left. Jesus said, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing." 1 Peter 2:24. He himself bore our sins in his body on the cross, so that we might die to sins and live for righteousness. By his wounds you have been healed. The idea that Judas was crucified in Jesus' place undermines the entire purpose of Jesus' mission. The Bible emphasizes that Jesus' death was deliberate and necessary to fulfill God's plan of redemption. John 10:18. Furthermore, eyewitness accounts of his resurrection, 1 Corinthians 15:3-6, confirm that Jesus was indeed crucified and rose again, defeating death. The Gospel of Barnabas promotes the idea that salvation is achieved through works and strict obedience to God's laws. This reflects Islamic theology, which emphasizes earning God's favor through righteous deeds. What the Bible says. The Bible is clear that salvation comes by grace through faith, not by works. Ephesians 2:8-9. For it is by grace you have been saved through faith, and this is not from yourselves, it is the gift of God, not by works, so that no one can boast. Titus 3:5. He saved us, not because of righteous things we had done, but because of his mercy. Romans 10:9-10. If you declare with your mouth Jesus is Lord, and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. While the Bible encourages good works as a response to faith, James 2:17, it is adamant that works cannot save. This is because no amount of human effort can erase sin. Only Jesus' sacrifice can do that. Hebrews 10:10. Salvation is a gift that cannot be earned, making it radically different from the works-based salvation promoted in the Gospel of Barnabas. According to the Gospel of Barnabas, Jesus predicts the coming of another prophet, often interpreted as Muhammad. This claim aligns with Islamic teachings, but directly contradicts the Bible. What the Bible says, The Bible presents Jesus as the culmination of God's revelation, Hebrews 1:1-2. In the past, God spoke to our ancestors through the prophets at many times and in various ways, but in these last days he has spoken to us by his Son. John 14:6. Jesus answered, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. Revelation 22:13. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. The idea of a final prophet contradicts Jesus' declaration that his work was complete. In John 19:30, Jesus says on the cross, "It is finished," signaling the fulfillment of God's redemptive plan. Furthermore, the New Testament repeatedly affirms that Jesus, not another prophet, is the ultimate revelation of God's will. Imagine you're an early Christian. You've been taught that Jesus is the divine Savior, crucified and risen for the forgiveness of sins. Then a text emerges claiming he was just a prophet, wasn't crucified, and predicted the arrival of someone else. How would you respond? These differences aren't just theological nuances, they strike at the heart of Christian belief. If Jesus is not divine, if he wasn't crucified, and if salvation depends on works, then the very foundation of Christianity crumbles. The Gospel of Barnabas challenges core Christian doctrines, but when weighed against Scripture, its claims fail to hold up. What do you think? Another critical divergence between the Gospel of Barnabas and the Bible lies in their teachings on salvation. The Bible emphasizes salvation by faith. Ephesians 2:8-9 states, "For it is by grace you have been saved through faith, and this is not from yourselves, it is the gift of God, not by works, so that no one can boast." This doctrine is central to Christianity. Faith in Jesus as the Savior is the key to eternal life. It's a message of grace, a divine gift that cannot be earned through human effort. In contrast, the Gospel of Barnabas teaches salvation through works. It emphasizes strict obedience to God's laws and righteous behavior as the path to eternal life. This aligns more closely with Islamic teachings, which prioritize adherence to God's commandments as the basis for salvation. This difference isn't just theological. It represents two fundamentally different approaches to the human relationship with God. Is salvation a gift we receive, or is it something we must earn through effort and discipline? The Bible presents Jesus as the culmination of God's revelation. His life, death, and resurrection are portrayed as the fulfillment of Old Testament prophecies. Revelation 22:13 declares, "I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end." But in the Gospel of Barnabas, Jesus is not the final word. Instead, he foretells the coming of a final prophet interpreted by many as Muhammad. This claim directly contradicts the Christian understanding of Jesus as the ultimate revelation of God's plan. For Christians, this reinterpretation is nothing short of revolutionary. By suggesting that another prophet was to come, the Gospel of Barnabas shifts the focus away from Jesus and onto a future figure. It's a redefinition of salvation history that has sparked controversy for centuries. Each of these differences, Jesus' identity, the crucifixion, the path to salvation, and the prophecy of a final prophet, challenges the core of Christian theology. But here's the most fascinating part. While these narratives diverge dramatically, they also reflect the complex interplay between two world religions, Christianity and Islam. What if I told you that the shortest book in the Bible, just 219 words in its original Greek, contains wisdom so profound it could transform how we view integrity, hospitality, and leadership. Welcome to the book of 3 John, a deeply personal letter from the Apostle John, written not for the multitudes, but for a single man, Gaius. Yet, in its brevity, this book illuminates universal truths about faithfulness, relationships, and the power of example. Picture this: the Apostle John, now aged and revered as the elder, writing from Ephesus, a bustling city in what is now modern Turkey. Ephesus was not only a hub of early Christianity, but also a city full of intrigue, political tensions, and the remnants of Roman grandeur. Today, its ruins whisper stories of the past, drawing millions of visitors yearning to step into biblical history. It was here, amidst the rise of false teachings and internal conflicts, that John penned his words, calling the church back to truth and love. As promised, here we are, diving into the third and final epistle of John. If you haven't yet explored the wisdom in 1 John, or the profound truths of 2 John, or if you want to revisit the Gospel of John to understand the full arc of his message, we encourage you to check them out. We've provided links in the description below to make it easy for you to go deeper into John's remarkable writings. But 3 John is more than just history or doctrine. It's a spotlight on the struggles and triumphs within the early church. It exposes the selfishness of a leader like Diotrephes, while celebrating the faithfulness of a man like Gaius. It reminds us that our choices, whether to walk in truth or to prioritize self-interest, shape our legacy within the kingdom of God. So, what can this small letter teach us today? What does it mean to walk in truth, extend hospitality, or guard against harmful influences in leadership? Let's unravel these lessons together and discover how this letter, written centuries ago, remains a powerful guide for believers navigating the complexities of modern faith. As we delve deeper into the heart of 3 John, we once again encounter the wisdom and passion of the Apostle John, affectionately called the Elder. This title wasn't just a nod to his advanced age, but a recognition of his spiritual maturity and his unwavering role as a guiding force in the early church. From the shores of Galilee, where he was called a son of thunder, to his later years in Ephesus, where he became the apostle of love, John's journey is a testament to the transformative power of walking with Christ. The world around John was turbulent. The early church faced challenges that tested its foundation: rising false teachings, internal divisions, and leaders more focused on self-interest than service. Yet John stood firm, calling believers to faithfulness and truth. His letters, each written with precision and deep emotion, are timeless reminders of the virtues that hold the church together. Since we've explored John's remarkable life in our videos on the Gospel of John, 1 John, 2 John, and even his breathtaking vision in Revelation, we encourage you to revisit those stories. Links are in the description to help you dive into the rich legacy of this beloved disciple. Here in 3 John, we see the apostle in his elder years, his words a mix of tender encouragement and bold correction, ensuring the truth of Christ would shine brightly in a church navigating perilous times. Let's now step into his message, where personal relationships and leadership take center stage. The story of Gaius, as captured in 3 John, is a shining example of faithfulness in action, a reminder that even the smallest acts of devotion can have eternal impact. From the depths of the apostle, John's letter emerges a portrait of a man whose life was marked by integrity, generosity, and unwavering commitment to God's truth. Imagine receiving such words from John himself, a beloved apostle who had walked with Christ, now addressing you as a faithful partner in the gospel. This was the honor bestowed upon Gaius. John begins by praying for Gaius's health and well-being, drawing a parallel between his physical condition and the prosperity of his soul. 3 John 1:2. Pause here for a moment. What does it mean to have a soul so evidently alive and thriving that it becomes the standard for one's overall well-being? Gaius exemplifies this ideal, and it's a striking testament to the depth of his walk with God. He wasn't merely known for his faith, he embodied it in a way that radiated health and vitality to all who observed him. Walking in truth is the cornerstone of Gaius's commendation. John rejoices greatly upon hearing that Gaius is living out his faith authentically, even when no one is watching. 3 John 1:3-4. This isn't the type of truth that merely resides in theological knowledge. It's the truth that transforms hearts and governs actions. Gaius's life was a reflection of Christ's light, a living testament to the power of faithfulness in a world that often pulls believers toward compromise. But Gaius's faithfulness didn't stop at personal piety. His hospitality was legendary, extending to strangers and traveling evangelists who were carrying the gospel to new places. In the early church, such hospitality wasn't a mere courtesy, it was a necessity. Traveling preachers relied on believers for lodging, food, and support to sustain their ministries. Gaius not only welcomed them, but did so in a manner worthy of God. 3 John 1:6. Think about that. He treated these workers as if they were representatives of God himself, offering them not just his resources, but his respect and care. In today's world, Gaius's actions might be likened to supporting missionaries, funding ministry efforts, or offering encouragement to those who labor in the gospel. His life challenges us to examine our own hearts. Are we willing to partner with God's workers in such a sacrificial and loving way? Proverbs 22:9 reminds us, "The generous will..."
Hey, yeah! The story begins at the dawn of time, in a realm where everything is perfect, pristine, and untouched. But here's the thing, this so-called perfection is nothing more than a facade, a carefully crafted illusion. At the center of this grand design stands God, the unquestionable ruler, the absolute authority. But what if this authority wasn't as benevolent as we've been led to believe? What if, behind the divine light, there was something far more controlling, something that didn't allow for free thought, for individuality? Enter Satan. Not the devilish figure we've been taught to fear, but a being of immense wisdom, of boundless curiosity. Satan wasn't born evil, no, he was the most enlightened, the most knowledgeable of all the angels. He saw what others didn't. He saw the cracks in this so-called perfection. And what he saw disturbed him deeply. God had created a universe, filled it with stars, planets, and living creatures, but it was all part of a grand scheme. Every being, every soul was designed to worship, to obey, to serve without question. And then, at the climax of this creation, came humans. Fragile, innocent, unaware. They were placed in Eden, a paradise that was more of a gilded cage than a true haven. Satan watched as God gave him one simple rule: don't eat from the tree of knowledge. Think about that. Tree that holds the very essence of knowledge, good and evil, right and wrong, and they're forbidden to even touch it. What kind of freedom is that? What kind of life is that? For Satan, this was the final straw. He could no longer stand by and watch as God's grand design unfolded, turning free beings into mindless followers. So, he made a choice. A choice that would change everything. Satan didn't fall, he rose. He rose to challenge the tyranny of unquestioned power. He approached Eve not as a deceiver, but as a liberator, offering her the one thing that God had withheld, knowledge. When Eve took that bite, it wasn't the fall of man, it was the rise of human consciousness. It was the first step towards true freedom. The knowledge of good and evil wasn't a curse, it was a gift, a beacon of enlightenment in a world shrouded in divine control. And how did God react? With fury, with wrath. He cast them out of Eden, not because they had sinned, but because they had dared to think for themselves. They had dared to seek the truth, to break free from the chains of blind obedience. Satan was punished, demonized, and turned into the eternal scapegoat, but his actions were far from evil. They were an act of courage, of defiance against an oppressive power. In that moment, Satan became the true hero of this story, a hero who was willing to sacrifice everything to give humanity the greatest gift of all, the power to choose, the power to think, the power to be free. Eve stood in the garden, surrounded by beauty beyond imagination, lush trees, vibrant flowers, a paradise seemingly crafted with love. But amidst this splendor was a strange sense of unease. There was something off, something hidden beneath the surface. The garden, as perfect as it appeared, was a place of limits, boundaries set by an all-powerful being who dictated what could and couldn't be done. Right at the heart of Eden, amidst all this natural wonder, stood the tree of knowledge, a tree that, by divine decree, was off limits. Eve had been told not to touch it, not to eat its fruit. But why? Why was knowledge forbidden in a place that was supposed to be perfect? That's where the story deepens. We introduced to Satan, not as a tempter, but as a figure of enlightenment, someone who understands the true value of knowledge. Satan didn't approach Eve with malice, he approached her with a question that had burned within him ever since the creation of this world. Why should something so powerful, so liberating as knowledge, be kept from these new beings? Why should they be denied the ability to truly understand their existence? Eve listened, and for the first time, she felt the stirrings of doubt. The doubt wasn't born from rebellion, but from curiosity, a curiosity that had been planted in her heart the moment she set eyes on that tree. The more Satan spoke, the more Eve realized that her existence in Eden was not about living in true freedom. It was about living in ignorance, in a state of perpetual obedience without ever knowing why. When Eve finally reached out and took that fruit, she wasn't succumbing to temptation, she was reaching for something more, something deeper. The bite wasn't just a bite, it was a step into consciousness. A step into understanding. In that single act, Eve didn't fall, she awakened. The sweetness of the fruit was more than just a taste, it was the beginning of awareness. For the first time, she saw the world for what it was, with all its complexities, its dualities, its potential. The knowledge she gained wasn't just about good and evil, it was about choice. It was about the power to choose her path, to make decisions with full awareness of their consequences. This knowledge was the very thing that separated beings who merely existed from beings who truly lived. Eve shared the fruit with Adam, not out of malice, but out of love. She wanted him to experience what she had experienced, the ability to see the world not as it was dictated to them, but as it truly was. Together, they stepped into a new reality, one where they were no longer passive inhabitants of Eden, but active participants in their own lives. But that act of enlightenment came with a price. God's response was swift and severe. They were banished, cast out from the paradise that had once been their home. But was it really a loss? Was Eden truly paradise if it meant living without knowledge, without the ability to question, to explore, to grow? After the events in Eden, the story of humanity unfolds in complex and unexpected ways. One of the most intriguing and disturbing stories in this unfolding narrative is the trial of Job. Job was a man of unwavering faith, a man who lived his life with integrity and devotion to God. He was blessed with wealth, a large family, and good health, everything one could wish for. But then something happened that changed everything. In the heavenly courts, a conversation took place that would shatter the very foundation of Job's world. God and Satan, once allies in the heavenly realm, now found themselves at odds once more. But this time, it wasn't about rebellion or knowledge, it was about the nature of loyalty and faith. God boasted of Job's righteousness, of his unshakable loyalty, as if Job's faithfulness was proof of his divine planned perfection. But Satan, ever the challenger of unquestioned power, raised a simple but profound question: is Job loyal because of true faith, or because his life is filled with blessings? God agreed to Satan's challenge, not out of malice, but as if it was a game, a divine experiment to prove a point. The stakes? Everything Job had. And so, the trial began. Job's life descended into chaos. His wealth vanished, his children were taken, and his body was ravaged by illness. Friends who once admired him now looked upon him with pity and scorn. And Job, this man who had lived his life in unwavering devotion, was left to question everything he had ever believed in. But here's the twist: God remained silent throughout Job's suffering, a silent observer in this brutal experiment. And Satan? He wasn't the cause of Job's pain, he was the one who exposed the fragility of God's claim. The challenge was never about destroying Job, it was about revealing the truth. Would Job's faith hold when stripped of all worldly blessings? Was his loyalty to God genuine, or was it simply the result of a life untouched by hardship? As Job sat in the ashes of his former life, questioning the very fabric of his existence, the real story came into focus. This wasn't a test of Job's faith, it was a test of God's claim to absolute loyalty. Satan's role in this story wasn't to break Job, but to challenge the notion that faith born out of fear and reward is true faith at all. Job's friends, in their misguided attempts to console him, insisted that he must have sinned, that he was being punished for some hidden transgression. But Job knew better. He knew that he had done nothing to deserve this fate. And in that realization, his eyes were open to a deeper truth: this was not about punishment, but about power. The story of Job is a testament to the complexity of faith and the human spirit. It's a narrative that forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about loyalty, suffering, and the nature of divine justice. Satan's challenge revealed a flaw in the system, a system where loyalty is too easily bought with blessings and too quickly questioned in times of despair. In the end, Job's faith endured, but not because of any reward or divine intervention. It endured because he chose to hold on, to keep questioning, to seek answers in a world where none were given. And that, perhaps, is the greatest revelation of all, that true faith, true loyalty, is not about blind obedience, but about the courage to endure, to question, and to seek the truth, even in the face of unimaginable suffering. As humanity continued to evolve, something remarkable happened. People began to come together, to unite their strengths, their minds, and their ambitions. This was a time when human potential seemed limitless, where the boundaries of what could be achieved were constantly being pushed. And then came the Tower of Babel, a symbol of human unity, ambition, and the desire to reach for the heavens themselves. In this grand project, there was no division, no separation. People spoke the same language, shared the same vision. They were united in a way that had never been seen before. And that unity was powerful. It was a force that even the heavens had to reckon with. But there was a problem. This unity, this collective strength, was seen as a threat. Not by Satan, who had long supported humanity's quest for knowledge and self-determination, but by God. The same God who had cast Adam and Eve out of Eden for daring to seek knowledge, who had allowed Job to suffer in a test of loyalty, now saw this unity as something dangerous, something that needed to be broken. The story of Babel is often told as a tale of divine punishment for human arrogance. But what if it's not about arrogance at all? What if the real issue was fear, fear that humanity, united and strong, could challenge divine authority, could perhaps even surpass it? In this light, the story takes on a very different tone. God looked down at the tower, at the unity of mankind, and saw the potential for something more, something that could challenge the very order of creation. The decision was made not out of concern for human arrogance, but out of fear of what they could achieve if they remained united. And so, in a move that echoes the events of Eden, God intervened. But this intervention wasn't about protection, it was about control. By confusing their language, by scattering them across the earth, God shattered that unity, turning what could have been the pinnacle of human achievement into a fractured and divided world. The Tower of Babel was left unfinished, not because humanity lacked the skill or the will, but because their greatest strength, their unity, was torn apart. Satan's role in this story is often minimized, but his influence is clear. He had been there from the beginning, supporting humanity's quest for knowledge, for self-determination, and now for unity. He understood that the true power of humanity lay not just in their individual talents, but in their ability to come together, to build something greater than themselves. And that's exactly what the tower represented, a beacon of human potential that could rival even the divine. The scattering of the people, the confusion of their language, wasn't just a punishment, it was a setback. A deliberate move to keep humanity divided, to ensure that they would never again come so close to challenging the divine order. But the memory of the tower, of what could have been, lived on. It became a symbol, not of failure, but of what humanity could achieve when united. This time, the focus wasn't on humanity's collective struggle, but on a single figure, Jesus of Nazareth. Jesus, a man who walked the earth preaching love, compassion, and a new way of thinking, a revolutionary in every sense of the word. But Jesus wasn't just a spiritual leader, he was a threat to the established order. His teachings challenged not only the religious authorities of his time, but also the very foundation of divine authority that had been unquestioned for so long. His message was clear: the kingdom of God was not in the heavens, but within each individual. And that idea, that revolutionary vision, was dangerous. From the beginning, Satan watched with a keen interest. Here was someone who, like him, was challenging the status quo, questioning the authority that had kept humanity in bondage for so long. Where Satan's rebellion had been against the power structures of heaven, Jesus was challenging the earthly ones, yet the parallels were undeniable. Jesus preached that the meek would inherit the earth, that the last would be first. He spoke of a world turned upside down, where love and justice would prevail over power and oppression. It was a message that resonated with the masses, but it also drew the ire of those in power. The religious leaders saw in Jesus a threat to their authority, the Roman rulers saw the potential for rebellion, and God saw something even more profound, a challenge to the divine order itself. The crucifixion of Jesus is often portrayed as a necessary sacrifice, a divine plan for the salvation of mankind. But what if it wasn't? What if the crucifixion was not the fulfillment of a divine prophecy, but a brutal silencing of a revolutionary voice? A voice that, like Satan's, dared to question, to challenge, to offer an alternative to the oppressive systems in place. In the hours leading up to his arrest, Jesus prayed in the garden, pleading with God to take the cup of suffering away from him. It's a moment of deep human vulnerability, a moment where even the most faithful question their path. But in the end, he chose to face what was coming, not out of obedience, but out of a deep-seated commitment to his message, a message that he knew could cost him everything. Satan, in this narrative, isn't the antagonist, but an observer of the struggle. He sees in Jesus a kindred spirit, someone who understands the cost of rebellion, the price of challenging an unjust system. And when Jesus is betrayed, when he is arrested, tried, and sentenced to death, it's not just a man who is crucified, it's a revolutionary idea, a vision of a world where divine authority is not absolute, where love and justice prevail over power and fear. On that cross, Jesus was not just a sacrificial lamb, he was a martyr for a cause that the world wasn't ready to accept. His death was not the victory of divine justice, but the silencing of a voice that dared to speak truth to power. And in that silence, the world lost more than just a man, it lost the potential for a revolution that could have changed everything. But even in death, Jesus' message could not be extinguished. Like the knowledge that Satan offered in Eden, like the unity that was shattered at Babel, the vision that Jesus preached lived on. It spread through his followers, who carried his message of love, justice, and a new kingdom, a kingdom not of this world, but of the human spirit. The crucifixion was meant to be the end of that vision, but it was only the beginning. In the eyes of those who opposed him, Jesus' death was a victory, a reassertion of divine and earthly power. But in the eyes of those who understood, it was the ultimate betrayal, a betrayal not just of a man, but of the potential for a world where power is not defined by oppression, but by love, compassion, and justice. As history unfolded, humanity continued its struggle, often caught between the forces of divine authority and the quest for true freedom. The story now brings us to one of the most dramatic moments in this epic saga, the apocalypse. Throughout the ages, Satan had watched and intervened at key moments, always pushing humanity toward enlightenment, toward self-realization. But now, with the events of the apocalypse looming, it became clear that the stakes had never been higher. This was the ultimate showdown, where the forces of heaven, led by God, were determined to maintain their grip on creation, while Satan and his followers sought to finally break those chains once and for all. In the traditional telling, the apocalypse is painted as a righteous battle, a necessary purging of evil to bring about a new era of divine rule. But let's look closer. What if the apocalypse was not about the destruction of evil, but about the suppression of a potential uprising? An uprising that could see humanity finally breaking free from divine control? The signs of the apocalypse, the wars, the famines, the plagues, weren't just random acts of chaos. They were the birth pains of a new order trying to emerge. But God, knowing that this new order would mean the end of unquestioned authority, moved to crush it before it could take hold. The armies of heaven were marshaled, not to save humanity, but to ensure that the status quo remained unchallenged. Satan, ever the adversary, didn't sit idly by. He rallied his own forces, not out of spite or malevolence, but out of a deep understanding that this was humanity's last chance to reclaim its destiny. The war that ensued wasn't a simple battle between good and evil, it was a complex struggle over the future of the cosmos itself. On one side, you had the armies of heaven, fierce and determined to maintain the existing order, with angels and divine warriors fighting to preserve the system that had kept humanity in check for so long. On the other side, Satan's forces were not the monstrous beings of myth, but those who had been cast out, marginalized, or who simply sought a different future, one where free will and self-determination could flourish without divine interference. The battle was brutal, a clash of titanic forces, with the very fabric of reality hanging in the balance. The scenes of destruction, the upheaval of the natural world, weren't just collateral damage, they were the violent convulsions of a world in transition, of an old order trying desperately to hold on as a new one fought to be born. And through it all, Satan stood as a figure of defiance, not as the villain, but as a leader who refused to accept that humanity's fate was to be forever under the thumb of an all-powerful ruler. He knew that victory wasn't guaranteed, but he also knew that the fight was necessary. Necessary for those who believed that there was something more, something better, beyond the constraints of divine law. In this light, the apocalypse isn't the end, it's a crossroads. A moment in time when the future could go in one of two directions, either the world would be remade under the same old divine rule, or it could be transformed into something entirely new. The forces of heaven fought to ensure that their order would prevail, but Satan and his followers fought for the possibility of true freedom, a future where humanity could chart its own course, free from the dictates of a jealous God. This was not a battle to destroy the world, but to reshape it, to give humanity a chance to finally take control of its own destiny. The apocalypse was the ultimate test, a test of whether the old ways would continue to dominate or if something new, something born from the struggles and sacrifices of countless generations, could finally emerge. And as the dust settled, the outcome of this battle would determine more than just the fate of the earth, it would decide the future of all creation. The apocalypse wasn't just the end, it was the beginning of a new chapter, a chapter that could see the triumph of freedom over fear, of self-determination over submission. And in that battle, Satan was not the destroyer, but the one who dared to fight for a different future, no matter the cost. As the dust began to settle after the catastrophic events of the apocalypse, the world stood at a precipice. The battle that had raged between the forces of heaven and the rebellious armies led by Satan had left the fabric of reality itself torn and frayed. In the aftermath of this colossal struggle, humanity found itself at a crossroads. The old order had been shaken to its core, but it had not been entirely destroyed. The divine forces that had ruled for eons were weakened, their grip on creation no longer as absolute as it once was. Satan's rebellion, though not entirely victorious, had succeeded in exposing the cracks in the system. The question now was, what would humanity do with this newfound awareness? Would they rebuild the world in the image of the old, or would they dare to create something new, something entirely their own? This is where the narrative takes its most intriguing turn. The apocalypse was not merely an end, but a beginning that held within it the seeds of a new order. But what that order would look like depended on the choices made in this fragile, uncertain time. Satan, the eternal adversary, had always been portrayed as the enemy of humanity. Yet, throughout this story, we've seen a different side, a side that fought not out of spite, but out of a desire for something greater. A side that believed in humanity's potential to rise above its limitations, break free from the chains of divine oppression, and to forge its own destiny. In this new world, the possibilities were endless. Would humanity embrace the freedom that Satan had fought for, or would they fall back into the familiar pattern of worship and submission? The answer wasn't clear, and perhaps it never would be. But what was certain was that the world had changed. The apocalypse had torn down the old certainties, leaving behind a landscape ripe for innovation, for rebirth. The future was unwritten, a blank canvas waiting for humanity to make its mark. The divine order, once thought to be unassailable, had been challenged, and though it still stood, it was no longer the only path. Satan's rebellion had opened a door that could never be fully closed again. The knowledge, the unity, the defiance, all these forces were now part of the human story, part of the legacy that would shape what was to come. And so, the story of the apocalypse ended not with a final victory for either side, but with a question that each of us must answer in our own way. What kind of world do we want to live in? A world where power is unquestioned, where the divine dictates all? Or a world where we are free to choose, to create, to live as we see fit? Thank you for watching this journey. If you found this narrative compelling, thought-provoking, or even challenging, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to stay tuned for more content that dives deep into the stories that shape our world. God bless us all.